this game.
So now Rhea Adams seeing that there's only AB1, a lot of the Aether, all of the Aether Ice Veins are going to be cruising through,
Yes.
no problem. Oftentimes, I mean, I play a lot of Bravo, so to me, it's just a no-brainer. You put AB3 because you're a defensive deck for the most part. You know you swing big, but ultimately, with that much blue and 3 blocks, you're a defensive deck. And you know, usually the ones that you worry about are the, you know, the Ice Vein reds or yellows, and, you know, that's just kind of how it goes. Here, it's just basically a free pass for Rhea. Even with the weapon, you know, you're going to leak constantly. So Rhea has a nice opportunity here to just leak through slowly and make it happen.
Yeah, and interesting. And here she is going to play out on her own turn. No, I believe this is on Stu's turn still. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think that is on Stu's turn, giving the frostbite over. Nevertheless, the AB1 here makes a ton of sense because if you're holding a blue, what you do against any of those large attacks is you pay the 1, floating 2, and then pay the 2 for the disruption effect. So that AB1 is a general like rule of thumb play where you're almost never going to consider, you know, AB3ing and then, you know, like going the other route. You can run AB1 and play aggressively, is what we've seen happen in the past as well.
6 points on the Dawnblade here. Again, Dawnblade hitting twice means that a counter gets put on it, and Rhea Adams has to be very conscious of the fact that all the work is going to be done by that glistening white border beautician of a weapon called the Dawnblade. Ultimately, all things considered, Armada, what is the best token weapon in the entire game?
I think it's got to be Rosetta Thorn, right? Rosetta Thorn, the most potent of weapons for Runeblade, and this has really allowed Runeblade to just present so many awkward end games that it has to be respected as the best of the best. And here we're seeing that Aether Ice Vein thrown along with an Insidious Chill Trigger off of the Fuse here with a Cold Snap. Can't quite make out if that's a yellow Cold Snap. That would be an interesting choice to run. I don't think you would put yellow, so I'm going to assume that's a blue that we can then arsenal. Blue Cold Snap is probably just the goat of arsenals.
So just taking the damage here, Stu looks like he just ate the yellow Ice Vein damage and then gonna pitch to pay to get rid of essentially or to satisfy the on-hit effect of the Aether Ice Vein Fused, which is discard a card or pay 2. Now, there was an option here where with the floating, you could have actually eaten the damage, or eaten one of the damage, gone to taken 3 instead of 4, and then discarded the card that you ended up pitching. That would have saved you a life, but if you really value the card that you pitched there, that's under the assumption that you're going to see it. So Stu here taking a line to hope to perhaps see that card again down the line.
Right, and you also have to account for the Insidious Chill Trigger that is going to force a card from your hand as well. So in doing so, maybe you're just going to be content to pay it like they did and just kind of double pay over. Command and Conquer being in the arsenal is also another reason why you might just consider paying those 2 cards, and then you're playing a 1-card 6 that threatens the arsenal. But against Icelander, threatening the arsenal is a hard feat.
So there is another swing of the... My goodness, it has been the Waning Moon. It's been a while since I've actually had to say Waning Moon in my life. Yeah, but there's Waning Moon again coming in on the stack here on the Stu's turn, meaning that it's going to be a 3 little tickle there. But Command and Conquer, not one of the most threatening cards when it comes to Icelander. And you'd think, well, I mean, this is a hero that operates almost entirely out of the arsenal. That's a lot of the power level of Icelander is being able to play from the arsenal on your opponent's turn. So Command and Conquer, you'd think on paper, is the perfect remedy to that. But the fact that you can just respond and play that card anyways, frankly, Command and Conquer here is just 6 vanilla damage. And, you know, Rhea, to a degree, is just probably content to take just 6 damage if it means having a hand, you know, dropping some more sauce here, and, you know, loading up the arsenal for another turn.
Well, against the previous, like, reigning champion version of this deck, wherein you were playing these Bullander lists, you would oftentimes just arsenal a red and then wait for your turn and then throw a large attack, right? That would be the sort of sometimes the play line that you would have, where you just arsenal like a red large attack and you play it out there and you get value that way. But Rhea isn't really running that. As we saw previously in the last battle, Hardened, this is a predominantly arcane damage list. This is a list that no one is respecting because they're not putting AB in their lists. As you see over here, we have AB1, which makes some sense, as I talked about earlier. But if you're expecting that type of list, Command & Conquer doesn't really have much play into it because they are going to be cycling. If you're expecting a Bull-Lander list, then you could probably run CNC because you can catch them on a turn where, you know, they have to double block it or they lose their big attack. But it doesn't look like Rhea is leaning into that. Instead, she's just throwing these Aether Ice Vein haymakers, forcing cards from your hand, playing very disruptively, and saying, I'm going to get you to a low life total. You're going to die eventually with these Storm Striders.
So opting in this case to go ahead and pitch the Ice Bolt, one floating here, Waning Moon on Rhea's turn. Is leading Stu to wonder what card she was holding on to here. It is a Sink Below. That's the card, I believe, that's in Arsenal here, which is going to be tough for Rhea Adams because, frankly, that's not a card you can play on your opponent's turn. Another Command & Conquer can be very devastating here because you cannot play D-Reacts, and it would potentially blow that card up. However, with the Dawnblade here, Rhea probably opting to a degree to just maybe block outright and try to stuff one of the Smoke and Mirrors plays, a little bit one of those combat tricks.
Exactly.
So at this rate, we're going to go ahead and use the new Gauntlet there.
Yeah, Iron Song Versus being triggered here. That's going to put an on-hit effect onto our Dawnblade. This is just coming for 3, no go again, and we're not representing anything floating, which means you have to think that the only reactions that you can put, I can't quite tell if the Tunic is ticked all the way to 3. Assuming it is, then we have to put our opponent on any 1-cost 3 buff, or exactly Steelblade, Iron Song Response. Those are the only ones. So we're looking at +3 here, most likely.
Rhea committing a card, just kind of like mentally before actually doing it practically here, saying, all right, I'll give you a Cold Snap, and then kaboom, we're going to go ahead and go over the top. So this is going to cover up 6 because that Cold Snap only blocks for 2. And in this case, that is all she wrote for this particular turn. Stu Frazier opting to arsenal a card. Rhea Adams now, 3 cards in hand. It might just be the same kind of routine, that grind of pitch a card, play a card, arsenal a card, and deal with it. That's a Brain Freeze, though. That is a Brain Freeze that has been fused, so there's going to get an we're opening up here with an Insidious Chill trigger as well.
Yes, so this chill trigger is going to force a card from the hand of Stu, and then you're also going to be able to trigger the Brain Freeze effect. And this also allows you, depending on what the other card is in hand, it also allows you to drop the second chill into the arsenal, maybe play it on your opponent's turn if you get a resource-heavy hand to do so. Looking at the hand, we see the one that I always want to keep in mind is the one that I believe it's Puncture, and then also any number of Iron Song responses, because those are free, just 0 for 3s if we choose to block.
Stu Frazier, 25 life here, up against one heck of a player, Rhea Adams, winning the Battle Hardened in Cincinnati on this deck, pitching for just the Waning Moon here. And again, when you do not have the kind of AB protection, that arcane barrier, that insulation that has been so prevalent in previous tournaments, it seemed like everybody had it, at least a 3-pack. Now, Icelander, which took a couple steps back out of the spotlight, is re-emerged, finding this avenue of disrespect to convert into wins. And we're opening up again here with the Iron Song Versus in order 2.
And this is a beautiful response. So you're paying the 1 for the Iron Song Versus floating 2 here, but then you are now going to be taxed 2 on your next action because the Frostbite will resolve and go over to Stu's side, and then the Channel Lake Frigid will resolve and make everything cost an extra 1. And this can really stymie a turn or force out a lot more of the resources than they were willing to commit.
So Rhea just saying here, okay, so it's 1 to attack, 1 to convert on the Frostbite, and 1 more because Channel Lake Frigid is out there being a Channel Lake Frigid. So this is actually a 3-cost swing with the Dawnblade.
Yes, and I believe the Tunic was used to pay along with those 2 resources. So if we assume that the Tunic was done in response to the play of Channel Lake Frigid, then that would cover everything up with the swing there. And I believe that's what both players are kind of going over.
Yeah.
And now we're looking at a 3 attack, no go again. If it hits, it creates a Courage token, giving +1 on your next attack.
It's been a while since Channel Lake Frigid has kind of given people the heebie-jeebies to that degree, and ultimately kind of see why. Out of Tales of Aria, that was probably the #1 Majestic. Like, that was the most powerful Majestic out of that set. And
yeah, I would agree.
You can kind of see why. In an environment where Oldhim was prevalent, in an environment where Icelander did some nasty things, that card was a workhorse.
And the benefit here of the Channel Lake Frigid is that now they have to pay for all of their buffs. They have to pay for all of the attack reactions. This pushes to 6, and you gotta pay for it. So we do dump a card from the hand. But this is going to convert the 3 damage from the Waning Moon coming across. You can use that on this turn because we did play Channel Lake Frigid, so everything's all good there. And then there's the hit with the creation of the Courage token. Sort of a pseudo token on the Dawnblade effect, if you think about it that way.
So let's just sort of conceivably think here when it comes to, you know, Rhea Adams on Icelander. One of the most glaring, you know, boogeymen, if you will, are Stormstriders, because they can create offense when you've basically let your guard down.
Yes.
What is the full-on potential reach? You're a wizard master, as it were. What is the danger zone where Rhea can respond with the Stormstriders and basically close out the game? Where should Stu, you know, sort of put a to use a Top Gun term, because I just recently rewatched that movie like 8 more times. What's the hard deck, you know, that you can't drop before?
I like that.
Thank you.
Well, so it depends on how the list is built, because if you're including like, for example, red Emeritus Scolding, which I don't remember if a lot of people ran red Emeritus Scolding back in the real Icelander heyday, that can go up a little higher. But if you're looking just like blue Emeritus Scolding from the arsenal, then you Waning Moon, so that's currently 7, and then any spell from hand, so let's just tack on like an Aether Hail, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So we're looking at 11 is like a danger zone if you don't have any resources floating in any recourse. So you have to really start to worry in about 10 life at any moment that you could possibly just be presented lethal.
Especially since you're only rocking AB1. It's not like you're like, well, I'm at 10, but I've got AB3 and a blue in hand, so I can kind of survive a little bit here. Here's a Command and Conquer white border for us cultured folk, as it did get a little bit of a little. It's wearing heels off the Courage token, which gives it +1. So the break point, and this is a great time, I think, where Rhea is probably going to go ahead and push that. Those Iron Rot gauntlets forward, perhaps.
Yeah, it very well could be, or she might just cycle the arsenal as well. Because remember, this is a deck that's okay giving up the arsenal by playing it, instead of worrying about having to block it and protect it, because you can just play Aether Hail, for example, here. Blue Aether Hail, going to deal 2 damage, Arcane, and give a Frostbite as well. If you let that Frostbite resolve, it means that you are going to have to pay extra taxes on anything that you're doing in the future. And also, you're looking at 2 damage. So being able to just dodge the arsenal threat here is really, really nice, and it allows you to save that gauntlet for a very dangerous Dawnblade swing when you don't want to give them a counter.
Now, when Icelander was pushed out there and appeared in Uprising, I remember saying that, you know, in Limited, there's going to be a pretty nasty play, which is blue pitch, blue Aether Hail, Waning Moon. 5 damage for a blue pitch and a Frostbite against an opponent can be very nasty. And that's precisely what occurred over here. A blue pitch, there was an Aether Hail blue dealing 2. Stu did his best to absorb as much of that Arcane, but now the CNC is looking a little less potent because of what you mentioned. Being able to clear out the arsenal is just sort of turns that brilliant card into just, just a wounded bull, as it were.
And it looks like she's just going to take it. Is Rhea going down to 15, taking the 7 here. It's basically inert after the move out of the arsenal, which is great if you're playing the arcane damage version of Icelander. I was so excited to see Icelander just as a wizard hero when it was released in Everfest. I thought it was Icelander was a fantastically flavorful hero and a great little riff on the wizard formula of being able to play at instant speed. And it's been a lot of fun to watch players really just dive deep and get really good with Icelanders, the intricacies and the nuances of the hero.
I agree. Now here Rhea is just dropped a Winter's Bite to go ahead and opt just giving Stu the option to say, discard or pay, opting in this case to discard, following this up with a trigger of the Coronet Peak. So Rhea here doesn't have a hand that she particularly likes from an offensive perspective, but I think Rhea's in a nice spot here where it's time for that erosion game, that game of attrition of block, 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 swing with, swing Arsenal, swing swing your Waning Moon, and just slowly chip away at your opponent until Stu has to make a big gamble, make a big play, maybe present lethal, and Rhea can pop the Stormstriders and see if she can't convert. And ultimately here, no surprises, opening up with a Dawnblade, one floating, no Arsenal for Rhea. So at the very least, Stu is looking at this particular turn from a different lens.
Yeah, this is a bit of an opening simply because on Rhea's turn, she chose to play a route that didn't give her an arsenal, but kept the Iron Song, sorry, not the Iron Song response, because he is paying for the Iron Song response, kept the channel Lake Frigid around to stop things like big blowout turns with Iron Song responses, multiple, or things like Singing Steel Blade, multiple. And so in doing so, you left yourself a little bit open, and you're just kind of hoping that you can stick the disruption enough to buy you a turn here, and that's exactly what happened, because now you drew into an Aether Ice Vein. Looks like it's yellow, presenting 4 with the fuse, giving you the opportunity to tuck one of those ice bolts into the arsenal.
This is a brilliant 3-card turn here for Rhea Adams, getting value off every single card that she presented here, pitching the heart, gaining a life, showing the Aether Ice Vein for 4. With the fusion, so every single card is playing a part to get her closer to that deadly sort of hard deck that Stu needs to be aware of. There's an Ice Bolt blue in the arsenal here, so Stu knows that there's 3 damage on that's potential over there. You've got the Tunic online up to 3 as well as the Waning Moon. So 1 blue here can represent 5 more damage.
6, I believe, actually, because I think the the Ice Bolt goes for 3.
That's correct. Yeah.
And then you take that Tunic resource, like you were talking about, and then Waning Moon for an additional 3. So right now, if you go completely empty with resources, Stu's has to look at his life total at 6 less than what it currently is, because this is a very easy 1-card play from Rhea. When you think about it that way, that is very powerful.
Certainly. I mean, this is a situation here where Rhea can very comfortably block two cards, and then go. But opting in this case to, off of the initial presentation of the Iron Song versus trigger, going to take that priority window to present the Ice Bolt for 3, pitching a yellow, it looks like, Aether Ice Vein here, so giving Stu a little extra taxation here with that Frostbite.
Yeah, doing it now gives you the Frostbite trigger, which allows you to tax the Dawnblade and make them pitch a 2nd card, or in this case, pay 2 and then ever pitch. But he did have the blue, so that covers things up nicely and allows you to swing the Dawnblade after this. And if that Tunic resource is online, then there are a lot of threats that you have to be aware of here, and this could be one of those turns that you're really looking to capitalize on as Stu, depending on what that arsenal has been. And it's been there for a while.
6 damage on this Dawnblade. The Dawnblade has not gotten a single counter throughout this entire game, but you can't blame him. I mean, it's very difficult to, effectuate a game plan that you have drawn up when it comes to Icelander as your opponent, because she is going to throw all kinds of snowballs your way and make it very, very greasy for you to just go ahead and actually just complete your what you got sketched out there.
This is a stumper of a turn, because if this Dawnblade hits, it has go again, and the resources floating right now present the opportunity to swing with it again. If we account for the Tunic being online, then we have 2 resources extra. So if that arsenal card is a 1-cost or a 0-cost buff, like an attack reaction, then you're looking at, let's just say, 9. How do we effectively block 9? Well, we can give the hat and the gloves plus a 2-card block, but that leaves us nothing to do really on our own turn except arsenal and pass. And we are holding on to a channel Lake Frigid. So if we can block 9 here, maybe we can dodge this 2nd swing and a counter. But if we don't effectively block this one, and they don't have to use the buff and the extra resources, we may just have to concede a counter and go very low on life totals, and we don't want to be in that position from Rhea's side. Whereas Stu is finally looking at the first real turn without disruption and saying, this is my moment. I have, this life parity. Can I maybe push some extra damage and make this a very difficult game to come back from?
Rhea holding on to a Winter's Bite as well as a Channel Lake Frigid. I believe there's another card I didn't quite grasp here. Rhea's looking through the. Okay, what kind of silly nonsense do you have up your sleeve there, Bucko? And is there any consideration here, perhaps, for Rhea to actually use the Stormstriders to try to disrupt this turn to a degree?
Well, it depends on what you have in hand. It looks like, is that a blue? It could be a blue. Why am I blanking on the name of that card? No, I think that might be in. No, that's not in case. Nevertheless, if you don't have a wizard card in hand, you can't, right? Because it has to be a wizard non-attack that you could play. And look, she's just going to take it completely. And this does give go again to the next attack. That courage token comes across, and now you're swinging this for 4 with essentially the same kind of threat density that you have to account for in the creation of another courage token. And I don't actually know if it creates a second courage token. That I don't know. But the possibility of a 1 for 3 being in the arsenal. So you're looking at 7 now that you have to block out.
This might be a situation where perhaps, Rhea could give the hat plus the... you can give the hat plus the Winter's Bite, but ultimately I think what Rhea might be concerned about here is wanting to present some damage and maintain an arsenal. I think that's what's kind of on her mind to this degree, and if you don't have it, well, you don't have it. I think that if Rhea can finish this turn with the Channel Lake Frigid in arsenal, that is enough disruption for the follow-up turn, where you can just kind of sneak that out at the first opportunity, create the taxation process plus the initial barrier of an additional frostbite, and then maybe you can find the tempo in the best way possible. But as it starts right now, it's going to be a full 4 block. No counters on the Dawnblade. Turnover. Rhea Adams with 2 cards in hand. It's a Winter's Bite and a Channel Lake Frigid. My suggestion here, I would imagine, is you just drop the Winter's Bite and then pocket the CLF.
Yes, I think that's the exact play that we see here. Sort of a gamble on whatever's in your arsenal is not going to be accessible to you on this turn. I'm just going to cover up the 4. And there's the Winter's Bite and the arsenal on Rhea's side. Hey, I have been told. I'm hearing right now. Oh, it is pronounced Rhea.
Is it?
Well, it is now.
From who told you that?
Well, I heard it through the grapevine.
Interesting, because I played against her at the PTI event, and I asked. I said, "Is it Rhea or Rhea?" And I was told Rhea.
Okay, well, you know what? I'm hearing just now that the person I told was incorrect, and that the actual person who we are talking about right now...
Was this chat that told you that it's pronounced Rhea?
It might have been chat.
Okay, because I will say this. In my experience casting these events, I have received plenty of hate mail from people for name pronunciations, and 80% of those people have been incorrect.
Well, there you go. And this is a beautiful turn. Unfortunately, it comes on a response with the Channel Lake Frigid, so you're going to have to pay over it. But, man, do you have the resources for it. Wow, this is a scary type of blocking turn if you wanted to see one. But you are face up, sitting at 12. It would take a lot to go for lethal here on Rhea's turn.
We'll ask her again.
Yeah.
I will happily look. If I'm wrong, then I'm happy to admit that I'm wrong for the sake of accuracy. Ultimately, here, Rhea's going to go ahead and give the tunic. I don't think we're going to see another full tunic turn anyways. Might as well block the damage, keep the life total up.
Yep.
Rhea did a good thing here by just dropping the CLF, and ultimately, poking through for some damage here. So
to cover our bases, why don't you say Rhea, I say Rhea? How about that? And then one of us will be right at all times.
That's a great idea.
I come up with them occasionally.
Until she comes in and says it's Rahaya. What?
Oh, you got it. I'm in for that. No, so we have the activation of Cornet Peak here. Gonna force a card. This keeps our Channel Lake Frigid around. So yes, it doesn't necessarily net us the ability to push certain lethal lines, but it keeps the disruption up so that we can possibly do so maybe on next turn.
So I'm curious here. Is the Channel Lake Frigid better to have alive and peel a card here, or was it better to maybe ditch it and then have the Blizzard effect to perhaps completely stop a go again? Again, this is all hypothetical. I would suspect that this is the better play, mainly because you're getting a card out of their hand here, plus they have no arsenal, so it's going to be difficult for them to address. I think what Rhea is hoping here is that she can just get out of this turn with like 2 cards of block.
Right. I think if I'm playing from Stu's perspective, I want to see that CLF go because I want to use my cards for their maximum resource potential so that I can present as many awkward blocking states as possible. And instead, I have to pay 2 with this Twinning Blade for just a 3 damage attack. And imagine if that Twinning Blade is still in hand, and I don't have to worry about that.
What Rhea is hoping here is
here's the cover up with Sink Below and the response with Out for Blood. And look at this, the second Twinning Blade is going to bring that out. That is going to push some damage over the top.
But you know what? I think that Rhea's probably very happy that this is this is all she wrote in this case.
Incidental damage at this point. It doesn't do anything, and it leaves you with a 3-card hand.
I mean, if Rhea can situate this turn where, that's devastating. Okay, so that is gross here. And the question here, Armada, is because it's not just the Ice Vein that's going to jump in, peel some cards out of hand, take some damage off the board as well. But there's an opportunity here to pitch the other ice card, go Waning Moon, and have your CLF around for another turn.
And that's exactly what she chooses to do, having CLF stick. And it leaves you open, if they don't stop any of this damage, it leaves you open to so many lethal outs. Anything that deals 3 damage with Stormstriders plus the Waning Moon is guaranteed mathed out lethal. And Stu here in a world of hurt, really feeling the effects of just the 1 AB at low life totals.
So let's be real here. With AB1, Waning Moon is, if Stu's playing this very protected, the Waning Moon can come in for 2, and you'll need an Ice Vein of yellow or red in order to close this out. I think that she might be completely out of Ice Vein yellows, but Storm Striding out an Ice Vein red into, it doesn't have to be fused. It's just any 4AB or better. With Storm Striders.
4 Arcane plus Waning Moon wins you the game on the spot with your opponent with 1 AB and being at 5. And there's the Aether Hail. I think she just drew 2 Aether Hails. If one of those is red and you have the resources, this is a very straightforward Aether Hail into Waning Moon play. And you just have to hope that your opponent doesn't have Oasis Respite in the list, because if they do, then they might be able to kind of pull a 1-up on you.
Don't see any in the list, so there's nothing to worry about in terms of that kind of combat trick. We're going to go ahead and block out the 3 here. I think what Rhea wants to do is to go ahead and get more cards out of Stu's hand, but Stu's going to pass the turn here dangerously close to the edge here. Rhea Adams is going to get a 3-card hand once again. The channel Lake Frigid is not necessarily what makes sense here, or what's important here. What Rhea wants to do more than anything is just close this out, opening up with an Aether Hail.
I like this. I like that we're not going for it on our opponent's turn, and instead what we're doing is we're just grabbing what we need and getting our damage on our own turn, putting them into a point where they literally have no other outs, no way of stopping it, and that is exactly what we see here. Rhea closes it out, picks up the win, and carries her to 1-0 with a C-tier hero, some might say, on the event. But you know what? She won with it already, so why not again?
So the defending Battle-Hardened champion, the winner of Battle-Hardened Cincinnati, Rhea Adams, has beaten the first contender, as it were, Stu Fraser on Dorinthia, making it pretty close. It's a tough out, frankly, as those frostbites really threw a wrench in the system here, as Fraser, unfortunately, at every juncture that Fraser wants to go ahead and actually make a push, they just got stopped by the Frostilicus.
That's a great word. I like that a lot. And that's the power and the disruption of Rhea on Icelander. Icelander has the capability of just stymieing turns, particularly when you are a resource-hungry deck and when you need a lot of resources to do all of these different things. And I think there's just a lot of people that aren't necessarily respecting that. And Reyes showing why that is so powerful in this current new meta, if you will.
So what do you guys think? Is Iyslander back on the menu? Is Iyslander just shooting back up into major relevance here? Is it just a one-off? Is just Rhea catching lightning in a bottle on this turn? What do you guys think? Use the hashtag #FabChicago. We're going to be taking a look at those tweets, discussing some of it. Also, we're going to be running some giveaways.
Yes, let's talk about some of the things that we'll be giving away. What do you have in front of you there?
Well, we've got let's go with the less appealing, I guess. We've got a unlimited box. We got a box of unlimited. It's Tales of Aria, and that's just starting us off. Then we've got a first edition box.
Okay,
which
I like that.
Cold foil Stormstriders. Cold foil creepers. If there's Stormstriders in here, cold foil spellbound creepers.
That would be great. That'd be great.
Then, Demarda.
Okay.
We have a first ed box of Monarch.
I've opened one of those.
Yeah, right next to me. It was amazing as you opened all of the value in that one box.
That was amazing. So we're going to be giving away these to people on stream. If you're in the chat, we'll give you ways to win those. If you're on Twitter, we'll give you ways to win those as well. But it doesn't stop there. Both today and tomorrow, we've been told. We've been very clearly told not to give all of this away right away because this is supposed to stretch between both today and tomorrow.
Yeah, and if you've ever watched us do a MinMax stream, we start with a box. We usually tear it in half in like 20 seconds, and then we're like, Peter, we need more stuff. And he's like, you doofuses.
That is how he addresses us.
We got a very clear and bolded, capitalized text message that said...
don't give it away in one day.
Yeah.
This has to last for both days. So what do you have here? You have a case of something.
I've got a case of Dust Till Dawn. We're going to be opening the case of Dust Till Dawn. We're going to be doing the box break game.
Oh, yeah, that's fun. I like that.
We're going to do the box break game where I think what we do is it's nice little fun in chat. When we got some time to kill, we open cards and we say if whoever guesses what the cold foil is gets basically all the hotness out of this box.
Yes.
So
that makes it fun. And there's some really spicy stuff. Like that case has a serialized art card. So,
no, it does.
Yeah,
it does.
I think I looked.
I saw it.
It's Prism.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh,
what do we do with the if we open a serialized art card? What do we do with it?
It's probably worth more money than I made all of last year.
I mean, it could be. I don't know. What do we do with it? Chat, tell us in a comment below. Okay. What in the world?
This is my strategy. I open it, right? Immediate stiff arm, okay? First immediate stiff arm. Fire escape that way, okay? Peel this off. My bag, packed, okay? Bag is packed. Passport is in my pocket at all times, okay? My passport is ready to go. I am on a plane within, we're close to the airport, 45 minutes. You'll never see me again until I'm on
this out.
Until I'm on like what is it, like the Fab Marketplace?
That's right. Yeah. That's where we'll see you again.
Yeah.
We'll see you at exactly the Fab Marketplace and no future events.
90
you
minutes
will be blacklisted. That's what'll happen. Enjoy that $8,000, sir.
Is this the card that broke DM Armada's nose? It is. Absolutely.
Some people are saying we should play Flip It or Rip It. I am not playing that game.
Who is it? Which one of you DJs decided to give me those kinds of waking nightmares?
I will not do that. Yes, this is a 2-day event in theory. So the Battle Hardened will happen today, and then we'll stop that event, and then we'll come back the next day and have a PTI.
Sure. There's a lot of things that are in theory.
Yes.
Taylor Swift and I would be a great couple in theory.
I don't know. Could be in practice.
Then I would break up with her, and then I would drop an album.
Ah, there you go.
That's
and then that's
the pro move.
That's way better than a serialized art card.
I think that would be better than a serialized art card.
Those are beautiful cards. I kind of want to open one just to see it.
I think we're going to kick it to break. Here's a thought for you guys to mull over, to chew on. Which one of the Backstreet Boys would we each be?
No.
Which one would we each be?
No.
No, that's absolutely.
No, why?
Hashtag FabChicago. Tell us. We're going to...
yes, maybe there's a giveaway involved in this.
Possibly. I know who I am. Friends, thank you so much for tuning in. Again, this is the Battle Hardened in Chicago. Round 1 is in the books, won by Rhea Adams, and plenty more action to come, DM Armada.
That's right. We'll see you in a little bit. We're going to toss to a quick break, and we'll be right back with round number 2. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to make Flake eat crow. How do you say your name?
Rhea.
You see that? Do you see that? Eat it!
Oh, I'm eating it. Do you remember the absolute stomping that you took at the PTI at the hands of me?
Your deck was much better than mine, to be fair, and it was sealed, so I didn't have control of that.
I
But
know,
yes,
I know.
This man destroyed me at the PTI.
That's not what this is about. This is about the fact that when we sat across from each other, I asked you, how do you pronounce your name?
I might have mumbled a little bit.
You may have, I genuinely believed it was Rhea, because there's also an actress from Better Call Saul who spells the name the same way and is pronounced Rhea, and then I guess I heard Rhea, and then I was saying it, and chat said, "No, you donkey, it's Rhea." And I said, well, I asked them. She said Rhea. And I said, and I did say on the broadcast, I said, if I'm wrong, then I'll take that for the sake of accuracy. That's the right thing to do. So the question now is, why did you change it? No, I'm kidding. The question is how big of a donkey am I?
There it is. So I have a question for you. I'm very curious. I want to hear your thoughts on this because I feel like there's a lot of players, and in some cases myself included, that looked at Iyslander going out of the previous meta and into this one and didn't really give it a second look. What made you give Iyslander a second look? Or was it always there for you to just run with?
So to be honest, I've always been a bit of a hero specialist.
Okay.
I just try to play Iyslander whenever I can justify it. And last weekend and this weekend, I've justified it by the fact that I haven't learned how to play Lexi yet.
Well, there you go. I mean,
but it seems to be working out well for me.
It seems to. I mean, you're 1-0 on the day, and we are calling you the current reigning champion of Battle Hardens. Is that what we're doing?
That's too much pressure.
Oh, is that too much?
No.
Well, he made that up. We're just going to say that.
Oh, wow. Yeah. And the blame? Yeah,
yep,
perfect.
There it is.
No problem. Frankly, honestly, I mean, you won that tournament rather decisively in the fact that you're kind of just getting into this environment where there's this massive disrespect for arcane damage right now. Is this a calculated approach here? Or do you believe that Iyslander is just that good, isolated from any AB at all, or is this just the fact that, hey, this is a calculation of what the meta is going to look like? People are probably not packing it. Bullseye Bracers, which has it built in, is banned and whatnot, and
it's
so
huge.
Is this something where if people start throwing more AB, you might come off of this list?
Yeah, no, so I've never been afraid of like AB3 as Iyslander. Last weekend I played against it 6 times actually in the 10 rounds. What I'm more concerned about is when the Lexis start packing specific equipment, aka Trench Ascent and Treasure. I expect to see a lot of those this weekend, and we're just going to try to dodge those. But I think that Iyslander in general gained a lot from the heroes that got good when Oldhim left. Iyslander, I think, is naturally good into. And so I think that was kind of undervalued going into this meta at least, and she's in a pretty good spot right now, regardless of the AB setup. Obviously, I'm always hoping to see a little bit of Wizard disrespect. We saw it last weekend, probably less this weekend.
Yes, I think there will be less this weekend, but I did talk to several players that actively told me that they are still disrespecting Wizard.
My goodness.
And that gives me a little bit of hope for both Iyslander, of course I'm ripping the Iyslander pin, and Kano that could possibly come in here and do some stuff. Now, you are running a more arcane heavy list than a lot of players were in previous metas. We saw it last week. It's much more focused on dealing arcane damage and disruption rather than the standard Bullander list that was popularized previously. What is your decision point on those two lists and their merits right now?
Yeah, so I think that the existence of Codex of Frailty and its prevalence in the format really dissuades me from wanting to present essentially any attack actions into decks that can play that card. Because the worst feeling in the world is when you draw up a fused red Aether Iceling and your opponent plays Codex, and you have to discard one of those cards and give up that really powerful play to get like a star for 3 back.
Yeah, that's a really good point.
And so I think that kind of alone makes Arcane-oriented Iyslander much better positioned in this meta than Bully.
Yeah.
Bully obviously is still a great deck. We've seen people put up results with it in recent callings since the printing of Codex, but that's kind of where my head is at in terms of making decisions for which deck I'm playing.
I think it's a really good point, and one that I hadn't considered, the power of Codex of Frailty and its utility in multiple heroes in this format, being able to kind of push you off an entire archetype and into one that functions in a lot of ways better into this meta, especially because so many players are disrespecting arcane damage, right? Yeah, that's very interesting. Flake, you're staring off into the distance. Are you contemplating Rhea versus Rhea still? What is the thought process over there?
Credibility was already, like, my 1% that I had of it still intact and I was protecting like a mother goose is now gone. So we're done with that. Rhea, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
I think there's, what, like 7 rounds today?
8 rounds today.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah.
Well, you started the day off 1-0, and that's the best way to start the day,
That's
right?
the best way to start your day.
Yeah. So good luck going forward. Thank you for hopping on with us for a little bit, and we'll see how you do with Iyslander going on.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm excited.
All right, everybody, we're going to pitch to a quick break, and we'll come back with round 2 action, so don't go too far. That's the break cue. Someone's going to hit it.
See, when I was staring that way.
Oh, dang it. We're back in the Instagram screen. God, that music is so good. Oh, there it was. I love that. I don't know. There's a lot of ways that you could put stream music in different. Well, there's a lot of avenues that you could take. You could take like really epic sounding battle music, fantasy chorus stuff, and then there's just go to the nightclub. That's the choice that was made, and I'm here for it.
Yeah, we're here. Do you want the
so good
the charging of the Persians into the Spartans at the hot gates, or do you want Daft Punk? Which one gets your blood going? We did tell you about the hashtag #FabChicago, and we want to read some of your thoughts coming through. One of which is saying from Justin Anthony, really hoping to see an awesome Vincent breakout. I think a lot of people want to see a Vincent breakout.
I agree. Actually, I just requested that hero be shown on stream. Let's see if we can maybe get a Vincent that's sitting somewhere towards the top tables. We can kind of talk about Vincent, where she's at within this meta. What else you got?
I've got from Aaron L. Randall. Flake is clearly AJ, which is correct, by the way. That was the one that I knew I was.
Okay.
DM Armada is giving off strong Brian vibes.
Okay, sure.
I kind of get that, as long as none of us are Howie. Oh, hold on a second. This is from Perfy. DM Armada would be Howie D,
Okay.
and Flake would be Nick Carter.
You're Nick Carter?
I don't want to be Nick Carter. I don't want to
There
be
you
Nick
go.
Carter. We did also have one from Peter, Mask of Momentum, who is an A-tier player, awesome wizard
Yes.
player. This dude is amazing.
I think playing in the AGE Open today.
Possibly, yep. Says, what if you used hashtag #FabChicago to spread the holy gospel of Kano? There
He's
you
here.
go.
He's here
Definitely
with us.
possible. You know what's
He's in our
fascinating?
midst.
Peter, at Nationals, his birthday, I believe, is like the Thursday ahead of U.S. Nationals.
Okay.
And he's throwing a party. And I don't know how many people he planned on inviting because he's from the Vegas area.
Oh, I saw this tweet.
Yeah. So I'm just going to say everybody. Sorry,
Hey,
Peter.
Welcome to the stream, all 600 and some odd of you. How many people are? Is it almost 700 people? You're all invited to his party. It'll be great. And if you wanted to see Dromai and if you want to see Brody Spurlock, well, we have an extra special round for you because this is a Dromai mirror between Austin and Brody, both on Dromai.
Austin Reddington versus Brody Spurlock, Kid Wonderbread himself. 6 sandwiches. It's a 6-sandwich day,
Just
ladies
that
and
kinda day.
gentlemen. Brody is on a hero that he said he just wants to have some fun with. Said, I am well aware that I don't have as many reps on this hero, but I think that the time is now for me to learn. And obviously, getting off to a good start as Brody, I believe, is 1-0 into the tournament. And this is going to be a matchup that is going to be very intriguing. And sometimes it's a slow burn, dragons, etc. But again, this is a list that he basically said, this is Mara's list. Mara put in all the work. I respect her opinion, her experience, and her results. So I'm going to just follow her lead. Mara Faris, the Empress of Volcor, as decreed by James White himself.
Yes, indeed, indeed. Now, I love the Austin choice of just the dragon sleeves, which is kind of fun. Dragon shield art sleeves there being used. Brody on the classic reds, wearing his classic red sleeves today, moving into the tournament. No, this matchup is one that can be very much focused on who gains control of the board and keeps control of the board, because both of these players are playing permanence, and these dragons will stick on the field, and if you're not running poppers, which may very well be the case in some cases depending on the list, these dragons are literally your lifeline into maintaining control, because if your opponent gets out to an early lead on dragons, oftentimes you just have to make the concerted effort to slow them down and try to regain the board. So we'll see how these players deck lists and overall game plan match up as the outset of this begins. And of course, it could also completely pivot on if either of these players turn up the Iris, because Iris Dromai was a sort of a dark horse underplayed deck, but Storm of Sandakai there shown off the Seeker's Mitts. This is a new little glove piece that is very popular. Oh, and instead of Seeker's Mitts on the other side, we have the Null Rune tech there, Null Rune gloves, and the Mage Master boots. So Austin signaling that he's maybe interested in playing a little bit of a slower, more controlling game plan compared to Brody's more aggressive one with the Snapdragon Scalers.
Yep, 2 different equipment sets. So again, there's a lot of room to explore a hero, you know, be it archetype, you know, all of this stuff, starting with a sweeping blow here, pitching away the burn them all. And oftentimes you and I, you've played Dromai into my Oldham long ago, and
Yes.
you know, you tuck away a lot of that arcane damage to present it late game when it becomes more dangerous. Early on, it's not really problematic, but I don't think is there any AB for Brody here?
No, there is not, it would appear. Now, the AB comes in the form of the Ashwings that you can create. So the moment that you create an Aether Ashwing, it comes with Arcane Barrier, and the more you have, the more AB effectively you have. But even just one Ashwing equates to Arcane Barrier. Now, the issue that you run into if you're running a more aggressive list is that most, if not all, of your cards are red. And if that's the case, then you just can't pitch into it.
So Brody here is going to block with the Thamai here. However, in his hand, Nourishing Emptiness. There's a lot of attack actions in this list. Finding it on that first turn is going to be backbreaking here, as what Nourishing Emptiness does is it checks your graveyard. Do you have an attack action? If so, it's just a 6. But if not, it gets Dominate and on-hit Intellect +1. So Brody here is opting first to go ahead, create some Ash, which is crucial in this matchup, but I wouldn't be surprised to see that massive attack come flying out.
So if you're wondering why he cracked Seeker's Mitts on turn 0 and in response to no basic damage being presented, it's because it allows you on your opponent's turn to filter your hand when they aren't necessarily going to attack you, and also create Ash so that you can start a board state immediately. And that is why Seeker's Mitts has become so powerful and so mainlined in Dromai. And it's also why when you look at something like a Null Rune Gloves in place of it, you ask the question, okay, what is this deck trying to do against me differently than what I'm doing, because they're not running Seeker's Mitts. Maybe they have other ways of generating Ash, and that's why we saw Sweeping Blow being played.
Brody Spurlock shuffling at light speed here. I believe I caught a Sigil of Solace in his hand, if I'm not mistaken, as well as the Nourishing Emptiness and an E-Strike. There was an E-Strike in there. He pitched away is it Hedgehog? What's the Hedgehog?
Blaze Hedgehog.
Blaze Hedgehog.
Blaze Headlong, a fantastic card that was coined Blaze Hedgehog on streams. A 0 for 4, gotten rid of on that turn 0 play to create that first Ash, just in case we drew into a dragon. But we definitely want to set up a turn here where we are allowed to play Nourishing Emptiness, because when you draw at turn 0, it is just so powerful to have a 5-card hand, and it may just be that we have to pitch 2 and save ourselves an arsenal. Perhaps arsenaling an E-Strike makes a really good play, and that's a 6-card hand that we're setting up. Unless our opponent gives us all the equipment on turn 1, and that is probably the play that we see made here.
Yeah, I think that that's definitely worth it to a degree. There's not many, there's not many on-hits that Brody's going to be presenting outside of this, and if you're going to be giving up equipment, it might as well be to stop, not just the damage, but the card draw, the +1 intellect, as it were, that would give Brody some nightmares. But
look at this bespoke Dominate tag being thrown out there. I love that. That is custom, that will be auctioned off for charity after this event, and he's just going to full take it, give you a 5-card hand plus the arsenal, so an effective 6-card hand. That is a very scary proposition for an aggressive Dromai list.
Now's the time, actually, to go and steal a sandwich out of his bag for the his wing of the Flesh and Blood Hall of Fame.
There it is.
Game-used sandwich.
We'll have to mummify it later by putting it in multiple different bags.
Chromite. Now, I will say this, is that out of almost every single match that I've cast on stream, a lot of them have been Mara Faris, who has all the Marvel Dragons in droves. It is kind of nice. We just went from a white-bordered Orinthia deck, which just gave me the warmest fuzzy feelings, to now this is just a Chromite that isn't, blinged out all the way to the top, and the cards do the same thing. Ultimately Brody's is on the hook here. As you can see, the dragons are starting to awaken.
I want to point this out. This is a very clear difference in strategies and game plans in this. We allow, as Austin, our opponent to have an effective 6-card hand. Why? Because we have the capability of building a board of 3, perhaps, dragons. And it looks like the pitch there, activating the furnace, allows us, oh no, it's going to be an Embermoth Cinnapai. So there's an argument there. If we have an arsenaled dragon, we can build a board of 3 dragons. If they don't have a popper, then we have established a very strong board control. And their hand of 6 has to be dedicated to clearing my dragons.
In terms of poppers in Brody's deck list here, and you can imagine that they're all going to be in there. A 3-pack of Nourishings, a 3-pack of CNCs. Looking through, is there anything else that is going to go ahead and just crush? I don't believe there is.
The Nourishings and the CNCs are the general inclusions in an aggro Dromai list, and Empress Dromai. Those are the 6 that are generally included. If you are playing a kind of a different take on the list, like for example, I've been playing a lot of aggro Dromai with some different choices and different cards. I actually included a lot more poppers, which feels very good in an illusionist heavy meta. But on the other side of things, this is really feeling like it's just a heavy control dragons list on Austin's side, and that means he's going to be running a lot of the just dragons in general, and perhaps the more expensive ones, meaning that you're going to want to establish board states, have that Ash kind of at the ready, and be able to put together hands that allow you to really kind of push the board state in your favor.
Full block here, double equipment. You get the Crown of Providence as well as the Furnace, the COP. He's going to cop out one of those cards.
That's right.
And flip it over, one of the Battle-Worn tokens going on the Furnace here, just to go ahead and just not give that Kylori any loot. But on the comebacker here, it's Austin Reddington setting up a Miragai, and Miragai, I'm telling you, as a Bravo player now, as my man Oldham is on a rocking chair somewhere on a porch sipping sweet tea. That is one hell of an annoyance, I will tell you. My record, by the way, of killing Miragais with my hammer is 8 in one game. I have killed 8 Miragais in a game. It was a triple remembrance 2-hour marathon that I just didn't want to give up. But here's a nice follow-up as well. In terms of actual just full-on firepower, Vincerikai brings it.
Yeah, and that was a fantastic exchange back and forth. Brody used his effective 5-card hand there to establish 2 very powerful dragons in Thamai and Kyloria, and in doing so, cleaned the board and presented damage. And Austin responded by making 2 dragons of his own, using those dragons to swing the favor of the board state back in his kind of wheel. And so now, how does Brody respond from here? We're playing, as Brody, we're playing a less dragon-heavy list. The dragons that we are playing are all 0 or 1 cost, except for Thamai. And we're going to see them less often in favor of just generally more powerful attacks. But if the board state is just lost and just control is lost, then we have effectively lost the game. So some of our attacks are going to need to go to these dragons, particularly things like Miragai and Vincerikai.
Vincerikai, a 6 attack on hit. It is going to threaten a chunk of arcane damage, which at this juncture Brody is not interested in, does not care. There's no Ash Wings on the board to sort of insulate against that. However, that Vincerikai also very susceptible to an Ashwing attack as well, as it only comes in with 1 health. So we're going to open this up with a Burn Them All, which does create the go again aspect, and here comes the first assault on one of the dragons as the Miragai is going to go catch some heat here.
Yeah, so we're starting with a red card that allows us to go and fetch, when we play Flamecall Awakening, it allows us to go and fetch the Phoenix Flame from the deck and then put it into our hand. We choose to send that at the 4 health Miragai so that it puts it to 1, which means that we've either got a way to generate Ash Wings, or we're going to maybe we give the Phoenix Flame. That seems very very awkward to give the Phoenix Flame, because usually we pitch this and that's exactly what we do. Usually we get that Phoenix Flame so that we can pitch it into Furnace, gain 2 resources, and then jam down something that costs 2, or in this case exactly the best card that we could play here, which is Rake the Embers, create 3 Ash Wings, and use that to clean this board up.
An incredible little combination here, shades of Belittle Minnowism to a degree of fetching a card that can then be used for fuel. In this case, that's precisely what's happening.
I love how Austin's kind of showing him now. When you activate Flamescale Furnace, you'll get the Ash from pitching the raise, shows him the entire thing, and then you kill all my board. That's how it works. You're welcome. Just like a pat on the back in a juice box.
Way to go, Brody. Brody's like, juice? No. Water? Yes. What is that, a condiment? Get out of here, you psychopath. Yeah, so this is a nasty part of the board here because, again, what we're going to see in this matchup, it's going to feel like Brody right now, 30 seconds ago, Austin looked like he was firmly in control. A Mirror Guy, a Vincerakai. Suddenly, it's to Brody. Now, Brody just ate up all those dragons. Now, he's got these 3 little buzzards kind of just hovering about that can go out there and chew up some of the dragons. But Austin is probably going to respond with something in kind. This is, at what point, Steven, does this just become somebody stabilizes? What has to happen for the back and forth to kind of eventually just sputter out?
Well, it depends on the hand that you draw into and your ability to clean boards. And that's really what you're playing towards. It's like if you draw a bunch of non-attacks and your board gets wiped, then you really run into issues. And that's where things like Lost in Thought might be able to help you, but also could hurt you. Because if you draw into Lost in Thought and some a second Burn Them All and a Sigil of Solace and some awkward hand like that, and then you look across the board and you see Austin with 3 dragons here, one of which is very strong on the defensive side. How do you effectively manage that state? Things can get out of control very quickly, and that's what you want to avoid if you can, if it's at all possible. And Austin, I think, doing the exact right thing, just constantly trying to maintain board control.
Have we seen Brody pitch away the E-Strike that he had earlier on, or is that what's in the arsenal?
I think it's still sitting in the arsenal, and that might be a choice to make here. But it really is all about how you can establish the dragons on the board.
Now, in the Bravo into Dromai matchup, you have to sort of if you're not built to just go hard and go fast, if you're playing more of a defensive build of a Guardian of Bravo, your go again cards like your Zealous Beltings and your Rouse the Ancients, even if you have an opportunity to send them face, you need them to clear multiple dragons on a turn, and you have to have that discipline. And Brody might be thinking the same thing along the lines with this E-Strike, thinking this E-Strike, it's never going to be directed to face. It's going to be a 5 go again to clear a dragon or a 7 to clear one of the taller dragons. That's what Brody's probably thinking here is what is the most efficient way to clear this board and establish some threats here. Because it's not enough for Brody to just clear these dragons. He also needs to give something that Austin is going to worry about.
Yes, I 100% agree. There's this awkward back and forth that you make as the aggro Dromai player in this matchup because you know that you don't have as many dragons as the control player. If this is a control list, and you're looking at this list going, okay, they're running Uvias, they're running Vincerakais, they're maybe even running Nekrias. If that's the case, you know you don't have enough dragons to maintain a board state just by using your dragons. And so you have to use your conventional attacks to deal with it as well. But then you also have to pressure their life total and try to get them into a place where they can't just, take whatever you throw at them and then establish their own board. And so we're going to have to use some of these attacks to try and either push damage or deal with this board. And it looks like we're starting off with one of the best cards in the entire deck, and that's Ravenous Rabble, 4/4 with Go Again because of the red on top.
Who do you think's going to win? Use the hashtag FabChicago. We've got Kid Wonderbread himself, Brody Spurlock, but on a hero that he's not too familiar with, or rather not very well versed in from a first-person perspective, as it were. And as it stands now, he's been on basically cleaning duty here, just trying to clear the skies of these hovering dragons, this horde that has been awakened and is angry and hungry. Brody, the two players here are bringing different equipment builds, different lists, and with that comes different strategies. So it's anyone's ball game here, as it's 29 for Austin Reddington versus Brody Spurlock's 31. But it's going to take one misstep, one slow turn, where these dragons are going to put in some heavy lifting.
Yeah, clearing the Uvia, which is a high priority target because it just generates you free Ash Wings if you let it. And then, this is a fantastic pivot turn because Asvalai actually clears all of the board in one fell swoop by dealing arcane damage to the Ashwing, and then by dealing 2 to the Chromai, you now have the board yet again. And this is going to be the game. It's going to be back and forth like this. We're going to see some banishes here, most likely targeting those attack actions, because you can do a really cool trick. If you banish all the attack actions from your graveyard, you know what's online again?
Ooh, Nourishing.
That's right. And then the next time you draw into Nourishing Emptiness, you can either use it as a popper, or it can be a 6 dominate, gain an intellect.
Now, again, big shift in the momentum here, the dynamic of this game, the board state, as it were, couple minutes ago looked completely opposite. Now you've got a Yendurai, an Asvalai, and a two counters on that burn them all. So Brody Spurlock on the receiving end did a good job of clearing out the dragons. Like you said, the efficiency of an Asvalai, of the arcane damage being targeted to a player or ally, meaning you can sort of double dip on what that Asvalai is doing. But we're not done yet, as it's just this battle for aerial superiority.
And you saw on this turn, Austin was effectively like out of Ash to function. And if he had one Ash left, and that was exactly used to play this Necrio, which is the perfect way to get yourself back into Ash positive range, because if this takes damage, it will generate Ash, which is very good, because at that moment, that was a sticking point where Austin has to start worrying, where I have to now generate Ash to even play these dragons. If I draw a dragon hand where it's all 4 dragons and I have no Ash, I'm stuck. But luckily, drawing into the Necria allows him to generate more Ash as we go.
Brody, just looking through the hand, there's a CNC in there, I believe, as a Kyloria, if I caught that correctly. Maybe the E-Strike is in there as well. Can't 100% confirm. Brody Spurlock also taking a look at what's in Austin Reddington's hand, as well as Austin Reddington does run 2 remembrances. So Brody saying, screw it, don't need it. I play with the tools that are given to me, and there's the Kyloria. It's going to be pitching the Sink Below away. So there's a nice threat, a 4-point attack with the break point of drawing a card should that leak through. And that's how we're going to open the turn with the Burn Them All arcane damage as well.
Yeah, he's going to full block, and this is a bold block, because I believe blocking here, the second block on the Furnace, going to cover this up, keep the card draw prevented, and give up the ability to activate Furnace in the future. But thankfully, with Necria out, you can theoretically gain enough Ash to put yourself Ash neutral going forward, and generate more Ash as you play these dragons, and not really, perhaps, have to worry too much about running out of Ash completely. Oh, and this is a beautiful pop, and that's a great answer. Throwing in that CNC, pitching to activate Furnace with those powerful cards over there, and saying, nope, I'm going to deny you completely. But look at the hand over here on Austin's side. It's Ravenous Rabble and Ravenous Rabble. And is that a third Ravenous Rabble?
Are they white border as well?
I know one of them is.
Now, what I used to do, because I thought I was clever, is whenever I think this was back in January playing Oldham, I would bring like my 3 pummels. It was 1 white border, one French, and 1 English, so that I can kind of see where I was at in my deck, and like tracking pitches and stuff like that. So any chance I get, it was like same thing with like the choke slams and all the other cards, just to sort of keep it real in that regard. But a triplicate of Ravenous Rabbles. Look at him. That's so funny.
What a hand. Oh, and look at that. That's a 12 damage represented hand, and that's not even counting what you could possibly have in Arsenal. If you're playing the aggro Dromai, that could be like a 16 damage turn.
All right,
and instead, you know what it was used for? Kill that dragon, pass.
What's the odds? I want somebody in chat to tell us the odds. Use the hashtag FabChicago if you know. What are the odds of drawing all 3 of your Ravenous Rabbles in a hand from a 60-card deck?
I don't want to know. Never tell me the odds.
Never tell me the odds.
That is a crazy little hand, but here that tempo is seated all the way, and the board is completely clear. Over to Brody, holding some conventional attacks, it looked like, and a dragon as well, and that's a great way to start, because again, you want to reestablish that control.
Yendurai with an Arcane Tickler as well. Why not? As you could see, the life totals being dropped just slightly here, down to 20, and I guess they took the dragon here. Took the damage off of the...
Yes.
Off
it
of
was
the
all taken. Yep.
Okay, so here is the follow-up. It's a 5 go again with the E-Strike. Again, we talked about the pure value of what go again is going to look like in this list. But when you have dragons established on the board, being able to pressure face, it looks like Austin is completely prepared to just start taking damage, and Brody wants to capitalize on this open lane to go ahead and connect for some of that life total.
Very interesting. He chooses the 5 go again option and then chooses to arsenal the card. Perhaps just signaling to your, maybe you're trying to signal to your opponent that you have something in that last card, in hand is maybe a snatch, or maybe it's a dust up, and they don't respect it, and it was a bluff all along, because you could have just thrown it for 7 instead.
That's perfectly fair. If Brody is suspecting that Austin has cards to give up, if you go for the 5 go again instead of the 7, you're basically telling your opponent there's something coming, and this is just vanilla. So he might have just bluffed his way into a free pass on the damage, wherein, if, like you said, if Austin was suspecting a snatch or something along those lines, Austin may have just decided that that was the bigger target. So Brody, like, if you send 7 with no go again, you're blocking 6 of it, 1 leaks through. The 5 go again was an option to maybe throw that doubt into Austin's mind and connect with the damage.
Yeah, and with this aggro Empress Dromai list, this is the kind of position you want to put yourself in, where you have just a slight board advantage with a dragon on board, but you have a full grip of cards that could be dragons, could be attacks, and your opponent is at half of your health, because now you can start pressuring even if they build a board, if it's, as long as it's not super scary, you can start pressuring their life total, and then they have to start giving you things, and then you can use your ancillary attacks to just prevent the board from getting too crazy. And as long as you do that quickly enough and you don't go to time, you can pull out the win in this matchup.
Very clean approach here. It's the Asvalai going to face the one Arcane is going to basically pop that protective shield, and then the Chromai is going to go ahead and eat that Yenderai. A 2-pack of dragons are on the board. You've got the Chromai, the Asvalai. Brody Spurlock, though, does have twice the health total here with a Burn Them All and a Sigil of Solace in hand. Austin opting in this case to... what is he pitching to here?
I do not know, but I do know that he is playing the Sigil of Solace, and we can expect both of those. Maybe he pitched into his own Arcane damage. He could have possibly done that, but that would have been a strange timing.
Yeah, I'm curious in terms of where that pitch came from, but ultimately we have to also just kind of reiterate the importance of losing your furnace. Look at the Ash economy on both sides. Austin has been struggling for it, has been absolutely struggling to maintain a pool of Ash where you without that outlet, it's going to be very difficult to do it. And you might see more blocking of the Burn Them All Arcane damage merely to gain more Ash.
Yeah, and with him so Ash-starved as at 1 Ash here, it makes it to where you kind of want to do that to some degree. Here we have again, all the tempo in the world over onto Brody's side with an arsenal plus what I believe is a full grip of cards. Choosing how to proceed. Your opponent's at 18, you're at 30.
18 off of the Sigil of Solace here, so just bumping yourself back up here. Brody has been very aggressive in this. A lot of very efficient dragon clearing, frankly, and this is going to be another opportunity to do so. Asvalai, but it's only a 2 attack.
Okay, I just realized he doesn't have his boots anymore. So he must have pitched 1 into his boots so that he could gain an Ash. Not using the boots for any effect, but pitching into the Ash generation, which is a smart play if you are so Ash starved. He's popping the dragon here. Now that will go into the graveyard. That's a good catch there on Brody's side of things. Nevertheless, has the Asvalai established on the board, and asking the question of Austin, where do you want to go from here? What is your what's your blocking plan? Can you establish a board on the back end of this? I can see that you're Ash starved. I want to threaten your life total. I want to make it awkward for you to try and block things as well. But I don't want you to establish any board or get any free value out of this Asvalai that's already there.
There's a Tumultai in Austin's hand. What else is he holding on to? Taking pause here again, up against one of the best players in the world, Brody Spurlock. And Brody's somebody who does not take a day off. Brody is somebody who goes to all the armories, goes to all of the battle hardens wherever possible. took a break last week, gave someone else a shot, basically.
Right.
Yeah, Rhea was very, very happy. Not saying that Rhea couldn't beat Brody, but Brody typically is almost like a lock as a top 8 contender. In this case, back to after a weekend off, decides that, showing up with the Dromai spice. And let's drop a second Burn Them All. Dromai is going to go ahead and make short work of the Asvali. And once again, it's aerial superiority, to Brody.
And I love the usefulness and just the early use, I should say, of this Burn Them All. This Burn Them All is stuck for 4 turns already. And in a matchup like this is a great way to get an early life lead and just a really consistent life lead, because you're going to have the capability, especially if you're playing some dragons out there and they're getting cleaned, you're going to have the capability to keep it around for a while. So playing it early in a matchup like this may not seem like necessary, because in previous metas you've always pitched them and gotten them second cycle. But this is a game that you can pressure early and often with arcane damage. And even though they have AB, are they going to pitch into it? And can we just get free damage consistently? And that's what Brody's done.
Is that a Skittering Sands, I believe?
Yes.
That bumps up this Ashwing, creates one, bumps it up to a 4. So Austin is going to be soaking that damage as well. As you can see, the skies are aflutter with the sound of arcane music at this point, where the 2 Burn Them Alls, the Asvali, you've got a Dromai protecting action points, as well as that little buzzard that is, typically it just becomes food for other dragons, but it can also get the job done, as it looks like there's no dragon creation here, merely a... that's not a sweeping blow, sorry.
Billowing Mirage costs 1, and it allows you to create a dragon from its own effect, which means that you can create that Ashwing and then send it. And then he's going to do it a second one, which is great. If you have the Ash for it, you can create 2 Ashwings. In this case, leaving the Ash open, I think, is a smart play, because if you draw into a 4-dragon hand, you're stuck if you don't have an Ash.
And there's a Miragai in hand that he picks up as well, so that can come through to sort of make work or make use of that Ash and Ash economy in this game. I mean, I've played against Dromais where, it's like turn 4 and they've got a stack of like 9 or 10 of them. It's never been an issue. In this case, as the dragons are just dropping from the skies, it has been difficult to maintain a pile of Ash that you can rely on for those big swing turns. You get a hand of 3 dragons that you want to play, you got to have an outlet to let them, something from them to rise from, as it were.
And this is what makes this matchup, one of the things that makes this matchup incredibly technical, is knowing when to maintain your Ash and when to use it on that specific play. For example, if you get rid of both, gain 2 Ash Wings, and then look at your hand and have no play, and you don't have anything you can do, and your arsenal is like another dragon or something like that, and you don't even have a way to give your Ash Wings go again because you can't play like dragons or anything like that, you've basically given up the game. And so those types of moments are very key in this matchup. And here's a moment where Brody's really considering his options, because he has a Nourishing Emptiness, he has 2 attacks in his hand that don't have go again in Dust Up, or sorry, yeah, Dust Off, Dust Up, Dust Up, and Snatch. In both of those cards really want you to use the boots. And so we have perhaps a way to snake together 2 attacks or present Dominated 6.
That's the option, in my opinion. I think the Popper is the more valuable asset at this rate. I could be wrong. I mean, 6 Dominate is a great way to sort of push through damage, get a bigger hand. But if you can pop a dragon that needs to die, I mean, that's probably a good option as well. But like you said, no go again on the Dust Up, no go again on the Snatch also in hand. But Snapdragon Scalers is one hell of a way to extend a turn and make it nasty. As right now, Brody Spurlock has a life lead, so taking damage is certainly an option.
Well, I think this is also a moment where you really consider the lines that Flame Call Awakening provide you. Because if you, for example, on this hand, there's a 4-card hand where you have Flame Call Awakening, 2 attacks with go without go again, and a Nourishing Emptiness. If you sequence in such a way, you can actually present the 4 from one of these non-go again attacks, snap it, pay 1 to play the Flame Call Awakening, go and get the flame, pitch that into Furnace, and then play the Nourishing for 6 Dominate. And that presents, what is that, 10 13 damage. One of that is dominated attack, and one possibly draws you a card if you go Snatch.
And I think Dust Up is actually the better play here instead of the Snatch. The card draw is great, but the Dust Up on hit allows you to create an Ash and an Ashwing. Giving it go again means that Ashwing will be able to attack as well. So you're pushing through for a little bit more board presence as well, and then you nourishing. So we're opening with the Dust Up. The Dust Up seems to have connected. It's going to create that Ash neutral play of developing another Ashwing. You open the turn with a red, so your dragons have go again, and here it goes. Ashwing on Ashwing violence is going to be shredded out of the sky. The still an action point here for Brody.
Let's see if he follows this up with pitching that Snatch into the Flame Call Awakening. Looks like he is going to do that.
There you
He's
go.
going to pitch into that. That is going to generate him another Ash, but it's going to go get him that Flame Call, that Phoenix Flame, so that he can then follow this up by furnacing into 6 Dominate, gain 5 Intellect. And I guess go to 5. Gaining 5 intellect on a card to push yourself to a 9. That seems a little broken.
6 attack, dominate, costs 2, gain 5 intellect.
Gain 5 intellect.
What is this, chain?
What is this? Almost as good as Codex of Frailty?
5 shackle chain.
That's almost Codex of Frailty levels of power right there.
Yes.
Yeah.
The play has been seen. Brody Spurlock caught it a mile away as it's 6 dominate, as Burn Them All, like we mentioned earlier, you called it, is just going to clean out your graveyard. So when it checks, what does it see? It sees some boots, baby. That's all it sees.
This is the beauty of an early Burn Them All, burning away all of your attack actions so that you can do exactly this type of play in a late game where you can close the game out all but just right here. Your opponent's going to be at 30-1, and you have 1 point of Arcane on the board next turn. They have no Ashwing. You could close it out right here.
Sigil of Solace in hand for Austin Reddington. That is at least a little bit of insulation, some cushion for Brody to have to push through again, as it were, as that line of play was very, very adeptly sort of parsed out over here. Like you mentioned, the way that turn turned into, it could have just been a very measly play, but Brody saw the line, created chicken salad out of chicken poo-poo, and made quite the turn here. Sigil of Solace bringing it up. We're going to create a Mirror Guy on the board, and now at least Austin can, for this turn at least, disrespect the Arcane coming through.
He can, but he's at 4, and he's got 1 grip and 1 thing on the board, and your opponent is holding 5 cards, and they happen to be named Brody Spurlock exactly. Like, that's the exact name written. That's pretty amazing.
Okay. No, I'm figuring it out.
And this is the moment where Brody just tries to end the game and sees what we can do. Now, if you can establish board state first, I think that's always the case. Continue to be, very methodical about taking this dragon out and then trying to push for lethal very consistently with maybe another Burn Them All. We've seen 2 of them.
Right now, Brody's hoping for some of those natural go-again cards just to try to sort of push through on the combat chain, or cheap dragons that you can just develop and go. There's one of those cheap go-again cards. It's going to be a Ravenous Rabble. Peeling a Kyloria off the top for go-again is going to get catch the Warmonger's Diplomacy. Phenomenal new card from Dusk Till Dawn.
After this, we have to ask the question of how are we pushing continued damage, and it looks like the answer is E-Strike.
Every piece. So that's going to be a 5 go again. What is left? The breakpoints aplenty over here. The scary aspect is if Austin brings his life total down to 1 and a dragon is presented, it's dragon plus Arcane. That's 2 separate cards that you have to commit. So Austin is feeling it right now, as 5 is so much nastier. It's not just a 3 block, because you go down to 1 and suddenly you're giving up your whole hand.
5 here being presented, the question becoming, how do you want to block this? Do you want to take any of it? And the answer is no. We're going to cover it up with our own Rake the Embers and a 3 block to cover it up. It looks like it's one of those Ember Moss Cinepies that we have in the list on blue. And then now the question becomes, does Brody have the ability to get over a 1-card block and maybe something like a Sand Cover in Arsenal? Because that Arsenal's been there for ages, and perhaps he's keeping that Ash just around long enough to be able to sand cover something and stay alive.
Well, there was the turn where he had the opportunity to turn that into an Ashwing and opted not to, and the card in Arsenal has been there for a while. Does the list have sand it does. It has 2 sand covers. So that could very well be a sand cover, but you got to think that maybe that was the play to use it on the E-Strike, perhaps, to preserve 3 cards in hand and go down to 2.
That is a distinct possibility, but it perhaps loses to more arcane damage, and here we see an Asvalai, and that's a 0-card play, and this is going to have go again. Going to send the Asvalai in here, and maybe both points of arcane from the Asvalai into the dragon, but I think you can only send it 1 per target. That would leave this at 1.
Oh boy, taking both of it
and then
here.
He's going to send, and this is a great, and that's going to be the game, because sending Dust Up for 4 at a break point is going to close it out. That finishes the round just in time for Brody Spurlock picking up his win on Dromai, a hero that he said, as you mentioned, not something that he's very familiar with as far as reps in the tank, if you will, but he proved he knew what he was doing in that matchup.
Definitely did. He looked like he was just piloting that deck like he's been playing it for months and months and months. Where in reality, Brody is kind of a chameleon now. Just needs a weekend with a deck before he becomes so proficient at it. But let's give a lot of credit to who he gave a lot of credit to. That would be Mara Faris, who designed the deck and is essentially the premier Dromai player in the world right now.
Indeed, Mara in chat actually. Constantly through there saying some cheers and some encouraging words towards
she's
Brody.
in chat?
She's in chat. Look, she's right
Noah
there.
Noah Clark, the best Dromai player in the world.
Time for the reign of the dragons is what Mara says.
Aaron Shantz, one of the best Dromai players in the world. I actually had a Twitter exchange with WWE women's star
I saw
Shayna
this.
Baszler, who told me that she would decimate me with her Dromai deck. And I didn't even tag Mara in there because I don't want to be responsible for Mara getting put into like a cross-face chicken wing or something like that.
That's probably for the best. Huge shout out and kudos to Austin for playing a great matchup there. That back and forth. Both players, you could tell, knew exactly what they were doing in that matchup, and it just broke Brody's way with some great play and some great decisions. So I think let's jump to a quick break. I'm going to see if we can find Brody and talk with him about choosing Dromai and his overall experience with the deck. So don't go too far. Let's see if we can grab him and talk here in just a little bit. I'm going to keep staring. I'm just going to keep staring. I'll just stay here. You go get Brody. Go get Brody. I'll be here.
Just
smile and wave. Smile.
Barbie or Oppenheimer?
They're talking about something over in the booth.
I think
don't
so.
know.
No, it's good.
Barbie or Oppenheimer?
Yeah.
I want to see Oppenheimer, but I've heard it's really depressing. So maybe I start with Barbie.
Have you ever seen the movie The Road?
No, I never watched that.
Okay.
I actually never watched The Road, but I kind of want to, but I don't know if I want to be that depressed.
Well, that's the thing. My buddy said, dude, you should see The Road. It is like it's a movie that really it's uplifting. Like it starts depressing
It's uplifting.
but it ends on such a high note. So I watched it, and then as the credits go, and I was like, and I called him. I'm like, you ass. You absolute ass. I said, I feel terrible right now. He's like, yeah, if I told you it was just a pure depression fest, then you probably wouldn't watch it. I said, you're absolutely correct.
Okay, I think they have their headsets back on. We're going to go to break. We're going to get Brody, and it's going to be a great time. All right, so don't go too far, because Brody coming up next, if we have the time right now.
Hold the post. centered. It didn't work.
I'm way off to the side. That's okay.
Here,
Next
come
time.
on in.
Hey, look, it's caster extraordinaire Brody Spurlock here on the mics with us. He thought, you know what? I started 2-0 with Dromai. I'm going to call it quits and just go commentate. Isn't that what you said?
Absolutely, yeah. Last time, the joke was I was the cameraman switching to commentating. This time I actually played, but yeah, we're just hopping in the booth for the rest of the day. Now, what's up, everybody? How's it going?
How are you, Brody?
I'm good. I'm really excited to be playing this deck. I've wanted to try out Dromai for quite a long time, and I was always a bit scared of Fi, and then in the next period, a bit scared of Oldhim, and I feel like the deck has less bad matchups than it used to, so I'm pretty hyped to be on it, yeah.
I agree. And you just unceremoniously stole the list, I heard, from Mara, right?
Absolutely, yeah. Part of the reason that I wanted to play Dromai for this event is I've actually been like moving houses recently, so I've been really busy and not had a ton of time to test Dust Till Dawn. So I didn't feel like I had a deck list that was quite where I wanted it to be with any of the other heroes that I was considering playing. And I was like, well, Mara's put infinite hours into this Dromai deck. I'm just going to trust her preparation. And shout out to Mara being willing to like answer all of my questions, basically helping me kind of like speed run learning this deck and get me up to speed. She's been incredibly helpful. So yeah, it's completely her list.
Did you know that she wrote a 145-page dossier on this list on her Patreon?
I did,
you know
yeah.
that?
I did know that.
It's a novel. It's aggressive in its scope. Yeah, if you want access to that, check out Blackwing Studio on Patreon. I think that's her Patreon. Check it out because, yeah, if you want to pick up this list, you can do that and then read an entire short story.
Yeah, I was like reading it, and then it was like page 42. It says like, and that's why the Earth is flat. And I was like, all right, you just lost me there, girl. I'm sorry, but no, I mean, this was the fascinating element about this particular tournament for you is when I spoke to you prior to this, you were mentioning it's like, you know what, now is the time for this hero to really, you know, just emerge. And we've seen Dromai's success and Dromai prominence and appearance and, you know, the meta stake that it's had at major tournaments, but not necessarily convert to the level that a lot of people expect. Why is now the time for Dromai?
I think it has to do with the matchup spread. Like, in the past, when Dromai was first printed, Fi was a top deck in several of those metas, first with Stubbies, then later without, and that was like her worst matchup. And then even like very recently in the Outsiders meta, I felt like Oldhims who were experienced playing against Dromai were very difficult to get through on either build of the deck. I do think perhaps the Big Dragon build was better at doing that, and it could win games, but I felt like Mara's build, her worst matchup was probably Oldhim. And so that's kind of what scared me away from ever taking it to a big tournament in those time periods. Now I think the deck still has bad matchups, but I think they're less played heroes, and maybe the matchups aren't quite as bad, especially as like OG Fi or something.
So what is killing it? What does stop that deck? Because a lot of people are going to watch you just sort of possibly run over the field, see Mara's continuous success with the hero, and players want to know, you know, if now's the time because certain heroes are not out there lurking, what just kind of preys on the Dromai where, you know, if your local meta is these heroes, then it's not a good decision?
I think it's aggressive decks that A, have low to the ground numbers so that they can more easily like break point all of the dragons perfectly and not waste damage killing dragons, and B, have hit effects when they do so. So like ninjas and rune blades, ninjas have a lot of hit triggers that don't require hitting a hero, and like Rosetta Thorn is really efficient at clearing dragons like Kylorian, Chromai, and even Ashwings. You send the 2 physical at the dragon and you get the 2 arcane at the hero. And then like, you know, Viserai has Mavrian Skies and all this stuff. Briar plays Snatch, that can be really annoying with dragons. The Mav Skies is brutal. It's like you, especially with like something like Spellblade Assault. Spellblade Assault is half physical damage and half arcane banked for later. The physical is just about the amount you need to take out a dragon, and then if you've played a red Mav, you basically get all of that damage back in more arcane. That's, especially for a red line Dromai, difficult to block, so it's like this compounding issue where you kind of, it's like harder to interact with them, and they just have really good ways to answer your best cards.
Having played a lot of Dromai myself, those are my least favorite matchups, the ones you just described. Ninjas that can just kind of kill out your entire board and give you negative advantage, and then playing against every rune blade ever, which actually makes this even more of an interesting meta that we're going into, because we are so close to Briar, one of the most uncomfortable matchups playing into from the Dromai perspective, possibly riding off into the sunset and LLing. If that happens, it might be even more of a great time for someone to pick up Dromai.
Yeah, not only does Briar go, the Rosetta Thorn would be gone.
Yep.
So A, all of the Rune Blades start seeing less play probably, and B, Rosetta Thorn itself as a weapon is particularly efficient at clearing dragons, so you don't have to deal with that ever.
Now let me ask you this. I'm curious because you told us as we were walking over here together, you said 2-0, you're 2-0 right now, and both games were against Dromai. So you played 2 Dromai mirrors to start the day. How does that feel, and what was your thought process going into both of those games?
It was interesting. Dromai Mirror's the matchup that I probably prepared for the most, to be honest. I made sure to practice it because I kind of thought there'd be an uptick in Dromai this weekend. And it's interesting because there are several different, 2 main ones, but like multiple different variations of the hero. And in round 2, on stream, I played against a like full big dragon Dromai. And then, but in round 1, I played against another more aggressive deck with Snapdragon Scalers. So even though, you know, on paper it's the same matchup, the 2 games played somewhat differently.
Yeah. And it's a matchup that you do need to know both ways because you have to take different lines, and you always have to play to the board state, of course, but you're kind of thinking around the problem in different ways depending on what your opponent's going to present to you, right?
Yeah.
All right, Brody. Well, they just called time in the round. You got another one to prepare for, 2-0. Moving forward, last question for you. Just, you know, quick one-word answer. If it's not you who's winning this tournament, who's winning this tournament?
Ryan Rich.
Ryan Rich.
Ryan Rich on Vincent. New hero, take it all down.
There you go.
I would love to see that.
There was a lot of people that were tweeting at us, again, hashtag FabChicago, if you've got thoughts, that are saying that they want to see Vincent. No love for Prism, apparently, but ultimately, lots of people that want to see Vincent onto, you know, sort of burst out onto the scene and sort of have their day in the sun. But that sun cannot be seen when the skies are littered with dragons, my friend. Keep crushing it. I'll see you soon. Enjoy your sandwiches.
Thanks, guys.
A pleasure, as always. We'll see you hopefully back here after another win, maybe on stream.
All right, sounds good.
All right.
Bye, everyone.
We will see you in... okay, Eric. I killed the music.
Sorry, that was my latest single. It's called Hungering Slaughter Beats.
Oh, I love that. That's such a good name for. Okay,
That's our new
podcast.
Yeah, the Hungering Slaughter Beats.
New podcast. It's going to be our new production studio and podcast name.
Musical.
They're
absolutely.
the same. Yeah, that'll be great.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Battle Hardened here in Chicago.
Chi-Town?
Chicago.
The home.
Chicago. That's an Ace Ventura deep cut.
I loved that. That was a great
Chicago.
deep cut.
Oh, you're out.
Yep.
You're out. Get out of here. That was Brody Spurlock, who took round 2 in the Dromai Mirror, but we've got one hell of a banger lined up for round 3.
Yes, we do. It's going to be a Rune Blade v. Rune Blade affair. And I picked the right shirt for this exact matchup. As you know, all day I've been wearing the Viserai shirt. I've been wearing the Viserai pin. You picked the Oldham shirt, clearly. That's the Oldham shirt, so there you go.
Nobody likes me because I'm Oldham.
That's correct. That is quite accurate. No, today it's going to be Viserai versus, what? Is that Nathan Crawford? Who? Briar? Warden? Who would have thought Nathan would bring Briar? In fact, I encouraged him to on Twitter because I wanted to see him take her to the promised land and LL her with a win in this event.
I will say this. As many people who are kind of, ready to see Briar retire, as it were, I think there are more people who are ready to see Rosetta Thorn retire because...
On the nose.
As it was kind of decreed probably about like 6 or 8 months ago, heroes are now intimately married to particular weapons, their signature weapons. So when they LL, so does their weapon. Prism brought Luminaris with her, and if Briar makes the final push here, we'll take Rosetta Thorn, which, to a degree, as Brody mentioned earlier, will have significant implications against, Viserai and Vincent.
Yes, it makes a huge change to the meta, and it makes what you're playing against that much different because now you, as we talked about in that interview, so rewind it if you want to watch that, with Flake and Brody Spurs and DM Armada. There's all three of us. It changes the complexion of a lot of different heroes that have some just easy tools to deal with other things or present damage. Now they may not have that. So if Nathan can finish the job and finish the fight, then we could see a huge seismic shift yet again in this meta for a variety of different heroes.
Seismic's a good word to transition on because after the interview ended so abruptly, after Brody with all his commanding powers said goodbye, and then the production just whipped away from us. Mentioned afterwards, he said to me, he's like, "Hey, you know what? I forgot to mention, I'm very afraid of good Bravo players."
It is a horrible matchup for me, and I'm maybe not the best Dromai player. I've put my reps in certainly, but I cannot stand playing against Bravo as a Dromai player. It is not fun. It is a tough matchup mentally, and really to know what your outs are and where you're going with that. But in this matchup, we see as they're going through the sideboard process, Viserai versus Briar, Tanner versus Nathan. Got the Dragon Shield Joker sleeves over there as the Viserai player, which is kind of fun, and the mint green sleeves for Nathan. Also Dragon Shield.
Where do you stand on mint in like desserts and stuff, like mint chocolate chip ice cream?
Not the biggest fan.
It's
personally.
gross.
Not
it's
the biggest fan.
It's like, would you like? It's like washing down your dinner with mouthwash.
Right, I'm kind of right there with you. Though those Andes candies can sometimes be a little bit refreshing.
What the hell are those?
Andy's Candies?
We don't have Andy's Candies
Sound
in
off
Canada.
in the chat if
Oh,
you
don't
know
turn it into a
Andy's
thing.
Candies. It's already a thing. I don't have to turn anything into a thing.
So
it's
when
already
you,
there.
When you say Andy's Candies like that, I think of the Simpsons episode where Bart joins the Boy Scouts and Nelson finds his uniform and says, "What are these? Campers Pampers?" And then you said Andy's Candies, and it's just the same thing in my mind. But use the hashtag FabChicago if you've got thoughts, ladies and gentlemen, as some people cruising in here with the hashtag FabChicago. Ravenous Babble created quite the gif, if I may, of all three of us doing our best, what is love?
Yeah, it's a really good gif, and I wish that we had perfectly censored it, because that one, I would run with that. That would be something that we would use.
We'll bring him back
everywhere.
into the booth. We're just jiving and bopping to some slaughtering hunger beats, but Sleep Coma as well, mentioning that after playing a lot of CC Vincent for the first time last night, Sleep Coma wants to see just what this hero can do today, wants to see that hero succeed. So you and I both, Sleep Coma, you and I both.
I'm just going to say, all the people in the chat that know Andy's Candies, yep, you know exactly where we get those. So if you go to Olive Garden, at the end of your meal at Olive Garden, they will give you X number of Andy's Candies, and X equals the amount of tip that you leave. So the more you get, the more you can. You also used to get them at Red Lobster, if that still exists.
These are
I
all
don't actually know if Red Lobster even still exists. Oh, hey, look, the first sighting of Diatic Carapace.
Yeah, I just bought one this morning, actually.
You did?
The Carapace, I did.
Rainbow foil, right?
It was. No, I don't do Olive Garden because as my nonna born in a village in Italy, if she found out that I went to the Olive Garden, it would be treason against two countries. So we can't do that. But here we go. It's the Viserai versus Briar matchup. Rune Blades aplenty. Nathan Crawford on the play, starting with a Nimbleism into a Ravenous Rabble, finding Swarming Gloomveil. That's going to be a 7 go again.
Yep,
yeah.
7 go again on turn 0, presenting the question, do you want to leak any of this? And then most likely following it up with a Rosetta Thorn into an Arsenal. A great little first turn, asking the question of your opponent of what do you want to block with and what do you want to do. Oh, he's going to pitch. He has a blue, then clearly. He's going to pitch here to float 1, create a Rune Chant, and send Rune Chant plus 2 and 2. Seems like a really good token weapon.
Wow, caught some leak and found a Revel in Runeblood, which is one of those cards that just can really catch you off guard.
Look at that hand, though, that he had to give up on turn 0. He gave up a Revel plus a Mordred Tide plus a Mauve Skies, I think, was in there. That is a power turn that you had lined up, but instead you're going to draw into a double Mauvrian Skies into an attack, and that's a great one to grab. And look at all these signed cards. You love to see that. You know a player is really committed to their hero when they've got all these signed cards.
That's one thing that Flesh and Blood is so wonderful to see. It's like, again, as somebody who has played a lot of video games through my life, and you just get attached to certain characters. Everybody knows who their main is if they play Overwatch or, this and that. And it's the same thing with this. You get very attached and intimately kind of connected to a particular hero, whether it's Viserai in this case. A lot of Prism stands out there that just love that hero inside out, no problem. And in this case, Tanner managed to actually cobble something together here, but I don't think Nathan Crawford really cares at this point. Nathan Crawford kind of wants to just sort of send it where you can.
Yeah, he did a great job of assessing the threat level there. There's a red Mauvrian Skies. If this hits, they get free Rune Chance. So we're going to cover this up with our equipment and a card from hand because we need to respect that. And then we can send our own sort of volley back on our turn. Both players making good use as well of the Rosetta Thorn on their respective turns because after that Shrill of Skull form, we just send a really easy Rune Chant plus 2 and 2 Rosetta.
Entwined Lightning is a card that honestly was in the very first renditions of that Lightning Briar, probably because there was still Ball Lightning in that list, which means that fusion was a lot more prevalent. This time, you're going to connect it with a Lightning Surge, which would just crush out of Arsenal. Look at this. We're going to go ahead and follow that up with a CNC. And the Command and Conquer here is really threatening what Tanner has worked hard to build here, which is to establish an Arsenal and that lightning surge looming large, perhaps, for that arsenal for Nathan.
And here's the downside to playing Crown of Dominion and, you know, having that gold token at the ready for your cash-in turn is that you don't have the effective ability to cycle your arsenal on any given turn. You know, like Nathan does, on a Command and Conquer turn, you're now either deciding whether or not you want to take the damage and lose the card, and that's exactly what he's going to do because this is a race, or give 2 cards up for whatever could be in that arsenal, something very powerful. And that's the benefit that you gain by playing Crown of Providence over a Crown of Dominion. But if Tanner finds a cash-in, he can show why the Crown of Dominion can really just go wide for Viscerai.
Production team mentioned, like, oh, you know, if you guys want to do an interview after this or whatever, but like it's a good opportunity after this match for you guys to go ahead and have a little lunch snack, you know, because this is probably going to be a matchup that is not gonna push through that 30-minute mark. Oftentimes, it's just evaluating, okay, what am I receiving? What am I sending? And if my number is bigger than yours, we trade. Otherwise, you know, it's only in the nitty-gritty of this matchup late game where you have to start considering, you know, the types of combat tricks that are in these lists. As Nathan is running a 2-pack of Lightning Press, that can be backbreaking if it's connected with the right card, with that right on hit, like a snatch or something like that.
Now this is a big threat here. Even though it doesn't seem like it, this generates you 2 rune chance just by playing it, and the Mavskai's here threatening to generate even more. So Spellblade Assault, a card that I'm really starting to like a lot more as just a playable in maybe something like Vincent, which is still sort of an unexplored hero, one that maybe we'll see a little bit later. Hopefully we can find one to put on stream. Just as a card that generates you rune chance, and on the back of a Mavskai's gives you the ability to maybe go a little bit wider. And here the block out, I think, is wise, trying to stymie more rune chance that you're not going to really deal with since you don't bring Arcane Barrier in this trading back and forth matchup.
Blue Earth cards aplenty. Blue used to be what Briar was allergic to for so long, and then suddenly CMH became the backbone, the engine piece to this deck. But I mean, even without it, you can see what it can do as a Nimbleism is going to connect with a Lightning Surge red from Arsenal, giving it go again the old-fashioned way, just built in from Arsenal here. So no need to kind of give this go again in any way, shape, or form. 7 go again. Those breakpoints, nasty, and Rosetta Thorn online here.
This is the position you really want to be in as Nathan. You haven't found a CMH yet to really line up and set the board, but you're still presenting awkward breakpoints and good, efficient damage off of something like this, plus a card that you're going to pitch into the Rosetta Thorn for 2 and 2. Maybe if it's a blue, you can also create a rune chant and send that as well for a total of 5. But this is like definitely one of those beautiful, like efficient play lines that sets you up for success long term. Even when you haven't found your Channel Mount Heroic, and you're hoping that Tanner doesn't, you know, absolutely pop off.
So let me ask you this: you know, no names attached to any of the heroes, and it doesn't, like, let's say it's just completely anonymous who wins. Would you want Briar to LL? Are you at that point where you just want to see that hero just bite it? And again, no knock on the hero, no knock on anything, but like, to me, I want it to LL because I want to see the LL format finally sort of.
That's a great point. I will give you this answer. Selfishly, I would actually prefer Briar to stick around just because I actually enjoy playing Briar. I think it's a fun deck to play, and it feels very powerful to play it. But I think for that reason, to be able to see a new format kind of be born with the creation of you know, the LL format, when you have enough actual heroes in that format, that would be exciting. And just to see how the complexion of Runeblade changes when they don't have the most powerful weapon in the game, that is also incredibly exciting to me as well. So I have a little bit of bias because I do like the hero and what the hero does, but I also want to see things get a little mixed up.
So we're going to go with the Sonata Arcanix, a dangerous card if I'm playing it, because it usually does absolutely nothing. In this case, for a Tanner, manages, I believe, to clip a perfect swing on this one, pitching 2 into it, 1 float, so managing to find some gas as well as presenting 2 Arcane. Now, Nathan has protected himself quite a nest egg of health points here.
Yeah, and you can use that on a turn perhaps like this to, keep your hand and stabilize and really kind of present your own, especially if you find Channel Mount Heroic. But if you don't happen to do that, then you may need to consider committing to a block and trying to keep your life total high and keep digging for your big spike turn yourself, because this is looking like it could be a spike turn for Tanner.
Nathan over and above twice Tanner's health points here, but we've seen what a massive Viscerai turn can equate to with like a Mordred Tide into a Revel and Runeblood kind of, massive kind of point swing here. However, Tanner is drastically approaching, where he's kind of in that point where he doesn't have that FU money, as it were, like that Nathan has right now. I don't know how to properly convey it. Where you have 33 health and you have a hand that you want to send, you have FU money, as it were.
We'll put it that way. Sure, yeah. Now, this is an interesting move because I do not believe that this Drawn to the Dark Dimension has Go Again, which signals to our opponent that we are most likely going to be activating the creepers here. And it might mean that this turn is about to pop off like crazy because there is a large hand size for Tanner here. The 3 rune chants are going through, and looking at the damage of the Drawn to the Dark Dimension, there's the activation of the creepers. It's all but telegraphed, and what is it going to be? It's going to be a Mauve Skies. Now, at instant speed, when you play a non-attack action that has Go Again, you're not using an action point to play it, but you are gaining an action point when Go Again resolves. So this card being played at instant speed nets you an action point, and that is a very important interaction to understand with creepers, and also with, the entirety of Vincent.
Well, that and Snapshot and
yes,
loading bows and doing things like that off of some old school Lexies. It was certainly a revelation to me when I played against a friend of mine by the name of Martin Ho out in Ontario, who is very good at Lexi. No longer plays the game, but we played a lot about a year ago or a year and a half ago, and taught me how sneaking in an action point like that is perfectly on the level, creative accounting, as it were. And here now with creepers, you can do things like this. However, you then become on the hook to satisfy arcane damage in order to keep the creepers around and maybe get an extra play on that. But I don't think Nathan's running any AB here.
Mm-hmm. That is exactly why it's okay to activate creepers almost with impunity. The only time you will get pressured off of creepers is on a turn where you have to just give up your hand to try and block like a lethal push or just like a big on hit. And then in that moment, you can just present it as block fodder as well.
Is there any AB
in the list? Most likely not, unless it's the gloves that we can see, obviously, Tanner running. But if we're not running
Nathan's not rolling any here.
Crown of Dichotomy has Arcane Barrier.
But he's not rolling it in
Carapace
this.
also has Arcane Barrier.
Oh, there you go. See, I was completely wrong.
So we do have Dyadic Carapace
you?
Ability to kind of stop that. So in that respect, we can just kind of cover up some arcane damage. Nevertheless, still throwing damage is Tanner, and chucking out the very powerful Shrill of Skull form. Can't quite make out what color that is. If we're assuming it's red, then this is going for the casual 7.
Big numbers, baby. That's what you got to send. Sometimes it just comes down to, what's the fattest number that you can send at your opponent. Tanner's running out of runway here because Nathan has been hot and heavy and just slaying it on thick even from the get-go. Turn 0, managing to actually leak through, get the whole hand, leak through some damage, and find an arsenal no matter what here. So we're going to go ahead and block out a big piece of that Unity, I believe. Is that
look
Anthem
at this.
of Spring?
Yeah, Unity is going to trigger and make embodiment, make a second embodiment. So we're old school Briar now with our multiple embodiments. Remember back in the day when you could make like 3 embodiment of Earths? And then like one card blocked for like 12, and you were like, yeah, I'm winning the game here.
That's when you're like, oh man, I have an off turn, so I'm just gonna block the CNC with my
with my 1/2 block non-attack. All right, I'll slow down.
My nimbleism is now a 6 block. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. But yeah, Anthem of Spring has been quite a help here, as you can see, because it generates the embodiment, which then helps it out himself, right?
Yep.
So. And Anthem of Spring, I believe, it starts off as a 3 block. So Anthem is blocking 5.
But look how powerful this play turned out to be when you get that Runic Reclamation off of the Sonata turn. There's just cards everywhere. And we're just chucking around dice, and you know, rune chants are flying, and now we're coming in for 7 with runic reclamation, threatening on hit, destroy one of your embodiments, and gain me another rune chant. You got 2 card plus an arsenal hand. You've already blocked with a carapace, so if you give that, then you're losing your arcane barrier. There's a lot of nastiness that this turn equated to, and it wasn't even a cash-in turn.
Yeah, I think the scientific term for this was filthy McNasty.
Write that down, everyone, at home. Filthy McNasty. That will come back up as a deep cut later on the show. It will be an answer to a giveaway question.
Yeah, you know,
Filthy McNasty.
You watch like one of those like HBO shows where there's like something in the background of one scene in episode 1 that becomes the entire, you know, like the epitome of what like season 6 finale is about. That's what it's going to be called.
Please, someone in chat, count up the damage that was presented. I mean, I could at least know of what 14. That's just physical damage. Then what 6? I mean, gosh, that was a crazy damage turn, all on the back of that first Sonata hitting.
Yeah, and Nathan actually managed to sort of weather the storm fairly well here. The comebacker is not going to be all that devastating. So if Tanner can find another heater here, it's going to be quite a big one. But that is Seek Horizon. And Seek Horizon is a card you rarely, if ever, see. But it's a 4 for 0. And Nathan's saying, no, that's what it is. It's 4. It's breakpoints. And Breyer loves those types of cards. I've seen Michael Fang play Flex as a 4 for 0 with the option of paying into it being a popper, which is just versatility. In this case, it's a card that's like, you know what? I have a card that's going to do absolutely nothing, so let's turn it into a go again.
And this is the other thing, too. You can actually just snap on this and, you know, go again yourself. With the 1 card left in hand, I believe we might see another 0 for 4 come out and at least just push 8 damage. And you're still at the life lead, and there it is. Oh, and that's a great
perfect follow-up.
Snatch is such a good answer, keeping exactly what you need to put a serious dent in your opponent's life total and threaten an arsenal.
Keep in mind, Tanner has yet to find the cash-in.
Yes.
That is explosivity.
Yeah, and we also haven't seen, oh, he's going to take it, force the draw. We also haven't seen a CMH for Nathan. Both of these players have even more capacity for these massive turns, and yet look at the life totals, look at the way that this game has already exploded, and there it is.
All right, so this can be a massive turning point in this matchup here as Tanner has opted to take all 8 of the previous damage in order to basically have all systems go for this turn, starting with the cash-in. Again, that's why you wear the crown. That's why you're the royal being that you are, Viserai. Strut your stuff, pay the gold coin, draw the cards, and we're going to see how this turns out. I mean, the next best thing here is you start off with a Mordred Tide, and you go crazy.
If we see Mordred Tide, I'm going to stand up because that is absurd. Oh, there's a Sonata. That's almost as good. It's going to generate you the rune chant as well. And the Mordred was just lurking right below. Oh my God, he misses. That is not what you want to see, especially when they were that close to your draws off of your cash in.
That's tough. Nathan here, seeing that he just dodged a bullet, knowing that those cards now are going to be shuffled around the deck. They were holding hands there at the top of the deck, right? So Tanner now is going to have to basically say that, okay, that was a half. I mean, it's not even a half go again because you're not playing Briar.
Nope, it was not a half
rune
go
chant,
again.
right? It was a rune chant.
Yep.
That's what it was. So Tanner now wondering if the cards that he has can be cobbled together, because you got to think here that Tanner really wanted to find one more card off of that play there.
Yes, and I mean, when we're looking at this, it's still an effective 6-card hand. It's just unfortunate that it could have been even bigger, and one of those cards happened to be more of just like a create a rune chant, keep going kind of a card. And this, Drawn to the Dark Dimension, the second one we've seen. This is a card that hasn't really been favored too much into decks. It's seen like some sneaky play in certain lists, and just drawing a card and having the ability to kind of give, you know, another action point off of boots really makes this an effective little like tech piece almost, or a cheeky kind of spice play that you can put into the deck. But it's showing why it could put in some work, because it's representing, you know, 3 damage if it's the red, which we can assume, and you know, an action point, draw a card, keep the turn going, and there's another Mauve Skies to gain that go again.
It's a Mauve Skies blue, I believe, which on hit is going to create an additional rune chant on the back end. What's the follow-up here? What's the play is the question, as Nathan was doing a very good job of just kind of making sure that everything that needed to be resolved was resolved and out of the way. There's no extra information, but look at this absolute filthy McNasty turn. Again, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cards are just pushed forward.
I think he still has 2 cards, and he still has 2 cards in hand. This, I believe, is a 4 with go again. Now that the Mauve Skies is triggered, he's going to take the rune chance here. If that is a red, then it's a 4 with go again. If it hits, create more rune chance. It's a blue, so it only create 1.
So I think in this case, Nathan is basically just saying, I don't think you've got the reach here to get me. And if I can use all 4 cards, I'm sending it. It's going to become a tempo game and a momentum game. He's going to give up a CNC again, a costly card. And I say costly card. How can that be costly? Dude, it's costing 2 when your whole deck costs 0 kind of thing, right? So it's definitely expendable. That's probably the card he said is going to do him no good in his follow-up turn. Nathan has a card in Arsenal, 3 cards left in hand, and staring down an opponent with 8 health. If he can just keep his health, you know, up, but Tanner has been relentless here. That is, I think, the 3rd attack that he has sent on this chain that has go again.
And imagine what happens if this turn had hit on that very first Sonata, like we saw on the previous turn. On a cash-in turn, this is why you run cash-in and Crown of Dominion, because it allows you to do this. Even on a massive whiff at the beginning there, which we didn't pitch into, we just played it out there. This would have been lethal easily, and we're still holding on to a card. We're still looking at the damage here of the Swarming Gloom Veil. We're deciding whether or not we want to send maybe Rosetta plus that rune chant we've created, or maybe Arsenal a card, but you've gotten life parity, certainly.
Well, think about it this way. That Swarming Gloom Veil on hit will mean that you can't prevent any arcane damage. I mean, not that you have been doing so. You can't do it anyways. It's merely like when you're talking about that Sonata, if that Sonata put another Swarming Gloom Veil in Tanner's hand, another free 4 go again, you know,
yeah,
that would have.
This is easy lethal, and then we can talk about popping like Vexing Quill Hand and sending 2 extra rune
You
chants.
totally pop Vexing Quill
exactly,
Hand.
and that's insane power levels, and this is why so many people have just married themselves to this hero, because turns like this feel so good to play out. It's so exciting to look at this board and go, I just did that. That was insane. And yeah, Viserai can do it.
So I think it was it 1 rune chant plus the 2 arcane from Rosetta? Now the 2 physical needs to get dealt with here. I think that's what Nathan is kind of mulling over here. But again, you're not. The 2 physical is kind of pointless. I mean, that card in hand is probably worth way more than what this Rosetta is threatening, in which case Nathan Crawford has 4 cards left to make it happen, and staring down Tanner at 8. Tanner's going to be shedding cards. Without an arsenal, without blocking equipment, the cards are going to have to do the speaking here, and that's a tough realization. But Nathan doesn't want to leave anything to chance here either, knowing that there's no way to block Arcane.
That's true. He has no way to... Once this Carapace pops, he has no recourse against Rune Chance and Rosetta Thorn. But what he also has to think is, okay, my opponent's going to draw up to 4 cards. I'm going to have to present 8 damage over the top of whatever they send. And if I can't do that, well, then they can maybe send something back. And I still have to rectify this amount of damage that I'm about to take from Rosetta. So do I need to stop some damage here and just try to play this back and forth game a few more turns?
I think Nathan is not necessarily looking to go for the throat here, because if he had that kind of surging potential out of this turn, he would have just already signed for it. It would have been the 2 would have been, you know, pocketed you know, right when it was presented. I think what Nathan's thinking here is, do I keep this card to maybe push a little bit of extra damage, or maybe do I have this card to you know, secure an arsenal for later on? Nathan's goal here, I think, remains the same, which is I need to present breakpoints and I need to get cards out of Tanner's hand. Yeah. And if I can't do that, then that extra 2 damage that is being presented might actually be, make or break. In which case, Nathan would then, perhaps donate that card to block this measly damage. So Nathan is probably thinking, if this card does nothing for me, if it just pitches to become a rune chant, is that good enough? And ultimately, I don't think it is. In which case, Nathan would. That's probably what's going through his head here. Again, I'm just trying to sort of create scenarios as to the hesitation towards what is essentially equates to 2 physical, no on-hit, non-lethal damage.
And this is an interesting moment, too. He's going to give the card to block there, and that ends the combat chain, closes the combat chain, and sends that Carapace off to the graveyard, giving you an effective 3-card hand on this turn to try and send your own sort of salvo and take cards from your opponent, because there is really only 1 block on equipment left, and Tanner doesn't have any other kind of plays outside of that. Here's the flip for the Ravenous Rabble. He's got to rub it on the table. Let's see what it is, and it is a CNC, so it is coming for 4 with Go Again. If that hits a blue there, everything that you ever thought about your life goes into question, because now you're just sitting here with like negative cards and a 2-attack Go Again, and you're just sad.
I'll say this, though. Nathan was probably not happy to see that red card. I don't think CNC is what he wants to see there. What he wants to see probably is more red Go Again cards.
Yeah.
It does block for 3, but the fact that the 2 cost is involved with it means that it's not an easy way to... You can't easily cast that card. You can't play it as freewheeling. However... Ultimately, it's a red, and what you need to worry about is, to quote Gandalf, is the time that has been given to you, and that's what's in front of him here. And Tanner now on the receiving end of a 4 Go Again with, I believe, there's another card in hand and 1 more in Arsenal.
Yes. Yeah, 1 card in hand, 1 in Arsenal. Haven't played a non-attack, so we know we're not threatening Arcane damage on this turn unless we have a non-attack in pocket in the Arsenal, and then we're going to pitch that card for the Rosetta. But here we're giving up the boots, the block. We've used it for 2 action points in this game already. It's been fantastic use for us. Both lined up, by the way, off of the back of drawing a card on Drawn to the Dark Dimension, showing why that card's really good. And here, giving us the final, its final coup de grace of blocking 1 and covering up a 4 attack. And then there's the Swarming Gloom Veil from the Arsenal.
For 3. It's just for 3. The card in Nathan's hand, I'm not entirely sure of what that is, but this is a scenario where Tanner's probably evaluating what is the worst possible thing that can be, and it's Lightning Press. But Lightning Press doesn't really do a whole lot, because other than it'll if it hits, it'll create an embodiment which then gives Swarming Gloomveil Go Again. But Go Again,
but there's nothing to follow it up with. There's no cards in hand.
Tanner also knows that there's a CNC on top of the deck, so it's a 2-cost expensive card that's going to be difficult for Nathan to connect with. And if Tanner can block this, then...
Well, really, what Tanner should be thinking about, and what he could be thinking about right now, is I have 2 rune chants on the board whenever I want it. I have Vexing Quill hand. At any moment, I can pop Vexing, and I can send 2 rune chants. I don't have to ever worry about AB and stopping that damage. So how many rune chants and how many arcane points of damage can I build up to just push this over the top? If I can go non-attack, attack, Quill Hand into Rune Chance plus Rosetta Thorn, maybe I can just close it out off of Arcane damage when my opponent's at 7. Can I keep those cards in hand to make that play? Or do I play for this like 2-turn lethal with that exact kind of play line?
So what's in Nathan's hand? That's the curiosity here. If it's a Lightning Press, that's a great card to have in Arsenal, in my opinion. A great way where, like, let's say you end the turn of blocking and your only card is like an Entwine Lightning that plays for 4. And then you press it. It's a 7 attack for 0 that you can perhaps surprise your opponent with. But Tanner needs to get to a position where Nathan can get there. But yeah, taking 3, no Go Again. The card that he's got in hand, so it does have Go Again, rather, I apologize. So maybe maybe it's a blue that Nathan wants to pitch into, it's just a 4, okay. That's an excellent card to have in your arsenal as well. So Nathan just trying to, once again, pressure the opponent to respect the Rosetta Thorn.
And now you have to really think about it, because you have a 3-card hand. You've already donated 1. If you can give a card here and stabilize at 4 with a 2-card hand and do, like, I don't know, Mauve Skies into an attack, for example, you're not swinging the Thorn, but you can present a a breakpoint attack and then maybe turtle up on a turn, try to block with like 2-3 cards, and then send an attack with those last couple of rune chants to really come over the top at the very end there, to use an arm wrestling term. Over the Top, by the way. Great movie.
No, it wasn't.
Are you kidding me?
The scene where
Over the Top.
Sylvester
Great
Stallone
movie.
is driving his rig, his big 18-wheeler rig, and he's got those pulleys while he's driving.
Yes.
And he's like exercising.
Yes. That's
Don't get me wrong. Go watch the movie.
Ingenuity at its finest.
You know what you just awakened in me, though?
Go.
Steven Seagal slander.
Don't you start
Steven
it.
Seagal
No,
slander.
this is a professional battle hardened stream. We are not starting on that.
Oh,
we have to wait
we are
at
gonna
least
get
6
there.
more hours.
Yeah, we're going to get there, friends. Not yet, but I will at one point tell you precisely why I hate Steven Seagal again. But at the moment now, 4 no-go again is what Nathan is presenting here. Not quite lethal, but enough to make it hurt, and Tanner's just signing for it.
This is a really dangerous moment to just accept that damage, because now you've put yourself on your own, like 1 arcane damage lethal. But in his hand, I believe he has an attack. He has a Mauvrian Skies. Oh no, even better. He can just go and get whatever he wants. He's going to toss the Shrill, get a non-attack. Does that mean the other card in hand is an attack?
We'll find out here. Again, this is a discard, an attack or a non-attack. It's going to be the old Rattle Bones.
Gets a Rattle Bones, which means he can go get his best attack from his graveyard. He's going to crack the Quill Hand. When he plays that Rattle Bones, he's got to pay for it. So he's going to pay. Oh, he had a blue in hand, lead the charge. It's going to tick up to 3 rune chants. He's going to go get, what is he going to get? 0-cost Swarming Gloomveil has to be the choice. He's going to send the Swarming. That's going to be with Go again, I believe, because we've created all those rune chants.
We did indeed. It's
sending 3.
It's going to be 4 Go again.
Sending 3 rune chants plus the 4 Go again.
And if that hits, you cannot prevent any arcane, but that's not the matter here. The matter is, frankly, you got 4 Go again with 3 arcane chasers, right behind it. And 1 more on the back end, 1 floating, and that Rosetta Thorn is hunting. It's just waiting to close out games. How many games have you played where like that Rosetta just ends the game? That 2-2, so nasty.
So you gotta cover this up. You gotta take the 3 here, of course, off of the rune chants, and then you gotta cover this up. This is a 2-card block every day and twice on Sunday, and he's gonna block that out. He's gonna cover it up.
So hold on a second here, because Nathan, this is coming in for 2-2 and 1.
Yep, and it's not lethal. It puts him to 1, and it's going to give a 1-card hand to Nathan.
Blue, if you pitch a blue, you create a rune chant, you swing Rosetta, and that could be game. Does Nathan have a blue card in hand to finish it off, creating the rune chant, swinging the 2-1? Brilliant
what a
play.
Crazy ending. That could have gone so many different ways. Just having enough to save your own life at the end there, go to 1, and then swing with the rune chant off of the creation of Grasp of the Arknight and finishing that game out. What a fantastic affair, back and forth. That could have split any which way. We saw some huge explosive turns from Viserai, and Briar just says, I don't need to draw a channel mount. I'm just going to present efficiency over and over, and then win the end game.
The turning point in that one was the whiff on the Sonata that could have extended that turn quite heavily.
Yeah.
Ultimately, though, that was not the case, and I want to show you a little bit of something here. I'm not going to show the whole list to you all, but I will show you the pitch numbers and how you can barely see that, but ultimately the pitch numbers on this list are such that old school Briar that ran maybe, 10 blues or so, 10 to 12 earth blues to kind of get those CMHs.
We'll just say this, over 18.
Yeah, a lot of blues.
That's a whole bunch.
And ultimately, that's what finished it off, because it was an easy pitch to the grasp. Follow that up. There was it was basically clearance for landing for any kind of arcane damage, and you go down to 1. And you mentioned this. that going down to 1 is a spooky reality when you've got no AB and you're staring down an opponent that just can confetti arcane damage all over the place.
Both heroes have the ability to really generate those rune chants or generate that arcane points of damage thanks to the power of Rosetta Thorn. And Nathan continuing to win with Briar and maybe taking her all the way over this next 8-round total and then into the top 8. Could maybe punch the ticket all the way to the top.
I'm looking for that hashtag FabChicago. Let's see what the latest is from everyone out there.
I still love the GIF.
Oh, plenty good.
Great.
We've got Brandon Top Hat saying, I'm torn between wanting Vincent to get into the top 8 and wanting Briar to get off the pot already. And I mean, that's what we were discussing earlier. But Nathan Crawford looks like he's, hunting for that LL to get his name attached to that hero to
Would
just
be very cool.
Hold her hand as she crosses the Rainbow Bridge, baby.
Well, I will say this too. We're going to take a short lunch break, but when we come back, I think we should do a giveaway. I think it's time to give something away.
I think that's good. That's definitely good.
Monarch first. We could give we Tails first. We can give away Unlimited Tails. We got stuff over there.
We got all kinds of stuff. So don't go too far, ladies and gentlemen. You want to talk to us? You want to talk to me? You talking to me? You talking to me? Yes, this. Ooh, high definition. Beautiful boxes. This is
First edition.
Yes, we're giving away some swag here, and if you haven't already, there is a tweet of a caption contest, which while Steven and I were eating some slamwiches, we were laughing our asses off because
Some of those are great.
Wow, were they funny.
Some of those are great. Oh my goodness. Well, a lot of them are great. I will say that. We are going to try to get a couple of them onto the stream in a little bit. From, I guess we're just going to upload them and then send them over.
We'll figure it out. I don't know what
something like that.
It's something about science and crystals and.
I'll just grab them and throw them over there. That sort of stuff.
To the person who referred to me as a scowling flesh bag,
They weren't referring to you.
No,
as
I think what they said was if Scowling Fleshbag were a person. I think it was something along those lines.
That
which,
was a
by the
good
way, hilarious. I
that
mean,
was such a good one.
I dish and I take. I can do both. I want to let you know. You know
Okay.
what's better than pocket sand?
No.
Pocket cookie. Pocket cookie is much better than pocket sand, and I have this ready to go for later. Yeah, we're having a good time here. It's round 3 has completed. We had a little break. We had something. It was a Rune Blade Haymaker Fest, back and forth.
That was quite good. That was. We had Briar showing why Briar is doing Briar things on stream in round 3. We do know our matchup for round number 4, but before we get to that, we need to give something away. We need to give these fantastic people at home an opportunity to win a thing. So the question is, what do we give away?
I think let's give away. Let's start off like, let's ease into it. We're gonna do this box of unlimited Tales of Aria.
Okay, that could be one way you could say that.
Tales of Aria.
That's Rhea.
Tales of Aria.
It's Rhea.
I know. I'm an idiot.
Okay, well, that's okay. Are we going to open this and then play the booster box game?
We should definitely play the booster box game.
Okay.
But
Let's do it.
there's no cold foil in this.
That's true. So then do we just guess
So we
the-
do this. We play the first ed.
There you go. That's the swap.
All right,
That's
so
the swap we all
this is how we
expected.
play the booster box game. We are going to open a booster box. There is a cold foil in here, unless it's me opening it, so there's a
And
good
then
chance
it's
there
not
is
a cold foil because Flake touched it.
Here's what happens. We're gonna open the box. We're gonna put aside all the Majestics or better, and then once we hit the cold foil, and the box is open, we're gonna ask chat. We're gonna say, chat, what's the cold foil?
That's right.
And the first person to guess what the cold foil is, don't do it now because we're not looking.
Well, I
we're
pulled the
not
chat up,
looking.
so I am looking.
Well, no, we don't know it yet.
Tales of Urinal.
Tales of Aria.
No, we can't go in there and film. That's illegal.
That is illegal. We don't. Yeah, you know
We
who
don't do
did
that.
that?
We
Doctor
don't do
Disrespect.
that.
And
We don't do
no.
that.
So, let's bust this open. We doing it?
Let's go. Come
Let's do it. While we're waiting for everybody to get ready. Yeah, and then basically what happens is that whoever guesses it, we're going to tell you email so and so with your information. We'll
Yep.
put the stuff aside. Then they're going to email it right to your house.
No, they're not going to email it.
No, they will. They'll email it. They're going to
That
put
would
it
be
in the
amazing.
computer, then send the computer.
Okay, that's the way to do it. There you go. Wow.
One of my probably my favorites. No, we're
Just
not
kidding.
doing it
They're,
now. Never
they're,
happening.
They're throwing it down to the
We'll
match.
do it after
All right,
this
so
matchup.
you opened this first edition Tales of Aria box. Then we cut away conveniently.
Oh, goodness
Quick,
gracious
swap it out.
me or my. So when we were deciding, because we do have the power of all the gods combined, which is who is on stream, they offered us, like, these are the undefeated players. Do you want the Levia? Do you want the... I said, let's give us a Levia. So, like, all right, we're going to throw Jesse up there. And we're like, who are they up against? We're like, we have no idea. Boom! Nothing but the Pro Tour winner, Michael Fang.
Casual Pro Tour winner Michael Fang playing Briar, Warden of Thorns, which, incidentally, you are actually looking at a first edition pack of Briar, Warden of Thorns right here. Tantalizingly close to possibly someone winning that. But here we're going to watch Michael Fang trying his best to take Briar into that Living Legend status up against probably the hottest new hero in the game. And did you know that Levia is a brand new hero to the game?
You know what? I know very little. This actually was something I knew.
There you go. Brand new hero to the game. New hero from Dusk Till Dawn. Never existed before. Did not see any play up until this point.
I feel like Levia is kind of like what happened to Ranger after Outsiders, where there was kind of little nudges and pushes to give her extra tools, and all of a sudden there's like, here's a gigantic dump of great cards.
Yeah, right.
And then like, oh, all right, well now we've full on hulked out and we're over the top. But again, I apologize if I come off even sillier than I normally am, because Levia is not a hero that we see very often on stream, not a hero that I play or play against very often. We're going to do our best. However, Levia is the first hero I ever played in an armory. It was
really?
Yeah, it was a Monarch draft. I drafted Levia, and my first ever armory, I beat Dante Delfico. And I'm going to say that over and over again because he was not at all pleased that I beat him in my first ever game.
Well, nevertheless, we have the very powerful, tuned up Levia on a warpath, sitting at 3-0 with both cold foil mandible claws, swapping them around because we want the claws pointing at the hero.
Okay,
you need
so-
to know claws pointing at or out.
Every time, so during Dusk Till Dawn pre-release, drafting tons of Monarch, I did 4 drafts. I drafted Boltyn in 2 of them, and then at the PTI event, I drafted Boltyn once. So I had 3 opportunities to play Boltyn, right? 9 games of Boltyn.
Sure.
Whenever I lost, I inverted the axes. So they started out, and then I lost, and then I inverted them, and I never lost again. So the inverted, like facing inward pressure on your hero, they need to know how dangerous their tools are, you know?
Do they? Does that spur them on like spurs?
It's like it's a little bit of a sword of Damocles moment here, where it's constantly hovering over your head, so you always have to understand that you can at any point die. Which, frankly, Levia with Blood Debt perfectly viable in terms of a comparison here. So
yeah, I guess let us know in the chat. Weapon towards hero or equipment in the square in a square shape on the board. Which is worse? Which is more just vitriolic?
Michael Feng here telling the world that when he parks his car, he takes 2 parking spots.
that is correct. I do want to hugely shout out the Fabrary sleeves. Fabrary, great website for you to build decks with. You can really, there's a lot of tools on Fabrary to take a look at as well. And I actually think those sleeves are really, really crisp. They look really good.
They're very nice. I have a playmat of the Fabrary kind of look. And also lurking about here is Nate from Talishar, who develops Talishar.
Yes,
so
indeed.
I gave him a big high five and thanked him for all the work. And I suggest that everybody, if you've ever played a game on Talishar, you have to understand the absolute crazy work that these players do, that these people do to keep that online and running.
The huge influence that has had on the game for people to be able to test without having the capability maybe of meeting up with their local scene, through life decisions and things like that. It's a huge labor of love that they put into that testing tool, and it's really quite good. So starting the game off with a rune chant pass strategy, giving you an arsenal, not letting Jesse here have the ability to sort of filter their hand to set up their first turn and fill that graveyard with blood debt cards and 6s.
So opening up here with what Levia does best, which is just go for the throat with big attacks. 8. Is that a swing big?
It is swing big coming for 8. No go again on this. We didn't roll scabskin leathers. So this is just 8 being presented. Not trying to, speed through and fill in our graveyard. That'll come with blocking and just the efficient play of Levia, because Levia just has that ability to block with a card or 2 really efficiently and then trade it back. Brutes can surprisingly be very efficient on their trades back and forth, and Levia is probably going to be looking to do that over the first couple of turns before they really start to pop off in that mid-game where they push tons of damage.
Now, Levia, coming in for this 8, there's some very nice equipment that you can block with here. A 2-block, another 2-block, and Michael Feng rolling with 4 D-Reacts, a 2-pack of Sink Belows, and a duo of Sigil of Suffering. So these are options where you can potentially block with equipment and cover it up, then gain the Quicken token. But opting in this case, I think that with a deck that just does so much work and have built-in go again, you don't necessarily need the Quicken token here.
That's true.
And Michael Feng can take the 2 damage happily and preserve the equipment for when he needs it.
Ticking up the Tunic to 2 and then playing out one of those guaranteed go-again attacks, unfortunately hitting the blue. So this is a 2 go-again plus the rune chant that comes across. Not what you want to start your turn off with, especially when you have a 2-card hand and you want to try and keep some parity of damage.
This is a tough one here. When I played against Michael Feng at the Battle Hardened in Cincinnati, he was my round 4 opponent. And he played Ravenous Rabble against me 3 times and hit blue all 3 times. So I feel partially responsible for him pulling a blue here, but he's going to follow it up with a 4 go-again Lightning Surge from the Arsenal, I believe.
Yes, coming from the Arsenal, so this is with go again. No non-attack played, so the Rosetta Thorn is not online, and we have 1 card left in hand after we blocked 2. Look at this. A 2 blue block. That is not necessarily what you want to fill your graveyard with when you're looking for some 6s to be in there, but you are going to chuck those in and just play efficiently. Arsenaling the card is Michael Feng.
one of the judges came up to talk to us about Jesse, mentioning that Jesse is a local of his, and Jesse actually a dash main, and was a late decision pivot to go to Levia, and after the first 3 wins, actually mentioned to his friend who was a judge, saying, you know what, I think I could have actually rolled those matches with dash either way, but here they are. Jesse's coming in with Levia and a second swing big. So Michael Fang, again, under the gun, such an efficient card. You pitch, it's just cost you 2, but it's coming in for 8 now. People would think, well, you know, you block it out, you give your opponent a quicken token. Well, yeah, good luck blocking 8.
It can be awkward at certain with certain heroes, but having these 2 block equipments makes it a lot more approachable, particularly if you are siding in something, you know, powerful like a D-React that blocks for 4, because then you can block with 1 card for 4 and the other 4 on those equipment, and maybe make use of that quicken token on your own turn. But I think I spotted in Michael's hand a Channel Mount Heroic, which is that key card for really starting off this game with some fireworks. We'll see if he chooses to maybe just take this in some form or facet so we can establish a Channel Mount.
Channel
if that
Mount
is a Channel Mount. We might not. It might not be.
It looks like an Earthlore Surge and a Bramble Spark.
It depends on that card he's set down.
That's correct. So it looks like Scar for Scar, Earthlore, Bramble.
It is not a Channel Mount.
No, you're not giving up a Channel Mount. What's in Arsenal is another question.
That is something I don't think we have a read on yet.
Now, so it's a Force of Nature blocking for 4. That could be maybe a D-React that's in Arsenal.
Could
we'll
be, yeah.
see, which would make the Quicken token here. He's all right. So he's saying, all right, this blocks 4 because of the embodiment of Earth.
Now, the benefit here of just taking some damage is that Scar for Scar that is in hand now is activated and does have Go again. And we are going to see that possible usage here. So 4 with Go again might just be a nice little setup, taking a couple of points of damage. Tunic ticks up to 3 as well on this turn. It was a CMH in the arsenal.
Okay, this is a good startup over here as you are getting the 7 Go again. There's nothing floating here, but it is 7 Go again. CMH is going to get the flow counter. Question is does Michael Feng here would never, in my opinion, I don't think he's ever pitching that card unless it's if it's a blue Earth card, it might suck to put it in your arsenal. Maybe you want to pitch to a Rune Chant and go for the Rosetta value here.
Well, we know it's a Bramble Spark, right? As we saw in the
right,
hand,
it was the Bramble Spark.
That might be a great arsenal target, and then we just use our Tunic resource to maybe send the Rosetta after this. And threaten that damage. We already have, like you mentioned, the flow counter is going to go on to CMH because we have the Earth card there in pitch.
Great start here. We've already seen one entire Briar game against Viserai, but they never found the CMH in that matchup. So here's the first resurgence, the appearance of that behemoth of a card that Briar has really just, set a foundation upon. Channel Mount Heroic has been the life force of the aggression for Briar, and there it goes. There's the Tunic into the Rosetta, 2 and 2. The best weapon in the game, ladies and gentlemen, is getting work done here as Briar continues her trek towards that Living Legend status. So close, Steven.
Yep, 2 points away. Any win at any event ever. Like, you can sneeze, and she crosses the finish line. Try it at home. Everyone try it.
Yeah, everybody sneeze all at once.
Yep.
Oh,
butterfly wings. Gonna block it out with a gambler's gloves, I guess was the motion there, which is quite fun, I guess. Nevertheless, we're gonna draw up and pass, arsenaling that. I believe it was a Bramble Spark, hitting that flow counter. And
I think that's fine. Over. I think you have to. I mean, you have a lot of Earth cards you can fuse with, and ultimately it becomes a half go again, right? You play it in another non-attack after that, and if you confuse it, sorry, I don't mean confuse it. If you can
fuse it.
If you confuse it.
What is this?
Oh, big turn here.
Oh, no. Wow. Oh, my gosh. That's 3 misses. 3 points of damage. Oh, no.
Another one?
Oh, no. 5-6.
Oh, my gosh. Ladies and gentlemen, Blood Debt Be Damned, that is the worst card that has ever appeared on screen. Michael Fang doing his wizardry, playing on your own turn. Jesse took 8 damage?
8 damage off of that random discard.
Oh my God, Jesse, don't hate yourself this way. Michael Fang just got away with such a free pass here as Jesse went and did the dirty on his own side.
But, you know, pulping has Dominate, and it's the bespoke Dominate from earlier, handwritten by Brody Spurlock.
Michael Fang here must be thinking, I should probably take this merely to let you feel better about yourself.
Oh my God.
What a disastrous peel off the top. That is, I mean, the odds on that are unreal.
Clip that and send it to your closest friend and tell them you care about them and that they should not do that to themselves.
Oh my goodness.
6 Dominate being presented.
Real players roll dice, baby. Real players roll dice. Because, you know, Jesse's going to go back and be like, you know what? But here's the silver lining on this, Jesse. It was on camera, so when you say everybody has a story, everyone has a story. You know, I played this and I peeled off. No. You have proof, buddy.
I feel sick. I feel sick to my stomach for Jesse.
Those were the baked lays we ate for lunch.
Yeah, that might have also been that. And Michael Fang is looking at this like, sweet, I just dealt him 8 damage. I didn't even have to play that card in my deck. I just picked the left card.
Michael Fang busted his Storm Striders.
All right, slow down. I'm going to pick the left card, deal you 8. You may draw one card. Boneyard Marauder, help yourself.
Oh my God. We're setting up a GoFundMe for Jesse. Yes. We're raising health.
Oh, good Lord. That is the biggest swing of all the swings that we could possibly have caught in this.
Charity take by Michael Fang here.
Yes.
Purely to just... Oh, goodness gracious. Well, Jesse, I mean, the worst has happened. And, I mean, Michael Fang here has got a CMH out in a 5-card hand and just did 8 free damage.
Turn 2, take 8. Yes, would you like to banish a couple of these?
Look at Michael Fang is like, we're not rolling dice. I'm just choosing because I already won. I won that turn, both sides.
Well, he's presenting Boneyard Marauder here. This is just for 6, but this is the card that we got off of taking 8. Unfortunately,
this is what. How much do those claws swing for?
3.
So they're pointing inward. So that was 6 plus the 2 on top. From a Blood Rush Bellow? I don't know. Yeah, see, this is what happens when you point your claws at yourself. The Sword of Damocles has fallen.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, that's super unfortunate. And Michael, still with the life lead, able to consider the following and just take the 6. It's a deep Bill Nye the Science Guy quote.
Say it again.
Consider the following.
Oh, yes. Consider the following. Now, here's a deep cut. Did you guys have Beekman's World?
No. Well, that's not true. I think Beekman's World was played on TV, but I never saw it.
If
I know of it.
That is like a obscure. It was kind of like the rival to Bill Nye.
Right.
It was more wacky and weird, but it had the same kind of science-y aspect, which was great. There is a Entwined Lightning fused with an Electrify. It is going to be 7 go again. Again, ultra fueled by that Channel That Heroic, which was deployed on the previous turn and just stands so tall.
Fused, so it does have go again, as you can see, being shown there with Electrify. We know the card in Arsenal is a non-attack, so if he can string that plus the Electrify maybe together, he can get another go again. But at this point, he's just playing with house money almost.
I mean, there's a thought. I'm wondering where I think the Tunic's only at 1.
The Tunic is only at 1 because we used it previous turn to send the Rosetta Thorn. So we're in a little bit of an awkward hand.
Yeah, the tough part here is you want that Electrify to connect with your Tunic turn so you can just get a free card out of that.
Yes.
And that you're not quite there yet. So there is a consideration here where you might... Well, no, he's got plenty of cards in hand.
He has 3 cards in hand, and he's got the Arsenal, but we know the Arsenal's not an attack. And on a CMH turn, you want a handful of attacks, and you want some way to give go again. And look at this. This is a defensive Art of War being played. Defensive Art of War going to choose most likely Banish Draw 2 and the +1 defense on your blocks.
Unless you want to defend from Arsenal, that's also an option.
That is.
Yep, that might save you.
But, I mean, just knowing what we know about the hand state, perhaps this is a little bit of a dud turn off of Channel Mount Heroic. We haven't seen anything pitched as well, so we know that this might just be the end of this first Channel Mount Heroic if we can't get 2 Earth cards into the pitch zone.
I mean, the percentage of that turn, I don't mean to sort of bring it back, but that's incredible. There's an Earthlore Surge being so the Electrify is being pitched away, and I think that that's perfectly fair. I think that's an okay move over here. Again, it was a blue, so it wasn't going to go over the top. I think right now the move is just to capitalize on this Channel Mount Heroic, get as many attacks through. Now, that's a red Earthlore Surge, so that Arcanic Crackle, oh boy, double digits, plus the 1 Arcane Chaser, a little insult to injury on this one.
Yeah, that is probably the biggest Arcanic Crackle I've ever seen thrown. That is a sizable 12 damage aggregate attack there. And honestly, it's a solid way to make use of the Channel Mount Heroic, sending 7 plus 12. Total of 19 damage off of what we described as sort of an awkward hand.
It was an awkward hand. There's still that, I believe, the Bramble Spark that's in the arsenal, right? So that's a good way to open up. Plus, this has... Does this have go again?
No, I believe this does not. The Earthlore Surge was the Arsenal card, and so is that card that I think we misread that as Bramble Spark previously, but that Earthlore Surge doing some serious work to make this attack quite tall, and it does give us the Arsenal ability on this next card, right? We can Arsenal this next card. And Jesse just looking at this going, you know what? This doesn't have go again. This might be an opportunity for me to throw a couple cards and maybe swing back with just like a Claw, but unfortunately now I have to take Blood Debt.
Well, I think that it's time to consider the Carrion Husk, ladies and gentlemen, as frankly, you don't want to be caught in a scenario where the Carrion Husk is blocking a 4 attack, because if you let the 4 go through, then the Carrion Husk just dissipates. That is something that has occurred to other heroes. There comes the Snapdragon Scalers with the 1 floating. I think it's time to actually consider this here as... and this is lining up perfectly for Michael Fang, I think, because the block and now the Rosetta Thorn. If the Rosetta Thorn is just taken, does the Carrion Husk... Okay, so he's going to give the boots to it, which means that the Carrion Husk is still alive. Now, Michael Fang knows that the Carrion Husk is going to get basically dusted at 13 health, so he might start... cobbling together these combat chains that make for scenarios where you just don't feel good giving the Husk at any of them.
Oh, and you also want to do that as the opponent into a Levia, because then if they're running Levia Consumed or Levia Redeemed, then you have the opportunity to make them miss that if you pass them over the Levia Consumed trigger at 13. And so he's going to Scab Skins roll. And we have the 6 because we're Feast or Famine here. 3 action points. I don't know how many cards he has available to him to play.
Hey, I just got to say, the universe still owes him a few after that,
And there's the trigger, because what we did this turn is just save ourselves on blocking so that we could hit 13 on the Blood Debt, and then once we hit that, we're able to transform into Levia Consumed, because the Blood Debt ticks us down a point each time until we hit 13. We interrupt that stack of Blood Debt triggers, and we become Levia Consumed. Now we don't have to worry about Blood Debt hitting us for the rest of the game to our life total. It just comes to our deck now.
And that changes the dynamic. I mean, the Levias that I played that ran this kind of strategy at a certain degree, the standard Levia strategy for you sometimes is like push some damage where you can, then turtle up while they banish their entire graveyard, and eventually they're going to kill themselves. They're going to miss a turn, they're going to whiff, and it's going to happen. That's no longer an inevitability here, as Levia is no longer taking Blood Debt.
Correct. The Blood Debt now will take cards off the top of the deck rather than deal you life damage, essentially. Looks like there's 4 cards in Blood Debt currently. And we're going to go ahead and move to pass is Jesse. Sitting at 13, Levia Consumed is Blasmafet is now on the board. And being able to block out on that previous turn really allowed us to set this up and not play into the sort of the trap that befell all Levia players previously. But Michael Fang has something to say about it. He's saying, I'm fusing this Bramble Spark, and then I'm going to just kind of just jam this down because this card's really good, so I might as well create an embodiment of lightning and then send a big ol' attack your way.
And it's going to be a +4, and there's a snatch in hand here, and an 8-point snatch is tough to block, but when you got a Carrion Husk.
Yeah, and this is your only time to use it, and that's a really important consideration.
All right, so Michael Fang considering over here that is a red Bramble Spark fused with Anthem of Spring, if I'm not mistaken, which is going to give it +3, 1 arcane damage coming through, as well as the +1 from Anthem of Spring that's going to boost it up. So 8 damage on the Snatch with the Go Again from the Embodiment of Lightning. On hit, draw a card. Lots going on here, but the first things first is that since there's no blocking of the arcane damage, the text is inherited into Snatch. So technically, Snatch is dealing the arcane damage, which means that it does hit.
No, I don't believe it does. Does it?
It doesn't. Sorry, it doesn't technically hit, but the card does damage, which means that you do get an embodiment.
Yes, that is correct.
Yeah. So even if this is blocked entirely, the damage is done from the arcane that was inherited from Bramblespark. You got the embodiment. So that's just kind of cleaning up a little bit of the clerical aspect of this turn. But the fact remains is that there's an 8 draw card Go Again.
Yeah,
over the top.
And we know that this is at least getting the Husk. The Husk has to be taken here. We don't know what comes down the line on Michael Fang's turn after this, because this does have Go Again. And so we don't know if we're going to get as much value as we are going to get here, because this is fully blocking 6, and now we're fully blocking it out, preventing the card draw unless he had some sort of like a trick up his sleeve. And in this case, it's not. It's just going to send an Arcanic Crackle from Arsenal.
I mean, Arcanic Crackle's got the built-in Arcane, right? It's doing 2 things, which is great. It's got 2 jobs. Arcane damage, blocks efficiently as well. Blocks for 3, if I'm not mistaken. So you're going to do a little tickle with the arcane damage. Feels good. Jesse still can lean on those Gambler's Gloves if he wants to sort of rescue a bad roll if necessary.
Husk blocking things out. Another reason. There's a lot of reasons now, but yet another reason to play Levia. Having access to the best blocking equipment in the game. Arguably, I know there's going to be a lot of people that you could technically argue for the new Scowling Flesh Bag, which you can also play, is a very good blocking equipment. I mean, being able to take a card from your opponent, I think, is super underrated. But
I mean, it's a block for 2, right? Like a Crown of Providence does the same amount of block and allows you to fix a hand. So it's really, how do you feel? In my opinion, intimidating a hero like Briar is a really great thing on defense.
I think it blocks more than 2 when you consider what you're taking from your opponent, the possibility of another attack.
Sure.
Or you know, if you're playing against a ninja and you take their combo line, like there's a lot that you can block with that. But pound for pound, it's hard to argue with the Husk.
Well, it's a lot of this kind of reminds me of what the conversations were surrounding Stalagmite, where, well, why do you want Stalagmite just blocks for 3? It blocks, if you do it properly, it blocks for 10+.
That's correct.
So ultimately, that's the kind of game you're playing with the Scowling Flesh Bag, which, again, thanks to the Twitter user who referred to me as a Scowling Flesh Bag. Appropriate, I guess. No,
I think what was said, let's be very specific.
Sure.
I think what was said was that we were both encapsulating the feelings of Scowling Fleshbag. I was the person blocking, and you were the opponent. That's deep. Makes you think on a different level.
I know Kung Fu. All right. Michael Fang at 22, facing down Jesse Kennan, who is, I mean, let's be real, and a lot of damage was inflicted on his own end off some bad draws off the top. If you don't believe me, rewind about 15 minutes and watch those fireworks explode. But as it stands right now, Jesse's presenting some damage here. Michael Fang's got some, got some leeway. And in hand, I believe that's a Lightning Surge I saw in there. Got a lot of lightning cards.
Just imagine if these life totals were 22 to 16 instead of 22 to 8 at this moment. The change in complexion of this game on that exact moment where Michael Fang says, I pick that one, and it turns out to banish 8, deal 8 damage, and give you 1 attack.
I'm going to quote an Italian chef who appeared on a very obscure talk show in the UK, where they were arguing about how you can change his recipe and turn it into something else. And his reply was, yeah, but if my grandmother had wheels, she'd be a bicycle. Like, who cares?
Oh, I remember, yes.
Yeah, and if my grandmother had wheels, she'd be a bicycle. Like, what are we talking about here? You're right. I mean, it's all ifs, ands, or buts and what ifs. But ultimately, the reality here is that that's the game you play. And unfortunately for Jesse, he kind of caught a 1 in a million peel off the top. I don't know the exact odds, but these things happen.
Yes, low. Now here, this is a great, powerful turn of 5 go again into 8. And triggering Michael Fang to use the Crown of Providence to cop out that card out of the arsenal so that he can draw into a 5-card hand. And now looking at his blocks, what can you do with a 5-card hand? And should you present some amount of blocks here or keep that 5-card hand? And I think fortuitously trying to decide, what's my best 3-card hand, for example? Can I give you 2-3 blocks and, you know, somehow just maintain my life total and then present a nice, strong 3-card hand?
Fang's got an Earthlore Surge in hand. Something hiding behind it. Might actually be another Earthlore Surge. I'm trying to peek there.
So tomorrow, perhaps?
So tomorrow looks possible. A couple lightning cards in there as well. Doesn't look like... Oh, the Swarming Gloomveil. Okay, so got some go again potential if you can play those auras or create them, but not easy to do.
And you also have to look at your inevitability that arcane damage provides, because your opponent's not on any arcane barrier. So if you can consistently trigger Rosetta Thorn for the next 2 to 3 turns, then you can put them into lethal range.
But that's a 3-card endeavor, right? That's a pitch. That's a pitch, play Rosetta, which means that you've got 1 card to block. And honestly, the good news here is that you've got Michael Fang with quite a lead here, so you can conceivably just take this and then start the pressure of Arcane. And we've seen it multiple times today already where the disrespect towards Arcane damage, we had this conversation with Rhea where, you know, disrespecting Arcane Barrier and Arcane damage can really eventually put you in a position where it's not about, you know, them presenting lethal, it's you taking damage where they can just present it whenever they want and you're in trouble.
And this is something that you see, I think, early in metas as well, where players are trying to tune decks. They're adding a lot of extra cards to sideboard for specific matchups because you're learning a new hero, a new matchup, a new style of play, and you have to get rid of something. So what do you get rid of? Oh, I don't know, this equipment that I sometimes side in, maybe we toss this Arcane Barrier off to the side, and instead we sub in these cards to see if they're good, and see if they function well. And in doing so, you open yourself up to just straight up losing a late game.
Oh, here it comes again.
Off of the top, the banishes go. But those are just going into the banish zone off of Blasmafet, so you're okay there.
Yeah, there's a little bit of PTSD there. So this is off. It was a full block of the. It was a full block of the. What's it called? Sorry, the Swing Big.
Yeah.
It was. And this is a card.
This is Arcanic Shockwave.
Yes.
Arcanic Shockwave, when fused, presents arcane damage, and this is going to push 1 arcane damage. And as you mentioned before, because the arcane damage is inherent to the card, it gives you an embodiment of Earth.
Yep, so there's the fusion indicator by Michael Fang. It kind of looks like a little bit of a lightning bolt if you kind of tilt your head.
I like it.
Ultimately, though, really taking advantage of twofold, which is protecting the life total, where when you do have the killer hand, you have some leeway, you can take some damage and send it back, but also full coverage of the Swing Big creates the Quicken token, meaning that Arcanic Shockwave gets natural go again. And if Jesse lets this go, Michael's just going to toss in the free 4 and say, well, this is the one you got to respect now. We're getting you have to figure this out. If this gets covered, if Jesse blocks this and that 4 no longer presents lethal, my suspicion is Michael's going to just tuck this and create a massive, a big chain later on on the following turn, rather.
Yeah, this gives you a lot of flexibility, especially knowing that the card that you have in your hand wants to be in the arsenal, which is really good. And look, he's just going to, cover up a little bit, take 1 point, and then send 2 and 2, because, again, we can play to an Arcane endgame where we're presenting 2 and 2.
This is just 2.
Oh, excuse me, just 2. That's correct, yeah.
But this is fine. And the reason why this is okay, and this is perfectly good, is that now Michael doesn't have to feel bad about giving up a tunic to a potential block if necessary. And if Jesse just lets this go, almost every attack that you have is a 4, which means it's lethal.
Yep.
Lethal.
Exactly.
So Michael getting a card out here is just as good. It means that it's less of a potent turn on Jesse's side. He's going to go for a play anyways.
He's coming out with Dread Screamer, and this is one of the best cards in the deck because it does have that inherent go again built into it if you hit off of the banish for 3 here. So he's shuffling up the graveyard, giving it to his opponent to pick it up and decide which 3 get banished. sometimes we see dice rolls, and sometimes we see, you know, like coins flipped or whatever. But here we're just going to grab those 3, flip them on over, show some blood debt that is going to go away.
The one thing was when I was playing against Michael Hamilton in the PTI in Cincinnati, and he was playing Levia, and there'd be like 8 cards, and he's like, I got a D8, and then he's like, oh, I'm like, okay, now there's like 9 cards, and he's like, okay, I got a D9. I'm like, you have he had a die that had.
Did he really?
He's like, I got like a D17. I'm like, D11? What are you, dude?
D11 here. Yeah, so Levia Consumed here is a new Demi hero that can't actually turn off blood debt, but instead of taking damage, they burn cards from the top of the deck, which is quite a scary proposition if your opponent is playing efficiently and sees that you swap in and then just start playing and kind of turtling up. But Michael here, I think, just playing efficiently and presenting awkward breakpoints. Now he's being presented 6 with go again. How does he respond?
So I looked at his hand. So in his arsenal, he's got the lightning surge, right? In his hand, I saw an E-strike. I don't know what else was in there. I didn't quite catch it. You've got 2 go-agains already. Yep. I think that there's absolutely no way that you are concerned about the damage coming to you if all of your cards connect. If the math checks out, you are just basically, you know, signing for this one. You know, you say, send me the bill, no problem. I'll deal with it tomorrow if we get there. And ultimately, Michael Fang is going to give up cards that are going to do absolutely nothing for his hand, because I think what his goal here is to leak damage, to get that Rosetta Thorn online and buy cards out of Jesse's hand so he can run it back on the next turn and, again, capitalize on that Arcane that you said is basically the end game here.
Yeah, I think when you're looking at the way that you want to play out this end game, at this moment, with your opponent at 6, you're presenting, without CMH on the board, what, like 16 damage is a nice average from a 4-card hand. Like, let's assume that all your hand is 0 for 4s. You're presenting 16 damage. That is not going to present lethal, but it would steal your entire opponent's hand. But if something goes wrong and doesn't go your way, then you can put yourself into an awkward position where you took way too much damage to not do enough, and your opponent caught you out with something. And so playing defensively in some respects pays off in the long run, and you feel like, I would imagine, you can feel pretty comfortable in the long run in this game.
Oh, we're starting with a Force of Nature Fuse. This is dangerous as it does give +1 to that Lightning Surge from Arsenal. On hit, draw a card. Every card that is above base value on this combat chain will have a draw card effect. This can really devastate you know, an opponent that disrespects this, but when you're at 6, you cannot let these go. So Jesse's going to be dumping cards in front of this. We know that Michael Fang, I believe, is holding on to another, a E-strike. And if you choose E-strike for 7, that's above 8, which means if that hits, you can draw a card. There's no Snapdragons, but maybe it replenishes your arsenal if you need it.
But you're also opening yourself up to play, you know, for the Arcane on Rosetta Thorn with a non-attack and an attack plate. So you could also take a line of maybe draw a card off this if it's given to us, which would be very dangerous. And Jesse is very incentivized to block with 2 cards here. Or just, you know, arsenal one of these cards, pitching away the other to Rosetta Thorn for 2 and 2.
Okay, so he's holding a, I believe it's a blue Autumn's Touch.
Yeah, what he fused the card with.
Not anything else. I mean, I think Michael Fang is hoping that this can connect, but you know that Jesse wants nothing to do with this card connecting at all.
I feel like if this card connects here, it might just be the end of the game. This is one of those pivotal moments where if we don't give 2 cards to block this, them drawing a card, Michael Fang drawing a card, knowing his hand composition, even if you don't, just this plus another attack plus Rosetta Thorn, we can't stop all of that.
Well, think of it this way. Knowing what he has, the card that whatever he draws gets tucked with the E-strike for 5 go again, then it's pitch a blue, create a rune chant, 2 and 2.
Exactly.
Adios, muchacho. All right, so we're going to go with some Art of War Smoke and Mirrors play here. It's going to be banish, draw 2, increase the defense value of the cards. I believe there's 1 more block from the feet, if I'm not mistaken.
I believe so.
If you can throw a 3 block, that becomes a 4, and the feet, that is a very efficient cover here.
Yes.
So Jesse is going to make some magic here with that Art of War play.
And that is a huge defensive play here, being able to cover this up completely, and that's exactly what you want to do, and possibly go into your turn with something that you can, you know, throw back in response. But at the very least, you know you're not opening yourself up to a card draw and death. Card draw equals death.
Card draw equals death. Well, he covered it up over here. The play now for Michael Fang, I guess he's just going to, and I think that this is absolutely the right play.
Yep.
The 7 is probably going to get covered up given the fact that the bonuses for the defenses are there. Plus, having an E-Strike in Arsenal is a free 5 go again.
100%. Yeah, this is so efficient and so clean to just play this line right here. Give yourself another Arsenal. Give you like a 2-card block. Draw into a 0 for 4 with go again, and then play an E-Strike for 7. That's a lot of damage that your opponent has to account for, and they're at 3.
Hey, Michael Fang is the sure thing for a reason. The guy plays cleanly. He knows all the matchups. He is one of the most meticulous and calm players. It's very rare you see him rattled. It's very rare you see him misplay or anything. So he's got a game plan. He's patient. He's on a hero that wants to go fast, but he's completely content to take the more sure thing damage and save some gas for later, and he just pulled a second E-Strike into his hand. So he could go 5 go again into a 5 go again. And keep in mind, he also, he kept his tunic. Like, he protected the tunic. So I think the tunic might be at 2 now.
I just want to say, we need to stop everything. His superstar nickname is Michael Fang, the Sure Thing.
Yeah,
that was really good.
That's what I said. That's what I called him at Pro Tour.
Well, there you go.
I called him the Sure Thing, Michael Fang on stage. Yeah,
I like that.
He is the Sure Thing.
We need a shirt.
We are shirtless right now. We definitely.
No, we're not literally shirtless. No, he needs a shirt. And there's a nice little.
He is shirtless. I understand.
Oh, okay. There you go. Yes. Yeah. There you go. Hey, and after all of that, we get to present 6 damage. The benefit at this point, we would basically be dead if we were not Leviah consumed. And so that is a beautiful addition to Leviah's arsenal here.
All right. Well, again, Michael Fang just saying, whatever. I don't need these gloves. And that's
I
what
get
he's
to
before.
keep my equipment. Yours exploded.
Yeah, there's not much on hits when it comes to Leviah. I mean, swing big and such like that. He's banishing 2 of those Blood Rush Bellows. You wish you had those earlier on. Ultimately, here, Michael Fang now has an E-Strike in arsenal, an E-Strike in hand, and he's got Jesse to 3 with no arcane barrier.
Yep.
So the game plan for Michael here is, you want to create a rune chant and find a way to turn that Rosetta on. That is your guaranteed play. But ultimately, this is pretty good itself, as the E-Strike comes out from Arsenal, opting to go with the go again value.
E-Strike, go again. The lightning bolt, I think, is actually symbolizing the go again, which I think is fun.
I like that too.
I like that. A nice little go again icon that you can kind of follow along with. But E-Strike from the arsenal and bottoming a card means we still have an effective 3-card hand. Asking for 2 cards is that E-Strike. Making a rune chant. And perhaps just sending the other E-Strike. Nope, Swarming Gloom Veil. And this, because you made the aura, is going to gain the go again on its own.
3 go again. The rune chant is going to connect. There's 1 left to play here. It is going to take it, and 2 and 2. Any way to stop it, Jesse?
Well, I don't believe he's got any recourse, and I do believe that that is just going to steal the show. No, didn't even need the Arcane. Just took all the cards from his hand and said goodbye. Is Michael Fang.
I just said goodbye?
Yeah, he said goodbye. That's what the fist bump was, right?
Sure.
There it is.
So, friends, the Sure Thing Michael Fang on Briar, giving some hope to the final push, as it were, to bring Briar to the Living Legend status here in Chicago. 4 rounds are in the books. We're halfway through Swiss. A lot of people showed up for this one.
Yeah, this is a huge event. I think it was like 140 players. The largest battle hardened that has existed to this point is happening right now, and you're watching it.
Ever?
It is. It is the.
I did not know that.
I said that at the Open.
I don't listen to you.
I know. I know you don't. You know what else you also don't do? Open packs.
All right, let's open some packs. So, again, if you're not familiar, we're doing the box break giveaway game, which is, this is a first ed box of Tales of Aria. So when we open the whole box, we're gonna put aside all the goodies. All the Majestics are better. And then we're going to ask you in chat, don't do it now, We're not looking. We're going to ask you in chat eventually to say, what was the cold foil? And whoever guesses it wins. Whoever guesses it first wins all the goodies. Is that good news? I think that's good news.
Yes, there was no Arcane on the last attack. Yes, because there was no non-attack play.
There was no
but he
non-attack
didn't need
play.
it because the last card was unblocked.
I am...
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't let them get you down.
I'm so down. There's no rares in here.
Yeah, there are. They're like right there.
I found them.
They're right there.
I found them. You lied to me.
I did not. I got a beautiful blue dazzling crescendo. That's a card that exists in the game of Flesh and Blood.
I got a red Heaven's Claws.
There it is. Yeah, I would like to see the standings after 4 rounds too. We'll get right on that, see if we can get that over to you. I also want to see the matchup spread, or not matchup spread, the hero breakdowns. So we're going to ask for the hero breakdowns here as well. But first, we have to give you stuff. And in order to give you stuff, we have to open said thing. Hey, I opened a cool Majestic.
So did I.
Well, hey. I got
Endless Winter.
Voltaire.
So
Strike
you can't play
twice.
this because it's an Oldham specialization. But hey.
Stir the Wildwood. That's a fun card in Limited. Did you play a lot of Stir the Wildwoods in Limited?
Yeah, I love Tales of Aria Limited. I played so much of that. Loved it, loved it, loved it.
Now, that's when you got into the game, right? Around that time?
Monarch is when I got into the game. Thanks for reading my biography.
Wow, okay. Aggressive. Yeah, you were right, Chad. He is aggressive today.
Fire today, clowns. The circus is in town.
Oh, you remember when Turn Timber got played?
You mean this one?
Yeah, Turn Timber. Remember when people played Turn Timber? It's good times.
Oh, Foil Majestic.
Oh, that card can't be played right now.
No, it's a Foil Awakening. You can't play
look
this.
At that. First edition.
In fact,
Sign it.
In fact, this is also a card that I believe in the BNR announcement they referenced and said, we don't conceive of a reality where this will ever be legal again.
I understand that. Flake and DM Armada, the best duo for announcers in games for sure. I appreciate that. That makes me feel all warm and fuzzy. Hey, here's
the
a card
went through.
Here's a card. Light it up. You remember that card exists?
I do remember that card
hey,
exists.
you know, Lightning Lexi. Maybe someone can bring that back.
Why Lightning Lexi when we've literally witnessed Lightning Briar do nasty things?
Well, because Briar might LL, you know?
Yeah, maybe not.
All right, I'm gonna do the open the pack in the center, and then yell boom trick.
Oh God, hold on a second. Wait. Go.
Open the pack in the center. Well, no, I'm not gonna do it yet. I'm gonna open it in the center, then I'm gonna find the cold foil in this pack, and then I'm gonna shout boom. And then people are going to look. They're going to be like, why are you shouting boom?
Keep in mind, all this stuff is going to you. So when we finally... Now, also keep in mind...
It's a good card. Good card.
The last time that we did this in Chicago, the first edition box of Outsiders had no cold foil because I touched it. Therefore,
Yes.
it turned to absolute wholesale ass is what it was.
Show me on the doll where you touched the box to make the cold
No,
foil
I will
go
not
away.
do that.
Oh, Explosive Growth. That's a card. That is cool. I like that card. Weave
That
Earth.
is a card.
Entwine Earth. So many Earth.
Oh, I got it.
No, you didn't.
I got it.
The cold foil?
Yeah, I got
okay,
it.
wait. Just don't show it.
No, they're not going to see.
That's not cold foil. I'm just kidding. It is cold foil.
I'm going to...
I just made it. Okay.
Dunk
All
you.
right. There's a cold foil, but wait, we have to get through the box.
Yeah, we got to get through the box.
So that we can show you what you're going to win.
If you put your answer in the chat right now...
I'm disregarding it.
Yeah, I will...
Oh, it's too late. They're already doing it.
Of course they are. Of course they are.
They've been doing it since we started opening packs. Look, we promised you that we would do this. And, like, when we talked about it, it was like this stream of, like, 150 comments of CF this. I'm like, what? Why are we doing this? Wait, what if there's 2 cold
Storm
foils in this
Striders.
box? Briar. The hero that exists in the game for now.
The hero that exists. I won my win-in for the first ever Canadian Nationals. The first ever ProQuest in Canada was held along after at day 2 of Canadian Nationals. I won my win-in to the top 8 for that by bringing my opponent down to 1 life, and then drawing my last 4 cards and Sigil of Suffering them.
There you go. That's the way to do it.
The thing is that they were at 1 life for like 3 turns, and I was like, where is my Sigil of Suffering? And I couldn't find it.
All right, I'm going to open this pack with a technique that I learned from a cosplayer.
There's like shrapnel going on.
It worked.
Pieces of cold foil are flying all over the place.
You just get the air kind of pocket built.
The best part is when I
opens
opened the Fabled in this pack. My first ever Fabled card. I've opened over 150 boxes of Flesh and Blood in my life. I have opened 0 Fabled cards.
Can we get a world where Flicker Wisp gets played? I wanted so deeply for Briar to be like this arcane damage dealing hero as well. And all it is just Rosetta Thorn for 2 and 2.
Ring,
like,
ring, ring, ring,
Flicker
ring,
Wisp
ring,
is so
ring.
cool.
Rosetta Thorn.
You know, like Vela Flash into stuff. Like, there's some cool stuff you can do.
Yeah, you can.
cool
There's all
stuff.
kinds of cool stuff you can do. You can go water sliding. Going to the water slide.
There it is.
Cool.
There's the pop. Did I get it? Oh, yeah. It opened right up.
Yeah.
Just got to hit it. There we go.
What's one thing that you thought you did first before everyone, and then you saw other people do it?
Oh, I don't know. I'm not original enough to do things first.
I used to dip my fries in like my dessert ice cream.
Cover Flesh and Blood.
Is that what it says?
What? Current options. BLT. No, wait. These are players. Well, there's lots of great players on this. Who would we want to see, chat? Who would we want to see?
That, you know what? Let's send it out to them. Let's let them figure it out.
Let's let them decide.
What do we got on there?
I don't know. We got a couple of things.
Are these the options?
Yeah, I guess so.
All right, let's.
No one can see. It's too bright.
No,
but you can
we're not
read
going
it
to show
out.
them. Hunter Rays, Joshua Wrath, Brody Spurlock.
Read the read the. Oh, wait a minute.
It says current options.
Read the heroes.
Oh, okay, never mind. It's
Read the
Michael.
heroes.
It's okay. Icelander, Lexi, Bravo. Briar, Icelander, Dromai, Lexi, Icelander. Bravo. We're going to put Bravo on stream. Thank you. There we go. Illusion of choice, ladies and gentlemen.
Speaking of.
Oh, Terra Sunder, great card. Terra Sunder, Terra Sunder. You're getting all the Majestics, dude.
I apparently have found them. You found the cold foil.
Yeah, but I'm gonna get the legendary in here because it's 2 cold foil box. That happens sometimes. Oh, that's a good card.
Hey, that's a good
Seek
card.
and destroy.
Seek and destroy.
Yeah, this is
Not just one.
No, exactly.
Look, I have
Seek
that video.
and destroy.
At Worlds, I did this trick. Oh, it didn't work this time. I learned this trick at Worlds.
Right.
I have that video on my channel.
We gotta sort this out because if we're gonna do a Bravo match, it's gonna be a long one, and I gotta make a pee pause before we do that.
Okay. All right.
I'm
All
just
right,
saying,
over here.
I've had so much coffee.
Bravo, 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 bravo sucks. Bravo, Briar, Lexi,
Bravo, 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 bravo.
Oh, let's get Borvo. I want to get Borvo on.
Borvo. Bravo's indisposed. Get his non-unionized Swedish equivalent Borvo.
Borvo. Here's Borvo.
I am here. I am Borvo.
Yes, first edition hit on the camera. You're welcome,
Borvo
everyone.
smash.
All right, this is the last pack I'm opening.
And I got one more too. Borvo. Star of
Borvo.
Show. I am Borvo.
That was a bad one.
First of his name.
Oh, look at that. That's a perfect little tear right here.
Borvo, I picture, has like an ally, which is just it's like a bear riding a little bicycle.
Starvo.
Borvo,
We're
this
not
is
getting
my
any Starvo.
ally.
Borvo. Hey, I got another Majestic in the close.
Oh, that's nice. Must be nice.
Flash Freeze, another card that
I
saw no
got
play.
full-on
Sad.
grain-fed free-range garbage.
I got one of the cards I spoiled for this set. Ooh, look at that.
All right. We have, okay, so here's what you will win if you get this correctly. You will win Seek and Destroy, Foil Awakening, Endless Winter, all first edition, by the way.
First edition.
Flash Freeze, Tear Ass, Under.
Finish the sentence. Good lord.
Voltaire, Light It Up, and Flicker Whisk.
You get a first edition Voltaire. That's pretty cool.
That is pretty
That's
rad.
pretty cool. We'll sign it even if you want.
If you want, we will ruin it. This is the cold foil we opened in the box.
Right
Right
held it
now,
up face
first person, I almost
Starting
did.
now.
Boom. First person to guess what it is, you have to contact our special email, which we will tell you shortly. If you know what the cold foil is, you win everything all together.
Got it,
We
right
got
there.
it.
Mango Jack with the cold foil buckler. The rusted old buckler. What's it called?
It's called the
Rotten Old Buckler. All right. Mango Jack.
Sweet.
After I clapped my hands, was the first person to type cold foil buckler.
Rotten
So-
old buckler. That's going to be my nickname when I'm doing this when I'm 50.
There you go. Yeah, that's,
I'd be like,
there's worse nicknames. There it is. There's your cold foil. You get all this stuff. All you got to do is reach out and tell MinMaxGames that you won.
We're going to get you the actual real thing. We're going to take a short break. We're going to come back with round number 5 of the MinMaxGames Battle Hardened Chicago. Don't go too far. Welcome to the Steve Aoki pre-party with that those mad beats. We've got round number 5 for the Battle Hardened here in Chicago. Flake alongside DM Armada. We're having a lot of fun on this one.
Yeah, this has been a blast. We've seen some crazy stuff happen. The things that we opened in that box were not crazy, but craziness has been on display in the games. I mean, we've seen some great rounds, a couple now of fantastic top-level players on Briar, of all things, showing why they are the best at what they do and just winning with Briar. And then, unfortunately, we've saw some other crazy stuff happen to other people.
Yes, the memes are starting to bubble up. Again, use the hashtag #FabChicago. We've been looking through some of those tweets, having a laugh at a lot of them. So you want to get some message through to us, that's the way to do it.
Hashtag #FabChicago.
I know. DM Armada's not even going to, you know, his publicist, his agent, they're not involved this time. No. They're way back home in Beverly Hills.
Correct.
We said, and by we, I mean me, because I basically made the executive decision that we're going to have Bravo on stream, Michael Lynch's Bravo list. And in my mind, I was like, okay, run-of-the-mill, crippling crush, some red attacks, lots of blues, lots of blocking. Not this time. This ain't your grandma's Bravo. This is Borvo.
This is Borvo to the T. And I'll tell you right now, there are some things in this list that will shock you. Number 3 will shock you to bury the lead as much as possible before we jump down into the game. I don't want to spoil it too much because you'll see it when we maybe hit the table running, but maybe also not because there is enough room to sideboard in and out depending on the matchup. And so we are going to see a Bravo matchup in round 5 alongside of an Icelander. So there's not just one Icelander out there lurking about. There's more than one. And both of these players, I believe, sitting 4-0.
All right.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, I'm going to name you some cards, and you tell me whether they're... You tell me if
which
it's a...
list they're in?
Is it an Icelander card or a Borvo card? Are you ready? Let's see. Let's go with Toma Findall. Toma Findall is in one of these two lists.
I've seen both the lists, so you can't ask me.
So play stupid.
Okay, all right. I could see Toma Findall being in... I can't really see it being
wrong. It's Borvo.
Yeah, I was going to say
Borvo's got the Toma Findall. Not crazy.
It has to
Not
be.
crazy. All right, here's one. 3 copies of Cash In. That's a Borvo staple.
That's Borvo right there.
That's a Borvo staple.
Yep, that's it.
Gorganian Tome.
So I want to see this so bad. I want this to be the sideboard tech that they bring in.
Gorganian Tome.
Borvo.
That is a Borvo specialization right there. What else we got?
You ready for
Potion
it?
of
Potion of Luck. And that tells you exactly what the deck is trying to do. It's Sift Borvo.
Oh. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Borvo is for real. Do not be afraid of Borvo.
Y'all got it. It is indeed Sift or Earthlore Borvo.
Joseph Santillana is going to be playing Icelander versus Michael Lynch on Borvo. And 3 cash-ins, Tome of Fyendal. You've got the Double Potion of Luck, Gorganian Tome, Earthlore Bounty, baby. This is the surprise factor. You walk into a room, you're like, dude, is that Borvo? And you're like, no, that's his Czech non-unionized equivalent named Borvo.
You said Borvo twice.
Did I say Borvo?
Yeah, you did.
I said Bravo.
Nevertheless, you know what? I am very intrigued to see how this is approached, because it does appear, from what we're looking at, that is honestly just possibly just sideboard stuff that you can bring into specific matchups where you perhaps want to be more aggressive in nature. Do you want to do that against a deck that might just want to disrupt you every single turn and really push arcane damage? Or is this a more, quote-unquote, run-of-the-mill Icelander with, like, Bullander tendencies? That's what you have to guess going into the sideboard portion of the matchup. Which type of Icelander are they playing? And you may just not want to side in some of those cards in place of, some more conventional staples. We'll see how this is taken.
Now, with the 7 yellows, and typically when you're doing your Bravo math, I speak to a lot of great Bravo players like Cale McCreath, Clark, Clark Jensen, Charles Dunn, etc. And they're very generous with their insights and whatnot. I love the hero. I wish I could be on their level. I'm trying, but oftentimes when I'm building these Bravo lists, there's so many potent red cards that have situational relevance. Cards like Crush the Weak, cards like Chokeslam, etc. You'll always jam in something like Spinal Crush. You'll always have your Crippling Crushes in there. But what they kept telling me is you need more blues, you need more blues, you're crazy, right? And if you want to go super hard, maybe you take out a bunch of blues because you're and just hope that your draws line up. But ultimately, they're like, no, like 18 reds is kind of like 18 to 20 reds max is what you want. You want those blue cards in the 40 to 45 range. You don't want to have to really hunt for gas because ultimately, Anathos is just a wicked, awesome card that you could play. But in this case, it's Borvo time, ladies and gentlemen, as the Titan's Fist is coming out with the flashlight.
We are indeed playing the deck. We've got the Earthlore Bounty. We've got the Crown of Dominion to give us a gold, which means that if we draw into a cash-in, we can immediately play it for 2. The issue is, are we going to get disrupted on any given turn on those big pop-off turns by some ice, sort of disruptive tool like Channel Lake Frigid, or even something like this, like an Aether Ice Vein that can really disrupt us as well.
All right. Well, the Aether Ice Vein is starting off again. I believe is that a red?
Either way, it doesn't matter because it's going to force Insidious Chill to trigger, and it's also going to force some problems for our opponent here. Now, I believe we are on AB3, so if this is the blue, we can technically pitch to block it out and stop the disruption effect, but we do have to force a card from our hand from the Insidious Chill trigger.
And that's all right. I mean, ultimately, I was talking about the how many blues there should be in a Bravo list, etc. And I mean, you could get aggressive again. If this is a Sift list, a Seismic Surge generating list, then you can get away with a lot more reds if your attacks are coming in at a discount, right? And you're running a Titan's Fist, so you maybe just need 1 blue to swing the Titan's Fist as you play defensively to certain degrees. But this is arcane damage. You want all those blues. So I wouldn't be surprised if Michael went with every single blue in the list, and then coming in with some of those other more, some of the more
conventional attacks.
Yeah, the more punchy attacks.
I will say this. I did ask about meta share for heroes. They are going to get that to us in a few minutes. They're making a list right now. I also want to point this out. If you are one of the absolute legends like myself that has played Sift Bravo before, I want to tell you, this list actually doesn't run Sift.
Wow.
And so that's the very interesting thing about this list. I looked at this, and I freaked out because the first thing I saw was cash in. And then I looked around, and I was like, wait, what? And it's more of a possible aggressive sideboard strategy where you use cash in to draw you more cards to generate seismics to maybe push a couple of attacks, but we're not leaning heavily into it. We have enough of a backbone of the deck in blues to allow us to play a more conventional game plan as well.
You know who I saw bring like an Earthlore Bravo to a major tournament? Craig Krempels brought it to, I believe, US Nats 2022. And
I remember you talking about that to me.
And did very well with it and said, you know what, I know it's not the best, it's just fun, it's different, and it's certainly viable. And Craig Krempels is a world-class class card player with decades of experience, so if he trusts it, he's going to get the job done. And here we see Borvo, we're using that kind of situation, but
it's Borvo time.
It's Borvo time. It's
Borvoed all over the place. It's going wide.
It's that is a choke slam down, not from hell necessarily, as.
And look, a couple of things are great tells as to what we're playing against. If we are on the sort of the Earthlore Bravo side of things, we see Goliath Gauntlet on the equipment suite, and we also see a Scar for Scar here. Obviously, the Goliath Gauntlet is our biggest trigger that we're playing against a more, I guess, traditional, if we want to call it that, big Icelander, like Bowlander list. These two cards obviously tell us that as well, because we're presenting a comfortable 4 damage, followed by a big ol' Fyendel's Fighting Spirit that gains us a life. So very efficient use. And this is the deck that won Michael Hamilton the World Championship, and it has been pretty popular ever since.
Yeah, Michael Hamilton responsible for doubling the price of Heart of Findel for quite a while there. Ultimately, though, that was a deck that caught a lot of people off guard. You see Icelander and you just AB up, and then all of a sudden all this physical comes at you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a nasty list. Michael Hamilton really created a monster, and that monster still lives to this point, as Joseph Santillana has decided to unleash it here upon Michael Lynch, bringing in Bravo. It is cash-in time, my friend.
It's cash-in. It's Borvo time, baby.
It's
Let's go.
Borvo time.
We've got the 2 created Seismic Surge tokens for next turn, but we've drawn 2 cards, and we're pitching 3 for the casual Crippling Crush. And yeah, hey, by the way, I have 2 floating
and
a card in hand. No dominate. How would you like to proceed?
Yeah, this is the choice that Bravo players often have to think about, is that 2 floating with a card in hand. Do you want to pummel this, or do you want to perhaps dominate this? In my opinion, I think this is the right play, because if they're afraid of the pummel, they know that they're going to give up the cards anyway, so they might just give you your whole hand. You pocket that pummel, and you're happy to just dunk in on the next attack that comes your way. This, in my opinion, is the right way to play this.
2 floating, and everybody in the world knows what is floating here, and there it is. It was
Bonk Borvo.
Bink Bonk, we got the pummel play here, +4, and the discard, saying your hand is gone. Pummeling Crippling Crush is just like, it's like when you beat someone up and then you kind of do that spit at the end. Like, they're not going to remember that part, the spit at the end, because like that doesn't matter that much. It's really that you just destroyed them first.
Yeah.
Is Pummeling Crippling Crush.
It's like getting a KFC double down and filling the to-go bag with gravy. That's what it is. It's like, no, you're already going to die of heart disease. So this is all over the top now.
This has automatically become my favorite chat game, because just looking at the all caps, spaces, bonk, and big bonkas. I'm sorry.
Borvo bonkas.
And there's the triple pitch for the new card.
Great card.
Starstruck.
Great card. I got to play this card at the Battle Hardened in Cincinnati. This card would absolutely just, basically, to use a term from another game, time walk your opponent, because your opponent would ultimately, against certain things, would say, I have to block out entirely, or if this gets the crush effect, I cannot play any of my attacks. So that is a brilliant new card. It's the only card that Guardian got in this new set. However, it's slotted right in. It's a wicked card to put into this list.
Now, trying to claw back into this, sitting at casual 17. We started this game about 1.5 minutes ago. Casual 17 is Joseph saying, hey, you're going to have to interact with me. I'm going to try and slow you down on these giant attacks that I'm sending your way. But here's an Aetherized Vein Fused, triggering the Insidious Chill on the board. That's going to pull a card from the hand. This effect is also going to pull a card from hand if you don't stop it. And if that is a red, there's no way you can stop it. So you are relegated to a 2-card hand at this point. So get comfortable with the hammer swing and try to stop some damage is Michael Lynch.
He got Borvo struck.
There you go. Bonk Star. I like that.
Bonk Star. Borvo. Bonk Star.
There it is.
That's, you know what? Maybe that's his name. Like, in another reality, if the WWF was still in, like, their Attitude Era, after Kane and The Undertaker pair up as a duo, the Brothers of Destruction, suddenly Paul Bearer comes out and says, oh, no! It's your third brother! And then Borvo comes
There's
out.
Borvo. There he is. All right, playing off a 2-card hand, our opponent, Joseph, draws up into a nice, strong 4-card hand here. Gonna just send the hammer.
I mean, it gets the job done. I mean, shades of sort of the annoyance that was the Winter's Wail, right? Now, Winter's Wail obviously was a card that on hit would create the Frostbite. It was pretty nasty in that regard. Titan's Fist is not nearly on that power level, but again, pitching the right card means that this swings for 4, and that could be annoying. And ultimately here, well, looks like there's some stuff going down as the Sink Below did go ahead and match that Titan's Fist pound for pound in the middle of the arena here. And then out of Arsenal comes, is that an Aether Hail?
Yeah, Aether Hail for 2 and the Frostbite. Going to pay for the blocking the arcane damage here with the Arcane Barrier. The Frostbite is incidental. It's kind of inconsequential. And then we pass up on over to our opponent. It's interesting because this list is so flashy and so exciting. And then it runs into that kind of like, I don't know, the tried and true trouble that sometimes happens with like Dark Horse lists of like, you can have your big pop-off turns, but then you have to find a way to capitalize after that. And that's what Michael has to do here is capitalize after the fact. And you know what? Why not just play Gorganian Toe? It draws you a card.
Borvanian Tome.
Borvanian Tome. Play to draw a card. And then gives you a Seismic Surge for the next turn.
Yes. Throw it in the Seismic Goulash.
I want someone to take the meme dog, the bonk dog, you know? I want someone to take that bonk dog and put Starvo, or in this case, Bravo's face on it, and then just put Icelander on the other end. Bonk and bonk. Please, someone do that.
No, I get what you mean because, you know, there's always, you know, there's videos out there of people trying crazy things. And it's like, check out this popped off for like 30 damage and whatever, but there's nothing left. And the amount of games that they had to, like, pull off to record that particular turn or whatever. It's still exciting. It's certainly a feat in itself, but you need to be effective on all your turns. You need to have something to do on most, if not all, your turns. And ultimately, decks like these Borvo Sift, these Borvo decks that use, you know, Earthlore and create all these seismic surges. You know, the proof's in the pudding right here. Michael Lynch is what, 4-0?
He has, I believe, 4-0. Both of these players 4-0 and fighting for their lives, trying to make it 5-0.
Again, 8 rounds for this tournament, ladies and gentlemen. We are past the halfway point for Swiss as Michael Lynch on Bravo here is looking to remain undefeated, has really put a hurting on this Icelander player by, we missed it just a couple turns ago, or if you missed it, it was a crippling crush with 2 floating, and you might, and basically writing on the wall, nothing you can do, red pummel chaser on that one, just put a hurting on Joseph Santillana's Icelander. Now, right now, it's even Steven on all of these on these health totals. So where are we at?
You don't want to be even with an Icelander at low life totals like this. You want to be in a significantly more comfortable position, especially when they're playing channel Lake Frigid from the Arsenal, and slowing your turn down a lot. Now, that Earthlore, the Seismic Surge is going to help you a little bit, but you are going to have to pay through all of that disruption and send some damage on over. Is that big old Pulverize. Now, I have just been given, and I just did the numbers, checking the numbers here. I've been given a full breakdown, handwritten, bespoke, some might say, of the heroes at this tournament. So after the conclusion of this game, don't go too far, stick around, because we are going to break down well, every hero that has been represented here, and it looks like just about every hero is represented, which is very exciting. We'll talk you through everything there. And just a casual 10 damage leaked over here, so this puts you in a slightly more comfortable position if you are Michael Lynch, but you do need to be quite aware of those Storm Striders ever looming and presenting some dangerous possibilities.
Yeah, there are two main things that when you're playing against an Icelander, you feel better about not seeing. Number one is once Storm Striders are gone, that is a humongous breath of relief because that is an extra facet, an extra avenue or a margin which they can operate in that you no longer have to worry about. The second is when Icelander doesn't have an arsenal. It is a completely different complexion to the turns. There's not much they can do to sort of sneak in any kind of disruption or damage. That is a good feeling for you. Now, Michael Lynch doesn't have that luxury as Joseph Santillana both has an arsenal and the Storm Striders up, but Michael at 14 should feel relatively comfortable.
Yes.
And what he's doing here is he's just casually throwing out an attack, not wasting any resources on things like Dominate or whatever. He wants to hold back to perhaps AB some of the stuff that's coming back his way.
And this is a pivotal moment in the game where we're starting to present these casual lethals where the damage on board, if it's unblocked, is lethal. And that's where we're starting to get to at this point. And Joseph's going to have to make some hard decisions as we go. And Michael's going to play very defensively by stopping some of this damage. And this is the death throes of the game. Does it go to Michael on this just fun, inventive list? Or
No, it's great.
Is the Bull Lander going to just show that efficiency?
All right, so this is what Michael's looking to do. Again, maintain a float of resources at your disposal to keep your health total up while leaking damage. What he wants to see right here is another 8 attack with 3 blues.
Yes.
You pitch the 2 8 attack. You pitch the 2 blues. You're floating 2. It allows you to absorb some of the incoming AB, and you have a blue card left to just sort of again cushion yourself against the blowback while Joseph is dealing with this big attack. That is the ideal situation here. A lot of people will say, no, you dominate, you go face. You are not dominating the attack until you are guaranteed it is connecting for lethal, and right now you don't have that luxury.
Well, it depends on how you're looking at your damage thresholds. Because if you're Michael sitting at 14, can you even peg your opponent on like giving you 14 damage, even if you go full out? If you give up all resources and you throw a dominated attack, can you reasonably expect your opponent to present 14 off of the list that you've seen thus far? That's a really intriguing question. And if you, as Michael, think no, you might be more apt to just try it and then just win the game on the spot.
Michael right now is presenting, he had a 4-card hand and just pitching the Macho Grande to throw the Titan's Fist for 4. Doesn't present lethal. This, like you said, just reeks of pummel capabilities here.
It does, and that is something that you have to think about as well, because this is already representing 4, and you're representing possibly a 6 block on this, but that does leak over a little point or 2 of damage that you don't want to deal. It's obviously not going to get rid of a card off of the weapon pummel, but you're still leaking damage down and down and down.
I like what Michael's doing here, which is saying, all right, well, I'm not going to do it. I'm just going to heave this mofo.
Heave the Pulverize.
Now, this is an incredibly dangerous play. And I don't know if it's just my bad luck, but, playing in the Calling Cincinnati, I had a game where I was on turn 0. I showtimed out the Pulverize, heaved it. Created Seismic, showtime it out. I had 4 seismics and an extra card draw, and then I drew 4 red cards.
Yeah, this is also a dangerous play because this exact thing could occur in a buffed up Goliath Gauntlet Command and Conquer being sent back over to say, yeah, that Pulverize is cool, but you're going to need to somehow cover this all up, and if you don't, well, you're just losing that.
Now, this could, I don't want to say it could be a blessing in disguise, but that card is going to be basically locked and loaded into that arsenal, right? So you could conceivably let this happen. Like, you can block 6, take 2, free up your arsenal, and then suddenly you have 2 cards in hand where you just, again, I'm just gonna maybe the card that you do pick up is a red attack. You pitch a blue that it's gonna cost you 1, and you have 2 float, and you're sending in an 8 again. I think that's certainly an option.
It is certainly an option, and it's one that you could conceivably consider. And yes, you can throw Earthlore as well, which is a fun play. But what you don't necessarily want to put yourself in the frame of reference of is, yeah, he's going to just take 6. It is a dangerous play to go past that 11 mark, because now your opponent has a couple of lethal outs with the boots if you overextend. Now the question is, can you just, with those 3, can you just pay through?
So Joseph picked up a sink below and a scar for a scar.
He's going to respond. He's going to try and make him pay the extra resources, draw him a card off of the Tunic resources, gives him a 5-card hand. This could be a huge turning point. By taking it slow, Michael has possibly given Joseph a window here to, over the past 2 turns, find a lethal that wouldn't maybe have existed.
Measuring his options here, Michael not under the gun of any damage yet. However, noting that there's Stormstriders and a 5-card hand for Joseph Santillana, you could be up against... You cannot go for broke here. You cannot give every card, because if that's a 5 Arcane, suddenly you're pitching into the Waning Moon and the Arcane, and that's all she wrote for Michael Lynch. So he's going for a Thunderquake. Pitching into the Thunderquake. The Thunderquake came in at a discount, but you have to account for the Frostbite and account for the CLF, I believe that's on the board as well, right?
That's not a CLF.
Sorry, that's the Insidious Chill. My bad. So you're getting a 3-point discount, 1 on top with the Frostbite, so 2 shared. So it costs you 4 for this Thunderquake.
He's going to give him a card plus the equipment, but because this isn't dominated, I don't believe he dominated it, right?
He did not, and I don't blame him, because you need to maintain those resources.
Definitely, 100%. But because we've basically been given a 4-card hand as Joseph, we can now sink below this very comfortably, play a 3-card hand onto our own turn, maybe arsenaling a card, so sending something for like 2 cards and then arsenaling, and then just really push the game into our territory by just threatening lethal in every single way.
And the card he has, he's got a Scar for a Scar, right? So the Scar for a Scar is going to be able to just go 4-go again. And then maybe you send some Arcane, and maybe Michael doesn't have the cards he needs to really have a good option here. Because keep in mind, if you're blocking, if Michael's blocking, and you have 1 card in hand, you're not pitching Hammer, because you're wide open then for Stormstriders, because you have no AB. So, and he's going with the Pummel on top.
And now we just have to count, and the Pummel doesn't, I don't believe it gets through, does it?
Well,
maybe it does, actually. 4 plus 4 is 8, and this coming forward, is that another? It's a red Pummel. It does indeed go through, and it's going to force a discard. That's the perfectly timed Pummel.
Wonderfully played. Again, a nail-biter of a game over here, because, again, the fact that Stormstrider still exists and Michael so close to the edge here, this could be a game that Joseph just comes in and steals right under Borvo's nose.
No, not under Borvo's nose.
That is where the game is played.
Now, here's the that's true. Here's the question. Do we give the last point on our Earthlore bounty to block this plus a card from hand and then try to send our own lethal? Do we take some of this?
I don't think you take any.
You can't. You can't take it, right?
I don't think you take any, because even if you're going to give the Earthlore, but do you give a card? Most of his stuff blocks for 3.
Oh my God! It goes to 5.
This is a spooky game he's playing over here.
Oh, no.
What are you presenting here, Michael? We're going to find out in a short little bit over here. And I think this is okay, because what he's saying here is, you've seen 2 Pummels. Where's the 3rd?
The issue, though, is that you're really wide open at 5 to anything from Arsenal plus Waning Moon over 2 turns makes this all but over.
Well, he's going to go ahead and block 6 out of this. I think that's he's going to gain a life off of the Findle's Fighting Spirit that he's presenting. So blocking 5, gaining 1 to 4.
Well, so the Fiendals is going to block 2 plus the 3. Here's this. Yeah, like you said, blocks 5, gains the 1. Yeah. Considering his options,
you can survive a Pummel and go down to 1. Yes. Is what's happening here, and sometimes Michael might just be happy to peel cards out But that's the issue here is if Michael suddenly just decides to send a big attack and has nothing left in hand, his hand might be all reds, and he might have a bunch of reds in hand here that. Oh no, he's pummeling it on top.
Pummel.
There's the third pummel. So he takes
4
3.
plus 4 is 8. He takes 3 down to 1, right?
Mm-hmm.
An absolute nail biter. He's got a card in hand, which means a card in arsenal. He's giving his Icelander opponent a 2-card plus arsenal hand, though.
Okay, so Michael here is right now just hoping. Oh, that is a tough one. 7. I mean, the problem here is you block with 2 cards. You are not quite in a position where you are comfortable swinging.
Did he finally draw a Potion of Luck? A 0-block card on this pivotal final, perhaps, turn of the game?
Is that a blue card?
It is a blue.
Okay, so in which case it's not the worst because it'll block the Arcane, right? So you just throw. In my opinion, I mean, physical damage really hurts in this situation, and you know that Joseph's packing a lot of the physical damage with the fighting spirits, the E strikes, the scar for scars. Michael's so close yet so far because the average player will say whatever, you just dominated an attack and you win. Well, no, because then you're leaving yourself absolutely wide open to some hurt.
Yeah.
Blocking
3,
taking 2. No.
Oh, the sink below is huge. Is he going to choose to sink a card here? He's got a 2-card plus an arsenal hand, which likely means we're just sending the hammer again next turn.
All right. Well, 2, opting not to leak 2 here is coming over the top. Oh, it was a 7. Okay, so full coverage. You got to love it here, and getting rid of 2 red cards out of the cycle, out of the hand, meaning that hopefully the rest of the hand is blue here. But the problem is like if you pitch for hammer here and Joseph goes off.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think the writing could be on the wall here because that could be an Aether Ice Vein in hand. Could also be an Aether Hail in hand, and if either of those are red, then you can present that plus whatever you have in arsenal plus the Waning Moon, and that might just be too much to deal with 1 card.
I mean, sometimes you just pass, but it looks like he's going for it, and Joseph right now is going to say, okay, let's figure it out.
Even on a chill trigger, like fusing that Aether Ice Vein with the boots might just steal enough out to really stymie anything that your opponent can do to stop your lethal arcane damage.
Tough go here for Michael Lynch, who really laid it on thick early in the game, and Joseph Santillana just slowly eroding the life total as Bravo, an unorthodox build, is still undefeated up until this point. 4-0, both these players. Round 5 of the Battle Hardened here in Chicago, the biggest Battle Hardened that we've seen, according to you,
according
Steven
to the
Armada.
metrics. According to the metrics.
Oh, sweet.
There's the chill trigger, and that is going to force the card out of the hand no matter which way it goes. It's either pitched or it's discarded, I believe. Either way, it's going to force it out, and that does not give you the chance to stop any arcane barrier, and that's just literally going to be all she wrote.
I was thinking here, I mean, I looked at the list. There's no Oasis Respite. If there was a Respite in Arsenal, that can be a saving grace to a particular degree, but ultimately, is that a red Aether Ice Vein?
There's the pitch there.
So he's got 1 float here, I believe. He's going to AB the 1.
And then that's just going to seal it because he's going to use that Aether Hail to pitch for the Waning Moon, send 3 over, and the extra damage is going to leak once you resolve that Aether Ice Vein. And oh my gosh, Borvo.
Do not worry, because Borvo will rise again, and Borvo will go back to the drawing board.
That
and
was
sift through his options.
That was good.
Thank you.
Well done. That was a nail biter of a game. That started off flashy and just absolutely took a crazy turn, hurtling towards the end there. And Bullander shows why it was so efficient and why it was so successful for so long in that matchup.
I would love to speak to. I was going to say Borvo.
Specifically Borvo.
Who said Borvo? It was the chat, right?
Somebody in chat said Borvo, and we just haven't let it go.
Hey, thank you. Thank you for spicing up this matchup for me.
If that was you, we did this because of you. So
Yeah,
there you go.
we did. We are also going to get the information regarding the person who won. You still know who won, right?
What?
The Cold Wheel giveaway thing?
Yes, hopefully. I announced it previously, so hopefully you just run it back, and then that player will be able to get these. But I have some other info for you. I've got a hero breakdown.
Yeah.
The entirety of this event. We know every hero. There they are. Feel free to look.
All right.
Okay, so we're going to start off with this. 143 registered players and 143 registered heroes entered this event. And let's talk about the top 5 most represented heroes across this tournament thus far. We have at number 1, exactly what you would expect if you'd been following the game in the meta up till this point, Lexi, with 21 total represented here at the event of 143 players, the largest battle Hardened ever run. 143, 21 chose Lexi. That's not surprising to me.
No, I think that's the way to go. I think that even without the bullseye bracers, her on hits, the sheer extension of the combat chains with awkward numbers, on hits that matter. I think it's a very difficult hero to efficiently block against. There's very few times where you're like, no blocks, and she can output a hailstorm of damage where necessary. So 21 sounds about right.
Yeah, now here's where things get interesting. Number 2, sound off in chat what you think the number 2 most represented hero is, because I'll tell you, you're probably not going to guess it. Number 2.
Can I guess?
Well, yeah, you can guess.
Okay. Number 2, just off the top of my head.
Go on.
Borvo!
That's right. Number 2 is Bravo, with 16 players representing Bravo, the man himself. That is crazy cool.
I'm just saying, I've been on Bravo. I think that it's a good hero in this meta. I just think that perhaps to me, it's like if Lexi wasn't as strong, I think Bravo would be the number 1. I genuinely believe that the sheer prominence of Lexi out there gives Bravo fits. Even if you're playing super defensive, she will get you. It's just that's the way. You cannot necessarily fatigue her like you used to be able to. Ultimately, 16 Bravos in the field.
Now, the next one I think everyone probably would expect if you had to guess. The next one very close right behind Bravo. The number 3 most represented hero is Dromai, the Dragon Queen herself.
Yep.
15 players.
Good deck, has been for a while, and like Brody mentioned very adeptly is the fact that, well, meta-wise, very well positioned right now.
Yeah, 15 players choosing to play that, so literally 1 behind Bravo, the 2nd most represented hero. And things after that, you kind of expect this next one, Levia at number 4 with 14 heroes represented. So we had 16, 15, and 14, so they're all right neck and neck. Levia has a ton of tools right now to just be very well positioned in this meta, especially if you're looking at an illusionist heavy meta with all those 6s that you could block with.
Yep, and we'll round it up with the top 5 because we do have the winner of the previous round there, Joseph Santiana. Yeah, ready to rock and roll. But number 5 will shock you.
Number 5 will shock you.
Yeah,
because it's Dorinthia. The 5th most represented hero after all is said and done is Dorinthia.
How many Dawn Blades? How many axes?
I don't know. That's what I really want to know. But 10 heroes, 10 players repping Dorinthia at this event, which is quite exciting. And I definitely want to know how many players are playing the axe build. We haven't seen it yet. So.
No, we have not. We do have Joseph Santiana, who just won round 5, still undefeated. Let's make some space.
We're doing it live.
We're doing it live.
We're doing it live. Come on over. Let's pull that chair over. I'll slide this way as much as possible. Come join right here. This is for you, this chair. Join us. Don the headset and welcome to the stream. How did it feel going into that matchup and seeing that list?
I panicked. I don't know what that deck does. I don't know what to do against it. And I just kind of made it up on the fly. Just tried to play a tight game. Definitely didn't play a completely tight game. I think even very casual Icelander players can spot a couple things that I did that are really, really silly. Like I missed a point of life for no reason. But Yeah, I just kind of played my normal Icelander game, I guess, but...
Yeah, and well, that's the benefit of running that Bowlander list, is you can be so efficient with those conventional attacks on a weird turn, not sure what you're doing, just play efficiently, present 4, and then 7. Present 7, on hit, do things, like that stuff, right?
Yeah, if doesn't matter how much Arcane Barrier you got, Wounded Bull comes in for 8. And if you're going to block with 2 cards, you're going to pass priority, or you're going to give me an opportunity to leak damage. And I still think that play pattern, it's an old play pattern, but it still works really well.
Yeah, I 100% agree.
Now, ultimately, there was options perhaps where, for example, Rhea Adams, who won the Battle Hardened in Cincinnati, was playing a more arcane damage-centric with none of the attack actions that you typically see in the traditional Bowlander list. Was that ever a consideration for you, or did you just were hard locked in on this list?
That was a consideration. When I played it, I liked it a lot. There are a couple things I noticed. It's it felt to me like it was very reliant on Insidious Chill to strip cards from hand. Certain decks that have AB3, unless you have if you don't have Insidious Chill, you have, instead of your red damage threats, you just have zaps basically.
That's a good explanation.
And also, a lot of her, to me, it felt like a lot of her tech was focused around Lexi, and that tech, most of it, from what I can see, loses to Trench of the Sunken Treasure, which I predicted people would bring, and they did. So I decided, I'm not going to risk it. I'm going to play the old list that I know how to play.
Yeah.
I'll play something new that I think people are going to tech against.
And, well, you're sitting at, what's your record currently, 5-0?
5-0.
I mean, it seems like it's paying off well for you to be playing a list that you know and love.
Yeah, it feels good.
I mean, these are the same kind of conclusions that we came to, at Worlds, where it's like, wow, this list is good. Well, newsflash, it's still good, ladies and gentlemen. It just sometimes, it just takes a break, and here you are at 5-0 now. Again, you walk in, you see Crown of Dominion, you see the Earthlore, the gear equipped and such like that, and then pummels coming left and right and floating them here and there, and just terrified out of your mind. The chat threw out the name Borvo. It was a typo that we just took on a ride. Are you more afraid of the traditional Bravo or the Borvo that has now been spawned?
That's a really good question. I don't know. I've played against 3 Bravos today, and all 3 have had very distinct lists.
Really?
Yes. One had a very, I don't want to spoil his tech too much, but it was kind of meant to fatigue me. And it was really, really scary. And then another one was a very traditional Bravo, and I know how to play against it, but it can be hard. They can present disruption. It's hard to beat. That list, I don't know how to assess it. It's very strong. I think it's playing off the back of Pulverize. Pulverize is still a very strong, very scary card into Icelander, especially the with the Bull list.
Exactly, yeah. But it has a ton of utility when you're actually running conventional attacks to just nerf your turn if Pulverize comes through. So I can imagine how shocking that might be to see across from you. And especially on that one turn where you present Command and Conquer into the Pulverize, it's like,
oh my god.
Well, you're sort of damned if you do, damned if you don't, right?
When he hit Pulverize and I had the Life Gauntlet Command and Conquer, I was like, oh my god, I might sneak this game in.
You did manage to sneak it in, though.
That was awesome, dude. And again, one last question. You're facing off against the illustrious Borvo. He plays Gorganian Tome on you. Did you believe that you just witnessed the first time that a Bravo has played Gorganian Tome?
I want to believe.
We do too.
Certainly on stream. You certainly witnessed that, right?
We've seen some
I think that's a
crazy
moment.
stuff on stream.
This has been a crazy event, and I hope it's been fun for you to play. And I mean, obviously, sitting at 5-0, you probably feel pretty good about yourself.
I feel pretty good. It's a lot of fun, though. I've played against such good players, and we've had such fun games. And yeah, the competition in this room is so stacked. I'm just stoked to be here.
Joseph, good luck moving forward. Represent Bravo for the good people like myself who loves the hero and sucks at him. So congratulations to you, my friend.
Thank you.
Go keep crushing them is what I meant to say because I'm not out there.
I'll do my best.
Yeah, and I'm going to have a chat with Michael Lynch and be like, my man, you had a chance.
I think you should interview him. Ask him about his list, please.
Absolutely. No, but to you, again, congratulations again. It's just kind of, I wouldn't call it revitalizing and resurrecting Icelander. I think she's always been great, but here you are, again, showing what a well-constructed list played by a world-class player can do. So congratulations to you.
Thank you.
Well done. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we will be back after a short break. Round number 6 of the Battle Hardened here in Chicago is around the corner. Don't go too far. We are staring down round 6 at the Battle Hardened here in Chicago. Flake alongside. Let's give you some space here.
All
buddy.
right, yeah.
Yeah, share the real estate.
Yeah,
Why
there we
not?
go.
How
Come
are
on
you?
over. You know, I'm making it. How are you?
Oh, delicious. Absolutely delicious. I have
There you
had
go.
2 silo-sized coffees.
Yeah.
Feeling good.
Yeah.
I have Grandma's cookies, actually. They're called Grandma's
Yes.
cookies. Look at that face. It looks like B. Arthur and Egon Spengler had a baby.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't know if
Okay.
you could catch that. Take a look at her face. Tell me that isn't B. Arthur on these cookies over here, which means they're
There it is.
beautiful.
Oh, okay. All right. BEA beautiful. Now, we are, as you said, going into round number 6, and we have our first Lexi on stream. I don't think we've seen Lexi up to this point, have we?
I don't believe so. I figured that it was inevitable, though.
It was, and Hunter is going to be playing Lexi sitting at that 5-0 against someone that we've seen on stream already.
Oh, is it one Broderick Spurlock?
Yes, Kid Wonderbread himself, clearly doing pretty well with a hero he just picked up, 2 hours ago or so. Just casually sitting, I believe, 5-0 himself on Dromai. So we're going to have a Lexi versus Dromai matchup for you. This Lexi is making the change that we've seen many other Lexis do, and that is for the sideboard have ready the Trench of Sunken Treasure. But we may not see that in this game because as I've been playing a lot of Dromai lately, they just are content to keep a lot of the Tunic stuff in and just try to go toe-to-toe with you.
Nothing wrong with that. Again, Brody, a mainstay of the top tables at any event that he plays in, and playing against Hunter Blaze. I believe that's how it's, Blaes. Blaze it is.
Yeah, well, we'll go with that. We know what happens last time you try to change someone's name.
Sure.
Chat got very upset.
Hunter B.
But instead, we're going to do Hunter versus Brody Spurlock. So it's going to be Lexi versus Dromai. And the interesting thing about this matchup and how it's changed a little bit over the past, few weeks and month is that now Lexi doesn't have access to the Endless Arrow loop off of the gauntlet as easily, right? They lost out on their gauntlet piece. That was just a mainstay of the deck. They lost overall damage on the spike turns off of things like 3 of a kind because you can't load the arrow as easily without the gauntlets, and you can't as easily deal with a board full of dragons by cycling Endless Arrow this time. So that does give a few points of edge to the Dromai player now in this matchup if we're looking at 50-50. How do you feel like that matchup falls on a 100-point scale for each player and each hero now?
I mean, Lexi has basically put to rest any debates as to what is the premier aggro, on hit, kind of do a lot of things in an explosive manner. She's often immune to things like Command and Conquer, where you can just go ahead and pitch a card and get your 3 of a kind to just recover whatever you lost over there.
Mm-hmm.
So even cards that are out there looking to hunt for arsenal hungry types of heroes can just be brushed away. In the same card, in the same vein, you can block with 2 cards, use your Tunic to 3 of a kind, and suddenly you have more cards than you started. So
Yep.
the reach is there, and I do want to make note of a card called Down and Dirty. This is a card that a buddy of mine, Mike Torek, who's one of the best deck builders that nobody knows about, was talking about this card months and months and months ago, pre-launch of Outsiders. Said this is a card that he's high on, that he thinks is going to be rolling around because.
Yeah.
It's a card that, let's say, you want to just keep it in the arsenal because you're facing dragons. You can just drop them out there and hold on to it while you're loading and firing and pop a dragon when you need to. It's an excellent, excellent card, especially in this particular matchup, and perhaps this is the biggest test that Brody's going to face up to now on this hero that he doesn't have as many reps with that he may like.
Well, certainly both players sitting at 5-0, the quality of your opponent is going to increase as the tournament goes on, and knowing that you're up against perhaps the strongest deck in the format and up against a player that is sitting just completely winning out their previous rounds should give you a little bit of pause and make you go into that matchup with a little bit more thoughtfulness, right?
And that's something that I'm not good at. Thoughtfulness.
You know what you are good at?
What?
Sealed and draft.
I am very good at sealed and draft, apparently. Out of nowhere, there's a sealed going on right now where you and I pretty much almost just got up and left.
We almost did. So if you didn't hear through the grapevine, I guess you would have heard, they started up a side event for people that are in the sort of downtime before the Super Armory that happens later, where they're hosting a WTR Unlimited Sealed. They're giving everyone that's buying in, of course, everyone 6 packs of WTR. Welcome to Wraith, the set that is out of print, the first set ever made of Flesh and Blood. And you're going to build a sealed deck and just jam some games. And also on the side, they're just also giving you 6 packs of Dusk Till Dawn, just for fun.
And of which probably one of them definitely has a serialized card in it.
Oh my gosh, wouldn't that be amazing?
I think that'd be pretty rad.
What
you
a
and
way
we're
to
like
cap off this event. That'd be insane.
We're like 12 packs, 40 bones, plus prizes. We almost got up and walked off.
I'll be honest, I almost bought in, conceded, and came and opened packs on stream.
You can still do that.
I could probably still do
You
that.
definitely
that
could.
Sounds like a pretty solid investment.
Do you know who you can play in WTR Sealed?
Borvo.
Borvo,
Yeah,
stopper of show.
That's right. Yeah. By the way, whoever made that edit on Twitter, solid. Well done.
Yeah, well, it was actually my buddy Draken, who's in the Instant Speed Podcast Discord, an awesome human being, just sent it to me privately. Said,
Oh, that's solid.
he said, "This for you." I said, "Thank you very much. I now have a Borvo stopper of show."
You got to print that on a proxy and then play that as your hero.
Or Mara, if you're listening, just go ahead and start altering me. Just start the process. And in the back, I want a bear driving a little car with a hat, like just
go.
as his that's his sidekick.
Please, on the bottom, change the word dominate. So, like, next attack gains dominate to just bonk.
Yes.
Next attack gains bonk.
Next attack.
That would be beautiful.
Gains-
That's what I want to see. Borvo's stopper of show, bonk, right there.
Pay 2 red discs. Acquire bonk.
2 red discs. That's the way. That's the way to do it. So, it is also interesting to look at how Lexi is trying to pivot after losing the gauntlet, because the question becomes: are you going to take a different flavor of Lexi? Are you going to maybe go into Lightning Lexi? Are you going to go into Ice Lexi? Or are you just going to keep with the Fuseless build? And we've only seen this list right here before this point. So I don't know if there's more Ice Lexis lurking around there. If the Lightning Lexi that I've kind of played against a couple of times is now starting to become more popular. But this Fuseless list I have played against a whole heck of a lot recently, and I think people are still really high on this list.
Last week in Cincinnati, lots of Ice Lexis, lots of lists that ran 7 or 8 Winter's Bites, sometimes 9,
Yeah.
just the whole rainbow package of Winter's Bites. Not a happy camper I was against those lists, but it is what it is.
I'll tell you what, the red Arctic Incarceration I think is starting to just become a straight-up staple in Lexi, because, yes, you can just end your turn by giving your opponent 3 Frostbites and saying, yeah, you're not going to really play this next turn, especially if you're a Dromai player and you don't have that many cards in hand after blocking. That just turns off your turn, basically.
Yeah, little dipsy doodle here with the names, as Brody Spurlock is on the right-hand side. You can identify him by his super expensive Casio. Yeah, it keeps track because every 93 minutes it beeps and he eats a ham sandwich.
There you go.
Yeah. So on the right-hand side, that is Brody Spurlock, 5-0 on Dromai. Other side, that is Hunter Blaze with Lexi, Livewire, both undefeated. And both players, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, are 1 win away from locking it up.
Yes.
So still, the pressure is on for either player. Nobody wants to have to play, nobody wants to go into a final match saying, if I don't convert here, it was been like a colossal, collapse. That's not how this goes. Both of these players at the top of the pile right now. Brody Spurlock, no stranger to these pressure-style situations, has won so many. I believe that he has 9 battle-hardened top 8s.
That is
9.
absurd. That is absolutely absurd. There, the names have flipped correctly, and we are in business. Now, one of the things I want to point out here is the now inclusion of Hornet's Sting. This is a gauntlet, a arm piece that I have come to absolutely hate as a Dromai player because it will single-handedly end your turn when you attack with an Ashwing more often than not. And that's stupid, and I don't like it. So I just want everyone to know right now, non-commentator me, boo. Boo on Hornet's Sting. No, it's a great card, and it's a great substitution to have in the bank if you're expecting Dromai, and you should be.
Bolton shot, loading up +1, go again on hit, reload. This is the turn 0 play over here. Brody Spurlock has a Sink Below in hand, has some other, is it 2 Sink Belows? I'm not sure. He's really good at just tossing those cards around. But
he does have a single Sink Below, it would appear, but that Sink Below is a huge turn 1 get, especially when your opponent actually attacks you on turn 1. As the Dromai player, one of the things that we like to do is start our turn, or our opponent's turn, of course, by maybe pitching into the mitts, the Seeker's mitts, so that we can make an Ash just like this, and that's exactly what we see here Brody doing. Pitching into the Seeker's mitts gives us an Ash so that we can start our next turn, or our first official turn, with the Ash we need to create dragons. But the other beautiful thing that we have access to is playing that Sink Below, because when we play a red card, we can then follow up by pitching another red card into Furnace and make another Ash. And we'll see if he does that here.
Taking a look at this, doesn't want to give any free reloads here if he can help it. Ultimately, though, he's going to go ahead and sync this up, and opting, in this case, I think he's got another Ravenous.
He's going to block this out and then reloading a Sleep Dart, which is a very nasty card, actually. And this does require a reaction, a response, and perhaps a block, because we don't want to necessarily be blocked out and locked out of attacking with our dragons if we draw into them. We don't want to be stopped from creating Ash by pitching red cards, especially early in the game, but we do have access to a couple of new tricks up our sleeves if we are holding the right cards, and one of those might just be in hand if that is a Flicker Trick.
Flicker Trick is a card that, is it in the list there for Mr.
It is,
Spurlock?
yes. Flicker Trick does exist. It's usually... well, it is now included in this list because this is a brand new card from this most recent set. And it looks like he's actually lining up a possible block here with a second copy of Ravenous Rabble in hand instead. This Flicker Trick, if that is a Flicker Trick in hand, would block 5 on what Sleep Dart is a 1 for 5. Maybe just worried about a buff. Maybe that is a buff there, an attack with a buff. And it looks like it is, actually.
All right, gets rid of it. No problem, I guess, as it's fully covered up over here. And Hunter's going to go ahead and arsenal a card, and now it's on to Brody. Brody does come away with no damage taken and does manage to go ahead and generate an Ash out of it. Flicker Trick, a card that is a very dangerous gambit. But speaking with Mara Faris last weekend, she mentioned that it's one of her favorite new cards because of what it does to Lexi, because those arrows, you might, succumb to a Lightning Press or a rain razors or something along those lines. But what she said is, like, on the back of like a 3-of-a-kind turn, when you know there's no tricks coming your way, a Flicker Trick's a great card to play.
Oh, now we have another brand new card, Lost in Thought, a card that is a little bit contentious, and a lot of people think this is a really fantastic card. This card is included in the list currently in a more aggressive strategy, but it's basically just a pitch for 1, play this card, look at your opponent's hand, and take away perhaps their most important attack. It does have some downsides. If you look at a hand and there are not, attacks that you want to remove or no attacks at all, then it's sort of a dead card in that respect. But here it is going to pull at least one of these 2 arrows. Unfortunately, it also means you're staring down
3-of-a-kind
Codex,
Codex.
Frailty, and a 3-of-a-kind.
Well, you can play the Codex or the 3-of-a-kind. You can't, unless you want to, start your turn, but there's only so much you can fire away here. Ponder happens.
You're giving your opponent a ponder by playing that card as well, because you're taking a card from them and exchanging it for a card later down the road. But this is a fantastic response because you had unfortunately you had the 2 Command and Conquer hand. It's not necessarily what you want to see lined up, but making it work by activating the Furnace there, gaining the 2 resources, and then sending that CNC.
Ultimately, though, at the top of this particular round, I mentioned that CNCs are kind of laughed off now because of cards like Three of a Kind, right? So if you're able to bang, there it goes, is just recover all of those arrows by drawing them, you're okay to take some damage and lose the card in Arsenal because you're just drawing up brand new ones. So even cards like CNC against these Arsenal-oriented heroes like Lexi doesn't have the same oomph as they once did.
Indeed. Going to load up the classic Bolton shot.
What makes it classic?
I just said it was classic. That's what makes it classic.
Vintage. It's
There
a
you go.
vintage Bolton shot. They used to say this all the time whenever a wrestler would do their move. Like vintage Randy Orton. It was a body slam. Like relax. he just stepped into the ring. But
Don't forget, everybody, there was a sleep dart play in effect that meant that no matter what he did when he pitched, it was not creating ash because Dromai was turned off completely. Which is important. Yes, and those we do need to swap the old life totals, so we will get on that right away. I think our producer might have stepped away for a pee pause.
That's completely possible, absolutely. Ultimately, though, Brody Spurlock's at 36, 34 for Hunter Blaze. We'll get there. There's a Sigil of Solace and Mirror Guy. Burn them all ×2 in the hand of Brody Spurlock. No Arsenal for either player. Bolton Shot is the name of the game right now. Is on hit, it just gives you a free reload. And what you could do in this case, off the free reload, is sort of circumvent the restrictions of a Three of a Kind by loading up a Codex. So you can jam the Codex in your arsenal.
Yes.
And then that allows you to continue the chain and do some naughty stuff.
It definitely does. And it's a dangerous card and one that you almost always try to block out if it's advantageous for you. And this is also the reason that we run these extra blocking equipment in the Arcanite Skull Cap, because it allows you to block 2 if you're at less life and then block 1 after that, which can be very useful against exactly Lexi.
Look what he found.
Oh, he loads a Rain Razors, then he face up, and then he's able to send that hamstring shot for extra damage.
And showing the razors too here is it's a nice way to sort of clear the hand out. I mean, there wasn't even an opportunity to say, I don't need to show you this, you know? Like, I can just opt not to reload and hold this on. It's like all the same, and then what you do is you just arsenal it at the end of your turn. You ponder, I guess. Well, no, I guess you ponder.
Well,
and
so you hit the reload and you put that in so that you can flip it up with Lexi and then have the second arsenal slot with New Horizon, so that you can then put in the hamstring shot as well. But yeah, I think you're 100% correct. You could just load the hamstring shot and call it a day. But in this respect, you're threatening the play of that exact Rain Razors, and you're asking the question of your opponent, do you want to overblock this? Otherwise, I could choose to let hamstring shot go through.
Wondering what Brody, fought on the way up to this in the first 5 rounds. We know that the first 2 rounds that Brody played were, in fact, 2 Dromais. What else was there? We're not sure, but looking to block 6 of this hamstring shot. It's a Mirror Guy. It's a Burn Them All. That is going to end the turn, but Brody Spurlock with 2 cards in hand doesn't have a whole lot of shaking going on. He's got a Sigil of Solace and a Burn Them All. That's not all that fantastic. He's just going to Sigil his way back up to 37, if I'm not mistaken. And are the life totals accurate? Yeah, no. Okay, now they're accurate.
I believe now the life totals are good to go.
Beautiful. So Brody Spurlock up to 35 off playing the Sigil of Solace. There is a Burn Them All in hand. Not quite the good start Brody was hoping for, and he's staring down a Rain Razors, and why not? Let's just go with another Bolton shot the old-fashioned way. And the fun part about this is that there's still the, right there, the Rain Raisins that are going to go sprinkle some extra nutrition on this Bolton shot.
Yeah, this is a matchup that really is not... it's not an auto win like perhaps some people describe it as for Dromai, because, yes, if you build a board of dragons, Lexi has a really hard time now of just clearing that out unless they just donate their entire hand turn after turn. But they can also just push so much freaking damage that it's hard to maintain parity with them if you're not kind of trading that out or building that board that we described a moment ago. So let's see if Brody can find a way to navigate his way into this game against dropping all the way down to 23 on this powerful turn.
Is there any one hero that, right now card limits are 3 of per color, right? Is there any one hero you think that would just go above and beyond, like, sort of excel beyond the others if there was a 4-card limit? Do you think there's one hero that would just kind of blow past the rest if they had an extra copy of all their best cards?
Cool. That's a great question.
I'm wondering.
Probably more Lexi. Because,
I think so too.
You just include more Bolton shots.
Well, it's in my opinion, it's more Bolton shots, more an extra Rain Razors, and an extra 3 of a kind. Like I feel like that might just be too much for all the other heroes. I mean, if you think about it, you give it like, okay, let's give Bravo another Crippling Crush and another Red Pummel. Like who cares? You know, to a degree.
Right.
But ultimately, that might be the answer. She's one hell of a hero, and the downside to that hero right now is the fact that her equipment is all utility. It's not defensive. You know, maybe the Hornet Sting right now, but she doesn't block efficiently. And how do you make up for that? Well, you just go on the warpath, right? You just continually push damage to a degree where it doesn't make sense for your opponent to trade damage.
Now, this is a great way to kind of start off a comeback here, is turning all your Ash that you can access into Ash Wings. You do have to be very careful here, playing the Burn Them All, which is also a great play. But unfortunately, if they choose to, Hunter can just push over that Hornet's Sting and block this. If the top is a... Nope, he's just going to down and dirty it. So the same exact result, and the turn is over there. But you've made some hay while the getting is good, and if you choose to take that last card and furnace it, you can start that Ash generation back up as we're rolling dice all up and over the place. Triggering the Burn Them All effect at the end of turn, setting a counter on it, and then banishing a red card, most likely choosing an attack.
Yeah, get rid of the attack actions. We saw that in round 2 where Brody opened the turn with a Nourishing Emptiness and then found another one later after banishing all the attack actions out of that graveyard. So it might not have any implications right now if he doesn't have it, but ultimately you want to go ahead and sift through that graveyard in order to make sure that when you do find the Nourishing Emptiness, it hits like a truck.
Now, setting the arsenal and trying to hold on to a 5-card hand is probably the name of the game here as Brody, because you do need to claw your way back into this, making more dragons, threatening more damage. But now you're having to play on the back foot against a Lexi that has arrow after arrow after arrow, gave up nothing from their hand, and then just blocked with a down and dirty from arsenal.
Is it a Heatseeker?
Or Pathing Helix. Pathing Helix is essentially just going to trigger reload, I believe, is essentially just a reload effect, which is kind of a fun. It is going to reload the Bolton Shot, which is going to come across. The Pathing Helix didn't trigger here. I think he's reloading with the Voltaire so he can get the +1.
Speaking of Bolton, there are 6 players who gave Bolton a shot at this tournament, as there's 6 Boltons lurking about, and that's a hero that I kind of didn't suspect was going to be too much of a mover or shaker in this meta. However, I did suspect that there were going to be some Bolton purists out there that really were going to give this hero a run, give it some respect, maybe find a day 2 at a major tournament. But as it stands right now, no word on the success rates of these Bolton players, but there are a 6-pack of them lurking about.
At the conclusion of this round, we will actually take a nice deep dive into the hero representation that they went through and counted. We talked about the top 5 heroes and what those representations looked like. We will also talk about the rest of the field so that you can get a better feel for what this field really looks like and what these players are looking at and dealing with as we go into a sleep dart being fired out there off of the Codex of Frailty.
Yeah, Sleeper is going to have some nasty implications, like you mentioned, the Ash generation, which these Dromai players are constantly hungry for. A hand that Brody is just holding on to here. It's E-Strike, it's Miragai, and is that a Sigil?
Looks like a Sigil of Solace as well.
Yeah, so options aplenty here. And unfortunately for Brody, he hasn't had that big development start of a few turns as you want to have.
Yeah, I have unfortunately played this game out before, wherein the Lexi player gets an early, powerful turn off and puts you on the back foot as Dromai, and you're not able to make dragons on the back foot, and you're having to worry about Ash generation, and they're getting free ponders off of things, and it can be a very, very tough go of it. And there's ways to claw back in. You've got to find the right hands, find the right thing to block, and I think Brody's making the correct choices. Here he's going to swing with an Ash Wing. He's holding on to a Sigil. That will give him go again if he plays that at instant speed. But I think there's very real possibility that it's just like, I'll take these 2 Ashwings even if you present it.
Yeah, at this rate, I don't think you're popping them. But maybe, I mean, you possibly could. Ultimately, he's going for it. He's just going to go ahead and crush it. Look at that. It says, adios, muchacho. And
here's the other sad thing. Lexi is not a deck that is known for running poppers. It's not a deck that wants to, include a bunch of poppers in the sideboard. Really, like 5 or 6. Command and Conquer and Down and Dirty are the ones that you see most often used. And, Hunter has found exactly those cards when he needs it early in this game and made it incredibly difficult for Brody to really get anything going.
All right, first axilactivation was what I was about to say.
Axilactivation.
It's a Lexi activation, creating a frostbite by revealing, I think it's a cold snap.
Icequake is revealed
that's
in
the
the
one, my
arsenal,
bad.
yep.
But again, a white bordered 3 of a kind is going to go ahead and draw 3. You can no longer play from hand. It's all from arsenal, but that's one way to go ahead and get things going. An Icequake being played, a headshot blue pitched to the cause over here, and the Icequake is going to buff up this arrow, and this is a nasty one, friends. Going with the go again option here. It is a endless arrow on the back of an Icequake.
And the rich get richer, as does Hunter here, playing out a 3 of a kind, one of the power cards of the deck. And the crazy thing about 3 of a kind is it can dig you further in the deck to find more 3 of a kinds. And Art of Wars, and if you're running Art of War, of course, you can find those to try and pop off as well. The further you dig, the more chances you have of stringing these power turns together, and that can really seal the fate, especially if you've got your opponent at a middling life total like we see here.
So it is how big is that arrow right now?
Most likely sitting at, I think the Icequake would most likely be blue. I can't imagine they're running the red. I think that gives +1, and the on hit create a frostbite.
Well, they've got 3 reds and 3 blues, so that might
if that is
be
the
the
red.
red.
We could be looking at a very, very threatening attack, one that does require some extra blocks here. Going to block with that last point on the skull cap, along with, I believe, a Nourishing Emptiness.
Looks like let's see here. It's a Yenderai, a hat, and a Nourishing Emptiness. So
Covering
full
up
coverage.
to 7, like you said, it was indeed 7 attack.
So that arrow has go again. There's a 3 of a kind, so no surprise play. He's going to go ahead and break the quiver to look at the top card, or activate it, not break it.
This is a fortuitous moment. If it does, it does hit. Never mind. I was gonna say, if this doesn't hit, this might be a break for Brody to try and claw back into this game, because that might just spell the end of the turn. And instead, it hits. It goes and finds perhaps the best card possible, and it means that Brody still trying to play the defensive strategy.
I just like how it's like Brody's out there being like, I have dragons and gigantic, enormous, mythical creatures breathing fire and lurking in the air. And Hunter's like, I have a bag with leaves. My quiver is filled with rustling leaves. And Brody's like, I am no match for these leaves.
Yes, this is unfortunately how this game is snowballed into this point. And like I said, if the game starts off like this, it can be very difficult to claw your way back in as the Dromai player. I have experienced the highs and lows of playing Dromai over the many months that I have put into the hero, and this is unfortunately one of the lows that you can experience on it.
All right, well, a Falcon Wing is a go again. It probably got loaded with the +1, if I'm not mistaken. So that should be a 4 attack go again. Again, breakpoints aplenty here. Brody Spurlock doing his best. Again, going to just evaluate what is in the graveyard here for Hunter Blaze. As let's be real, when you're doing that kind of math and trying to decipher the threat density that's left, you're counting a few specific things. You're looking for how many 3 of a kinds and Rain Razors have been played, always. If your opponent has how many of those, next you're kind of tracking the major threat arrows, like your recursive ones, like the Endless Arrow, how many codexes have been played. There's so many big things. It used to be you just counted the Rain Razors and the 3 of a kinds and the, maybe the Endless Arrows. That was like the major count. Now it's like, okay, how much of this, how much of this, how much of this, how many codexes? There's a lot of things to keep track of.
Yes, it's it makes this matchup a lot more nuanced as it goes. The more you have to keep track of the poppers in the deck that you can go and fetch now as well, because you can even do something to the effect of like if you feel like you want to really drive home the point of the advantage that you have, going and getting a down and dirty, throwing down and dirty into the arsenal that you can eventually defend with. But yeah, we're at a point now where if Brody wants to stabilize in this game, he has to play very defensively, very efficiently. He has to try and slowly but surely build up a board and then start trying to swing through with that board. But it's not going to come off of the back of like, an Ashwing, 1 dragon, swing the dragon, it gets dealt with, that sort of play. It's going to take a lot of really grindy math. And you know what? Brody's up for the task if he can find the right materials and the right lines.
Yeah, at a certain point, Brody's got to evaluate here that maybe at 19, after seeing 2 3-of-a-kind turns, after seeing a Rain Razor's turn, maybe being at 19 and in this position, maybe he can kind of buckle down and wait out some of the threats. And ultimately, eventually, Hunter's going to sort of fall flat on a turn. He might have, okay, well, I've got Falcon Wing into this, and maybe Brody says, cool, I got a hand that I can establish some dragons at, so I'm going to trade some damage with you to start clawing back. But ultimately, nobody dishes it in such uncomfortable chunks like Lexi does right now.
It's so much harder now that you have something like a Codex of Frailty to go the fatigue route if your deck isn't expressly built for it against Lexi. You have some tools here. You've got, things like sand cover. If you can create ash, you can establish a sand cover. That might be good. That might be what's in the arsenal right now, in fact. You've got 3 copies generally if you're playing more aggressively. I think the Sigil of Solace, 3 copies of that is just staple no matter what Dromai you're playing. But you can count on at least gaining 9 life over the course of the game if you can draw through it. You have a lot of cards that block 3. And you have most likely Sink Belows. Like, those are your defensive tools. But you also have the capability of just being just fatigued out if you can't establish any board.
Bolton Shot showing up again off of a flipped Ice Quake, I believe it was. That looks like blue, if I'm not mistaken. Ultimately, still, it's going to create a Frostbite here. And the Bolton Shot is now on the way to hopefully connect with Brody Spurlock, but Brody's been quite defensive after, taking quite an onslaught of damage. Again, a lot of it's unavoidable based off the fact that Lexi's going to send like 3 things at you off of a Rain Razors to give everything a +2. So
yeah,
it's tough to deal with. And that, if I'm not mistaken, is that
That's another Sleep Dart.
Sleep Dart. There you go.
Sleep Dart coming again. This is not the card you want to see. You want to be able to establish something. You want to be able to do something, and you're going to be taxed by the Frostbite on the table. You don't have any ash, so you can't pitch into creating a dragon because you need the ash to target in order to pitch for that dragon. And now Sleep Dart is possibly stopping you from playing out that ash, and you're really stymied in a lot of different ways.
That's what I was saying.
Oh.
Stymied.
There you go. There you go.
Stymied, stydied, styust.
Yes.
So we're in the middle of round 6 here at the Battle Hardened in Chicago. Brody Spurlock on Dromai 5-0 versus Hunter Blaze on Lexi also 5-0. We're going to give you a better rounded out breakdown of the heroes that showed up. It seems like it seems like the opposite of my birthday parties. Everyone showed up to this. Bravo, Dory, Reinar, Katsu, Viscerai, Azalea, Kano, Dash, Levia, Bolton, Lexi, Briar, Phi, Dromai, Icelander, Prism, Vincent, Arachne, Riptide,
Partridge in a
Uzuri.
pear tree over here.
Holy Moses.
Hey, I gotta say
Everybody's here.
this. Look at this blessing in disguise that is the Frostbite given to you. We got to pitch for Snatch, and now we're threatening an Arsenal, and we got an Ash. Things are looking up.
Oh, my God. Lexi's garbage. Look at the help that she's giving.
We turned this around.
Absolutely. I mean, Brody's probably, like you said, kind of happy to see it. I mean, ultimately, if that Frostbite wasn't there, you're going Ravenous into the Snatch. But I think Brody's just happy to be able to establish the Ash anyways, and hopefully find a way to sort of turn this around. It looks like there's the Hornet Sting.
Now, this is an interesting usage of Hornet Sting. This is one that I will tell you the truth. I was not expecting a Hornet Sting block here. Now, what it does do is stop an Arsenal, and that does really kill a turn, possibly for being, you know, something that you can set up for a big 5-card hand next turn. So in that respect, I think it does do some work. But, man, I have seen time and time again that exact piece of equipment stop an entire turn of damage, almost like Scowling Fleshbag could, by killing an Ashwing and not allowing the Go Again trigger to resolve. You know, that's a huge play that you can kind of open up. Now, you did take a card, and they do have 2 non-arrows in the arsenal. So this could be a turn where Hunter doesn't present a ton of damage or doesn't play like 3 of a kind or something to that effect. So maybe you can cobble together something from this upcoming hand.
Icequake loading up on this turn with a Frostbite generated from the Lexi ability by flipping an ice card. We're loading up. I believe that's the heater.
Heat Seeker coming across. This is a dangerous card, and it is buffed by that Icequake. And if that Icequake connects, or sorry, if the Heat Seeker connects, the Icequake is going to tack on some extra Frostbite taxes.
2 snatches in Brody Spurlock's hand right now.
CNC as well. So the 3rd copy of CNC here we've drawn into, but unfortunately it's going to be very hard to establish.
Yeah, is that it looks like a Rake the Embers in there as well. So a couple of 2 blocks matched up with this 3 block. I wonder if Brody's just opting to just toss this away at 18 health. Maybe you're just still thinking like, I gotta wait you out. I'm still not there yet. You're gonna stumble. You're gonna falter. You're gonna have a hand that is just kind of paltry. But look what Hunter's done. Hunter has pitched away a Rain Razors on top of an Endless Arrow. That is gonna come back later, and that is probably how Hunter's gonna or what Hunter's gonna lean on to close out this game.
I think this is a solid block. You're committing both of those snatches plus the CNC to cover this up. You're going to just pass your turn by arsenaling, most likely, unless you really want to try and generate more ash. You can maybe pitch this Rake, but I think the Rake in the arsenal gives you a really powerful possibility in future turns. Yep, just going to pass on over, trigger the burn them all stack, get rid of every possible attack that you can.
Did you see how Brody just like flicked that card back? A little disdain there, Mr. Spurlock.
Indignantly.
Yeah, just said, get this out of here.
I know that feeling. I have oftentimes angrily pressed the pass turn button on Talishar, or like taken the pitch of my deck and angrily put it to the bottom. So I know that feeling greatly.
Yeah, I feel ya. I feel ya. Another Icequake loading up. It's gonna. I believe it was already revealed, so no Frostbite, but it is going to come with a Pathing Helix in tow, and this one is going to beef up this attack by, if it's red, it's going to be +3 on hit Frostbite. Don't like that. In the hand for Brody Spurlock, I see an Asvalai, I see a Enlightened Strike. Is it 2 Asvalai? What's the plural of Asvalai? There's a Dromai in there.
I think Asvalai is the plural.
I was about to say 2. Is it 1? So it's 1 Asvalai and 13 Asvalai. So a Dromai as well as, is that I believe a Sink Below is still hiding in there. There it is, covering that up.
Yeah, there's the E-Strike and the Dromai double block, and yep, just throwing it on over. You don't have the pitch to play that Arsenal card, so you're just gonna
Ashwing!
Send the Ashwing for 1, and the Arcane. Don't forget the Arcane.
And dude, Brody just coming in with a little a double tickle here, a little 1 physical, 1 arcane, a little diet Rosetta Thorn.
Yeah, that's what it is. I was going to say exactly that. He's going to keep the burn them all around. This is really kind of keeping him in the game in a lot of ways. Playing defensively, playing conservatively. I would, if I were Brody at this moment, and honestly, if I were Hunter as well, I would actually count the counts of both decks. Because if you know how many cards you have and how many cards your opponent has, and you can kind of keep track, and he's very good at this, is Brody, keep track of how many reds are still like floating in the deck, your opponent's threat density. You can see if fatigue is even a strategy to some degree, right?
Well, you're still at 18. You do know that there's still another 3 of a kind, another 1 or 2 Rain Razors that are still lurking about. So, yeah, I don't think that this is Brody's strategy that he kind of, you know, Brody might just be forced into this strategy because the turns that he's been, staring down have been just, really difficult to navigate, be it through the on-hit frostbites that are represented, be it through the fatigue shots and this and that. The on-hits have been really detrimental to Brody Spurlock's plan. So sometimes all it's going to take is an Ashwing and an arcane damage. And let's be real here. I know that I'm going to probably get Mara Faris to write me the 148-page hate mail, but Brody Spurlock might be the best Dromai player in the world.
Get out of here with that trash. No, that is, he just picked up the deck. So if you're watching this and wondering, Brody, isn't that the guy that plays like every hero? The answer is yes, it is. And he's good with every hero. Learning Dromai, here he's been practicing a little bit and sitting at 5-0, just casually 5-0, being able to pick up Dromai and staring down a Pathing Helix, which does represent some amount of threats. There is, I believe, just one card left in hand, no floating. So this is another turn where maybe you consider some amount of damage leak to try and do something on your turn, but I think the best possible outcome is he plays defensively and these turns continue to stack up where they're lackluster, and you start to find moments. Pitch one, make an Ash, make some Ashwings, swing it, doesn't get popped. Okay, start to claw your way back in. It's that sort of thing that you play to as the Dromai player. Here's the Flicker Trick block. This is a great usage of Flicker Trick, and that is one of my least favorite things to see. Oh, that feels so bad.
I love this card. I love this card. This card is basically saying, you know what? Take a pass.
It's like, yeah, I think I'm going to have a turn. And Hunter says, and why do I care?
Well, honestly, God, I mean, like, again, my buddy Mike Torek, who had this card in the list like months and months ago, kept telling me, he's like, look, sometimes all you do on your turn is you block out, you flip that card in your arsenal, you give him 4 frostbites, and you say, cool, I'll see you on my turn. It's a pure momentum buyer. It gets you out of so many jams against so many heroes. 3 frostbites against a red line list is almost insurmountable. It is really ridiculous to try to digest.
The benefit of this play is it allows him to do exactly this. He is now home free with Ash generation from this point forward, basically. By having that single Ashwing on board, he is able to pitch 3 reds, create 3 Ash, and still present 1 and 1, like mini Rosetta, right? That is actually a huge, huge benefit. If for some reason Hunter had decided to take that Ashwing out of play, this turn would have been backbreaking. And instead, it's given him 3 Ash, a chip, a chair, and a prayer.
That's all you need. I had a chip earlier. And I got a chair. Oh my goodness. That's the part of the recipe that I'm missing, is just got to inject the prayer aspect. But I'm not on the in the hot seat here. It's Brody Spurlock who has been withstanding this continuous onslaught from Hunter on Lexi, who has just not been relentless in terms of presenting on hits, break points, just chain link after chain link. Brody, that one Ashwing has been there with a front row seat to Oppenheimer, just watching the explosion and being like, yeah, IMAX is great.
IMAX experience right here. Here it is. And this is a great little give on the Frostbite, and one that you can actually deal with early by playing like another Flicker Trick or a Sink Below, something like that. Even like a Sigil of Solace, you can do it on their turn. But knowing that they flipped up another Red Arctic Incarceration is scary.
We have been here, you and I believe, 8.5 hours already.
Have we?
Since 8 o'clock, yeah. Oh. It's almost 4:30 local here. Wow. 6 rounds of Swiss we're punching through it here. We're going the distance today, you and I. Mm-hmm. We're doing 11 rounds of CC, Steven, and
I was waiting for J Armada.
No, that's a Mara thing. I don't.
That's a Mara thing.
I think honestly we've given her enough freebies on this broadcast. So, chat, you have another pro player you want us to continuously reference? Who's out there that wants some love?
Headshot here is representing some good damage, but gonna play defensively, cover it up.
I mean, so these are the types of
point.
Yeah, these are the types of attacks that Brody's like, okay, fine. I can give 1 card instead of 2. I can leak. I can let some damage leak because it's just vanilla damage. There's no sprinkles on this one.
Yeah, but this is the problem, is you know that this is coming next. The Arctic Incarceration will just destroy your next turn. It's not going to be close. With 4 Frostbites, there's nothing that you can do. There's no tricks that you can do to break them with the cards that you have currently. After you made that block with a 1 card, there's nothing that you can do to have a turn, essentially.
I will break you.
And this is the right play, finally getting rid of that burn them all, so that if you draw into the 3rd copy, I believe he has 1 copy remaining. If you draw into the 3rd copy, you do have another out that you can kind of play to. 0 cost reds are also great to have if your opponent is giving you frostbites.
We're getting some suggestions to the Tall Timmy. We should talk about the Tall Timmy.
Team!
Team! One of the happiest people. This dude was like a caffeine-fueled rocket ship right into my adrenaline glands when I met him at Worlds in San Jose. I was walking to the venue. I just picked up a coffee. I was exhausted. I was just sipping a coffee, and then I see this gigantic totem pole of a human being bouncing down the street, and all I hear is like, "Is that Flake?" I was like, "Oh my goodness, why are you so perfect?"
That Flake.
Yeah, just this Adonis of a human being, and then also one of the nicest people you will ever meet. I love this guy to death. So we're gonna give Tall Timmy some time for some love in this.
Oh my
this
goodness! Now this is the unfortunate turn that
what
we
the
were.
hell? I
that
literally
we were,
was looking at you for like 20 seconds.
I was
turned
waiting
back.
for you to finish so I could recap the atrocities that are occurring on this turn. The double Winter's Bite is incredibly painful to Brody to deal with because it's pulling 2 cards guaranteed in a predominantly red list. That is very backbreaking, and in fact, that's actually the play that got our 1-seeded Pro Tour player into the top 4 at our most recent Pro Tour. They were losing, and it was Winter's Bite, and then like some incidental arrow, or even just Winter's Bite Arsenal, and they won that game. And this is exactly what we see here, and unfortunately, it's followed up by the worst case scenario in 3 of a kind, followed by 2 infecting shots, most likely, that you are not going to be able to deal with. You can't pitch into those infecting shots. You can't stop that blood rot.
Now, I'm seeing a little bit of criticism regarding this and people saying, oh, like, this is completely unfair and this and that and whatever, and oh my god, Lexi's, like, busted or whatever. Lexi's a strong hero, absolutely. The difference is, and why this looks so one-sided, is because you're playing a taxing hero, an ice variant of an already strong hero, against a deck that runs practically no blues. So obviously this is going to look like a complete beatdown because Hunter brought the water Pokemon to the fire gym. Okay, that's basically what you're seeing here. As Brody Spurlock, loaded with reds, is having difficulty paying through these frostbites. So in another dimension, you know, where you're bringing in a hero that has a lot of blues like a Bravo or whatnot, it might be a different ball game. Yes, Lexi is a strong hero. There's no doubt about it. And this one is so lopsided because it's an ice-oriented, very taxing hero. Everything is going to cost you more. And when your whole deck is reds, that's where that kind of just fully is on display of the full oppression of an ice Lexi.
Yeah, there's the actual block there covering up the blue infecting shot, preventing even more blood rot to come across, but you are going to have to take 2 here, going down to 7. And we saw Brody was starting to stabilize and starting to kind of find a footing in this matchup, but unfortunately, the moment we see another 3 of a kind come across is the moment that Hunter seizes back control and puts Brody to a single-digit life total, one place you do not want to be if you are the Dromai player. Choosing to flip up and give yet another frostbite.
Again, like even the 1 frostbite is already meaning that Brody's going to have to ditch a card, just like just 1 additional card that he may not want to. He does find the Nourishing Emptiness in hand. The Burn Them All probably did a good job of pruning out a lot of those attack actions, but he has been blocking a lot. So that Nourishing Emptiness might just be a 6 for 2.
Yeah, here's the Endless Arrow that was brought back to the hand on the previous turn because it connected. This might be the time where you give a 3 block plus the last block on your Furnace, which is a play that you do end up making more often than not. And you're okay to make that play because you're not really using your Furnace to gain action points or resources at this stage of the game, and creating Ash is incidental because you're at such low life totals and you've got enough. And that is going to be the case. He's going to give a card plus the final block here.
Look, I'll say this. I've played a lot of Lexi, and what Hunter is displaying here is extreme efficiency on every single turn. This can potentially be a little bit of an outlier because the game has gone so deep that there hasn't been a whiff yet. There hasn't been a, well, you know, I drew 3 Ice Quakes and an arrow. It's not the greatest thing. But the difference there is that Hunter on the bad hands have been able to capitalize on those Arctic incarcerations, which absolutely shut down and incarcerate Brody Spurlock's attack pattern, and he can't really get away from that. I mean, Brody Spurlock right now has unfortunately come up against a hero that is just meant to stuff his hero right now. But the difference is that Brody hasn't even had a chance to catch his breath. There hasn't been one turn where Hunter has just fired 1 arrow or something along those lines. Every turn has been a 1-2, like a 1-2 step, 1-2 step.
And I'll say this, having played this matchup a lot from the other, wow, oh my God, and the hits just keep coming because Hunter says, you know, if you ever wanted to have a turn again, but you're at 2, but if you ever wanted to have a turn again, you know what I have in Arsenal, right? It's that card that ends your turn. Yeah, I just got that off the top. No, but like the interesting thing about this matchup from both perspectives is that it can feel very like favored if you hit the right things early. Like, if we establish a board of dragons as Dromai, then Lexi has to deal with them the entire game and then just loses. Oftentimes, can just lose. Especially now that they don't have bullseye bracers to drop in endless arrows and deal with that. But if we miss those things, and if we make a couple of little inconsistencies here and there that can snowball, eventually you just give up the game and you just run into the buzzsaw of arrows that you can possibly see. And that's what we see here.
Yeah, and I want to give full credit to Hunter Blaze here, who's 5-0 in the tournament. It's not just because he's getting a free pass here. It's not like he's cheating by playing Lexi, which only he has access to. He has designed this deck to target this meta and probably suspected that Dromai was going to be out there with a lot of red cards and made the meta call. Brody likes this hero as well and is 5-0 because he played against probably other heroes that did not were not Lexis or Ice Lexis or whatnot. This is just one game out of the hundreds and hundreds that are being played today, and ultimately, you know, this is the outcome right now, is that we're seeing a little bit of a lopsided affair here, but I want to make sure that people realize that Hunter Blaze is a really good player, and, you know, it's not just a matter of blaming the hero because Brody is unbeatable. No, it's Hunter Blaze is playing this really, really well.
That's the thing about it. You're sitting at 5-0. You're sitting on a deck that is incredibly strong, and you're executing it at a high level in a field that is full of high-level players. So you have to be at that high tier of playability and know what you're doing and know what your deck wants to do. And here he's got Brody on the ropes, 27-1. All but looking to just close this game out and punch his ticket to that 6-0 record. And if you're Brody, I think in this position, I think you wash your mouth of this game, scrub your brain of it.
Why are you washing your mouth of this game?
Outside.
What happened to your hands, Armando?
No, I wash my mouth out. This is like, because this is a game that leaves a bad taste in your mouth.
Okay,
you walk away from the table and you're like, I taste that. You just walk away from this one. You take your lumps. You realize that early in this game, maybe there are some more inconsistencies that crept in, and you make some changes, subtle changes to how you play out the early game turns, and then you just say, you know what? Maybe I just improve a little bit in there and then forget that this even happened, because you're still sitting, if this is an L, you're still sitting at 5-1, and you are very alive to make it in the top 8 by picking up a win or two in the last couple of rounds.
This one's still not over. Brody just hanging on for dear life here. It's a headshot. Nothing can leak. Nothing can leak.
You've seen the lion's share of your opponent's threats. We haven't seen the Codex of Frailty make an appearance as well, though, so we can expect maybe a Codex or two floating around left in the deck. You're sitting at 1. I think we've used, if not all of our Sigils of Solace, we've used 2. So if our life total's effectively at 4, we just have to be incredibly efficient. But
keep in mind,
it's tough.
Keep in mind also that I don't believe there was any shuffling that happened. So there's going to be a Endless Arrow paired up with a Rain Razors as well.
That's true.
But Codex,
I think this closes it out. If he's got 1 card left in hand, and it does appear that he has 1 card left in hand, well, that card is going to get discarded off of the Codex of Frailty. And unless he has his own down and dirty, it's going to seal the game.
that
right
does it.
there.
Well done. Again, lopsided is one way to discuss how this matchup goes. Unfortunately, like I said, Hunter brought the water Pokemon to the fire gym, and it's just kind of an easy peasy, nice cruise to the finish line. At 27 and change left for Hunter at the end of this one, but ultimately there's still 2 more rounds to be played here. Yep. So Brody Spurlock has another 2 opportunities here to sort of cement his space in the top 8. But huge congratulations to Hunter for taking down arguably the best player in Flesh and Blood.
Yeah, that is no small feat. And yes, Brody is still picking up the intricacies of the deck, but as you see on round 2, he knows what he's doing, and maybe tighten up a couple of those early play lines and avoid a hopeful snowball. He's going to see Lexi's at this top tables. Lexi is a powerful deck, and it's definitely a matchup that you have to know what you're doing in. And as we can see on stream and on display in that game, it can go either way, and when it rains, it pours. There it is. There's your poem.
All right. Well, we promised you a little bit more insight into what the meta breakdown is. So we said everybody's invited, right, to this party for the most part. I don't think that there's anybody that is not represented.
We have Aracne.
Yeah, yep. I think we've got the whole
You
kit
got to check
and caboodle.
those 2, unfortunately, now.
All right. Well, ultimately, so we said the number 1 is Lexi. 21 Lexis. 16 Bravos are here, as well as 15 Dromais, 14 Levias, 10 Dories. That rounds out your top 5. Then we get into some of the
greasy inner workings. We have 9 Viscerai players. One of which we saw on stream in a very close game against Nathan Crawford on Briar. Speaking of Briar, how many Briars do we have? I know 6 is the next number. We've got 6 Icelander, 6 Briar. It looks like 6 Briar, 6 Bolton, and weirdly enough, 6 Vincent. I wonder if we could find a Vincent lurking around out there. That would be
they're
quite
doing
fun.
the sealed because they all lost. Sorry, I just thought that was accurate.
Sorry, we should ask around, see if we can maybe pull a Vincent, because it would be fun to take a look at that. But.
All those heroes are 6 ofs at the tournament. We've got 5 Phis.
As well as 5 Azuris.
Yeah, we like those. Next up is, we got 4 new Prisms.
Yeah, 4 Prism 2.0s is how it was written, along with 4 Azaleas and 4 Katsus. I would love to see one of those types of heroes, like a Katsu or an Azalea, or even like a Prism 2.0. Maybe we can sneak one of those onto the stream, depending on where the standings fall. And one of the biggest things I'd like to see is this hero called Cano.
Robinson Cano. He's a second baseman.
Cano?
He was a second baseman for the Yankees, the Mariners. Not Robinson Cano?
No, maybe not.
No.
Cano sitting at 3 players playing Kano, which is quite interesting. And then finishing things out, we've got 2 Arachne, 2 Riptide, and 1 lone Rhinar player saying, "Is this Blitz? Why am I here? This isn't Blitz. I thought this was a Blitz event."
No. Did we miss anybody?
We missed Dash at 4 players.
Oh,
but
Dash,
did
right.
we really?
Somewhere out there, Rachel, Max Ferocity
jumping over the enclosure they've put us in for these 12 hours of streaming. She's leaping over the fences and coming to destroy me.
Oh, and 1 Borvo. There's one.
One Borvo, stopper
There's
of show.
16 Borvos. It's just that one of them's committed more to the bit.
Yeah, I guess.
There it is. So that is the full breakdown of heroes at this event, and we don't necessarily have hero standings. That wouldn't be something that we'd be able to get until we get into that top 8 to see where everyone finished out. But I am quite curious. Here's another thing I want to see. I want to know how many Levias are sitting at top tables. Because, again, one of the storylines going into this, for me personally, was how Levia was doing in this match. We've only seen Levia in one game on stream thus far. And what does that mean about top tables placements? I don't know. But we did see that Levia unfortunately succumb to lethal damage.
We
on
did
stream.
indeed, despite the flipsy-dipsy into the new Levia,
Yeah.
the one with Bluetooth and all-wheel drive and all that stuff like
Yep.
that. It's got a moonroof.
It turns out that when you hit yourself for 8 to draw a card,
right.
it doesn't go well
Yeah.
if you're Levia. So
Yeah.
didn't pan out that way. Watch that game back. That was a fun one. I enjoyed watching that one, though. I'm sure the players probably got more of a kick out of it than we did.
How about we should do one more giveaway? What do you
Okay.
think? Let's take a brief pause.
Okay.
We're gonna come back. You want to do should we do a Dusk Till Dawn box
Yes.
box break giveaway?
Hey, we're going to give you a Dusk Till Dawn box. The contents of a Dusk Till Dawn box. We will open it on stream. We'll play a booster box giveaway game. Guess the cold
Done.
foil?
Guess the cold foil.
If
All
you want to
right.
play that game, stick around. We're going to take a quick break, get that set up, and be right back here at the Battle Hardened Chicago.
Borvo.
I hate it that the music always cuts. I hate that. This music is so good.
Wow. Way
I'm
to
so
just
into it.
shred our vibes.
The vibe was so high.
Oh, my God.
And now we're back down to earth. But you know what we are at as well is round 6.
Yeah, round 6. Let's go.
That's pretty good. Round 6 is going to be a fun one because, chat, you said get the 5-1 Bolton. And we said yes. And then that also means we get Dorinthia along with it.
Oh, she comes with a Dawnblade. Ooh, gonna take it all the way to the top rope. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's Dawnblade, not axes.
No.
That would be really cool if it was Decimate or Great Axe. But we do get Dawnblade Dorinthia showing up, showing out. Hopefully, sitting at, I believe, a 5-1 as well. I think both of these players are 5-1. Yes, round 6 is what was said. Round 7 is what was intended. Thank you for reading between the lines.
Well, it's round 6 American, 7 Canadian.
Read the runes in that respect. I appreciate you for reading the runes and understanding what I meant to say. As a teacher, I need you to understand that what I said may not be what I mean. And what I need you to do is take the extra leap to understand what I meant.
Are you one of those teachers that will give like the directions on something where it says read all the directions, and then it's like 12 stupid directions, and then the 13th direction is ignore the first 12 directions?
No, I teach band. My direction is given verbally one time in short, rapid succession, and then we just go again.
I'm not listening to you.
Go again. We play it again. Play it again.
All right, Flight of the Bumblebees. Let's go.
Oh, come on.
What?
Come on now. We can't handle that.
All right.
I teach middle schoolers. That's not a thing we do.
No, never mind.
High literature is not something that I program for middle school kids that play trombone. That's not what we do.
What's the name of the song that is like, there was a little Spanish flea. You could tell that like it's round 6 and we've had no breaks.
Yeah.
But I have coffee, and that's such an amazing thing, people. Right now. Is that it?
I can actually play that song on the flugelhorn, which it was intended to be played on, I believe. I believe that was a flugelhorn piece. This is not in any way, shape, or form related to this beautiful, wonderful tournament that is being hosted here by MinMaxGames. Thank you so much for that segue. Oh my God, we needed to jump down into this game immediately. 4-2 versus 5-1. Bolton versus Dorinthia. Dorinthia sitting at 4-2, needs a couple of wins to try and cut into the top 8. It's going to be sort of a win-out scenario, I believe, at this point at 4-2. But Philip looking down at the beautiful Marvel Dorinthia, saying, "You give me hope."
Well, that's what's incredible. Like, because when I come down here to these tournaments in the United States, they're like, "Oh, is that Flake? Is he a Flesh and Blood player?" And they say yes, and he's 4-2.
Yep. Okay. There you go. Shout out to the correct answer in chat. It was Herp Alpert and the Tijuana Brass.
Oh, sweet.
And
Thank you so much.
And it is Spanish Flea.
Oh, is it called Spanish Flea?
That's why I thought you were joking.
No,
because
I
you
wasn't
literally
sure.
started with Spanish Flea, and I was like, that's the...
I mean, when
Okay.
you're getting inspired to make music, it's like, you know what? What's that really small, annoying insect, but from Spain?
Well, you got to do the hands with the points to the side. We all know what we're talking about. Okay. So in this matchup, we're seeing a new buffed up version of Bolton. Been to the gym, really put the work in, got some new cards to play with.
Oh, my God.
There's some really cool new interactions that we hopefully get to see with some of these new powerful cards. Not the least of which are all these bannerets that we see littered around in this list. Banneret is a really great new mechanic wherein the soul key, it's not soul forge. What is the key word?
Oh,
God, I just blanked on it.
Soul Flare.
Soul Flare. Thank you.
Soul Flare.
Yes.
I was trying to. I mean, I may be dating
It
myself
reminded me
here,
of, like,
but
Dragon Ball Z.
Well, remember Soul Train?
No.
We were already too young for Soul Train, but like it was a thing from I think the 60s or 70s. It was like literally a primetime TV show where people danced. That was it. That was the show.
143 players at the event. 8 rounds of Swiss. We are into round number 7.
Yeah, and my sanity typically is a 6-round sanity meter.
This is where it starts to go for you?
Oh, definitely. Because typically at other major events, if they do go, 7 rounds plus like a top 8, there's a rotation, they're swapping in and out. I love what I do here. I'm just saying that I will do all 11 rounds today. You are the ones who are on the hook to basically catch my sanity as it escapes my body like a ghoul. Just, escaping
I'm having
host.
I'm having a great time. I think this has been a blast of an event thus far, and I am very much looking forward to seeing how this pans out into the top 8. There's so many interesting storylines that we don't quite know the answers to because it's a little amorphous out there. What are the current standings? What heroes are towards the top? Where are we sitting? Those are the questions I want to answer over the next 1 to 2 rounds. And one question right here being, can Bolton close this out, go 6-1, and prove to the world why Dusk Till Dawn actually gave them tools to compete as Charge Bolton is revealed. Raiden Duskbane, the cold foil Raiden, in fact, is actually the card that is revealed as we begin this game.
The game's starting up again. If you want to send us some messages, use the hashtag #FabChicago. As just going through some of the messages, we've got that was a great match from Borvo. This from Justin Manuel. Yes. Also, World Class Joe from Fab Chicago. Joe Santiana just crushed it. That feeling when you rely on CNC no matter what deck you play. It's a great card, friends. And we're off to the races here as Bolton starting off and trying to charge stuff up here again. Bolton is one of those heroes that kind of fell in out of the spotlight. There was only so much to be had for Dusk Till Dawn. A lot of it went to Vincent as a brand new hero. Then Prism got a good look as more cards came out. Levia has emerged as the star of that set. And somewhere behind all of this is Bolton with his smug look saying, hey, when the movie happens and Idris Elba plays me, I need some good cards. And I think he's got some.
Yeah, well, here starting on turn 0, we're going to see the not turn 0. I was so encapsulated just by your wonderful commentary that I missed out on the swing here. And no, this is turn 0 because that is the second swing of Dawnblade since the Brave Forge bracers have been activated. There's the cover up. This is an interesting point of contention. Do you start by swinging the Dawnblade, blocking the swung Dawnblade first, or do you wait until the second swing to really commit your blocks? And here we do see the second swing there. This is to deny the counter. And this is not what you want to see, because Singing Steelblade is going to allow you, Singing Steelblade, going to allow you to go and get whatever you want. The world's your oyster, really.
I prefer it just to be a planet, but if it was an oyster, I'm glad that I can breathe underwater.
Indeed. That is something that you said.
So,
of all the things you said, there's one of them.
So this is getting beefed up here, and again, Tyler was able to block out a lot of this, and we're just kind of in a situation where when you're up against Dawnblade, you're usually just blocking over the top, way over the top. And the worst thing that you can deal with, it's a snowball effect where if it leaks through and gets a counter, it becomes harder to shut down the turn after, and the turn after that, etc.
Yes.
So it's not easy.
There's the counter, and that is not what you want to see, but going to start off with Illuminate for 4.
This is Illuminate for 4. It's a 4 attack, 3 block red card. Costs you nothing. On hit goes to soul. This was a card that I targeted hard when I was drafting in Monarch. It is so good. You block out 3 cards. You still have a breakpoint on hit effect with this card. I loved this card.
It's coming across. No go again on this. We do have a card in soul. We haven't charged. This is likely all we're doing on the turn, but it is going to go to soul. Build up your soul. After a 3-card block, it makes a ton of sense. And then we draw up and pass on over to our opponent. We have a cornucopia of yellow cards. It appears. Oh, no. We are not able to pull the counter off this turn because that is an Iron Song Determination, keeping us from blocking with multiple cards from hand on a single attack because it's got the Bespoke Dominate written all the way back in round 2.
Yes, it has bonk.
You're going to have to commit some serious cards to blocking here, committing possibly 4. And then we do have a sink below that is going to allow us to effectively block 8 here.
Well, that exactly. So typically, you wouldn't give up the armor here to full block this unless you had a failsafe. You do have something in your back pocket to sort of block over the top in case you can't cover this up entirely. In a situation like this, where you know that it's going to be tough to cover up, and you know that there's still 2 floating, 2 cards in hand, do you just kind of let this go? Perhaps
it's a really dangerous spot, because then you don't want to put yourself into a position where you gain no extra information by them floating the 2 here and then having a 2-card hand. They can just as easily, let this hit, snap it, or allow you to gain go again from a card from hand, and then just swing it again. And the issue there, and this is such a punish, because it pushes to 9. Blocking that equipment, and then this will allow you to kind of sink a card and swap it around, but this only covers up 8, and the puncture really pushes through that equipment, makes it even worse. So this, no way that we can cover this up, and this is going to be 1 hit on the Dawnblade. Didn't have a card that allowed you to gain go again on it, but you did maintain the counter and pushed extra damage. Ripping cards from hand as well.
All right, sweet deal. As we progress over here, Boltyn has been charging the soul. For those who are not necessarily completely aware of Boltyn, because Boltyn hasn't necessarily been a major player on the scene for, over a year or a year and a half even. Like, we've seen combo Boltyn and what that can do with Illumina, Go Boomina play. There's been some explosive viral moments, if you will, when it comes to those types of plays. But what we don't see is the agonizing grind of this hero and just being sort of a second fiddle to so many other heroes that have been out there. When you're charging your soul, what are the explosive turns that Boltyn is looking to pull off?
Well, it all kind of centers, this new version of the deck centers a lot around things like Via of the Vanguard, snaking together that into, heavy charges, into maybe drawing cards off of cards like Bolt of Courage, but really coming down to, again, Lumina Ascension, allowing you to, trigger Lumina and give +1 to your Raiden now, and then swing it multiple times, gain some health. So this list, whereas before Charge Boltyn didn't really play into Lumina Ascension that much, and Charge Boltyn was just underplayed in general, now we have sort of this hybrid where we're playing Raiden, but we're also playing Luminas, and we're able to really swing multiple times with it, gain some life back, and push massive amounts of damage off of very little resources. The resources come from the soul being banished to give go again.
Philip Hensley, 4-2 on Dorinthia versus Alex Tyler on Boltyn at 5-1. Alex a little bit more comfortable when it comes to a top 8 prospect, as this is the second to last round. We're going a full 8 spot here in terms of Swiss round, as there's 143, I believe, registered players who suited up and went after it here today. So as it stands, Philip, I think, needs to just win the next 2 to get a chance to sort of squeak in as a prayer, whereas Alex also doesn't want to have any math involved in deciding whether he's in or not. He just wants to win outright here. But a Dawnblade with a counter on it is a nasty little tidbit to sort of stare down turn after turn. So it becomes more and more difficult to just essentially gain momentum back when the Dorinthia can probably just take the damage you're doing just to support a bigger and bigger Dawnblade. It feels to me, Steven, that Dawnblade is something that you have to continuously keep in check. You cannot give it any leeway on you can't give it a leash. It's got to be, reeled in at all times.
Yeah, this is starting off on that first turn. Gaining a counter is a huge swing play early, and I think on that second turn we might have seen Alex want to basically give a full hand to try and take that counter away, because a Dawnblade with a counter consistently is incredibly scary. But unfortunately, it lined up perfectly with an Iron Song Determination to give Dominate, +1 Dominate, and send the Dawnblade counter continuing. And this is another great follow-up, is Warrior's Valor, giving go again if this hits, and giving a buff, of course, as well, presenting a hard math scenario. Is Philip, and this is exactly what I was talking about. He wants to cover everything possible up so that he can just get rid of that and play at parity again. Yeah, I can't do much on my turn, but you know what? You don't have a counter, and it's way easier to block if I don't have to account for a counter. There it is. It's almost like I knew what those cards did. Isn't that amazing?
Well, look.
Wow.
I know.
Weird.
This is why I'm trying. I stay near you to just absorb your aura and your beauty. I can't grow a beard. It's just not within me. So.
Okay, now here we have a scary proposition. We haven't given this attack go again, but we are sending another Iron Song Determination with Dominate and the Dawnblade counter. There's the run through that is going to allow you to continue this turn. Going to cover it. Try to cover it with Sync below. Does this cover enough? I think I glimpsed a Twinning Blade in hand. And a Twinning Blade in arsenal. Absolutely backbreaking is that when you think you have it covered, you think you can kind of stymie that turn, even if they can give it go again. You can't attack with it if it doesn't hit. But Twinning Blade says you can.
So we talked about this in the Lexi matchup about looking through the graveyard of, okay, I've seen this many big cards. Like, what are those impactful cards then that Alex is kind of keeping track of? We've seen that Route is a back-breaking card, but ultimately, what are the cards that Alex is looking to sort of just weather the storm of? What cards that when they're all gone and done, Alex can kind of breathe a little easier?
Any card that says Steel Blade is terrifying. And honestly, these I count the Iron Song Determinations as well, because these are, depending on how the matchup wants to play out on Phil's side, if he chooses to pitch these for like a second cycle scenario, knowing when those are coming and where those are coming is really important, because if you can line up maybe a defense reaction from your hand with that, that is a very scary proposition. But I'm looking at things like Steel Blade Supremacy, and we haven't seen any of those yet. If that card is allowed to hit the board, and then the Dawnblade is allowed to hit, then you have really, really bad stuff coming your way. So cards like Steel Blade Supremacy, your standard attack reactions that you want to look for, your like Steel Blades, really, I like to look a lot for how many, I forgot the name of the blue pitch that gives go again, and Reprise gives you a draw card. Why I blank on the name of that card?
Titanium Bauble.
It is not Titanium Bauble. But whenever I play against a Dorinthia, I count how many sources of go again, and that is a beautiful one to try and keep track of. I think if that's a blue, then you're also keeping track of Iron Song responses, because 0 for 3s are very dangerous. But we've already seen a couple of red Iron Song responses used, and those are all things that you want to keep track of when you're playing against, because the great block here.
Oh, gets shunted here as the Raiden is going to poke through after the Take Flight was charging up and getting the go again. This is a Raiden that gets to attack for free, and it gets buffed up based off of the fact that a charge was occurred.
Glint the Quicksilver. Thank you so much, chat.
That's what I said. I said exactly that.
Yes, I could not for some reason. I guess after 7 rounds, my brain started to slip on the name Glint the Quicksilver. Strange, right?
It's my Canadian accent. Sorry.
Sorry. I just didn't understand you saying Glint the Quicksilver. Here's V of the Vanguard. Now, this is a key turn, perhaps. We have a soul built up. We have V of the Vanguard. I believe we've charged 1. And so that's going to buff across the board. This allows you to kind of set up a big turn. We haven't seen Spirit of Arena. Arena? I don't know how you pronounce that. Spirit of Arena. That card can really send turns into overdrive with Lumina Ascension, but basically anything after this is going to receive the V of the Vanguard buff on this combat chain. And we're going to attack react to give go again. Followed by what is the question? And that is a pretty good one.
Yeah, Illuminate's pretty good. It's going to be a 5-spot on hit. Goes to Soul, which, again, does help you out. You can... you have to respect this. Again, V of the Vanguard is one of those cards that when you're playing Monarch Limited, again, which is going to be a major part of National Season, Monarch Limited, this is a pack 1, pick 1 all-star. It does so much work on Bolton axes. And look what it's doing right now. You just have to basically charge 1, which then allows you to essentially empty your soul to give all these go again. So you're gonna have a 4 go again into the Illuminate 5 if the Illuminate hits.
This is very dangerous. If he has a yellow plus that Command and Conquer, this is a 7 Command and Conquer. Oh no, even better. He's gonna use Bacon of Victory. I one time on a video accidentally said bacon instead of beacon, and now I just can't stop doing it.
Delicious. Do you like your bacon like really well done and crispy?
Yes,
or okay.
I prefer the crispy bacon.
Sound
off in chat. How many of you prefer crispy bacon?
I went to an IHOP in Ohio. No, sorry, it was a Cracker Barrel
Oh wow!
Which
Okay.
was quite an experience.
It's a
I went there
deep
with
cut.
I went there with Charmer, and then I went there with the boys from 3 Floating a week later, and they asked me what I wanted. I said bacon, and I said I don't want it to get crispy or well done, please. They're like, so you want it limp? And I said, sure, you can call it that. I would like it like that.
There you go. Now this allows you to give. Well, first of all, it gives +2 because I believe you banished 2 cards to the effect, so it's giving +2. But it also lets you go and fetch an attack reaction from your deck, and oftentimes that becomes Lumina Ascension. I didn't actually look because I was so distracted by thinking about Cracker Barrel and how that exists. I didn't see if he actually grabbed it, but it doesn't even matter because you go 4 into 7. No, actually, I think he broke the chain. No, it is 7. Indeed, 7. He did not break the chain. He just cleaned it up. Yep, because it hits Go to Soul. Yeah, 7 is huge, and this threatens the arsenal. This is the kind of turn that you set up with those cards in Soul and off of the back of a V of the Vanguard.
Look at the work that was done here, and Alex is showing why Boltyn can be an explosive hero. The difference here is, why I'm not sold on Boltyn yet is Boltyn had to work and basically, charge up to have a turn that Briar has almost every day.
Yeah, well, that hero is about to LL, so you know what? You can just get that right on out of here. I will say this. Most of the chat is saying limp bacon. No, I guess it's about halfway. Crispy and limp.
No, it's limp, man.
And some people are saying Kevin Bacon.
Oh, absolutely.
Which I guess if that was an option, I would have considered. Can we just stop? Hold on. That is a EA Lumina Ascension. That is a beautiful card.
Hey, who opened one of those right next to me?
Oh, yeah, that was me. I did that. I forgot I even had that card. That went into a bulk box. Just
You know what? It would have been a point of celebration if I didn't open a foil normal one the pack before in my box. And I was like, look what I got. And you're like, oh, cool story, loser.
Can we also talk about how he pitched 4 for the wonderful Bolting Blade? That card attacks for 7. That's a popper in the deck. That card is one of the most fun cards to play, at least that I found back when I was playing a lot of Boltyn and Blitz. It was a really fun card to try and set up for. Where is the giveaway? Coming soon to a stream near you.
We will be rocking a giveaway after this. We also should let's do this giveaway, this box here. Maybe this box should be the giveaway that we do for the captions that we've been reading. I think that's fair. So we'll do. We're going to give away a box of unlimited Tales of Aria. If you haven't already, check out DM Armada's Twitter, at Armada_DM. He posted a picture of him and I in a precarious pose where we were both kind of doing stuff. And best caption or Photoshop will win this box. So go check that out right now.
I also just want to point out that there was a full take on damage and a gift of a counter here by Alex. Alex says, you know what? Sign me up. I will take every piece of damage that you throw at me, 10 points, and give you a counter so that I can play this turn. And what is the turn? Well, let's find out.
Well, that's a big take, and you got to think that if you're taking that much damage and offering your opponent the option to put a counter on their sword, you better believe that it's going to come in hot and heavy here, and it's going to have some implications. So, starting it off here, Alex still has.
I think it's a light the way that he snaps into the Lumina Ascension. There's the Lumina Ascension that another beautiful extended art Lumina Ascension into the Raiden. Raiden's going to gain the go again off the Quicken token, so you don't even need to feed the soul, but it is going to trigger into the soul and gain you a point of life. He's going to send it again. This time he's going to react and do it again. Gain the point of life.
Look at this. Lumina is going booming.
And Bolting Blade, because here's the wonderful thing about Bolting Blade. You charged. It gets -2 on cost. You can pitch that yellow, send 7, put your opponent to a casual 5. And gain 2 life on that play, too.
Okay, now this could be, I mean, don't worry, like, the work was done here. And the beautiful part here is that Alex, some of the damage that was taken did come back off the life gain from the Lumina Ascension. You gotta love that. Also, charging the soul, meaning that you can get some go-agains if you have the right hand moving forward. But at the same time, Philip's at 5.
Yeah.
Philip just took the damage, took 15 damage. Said, cool story. I have a counter on my Dawnblade and 5 cards. So
haymakers throwing both directions, aren't they?
big time, big time. You'd love to see it over here as it's become sort of a swing and parry kind of back and forth here. But eventually they're going to have to lock blades here because you can't just take it off the chin like that every turn. And now Philip's at 5. He's in the driver's seat, and Dorinthia's got got a little sauce on that Dawnblade.
No, he definitely gave go again both times. It's just that the play was so quick that when he triggered the banish there, and then also triggered the effect on the Lumina Ascension, granting, I guess, to Raiden, it looked very crisp and quick. But being at 5, you're basically at this point resigned to try and do your best to push as much damage as possible because you got to get Alex down into some lethal range. And 14 is a little tricky unless you've got a great setup for it. That's a great answer to the equipment block there, basically nullifying that block. I believe because I think Puncture has piercing and gives a buff as well. He's got a D-react.
Yeah, and but he also has a nice cushion of life, and maybe you don't want to block this one. Who knows? We're not sure. Does this have go again?
And there's a route. So the route was interesting because the route, waiting possibly to maybe bait out a card for that block, and route could have maybe done some extra work, but pushing to 11.
Oh boy, okay.
And there's finally the commit on the sink below. Choosing the sink option, we'll see.
11, I mean, that Dawnblade went from limp to extra crispy in a real fast.
And he's trying to push as much damage as possible, but I think Alex gambled a little bit, saying, I don't think you can push 14 on me. I can throw whatever I want to throw in front of this. I'm not really worried about that because if I have a 3 to 4 card hand, maybe I can just completely blow you out on my own next turn. But look at this. This is exactly probably what he needed. The punishment, perhaps, on everything is lining up because we got Singing Steelblade and Route on the same attack, pushing this to 12 and digging around, seeing what he can get. He can get a 1-for-3 attack reaction.
He's working on it. He's looking for it. In Alex's hand, you see a take flight. A lot of block 3s ultimately here is what you're looking at. And
okay, or a Glint the Quicksilver, and that is even more backbreaking because now we can Glint, give go again. This is going to hit, draw a card, and we have the resources at least to swing it again. That is a turn.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff right there on the table. Is a whole lot of junk. This is the Cracker Barrel of combat chains right now.
Yeah, that is a massive swing turn. And I think the gamble of you know what, you have to put me on exactly dealing 14 or more, otherwise I'm just going to blow you out with my own next turn, might come back to bite Alex here because that's pretty much the exact hand you draw up.
All right, well, we're still seeing here. I think what Alex is hoping for is that if he can walk away with that whole hand, he could pitch, take flight, charge, and then swing Raiden and hope. You know, it's...
Let's see. He's going to close the combat chain so that he can swing the Dawnblade again, pitching the 1. No resources floating, but it is 4, and we have a card that we are conceivably going to arsenal. The only way you die here is if that is red Iron Song response. Is there ever a world that you bet your almost entire tournament life on your opponent not top decking red Iron Song response? We've seen 2 played already on turn 0.
there's a position here where you can block 2, and if you have a 0 cost that you can send. Otherwise, I mean, are you really ever in the wrong to maybe just put the take flight into your arsenal? Oh, he's giving it up.
Double cover. And gonna arsenal and pass, yeah.
Okay. Well, this is not terrible, I don't think. Yeah, the problem in this case is that Philip's deck is just loaded with, surprise.
It is an incredibly dangerous proposition now from this point. It got a blue iron sign. It was a spoils, and that is not what you want to see. You know it's guaranteed go again. It's got buffs. If it hits, draw a card, and oftentimes right here, if it hits, win the game from Philip is basically what he's saying.
7 attack, go again. Big implications on hit here. Massive implications. Casual lethal, as you like to say.
This is an incredibly scary turn, and you've given all tempo. Has Alex to Philip with 2 cards in hand. Guaranteed go again. Cover it up.
I mean, is there
Hope
ever a
they can't
consideration?
come over the top.
Is there a consideration to give 4 cards there?
Yes, because if this hits, you might just be locked out here.
Well, that's a hit. That's a bingo.
Yeah, the attack here is going to force a draw card. It's already got the go again.
And again, forgive me because I'm not super familiar with Dorinthia. If this gets blocked out, you can't swing with that weapon twice, right?
Correct. Yeah, it has to connect to allow you to swing a second
I
time.
feel like with the tournament on the line, that you've seen massive cards be played here. You should be content to just take no damage, end the turn. Hopefully, they get a bad hand.
For everyone in chat that is talking about the counter on Dawnblade, I think he's accounting for it in the math, but I could be wrong. He just doesn't have the counter there. But yeah, I think he is accounting for that. Oh my God. Glistening Steel Blade coming down. This is a terrifying proposition as well. And swinging 5, you've got a 1-card block, and you're just going to go to 1. Give him another counter off of the Glistening Steel Blade.
Well, Alex has...
Yep, there's the 2 counters.
Alex has a card and a card in Arsenal, so opportunity. And is that a Tunic?
He has the Tunic online. He's got a 1-card hand, 2 in Soul, 1 in Arsenal. He's going to chuck out Beaming Bravado.
This one is Beaming Borvado.
Oh, there you go. Borvado.
It's Borvado.
Shout it in chat if you've been with us this entire time thus far and know about Borvo.
Do you know about Borvo? It sounds like a marketing campaign that is so bad. Gabbo, Gabbo, Gabbo. There's a Simpsons deep cut. Yeah, Beaming Borvado is out there, and it's a start. I mean, you gotta get it somewhere.
Man, talk about a couple of big key moments in these throws of this game right here. Making the bet at 14 life that you can't push that amount of damage needed to push me out of the game, but then committing a card afterwards to turn on any reprise effects. Then coming across, going to send some more damage across after the 1-card block. Pushing his opponent down.
All right, well, Alex bringing Philip down to 2. So Alex is scar for a scar online. Looking for some silver lining here. 2 cards in Soul. Starting up with the Glistening.
Yeah, that is... that's horrifying in this position. That is not good. That is... not good at all. We're going to swing the Dawnblade for 5. I believe, actually, there's a buff here as well from the Glistening. I believe Glistening gives +1. Correct me if I'm wrong, chat.
I'm not a doctor. I don't know.
Nevertheless, we are pushing a ton. Yeah, there's a triple card block. Oh, and that is going to close it. When Twinning Blade comes out, you know it's basically a lock. You got 1 card, you're going to send it, and that's going to be all she wrote. Well, yeah, that, by the way, that is probably not a cracked bubble in the pitch zone there. That's probably a Heart of Fiendel. What do you think?
I'm going to say no.
Okay.
Is that what you want to hear from me? Is that what you want from me?
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes round number 7. And that was an Iron Song versus, if I've ever seen one. Of all the Iron Song verses in all the world, that was one of them. No buff on Glistening. Thank you. I appreciate that. Sometimes doing things off the top of your head, you can't necessarily remember every word on every card. Apologies. Thank you, chat, for covering my back. I have some tea here. because my throat hurts. That's all I got to say. Hey, do we want to open something and give it away to the viewers like you?
I mean, this guy's got a pain in his throat. I've had a pain in the ass for the past 8 hours. It's all good. You know? You know? All right, let's do a box break giveaway. You know the rules. We're going to open some cards, fish out all the goodies, and then once we secure it, once we lock it and secure it, we're going to do the What's the Cold Foil game. So, adios, whatever that is. Let's go to the show. We've got a box of Dusk Till Dawn.
Love this art. The box art for this one really it goes way harder than it had to. As a stained glass aficionado, I'm a fan.
Borvo, break!
I must break you.
Let's go.
I must break you.
All right, friends. Once again, we're going to open the packs. We're going to pull out all the Majestics or better. And then once the cold foil has been locked and secured, you are going to guess. We do not guess until we do
They're going to guess.
Our overhead clap.
Ah, okay.
Ready?
Ready? Okay, ready?
What
ready?
do they...
Set. Fusion, huh? Okay,
Got it.
there we go.
All right, let's go. Serialized?
Oh my God. If we did that on stream, this would be the most iconic stream of our lives.
Is going to win it, I guess.
Of our lives. I think we should auction it off to charity. If someone pulls the serialized, we auction it off to charity.
Yeah, that's a good one.
That
I'm
seems
down
like
for
the
that.
play. Do we agree, Chad?
And I'll only take like a 30%
You'll only take a cut?
administration fee.
Foil is what does that say? Glaring Impact. I had to hold it the other way. Hungering Demagon and Cleansing Light. Beautiful Cleansing Light art.
Cleansing Light sounds like what you do after you rinse and repeat, and then apply some cleansing
Hey,
light.
look, they're all guessing.
What? I told you not to guess.
It doesn't. They're gonna
We're
guess.
not looking. Of course they're gonna
Oh,
guess.
it's not gonna apply.
No,
if you
because
say
you know
it
what's
right
gonna
now,
happen?
it's not gonna matter.
Somebody's gonna be out there, but I said that. No, you didn't follow the
No.
rules.
No.
You didn't.
Read the instructions as per my last email.
As per my last email. Oh, I got a nice little Majestic here. A little banneret of the gallantry.
I got Banneret of Vigor.
Ooh.
Got
Not a Majestic.
the foil.
Not a Majestic.
Yeah, you're right.
Nobody
I know. All right.
Not a Majestic.
Get on with it.
Nobody
Hey, you know what? Actually, this is a really difficult task because if we show them any side of the pack, we could accidentally show a cold foil like Marvel.
Yeah, but that's
So-
not the cold foil. There's always a cold foil in there. The Marvel isn't the... Oh, there we go. I got it.
Okay. Okay, there we go. All right, there we go. All right, there is a cold foil.
I have seen double cold foil boxes. They exist.
Yes.
So
Yes, they do.
don't even worry about it.
Hey, the first card in the pack is a Quicken token. That's
get
a weird
out
thing
of
to
town.
see.
Get out of town.
No, I'm gonna stay.
Get out of town.
I'm gonna stay.
Oh boy.
I love
Ooh,
these.
That's a nice
Oh,
card.
That is a good. You got another Majestic.
Alluring inducement.
I love these. The extended art heralds that they tucked in. I like that a lot.
I thought those were really clutch in terms of just little extra goodies. Did they
I
even
agree.
advertise those?
I don't recall, but I agree. I think that is actually very clutch.
When I opened it, I thought, I was like, this is awesome. Like, I think they're seeded one per box.
No, there's a couple. There's a couple per box.
No.
No, I'm
No,
telling you
I
that
throw
there
them
is.
out. They're mistakes.
Wow. Okay.
No, I don't. Oh, another
Searing Ray.
Majestic.
Dude, you've crushed it so far.
Shaden Death Hydra. This was the
Shaden.
7th task, was to slay the Shaden Death Hydra.
There's-
I, Borvo.
Completed. No, okay, so there's a series of Shaden blah 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 cards, right? And my wife and I have opened a couple boxes of this together, and we just have a joke. Like, here's Shaden Swing. Like, we just picture, we're both teachers, so we just picture Shaden as someone in our class, like a kid in our class, and just like, yeah, Shaden would be this way. Like, how would Shaden act in class?
You know, no, because Shaden's showing up with a...
Cold foil the One Ring. No.
Here's what happens. Shaden shows up, okay, class begins at 9. He's got a Monster Energy drink already going, okay? That's what he's got. He's got one AirPod in because he lost the other one because Shaden, you know.
Because Shaden.
That's what Shaden does.
Funny story. I actually found a set of AirPods with the little case, you know, the charging case.
It said Shaden?
Only one are inside.
That's just kind of how it goes.
Hey, I found a first Majestic. Sensor.
That's a really good card, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
What do I know?
We'll go with it.
That's
Add it to the stack.
Late arrest foil, really cool art, really cool foil.
Yeah, I love that. That art is really cool. I agree with that. This set has great art. Like Angelic Descent in foil. Beautiful, beautiful card in foil.
Beautiful card. Borvo approved.
Borvo approve.
We're still looking for, I guess, full art Red Herald. Okay, so 2 per box. I was wrong.
Yeah, 2 to 3. From what I've found, I don't know. Boop. My wife and I call this card boop because it's like just a giant hand going boop. That's what it is. Nothing. Boop. My goodness. All right, we picked the bad box.
Oh, got him.
Okay, we did not pick the bad box. We did not pick the bad box. Okay, so okay, so that card is my finder's fee. You found it for me. You found it for me.
I found everything.
You have found everything. I found Censor.
That is gorgeous.
That is a freaking beautiful card. No spoilers.
No spoilers.
No spoilers. Just know that it's a freaking... Look, I found a foil. I did a thing.
My Banneret is shiny.
It's Northern Winds.
Oh, that's a nice card.
It's an Oldham spec.
It's legal in...
A few years.
It's legal in 2025.
Hey, look. Widespread Destruction. Card's good.
You suck.
Way to pour it on, man.
Foil United We Stand. A beautiful card that will not be part of this because I'm taking this home. No, it's going into the pile.
Way to pour it on over here.
Oh,
jeez, what did I ever do to you? Yes.
Son of a mother duck.
Yes.
All right. Serialized. Let's go.
All right. This is it. Oh, okay. No, my luck was awful. My luck was awful.
You suck ass.
Stop saying these mean things to me.
Sorry, you are so adept.
How in the world do we pick a winner for any of this?
All right,
this box was.
I'm just gonna show this one
above average.
Yeah, I also got a Soul Bond Resolve out of this. So
clearly, don't put Soul Bond Resolve in the.
No, because there's like what six legendaries.
Okay,
so it's easy to...
So what are we playing here? Are we playing
this one?
Okay, all right. Okay, all right. When I clap my hands, you will guess the cold foil. No. Okay, so it's
people are already starting to guess. You didn't even clap them yet, and they're already going guaranteed. Guaranteed. Watch. There it goes. There it goes.
This is okay. I gotta maybe refresh the chat.
No,
okay.
Look at the timestamp.
All right. Yeah. No.
All right,
because that's 2 minutes ago.
Let's just clap.
Okay, wait.
Just clap.
Wait.
Why are you?
No, we gotta make sure.
I'm
Look,
here for you.
I know. Okay. Here we go. All right, we can clap. All right, we can clap.
You.
Ready? Okay. Cold foil. Go. Come on, everyone, you can do it.
Come on,
everyone, you can
do
it. No one's gonna get this.
Come on. Come on.
God, it's going so fast.
No,
Slow
we're gonna
down.
get there. Come on. Nope, nobody got it.
Oh crap. Okay, now it's going way too fast.
Way too fast.
All right, I don't know what we're doing.
I don't think I've seen it, and I'm really good at seeing. What is
Come on. Oh, no. This is insane. Wow. This card exists, everyone. I promise.
There it is.
Okay.
Right there.
Right here.
Right there. Yeah.
Riku is the first person I saw. Frontline Gauntlet.
Now, let's recap what you've won, Riku. The Frontline Gauntlet. You also get the legendary Rainbow Foil Soul Bond Resolve. Then, Stephen Armadist. Foil United We Stand. Widespread Destruction. Foil Northern Winds. Stephen Armadist. Censor.
They're still going.
Censor. Then Shaden Death Hydra. Finally. Not finally. Alluring inducement.
That's just like a pure white card because he hit it in the perfect light.
Alluring inducement right there. Finally. Banneret of gallantry. But
No, yeah. The best thing possible, and I really do mean this because this is the card that I want to own more than any card in this set. This stinking card I want to own more than any card in this set. You also won Aegis, Archangel of Protection.
Protection.
Because this fool over here opened you the Figment of Protection Cold Foil Marvel. What? You just had to type in Frontline Gauntlets and you got all this? Huh? Why are we doing this?
because we can.
Because we want to say thank you for watching the stream from MinMaxGames, the bottom of our heart. Thank you for tuning in. Because that's ridiculous.
I did it, Chad.
Oh my God.
I am luck adjacent.
Yeah,
because none of this stuff is mine.
Please open my box so I can get one of these. This card is incredible.
And we're gonna throw in the two. We'll throw in the two full art heralds. How about that? Just because we can.
Oh yeah, sure, yeah, of course, yeah. And we should give him the foils from the box.
Do you want
right?
the foils from the box too?
Yeah, put them in there.
There you go. Here, all the foils.
Open Alpha WTR. Yeah, well,
okay,
I wish I could. Convince Peter to do that on stream.
Hey, Peter.
And you know what? This guy, Luck Adjacent over here, will pop off. You ever seen a cold foil heart before? He passed a pack.
I passed a
to
pack
someone that opened the cold foil
to
heart.
a friend of mine who opened the cold foil heart of Findle.
I still think we should have convinced him to run that draft because I would have taken that card. I would have taken that card and draft. God, this is so freaking beautiful.
It is.
Are you kidding me? Soyame, well done.
Well
on this
done.
art.
So, what is the email that they send to?
I think it's Peter at MinMaxGames. It was posted by the wonderful producers of this show.
Okay, we'll get you the information, but just make sure you remind us what you won. Email them with your contact information, your address.
Get all of
that
this away
jam.
from my tea. Just
Yeah. We're going to take a break. We've got round number 8.
Yes.
Number 8.
the conclusion of the Swiss rounds right after we come back from a quick break. So don't
Number
go too far.
8.
Goodbye.
Number 8.
Goodbye then. Okay, we're done. All right, here's the thing. He's still going. Okay, I had to hijack this matchup. It's round 8. Here's the thing. I had to hijack it for a very specific purpose. And the purpose is this. Many of the matchups we've actually caught on stream thus far those players are doing quite well. They're doing very well.
True.
And many of them are either in this kind of top 20 area or approaching it. So let's break down a couple of seedings as we go into the final round of Swiss. We have seen Hunter on Lexi in round number, was it 6, I believe, up against Brody, and Hunter is on Lexi, and he is currently the number 1 seed, undefeated on the day. After him is Rhea Adams on Icelander. Rhea is indeed sitting at 6 wins. Joseph, who we talked to on stream, also sitting at 6 wins. Both of them on Icelander, I believe. Edward, after that, Edward Knight. No, Edward Knight. Also sitting at six wins, I believe, on Lexi, but don't quote me. I looked very quickly at the list. Then someone named Spurlock, Brody is right there as well on 6 wins on Dromai. Then we have Gui Cohen on Dromai. We've got Jesse, I believe we saw just a moment ago, right?
Jesse Cannon, yeah.
Yeah, Jesse, a couple of rounds ago, I think also on Lexi, if I remember correctly. Raj Parikh on Lexi. Matthew Greenleaf, these are all at 6 wins. So that is 9 players there. Now, then we come to this sort of awkward bubble zone. And we have Nathan Crawford sitting at the 10 spot with 5 wins on Briar. And finally, we're going to go to the matchup that we are going to see. Also at 5 wins, sitting in the 11th chair, Jonathan Folk on Kano. Here we go. It's Kano time. Brain melted moment. We are going to jump down and see what we have in stock. Oh, crap. Never mind. It's Icelander. Okay, well, let's go ahead and switch the matchup up really quick. Go ahead and let's go ahead and pick some different players to sit down.
I like how
this is going to make me very depressed.
14 health just doesn't exist in the two of these. Just erase it all. Yeah.
All right. This could provide some really interesting back and forth gameplay if we've got the Waning Moon in as Kano. We will see. The giant die roll comes up as a 6, and the answer is 2. All right. I love that altar. Absolutely love the Kano altar there. Beautiful piece. But yes, this is going to be a very... it's going to be one of the matchups of all time for Kano that we have seen. And sometimes it could go really well. And sometimes it could really not go well. It just depends on what happens with Icelander. I love Wizard Mirrors. It's so fun to play. It really depends on the equipment, too, and that, I think, is the biggest part of this. We have the Alluvian Constellus, and there is the Waning Moon and the Alluvian Constellus on the side of Jonathan. Now, I do believe that these two names are swapped around. I think Jonathan is the hero, the player playing Kano, which I'm just going to say is a hero for playing Kano, because that's the way it is. But I do believe that these two names are swapped around, so we will get that squared away here in a moment. The two names are swapped around, yes. So, with this taking away, both players playing with prism sleeves. What an interesting call there.
I feel like when you're playing against the hero, Prism, like as Wizard, Prism is probably one of the heroes that are like like your toughest out. So I think if it's one of those situations, like if I just become you, like like wear your skin and just infiltrate your being, that's kind of where we're at. But Kano. I'm riding shotgun on this one, Steven Armadist, because
okay, well, choosing to go first, or I guess not choosing technically, because the choice was given over. There it is. There's the swap. Josh chose to go second, interestingly enough, but that allows Jonathan.
That allows Jonathan to gain 6 life.
Wow, yeah, that's true. Wow, what a play. No, he's going to do some Kano shenanigans, pitching to glimpse the top there, choosing to banish this first one, and then going to be sending Reverberate for just a measly 1. Now, I do think those life totals need to get swapped as well. Those life totals now swapping with the With the hero names, the character names did swap the life total as well. Kano starts at 30. It would be so great if Kano started at 36.
Nah, I wouldn't.
Oh, yeah, you're probably right.
Nah, it wouldn't.
Yeah, maybe so.
Walk us through this one, man. Like, what's the game plan here? Because Kano typically, we had this discussion earlier off air where Kano kind of presents itself almost as a defensive hero until it kind of pops off, right? It combos off. In this, I feel like what's the story here?
It's actually much the same in this matchup as both players have access to large amounts of Arcane Barrier, and you can actually block out a variety of Arcane damage spells. The big kind of takeaway is that because we are subbing in the Waning Moon, we are going to play a different game plan in general, and we're going to be playing off the top of our deck at advantageous times, and then trying to use activations of Alluvian Constellus efficiently to get free value off of Waning Moon. Both of these players are actually going to be playing the same general game plan. Kano has more combo capacity, whereas Icelander can, depending on the list, if it's Bullander versus just pure Arcane, can really push the hurt and disruption in a different way.
But is Kano looking for the big combo off? Like, does Kano want to just like pull the trigger for 30 plus damage, or is it more of an attrition game?
Well, yes and no. So,
thank you.
Well, here's the reason why. Because if you choose to combo off with Aether Wildfire and your opponent has the capacity to respond after taking damage, their arcane damage gets buffed by your Wildfire. Which means that if you choose to combo off and they have cards in hand and Stormstriders up, you could be basically signing your own demise. So you can just choose to set up the combo game plan and then see if they overextend, because if they do overextend, then you can just capitalize on it and win the game like any other matchup. But if they don't, and you combo off, then you could be blowing your own self up.
Yeah, that seems like a very complex matchup, which is why I don't play either hero, so I don't have to worry about this.
Yeah, this is, yep, there you go. That is one way to think about it. But these players are going to be playing incredibly measured games overall, unless they just take a different line completely. This is going to be very back and forth, very careful and controlled as far as who's going to sink into their Alluvian Constellus and give the other person value.
And honestly, for those who are watching this game who might not be, completely entrenched in Flesh and Blood for so many years and are still kind of learning the ins and outs, this is not necessarily, learn the stack 101. This is kind of learn the stack 401, where you're definitely in the advanced levels of stack manipulation and proper timing. There's going to be plenty of cards on the board that none of which have resolved, where you're just kind of trying to figure out, all right, this, then this, and in response to this, and it all needs to get sorted out at one point. But this is a match to definitely pay attention to. Very possibly. Now, this is a big swing play that you do stop and ask your opponent if they want responses. The moment you get to play one of these cards, Tome of Fiendal from Arsenal is a huge, huge play. Now, we don't have this off of the back of the Tunic resource, which is our biggest, blowout kind of turn as a Kano. But every time, this is one of those kind of scary moments where you ask your opponent if they want to respond to it, because they could do some crazy stuff as Kano against another wizard. Now, in Icelander's case, it's more likely just disruption. But here we are going to draw extra cards and not gain go again, but be able to pitch into Kano's effect and peep the top of the deck and possibly play at instant speed. At the very least, though, we know that we can choose to, activate Waning Moon, sending some amount of damage. And that's what makes this a much more measured matchup. By sending Waning Moon and playing a little slower, playing for the Arsenal, we can push more damage in a different way. But here we just come on with a snapback, sending snapback, and that's going to allow Joshua to put another counter on Alluvian Constellus, and this is a great response and one that it can be very scary, giving a Frostbite, but also a Frost Hex. So threatening a point of Arcane and removing the counters off the Alluvian Constellus. Most likely that means we're sending that Waning Moon for free, asking for some amount of damage to be presented. But it isn't for free, it's for 2 less, and that Frostbite now makes us pay. But of course, go ahead. I was going to say, the Frostbite's here in this case against the Kano, typically, sure, in conjunction with the Frost Hex is going to cause damage and whatnot, but in reality, one Frost Hex means that, a hero that is so loaded up with blues in order to just pitch blue Kano, if you have that one, that kind of turns that Kano activation to a two-card pitch, which can be problematic. It's like one less card that you can potentially dig for.
Drawing up over to Josh's turn. This is another fun part about Wizard matchups that I'm sure a lot of you really appreciate. Is figuring out whose turn it is.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, wait, is it my turn? Is it your turn? Is it our turn? It is always our turn when you're playing a Wizard mirror.
There should be, I a while ago, about a year ago, playing in a calling, I played against a Kano player, and they had a token, like a steel disc or a metallic disc that they would slide on their side to my side, and they're like, this is just for me. Is it a problem for you, for me to keep track of whose turn it is? I said, my friend, this is a blessing for both of us. Please take care of this metallic puck, because I have no clue what's going on.
So on to the Arsenal and pass and the draw up, meaning that we're back to Jonathan's turn, sitting at 24 at a 10 life deficit. But you've got a 4-card hand and an arsenal, so feeling fairly comfortable to be able to do some amount of shenanigans. There are only 3 Kanos in this tournament, and that's exactly correct. Wow, what a great lineup again. Finding the second Tome of Fiendal, putting it in the arsenal, waiting for responses. But this is going to draw you 2 cards and gain you 5 life.
That's huge. That is massive here. Again, you don't have the explosivity that Kano does, but so Icelander has to kind of chip away, and hope that she doesn't become a victim of those big turns. Ultimately, though, gaining 5 life and drawing this many cards is such a double duty of just punish towards the Icelander here.
Oh, no. Did he Kano, see the top, and then put it back? Oh, that could mean a couple of different things. But I think that's exactly what he did. He Kano'd, and he's going to pitch into Waning Moon and just send a couple of cards to the bottom looking to set up a new arsenal. But that maybe means that we have the Eye of Ophidia on top of the deck.
Oh, no.
And you just run into it.
How many whiffs are there in this list?
Well, for the Kano effect, almost none. It depends on if you're running, and I haven't looked yet. It depends on if you're running Nourishing Emptiness. If you're running Nourishing Emptiness, then you've got that, and you've got Eye of Ophidia. Usually those are the only whiffs off of a Kano in the deck. And if you're not running that, well, then basically the world is your oyster. You can hit just about anything. But yeah, looking at the lists, I don't know what the strategy could be. It just depends on what is sitting on top there. But here we see an establishment of an Insidious Chill.
So Insidious Chill comes out, and it also gives the Frost Bite, which ultimately can connect with the Frost Hex to leak some damage. But I think that Jonathan opting to just either pay through it or not even worry about it in this case. And ordering the pitch stack is going to be very important here, because that's where the theatrics occur late game. Stacking that correctly, making yourself aware of the fact that later, if I see card A, I know what B through F are going to be. So all of my Kano activations are going to be basically guarantees. Now, if you're not shuffling your deck, no problem. So what did he see over the top? We're going to find out shortly.
I think so this list actually runs some number of Oasis Respite.
Oh, no. That's what it looks like?
And if you found Oasis Respite off the top, that is the couple of sideboard options that you may just not want to see, and maybe not even running the Eye, meaning you don't even have that to whiff on, just like 2-3 cards maybe. Wow.
There's no way there's a Sink Below in this.
Well, if you're expecting a Bull-lander list, you might side in those Sink Belows, but it just feels really tough to play that into. So I would imagine that he's sitting on an Oasis. Hey, that card is really good against Wizards. Oasis Respite.
Great card. Great card. Perfect card, I might even say.
Yeah. I've never had my day ruined by that.
Oh, you know what? We teased at the start of the broadcast today of your video that we worked on last night.
Oh, I don't know if we should share about that.
Okay, I won't. But Oasis Respite was part of it to a degree.
Yeah. I do have a very protected Oasis Respite in my bag, and that is the card that is in hand there. And he did establish a wonderful Potion of Deja Vu. The second Frost Hex being played.
The same Deviled Egg is going to appear here, as it's going to also bring with it a little Frostbite token, and ultimately Jonathan now hasn't really pushed much damage. It's been kind of paltry here, and a lot of that might be off the fact that there are so many cards in hand off of the Tome of Fiendal that ultimately found the Oasis Respite off the top, basically just stunting that entire turn.
Yeah, and asking the question of the opponent if they want to respond to your own Alluvian Constellus trigger. Alluvian Constellus allowing the Waning Moon to basically just be free is really how this game plays out oftentimes. Both players playing very methodically and gaining counters on the Constellus and then using them at times where they can kind of try to push extra damage or take a card maybe from your opponent.
So where are we at here?
This is at the end of Jonathan's turn and passing over to Joshua's turn. Joshua has in my opinion, a distinct advantage setting up these board state cards. And, then following it up with Brain Freeze here. Fusing, hitting the chill trigger.
All right, so here's a great example of a stack that is just going to kind of get large here as it starts with the Brain Freeze Fuse. So that is on the stack, followed by the triggered Insidious Chill, which is looking to discard or pay 2. Now it's off. It's basically, going to Jonathan here, where Jonathan can just allow for these to resolve, but he does have an opportunity here to just go ahead and clear the hand and start Kanoing off the top and seeing what he can pull off while these 2 cards have yet to resolve. And ultimately, he's losing, 2 cards anyways?
Yes, it is a dangerous, dangerous game to just dump your hand on your opponent's turn and then pass, especially against a wizard, onto your turn with no cards in hand. But when you guaranteed to lose 2 cards already, and then also reveal everything that you've got, and they can calculate exactly how much you can pitch and do, your turn is most likely going to be pass anyway. So let's see what he does. He's going to choose to pitch and float 2, then reveal, and show the Oasis Respite that unfortunately he hit off of the top on Kano, but also show that beautiful Sonic Boom. One of my favorite cards in the entire game. I think that is one of the coolest arts in the entire game.
Oh, Oasis Respite? Yeah, it's one of my favorite cards, too.
It looks like a great place to hang out.
The Oasis?
The Oasis, yeah. But Sonic Boom with the wizard throwing the lightning is probably the coolest. The coolest art in the Kano deck.
This is the final round. If you're sticking with us, thank you so much for keeping us here, keeping us energized. It's round number 8 of the Battle Hardened. Flake alongside DM Armada are still kicking. Still kicking.
Heck yeah, we are. And look at this. We got an Ice Eternal triggering that Insidious Chill again and sending over some Arcane damage. We pitched into this, so this should send 3 Frostbites and 3 Arcane damage. Also, an Insidious Chill trigger. And this is representing, at the end of this turn, 3 more Frostbite triggers, if you will, from each of those Frost Hexes. So this could represent another 6 damage off the back of this.
So does this matchup ultimately, from the Icelander point of view, is this just a matter of find the right Ice Eternal play at the right time and just try to blow your opponent up?
Well, I feel, having played this in both sides of things, I feel, and that's a great cover-up using that Oasis Respite to stop some of the Arcane damage. I feel oftentimes that there's just so much advantage to disrupting on your opponent's turn from Icelander that it feels, in a lot of respects, as long as you're covering all of your bases, generally pretty favorable from the Icelander's perspective to play into this matchup. But Kano can do Kano things, and he can find windows that no other hero can, and find lethals that no other hero can. And so you can't really just consider this an auto win, because if you do, they just wildfire you when you go, like, hands up, basically.
All right, another instance of the stack, the final trigger of Insidious Chill.
Put in absolute work, has that Insidious Chill, and making very good use of it is Joshua.
I mean, great card. Great card indeed. Just looking to connect here, trying to find is that an encase?
I believe it is, actually, yes. Either that or an Icebind. Encase is I think this is Icebind, because Encase is the one with the person in the ice.
Oh, they're in the ice. The files are in the computer.
Icebind is the one where the person's putting the other person in the ice.
Oh.
You see the difference?
Oh, it reminds me of when...
a lot of ice.
What's his name? David Blaine was froze himself in ice in Times Square. What a doofus. Absolute donkey. So on the stack here, trying to peel 2 resources or a card out of Jonathan's hand.
It's gonna take something, unless we just dump the hand here.
Oh, I was gonna say should be a counter on the Alluvian based off of the AB that was missed earlier.
Yeah.
I didn't want to bring it up, but looks like
I wonder. I guess his opponent gave it to him.
I mean, Joshua in the driver's seat here looks like he's feeling a little generous. Says, "All right, I'm driving, but we can stop at Cracker Barrel."
Can stop at Cracker Barrel, indeed. I don't remember the last time I've been to Cracker Barrel. There's the pitch of Blazing Aether, a key card in the overall game plan of Kano, but not so much in this matchup unless you can line it up. It is very much a combo hero and a combo card.
Those 2 Frost Hexes give me some PTSD from playing in those Oldham matchups against Icelander, where it's like, okay, Warhorn, and it goes. And then all right, we're gotta bring back that Warhorn.
Some more Warhorns.
Warhorn, and she gone. All right, gotta bring back that Warhorn.
It's a surprisingly good Texas accent. Well done.
Really? Thank you so
Gotta
much.
bring back that Warhorn.
Gotta bring back them there Warhorn.
Now
All right.
This is a dangerous card to see, is Aether Flare red, pushing damage, because it is going to cascade that damage over to the next wizard non-attack action card you play. In this case, you're probably not worried too much about it. Not too much about it.
Where are we going? Cracker Barrel. All right.
Cracker Barrel.
I will say, what I liked about Cracker Barrel is the fact that the waitstaff all had like star ratings, like on their aprons. So it was funny because the people at the table next to us had a 4-star waiter, and then ours shows up and they're a 2-star, and I just kind of like look around. I'm like, oh, this is gonna suck, isn't it? I want some of that 4-star service.
This is Swiss round number 8, the final round in Swiss that we're going to watch at the 143 player Battle Hardened. Every hero was represented at this Battle Hardened
Dang
in
right.
some form or fashion.
We are live from the dining room at the Cracker Barrel here
Battle Hardened Chicago.
Absolutely. The winner will get a $50 gift certificate exclusively only applicable in the gift shop
At this location.
at the location closest to the Battle Hardened.
Here we have Aether Hail Red being presented while Flake slowly descends into madness, having to watch a wizard mirror that I put on stream.
This is your doing.
This is my
This
doing.
is absolutely your doing, Stephen Armadist.
Now, if Jonathan can make it to second cycle, which we haven't talked about, second cycle is almost a thing of the past in this new meta. When you look at the way these decks are sort of tuned right now, is anyone actually making it to a consistent second cycle? That's a really interesting question. But if Kano can do it, we do have some tools available. We've got Aether Wildfires we've pitched. If we can find a window maybe to throw a couple of them, play a combo, and not blow up ourselves, maybe we can just get there. And this is a great card. Sonic Boom, I mentioned it's one of my favorites. Sonic Boom just for 3 in this matchup because we aren't playing the Crucible of Aetherweave. But in response, we have a brain freeze that says, no, you don't get to play your games.
Basically, this is the TCG version of, well, actually.
Mm-hmm.
Take what you will.
The chat is remembering fondly all of those David Blaine meme videos.
Oh, dude, one of the old schoolest YouTube video is the fake David Blaine, where he just stares blankly into the camera like a complete moron. Those are the parody videos that made YouTube famous like 12 years ago.
Yeah, it really did. So looking to trigger the effect on Sonic Boom, waiting to see if we pitched into it. And it looks like that is going to resolve, deal some damage, I believe, is what we saw.
There
Or did we
was
see the
one,
block?
because I can't let things go, where David Blaine's whole thing was he stood on a gigantic pole for
Yes, I
2 straight
remember
days
that.
and then jumped into a pile of cardboard boxes. And people are like, what a hero.
I remember that.
What an
actually.
absolute entertainer. No, the doofus stood for like a day and a half, which I hate to tell you, if you've ever worked a double in retail, you're doing the same thing, okay? And nobody looks at you.
This is a powerful play here, playing the Arctic Incarceration, giving those frostbites over, forcing your opponent to really pay heavily into your cards so that you don't get the Frost Hex damage to come across. Arsenaling in, passing on over.
How much work have these Frost Hex have done? It seems like Joshua hasn't necessarily sent much of the traditional style Arcane of, just flinging the hocus pocus. It seems like the Frost Hexes have just eroded away the life totals here.
Yeah, we've seen, interestingly enough, we've seen a lot of Ice Binds. We've seen a lot of, smaller arcane damage attacks that can be covered up easily by someone with AB4, which is, I believe, if I'm counting correctly, we have AB4 over on Jonathan's side. So really not much has the capacity to leak unless it's allowed to leak on the Kano side. From Icelander. It's the threat of all those frostbites. Like, for example, playing this energy pot, which is a 0-cost card, cost us an entire another energy pot. Pitched to actually play that, and we are going to choose to send the Waning Moon. I believe he did activate the Constellus to make it 3 less, cost 3 less, so that we didn't have to get rid of a card, because we don't want to go super negative on our cards. Because we can't stop, big arcane damage ourselves.
So, I mean, the playing of the energy pot and paying for it feels bad, but ultimately what it did was it also broke the 3 frostbites,
Yes.
which, so that pitch was AB6, right? It stopped 6 arcane damage. Here's a nasty one: is the red Aether Ice Vein being fused with the Arctic Incarceration is 5 arcane. With an on-hit, essentially, of peel 2 resources or a card out of your hand. And again, Jonathan Folk here has an opportunity to basically just respond to this. However, the damage is likely going to be done. We're going to respite this. I think this is a great time for this card.
I believe this is the second Oasis respite we've seen in the circulation, and it's covering up at the perfect time because it allows you to keep a hand and maybe continue the pressure. Again, you have AB4. You can cover up just about everything except red Aether Ice Vein. That is the only card you really can't cover up as far as AB is concerned, and it means that you save yourself the trigger and the discard and a lot of life as well.
Waning Rune following this one up.
He's choosing to pitch for this. I can't quite make out what he has as far as Alluvian counters here. If he's got 1 or 2 counters on there. But making sure to pitch for it. And there's a slight window there where you could possibly consider, if you've lined it up, like a Kano combo when they only have 1 card in hand and like 1 resource floating. But I don't necessarily know if you're ever getting a perfect window. And wow, that's a great thing to find and have in hand is the second copy of Energy Potion. We saw the third one pitched earlier, so it is cycling there at the bottom of the deck. And most likely is Jonathan counting his pitch and knowing his pitch stack so that he can indeed set up a
Emeritus
kill.
Here comes the Emeritus Scolding. Is this in response to the other turn?
I don't quite know.
No, I think this is from hand.
I would imagine. No, this is definitely from the Arsenal. It's the blue as well, but this might actually be on. Yeah, I would imagine this is at the end of Kano's turn, so that it maybe forces out cards from hand. Then we might see this followed up with a Waning Moon, which is what we see, to try and maybe bait out that second card, or just push free damage and take away their Arsenal. If it's a really important Arsenal target, then taking it away is great, and that's exactly what we see. Lesson in Lava, a pretty good one.
People saying, bringing up Texas Roadhouse. You're from Texas. I have gone to a Texas Roadhouse, and a buddy of mine, like, you have to go. You have to go. I'm like, all right. So we went, and he's like, this bread is unreal. This is why we come here. And I'm like, what is it? It's just bread. They're like, bread and butter and, like, some cinnamon on it. I'm like, you have the same excitement as someone from the Middle Ages would have for putting bread to butter. I'm like, it's just butter with bread. I'm like, is this the whole gimmick?
Yeah, you don't get it then.
I clearly don't. I am
Matt
past
Flake DeMarco, you don't understand.
I'm a little bit past.
You don't understand.
Yeah, but they put the bread with the butter in a basket.
That's true, they do.
As much as you
Indeed.
possibly could
you
want.
you can keep asking as well. Yeah, we have seen no channel Lake Frigids.
Those
This
would be
is
helpful.
Well, those would be back-breaking on exactly the right turn. He's counting his pitch stack. This is exactly right. He's going to count to see where he's at within that pitch stack, where he's stacked the Aether Wildfires as they've cycled around. And trying to find out if he can kind of maybe reach to it. Looks like the Arsenal was requested, and that is another one of those moments where if you can find the timing, you can maybe get there. But, oh, this is a great response. Aether Spindle, 4/4, floating 1.
Not bad. Not bad. Again, you know, it's been a game of attrition, like you mentioned. No real opportunities to sort of chain some craziness together. But I mean, Jonathan, unfortunately, has found some tough outs off the top of the deck at some pivotal moments here. And the fact that 2 of those Frost Hexes have been online fairly early on in this game has just kind of slowly chipped away at that life total. And here's another Frostbite that Jonathan's going to have to address at a certain point.
Yeah, otherwise it does represent 1 damage for each of those Frost Hexes as it is destroyed. We can, dance around that Frost Bite by activating Waning Moon, and we can pay extra into it if we have 2 cards here. Obviously, we have the resources most likely to pay into it. Nevertheless, we are representing a chunk of damage that is covered up, as you would expect, with AB4 from our opponent, Joshua. And this is the Waning Moon Send. We're going to pitch there. Believe that is going to take care of that Frostbite.
All right, well, the inevitability to a degree. Those Frost Hexes are just looming large. They're impossible to deal with at this moment. There's nothing you can do about it, unfortunately. No war horns, as it were. No Texas long war horns are going to help you out here.
No war horns. Unfortunately, no Thaws. Thaw is not a card we can run, as it is a draconic attack.
That card, when it was printed, I really, because I think that one was revealed, I think, earlier on in the whole thing, and I thought that, you know, given the fact that Ice was going to be very potent, I thought it was just going to be an insta play card, and I was completely wrong. That card was hot organic garbage for the most part.
Weirdly enough, it is a 6 attack popper.
Yeah.
And it is a way of dealing with Frost Hexes and Frostbites, technically. And yet, it just wasn't good enough to see play consistently.
Well, because at the time, I think Dromai wasn't a big deal, and Dromai didn't need it. And beyond that...
Right there, that's the pitch stack. That's what he's looking for. He's got to dig so much more, but he's sitting at 11.
Oh, he just is he counting?
He is.
Where?
Yes, you count from the bottom up. At least that's how I do it. I count from the bottom up. How many cards I've pitched, and since I did the old pitch of the Wildfire. It's going to force a card from the hand, one way or the other. He's got to dig a little bit further to try and snake together a couple of Wildfires, but when you're sitting at 11 and your opponent is also a wizard, they can just wizard more than you. A lot of people talking about Texas Roadhouse in the chat. Thank you for chiming in with your thoughts, and I like to know that there's several people out there that also appreciate the cinnamon butter bread.
Yeah, wow, what a technological advancement in the art of fooding.
Look, no one's looking at you and saying that this is the best case top of the line scenario. We're just saying it's delicious.
No, I'm talking about my
friend. You are just a grade A hater. Oh, and he draws the third Wildfire off of the Tome of Aetherwind. One of my other favorite cards in this deck, Tome of Aetherwind. I would love to have a book that looks like that.
I don't know, man, because if you have a book like that, suddenly it has an eyeball that looks at you, and then everything goes to hell.
No.
Yeah.
That's Shadow Rune Blades that have that.
Oh,
there you
right.
go. They're the ones that read books, that look at you.
Trying to think of like a restaurant in Canada that we have that we're proud of, and I can't even think of one.
Y'all eat food occasionally.
Yeah, when we're not like toiling in the fields because we're apparently,
It's technically considered food what you eat there.
Guys. Flesh and Blood is round number 8 here at the Battle Hardened in Chicago. The biggest Battle Hardened, 143 entrants to this bad boy. Is this bigger than the Battle Hardens that we've had at like Pro Tours and whatever?
I believe this is the largest Battle Hardened on record.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
Oh, I didn't know we're on record. I would have spoken much more intelligently.
Well, you're going streaming live to the
We
internet.
all
so
know I
let's-
can't do
let's
that.
be honest. Yep. All right, now here we have in response to all this,
Oh,
all
boy.
the third frost hex, and you've already waited for everything to be drained from your opponent's hand. What does he have that he can trigger here at this moment? And there's the Waning Moon as well to send over 3 damage after playing that frost hex. Got a 2-card hand, I believe, over on Joshua's side. Now he's going to go over to his turn with only a 2-card hand, and that is a danger zone, but if both of those cards are blue, you can feel quite comfortable in stopping a lot of damage because you do have Arcane Barrier 4.
So what is Jonathan looking to play for here? What are his outs, or what is his big move here? Because it seems like he has been on the receiving end practically the entire game. You've got a triplicate of frost hexes kind of just buzzing about, just constantly pestering you.
So the overall game plan, I think at this point, and he does, I believe, pop the Frostbite here. The overall game plan at this point is double Wildfire, or really it has to be double Wildfire because they can cover up the first one. So you really have to line it up where you can double Wildfire into like Blazing and something else. And you have probably enough resources and the ability to draw into some of those cards with the potions that are on board. And you might have a window here if you've calculated it and if things have kind of maybe lucked out in some degree. At this point, with your opponent on a 2-card hand, you have an arsenal. You're drawing 4. Now, the real question is, how far into the pitch stack is he? Oh my god. And he's actually going to go to a 1-card hand with AB 3 available only. A blue in the pitch, but in case is being presented here. Just in case he wants to send that extra damage. Oh, and look at that. That beautiful metal fab token. I believe is a metal fab token.
Those are lovely.
Beautiful. In case, it's 3 damage. It is fused, so the fuse effect will be live. And now Jonathan's thinking. And we might see, depending on if he knows exactly where that pitch stack is, we might see him begin a combo turn. This might be a perfect window for comboing. Now, we don't have the capability of pumping our Aether Wildfires with like Crucible, but we do have, and unfortunately we don't have 2 counters on Alluvian, so we can't send a free 3 damage. But we do know that our opponent is essentially face up here and not presenting our own backwards lethal.
We have to also pick eventually our favorite caption or.
Look, I think he's counting cards in deck at this point, perhaps for Josh. Both players, their brains are whirring. I think this could be the decisive moment, whether he chooses to go or not go on this turn. But if he's 1 to 2 cards away from the second Wildfire, I think things are exponentially harder. If there's a Wildfire in the arsenal, which I have not kept track of, if there is, then he could, obviously, Stormstrider's the first Wildfire. He's going to AB here, stopping all of that, and then just pass over his turn. I wonder if he's going to try and just set the Potion of Deja Vu and wait to see if there are any responses or damage trying to be presented off of like Waning Moon. Try to pay through the Frostbite. And Josh is just sitting here going, I just need to keep chipping, and then I can somehow present my own counter lethal off of Stormstriders. Yep, there's the play of the second copy of Potion of Deja Vu. Now, there's a Frostbite presented. You have to wait to draw the card and wait for the Frostbite to resolve. But this is on Kano's turn, and the Wildfire would not be active. Draws into a just nice, beefy 4-card hand. Send the old Waning Moon maybe over. This would actually give Jonathan a second counter on Alluvian Constellus, which would allow a free activation later down the line. Holding 2 cards as well means that you can break this Frostbite off of a double pitch for Kano activation.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, that has implicate, like that has like just better value, right? Because breaking the frostbite, or it's like you're pitching the one an extra to basically do something with it, or you're A-being 3, and ultimately might as well get the value where you can. Breaking those frostbites oftentimes is just the better move, and you just need an outlet to do it in an efficient way to do it.
You could also, if that's a blue in hand, you could also pitch to Waning Moon here for 2. You have the one floating. Or if it's a yellow, you could do the same thing. Yeah, Wildfire is not online for 6 because we don't have the Crucible. We can only push Wildfire max for 5, but if we can go Wildfire into, with the extra resources from the E-Pot, into Lesson, into Blazing, we can still push insane amounts of damage.
These are so difficult to follow along. I mean... Okay,
both players are like, hey, let's take a moment to pause, reflect on this entire experience. Remember that time on turn 1 you played that blue Reverberate? Well, good times. That's what they're doing. We were so young.
I mean, look, this is a game that should have been in round 1, not round 8, when my brain is just is oatmeal right now.
Would that have been better for you?
Probably a little bit.
Okay.
To a degree. I mean... We've kind of followed along on my descent into madness over the past 3 or 4 hours from now. I mean, the first 4 rounds were flawless. Let's get real.
Well done. And there's the activation of the Waning Moon, paying to pop the Frostbite. This is the most important thing that you can possibly do here. You are giving yourself up to possible lethal strategies, being at 11, but you are very unlikely to see that. Yes, descent into madness sometimes does happen when you've played this many rounds. I love that flick from Joshua of the laying down of the E-Pot, just the like flare. Now that's potent. This feels like the pitch stack at this moment for Kano. I think the game will live or die off of these next 2 turns, as Kano, I believe, is cycled and set up to a possible double Wildfire if he's got one towards the top of the deck here.
What's the reply from Iyslander in here to, is it to create as much disruption as possible?
On that turn, yeah, you can definitely do that. That would be a fantastic way. But honestly, letting double Wildfire respond and then bootsing in your own arcane damage spell to just blow your opponent out is so scary. And Kano is very capable of running into that exact eventuality. If you're not careful, and if you give him too many cards in hand when you combo, and that might be what we're looking at here. 2 cards in hand, an E-Pot looking to establish, there's the Wildfire. This could be the turn that we go off, so he's banished the Wildfire. If he has a Wildfire in hand, this could be a double Wildfire turn, but if there's enough resources to send some arcane damage spell that Josh has in hand, you could just take as much of the Wildfire damage as possible, wait for a moment where your opponent, overcommits to responding to something, and like maybe popping those E-Pots, and then just blowing them out on the backswing.
Yeah.
Well said. Well said. As we see, this is going to be one of those workaround turns. He's going to try and think about how he wants to sequence everything. The other thing you have to think about with this matchup, or with this moment, I should say, is that you have 2 potions of Deja Vu live on the board, which means that anything that's in your hand currently can go to the top of the deck if you need it or want it to. So, for example, if you have like a Tome of Aetherwind, which draws you 2 cards, and that's somewhere lurking on the top of the deck, you can actually banish the Tome of Aetherwind, trigger the effect on one of these potions of Deja Vu, put 2 blues back on top of the deck if you pitch 2 blues, and then draw into those blues again to have access to them. Let's see what he's got in hand. He's got an Aether Quickening, which is a blue. Is that a Lesson in Lava? On the very corner there. And then I think that's a Prognosticate as well. So we're expecting 2 blues and a yellow. And he's doing the mental math. He's typing on the invisible calculator.
What is he looking for here? Like, what's the? Again, I wish I was more adept at Kano and such here. That you're the expert here. It just seems like I'm not a stranger to the pause and wait on Kano to figure out their entire life, but is this a do or die situation here, or
Oh,
is
100%.
it merely a do I wait or do I go? But I would imagine if you peel the wildfire off the top, this has to be kind of like an all systems go.
Right now we are waiting on the E-Pot to resolve. You do not want to let the E-Pot resolve and give your opponent an extra free 2 resources to dump into AB 4. But we are going to play and trigger the Metacarpus Nose. We're going to play this for 5. Wildfire for 5 here. Now, what you're essentially looking for is your opponent to not have an arcane damage spell, because everything I believe that's everything here is in response to the E-Pot. I think that's what they're gesturing to
E-Pot?
wonder.
That
The
one?
E-Pot, yes. So
I don't know,
Josh
'cause-
started by playing an E-Pot, and he is attempting to ask the question. Oh no, he didn't. He did not respond to the E-Pot play, so that's huge. Now he's going to put the E-Pot on the stack, and then he's going to put the Storm Striders on the stack, and then he's going to put the second Wildfire on the stack, on top of the E-Pot. So he's going to ask whether or not you want to respond to this.
So hold on a second. So the other 2 E-Pots that are next to the 2 potions of deja vu are not on the stack, or
They
anything.
are not on the stack. They are sitting
it's
and
a little
waiting.
bit, yeah, it's a little bit confusing because they're all sort of this gigantic Jenga pile going on over here.
Yeah, disregard those 4 potions until they become relevant at a later date in the video.
At a later date.
So this is the second Wildfire. Now, in making this play, you've actually relegated yourself to Arcane Barrier 2, I believe. Arcane Barrier 2 now on the side of Kano.
All right, so Striders resolved.
Yes, which allowed him to play the second Wildfire. This one's coming for 4. He chose not to pay into it. I think he's got, 1 card left in hand? Now, choosing not to pay into it is also really interesting because you have, 4 resources on board, 1 card in hand that you're going to most likely use to Ragamuffin's Hat. Ragamuffin's Hat is an equipment that allows you to swap the top card of your deck with the card in your hand. Technically, it draws you a card, then you choose which card to put back, but oftentimes what it becomes is take the card from your hand, put it on top of your deck, allow you to Kano into it. But with 4 resources available, you have the Kano activation to get to it. You also have the Ragamuffin's energy, essentially, that you're going to be getting from taking the top card of the deck. And what you may end up see here is a resolution of all the damage. It looks like that's what we're resolving is most of this damage. We may see a placement of the Deja Vu on top so that we can guarantee that we swap into a blue. Looks like we've resolved the 4. The 4 is resolved, and now this Wildfire comes for a casual 9. We don't have a die that represents 9.
Wait a second.
There it is. Okay, and all of this leads to the moment where we know if Josh has a spell in hand. Because if he takes 9 here, after taking 4, he should be at 22. If he takes 9 here, there's basically no way that Jonathan can live off of that spell unless he responds to the death spell with his own presentation. And he does. He has an Ice Bolt in hand.
So you pop your Striders after this 9 resolves, and you're getting the benefits of this Wildfire.
Yes and no. If you do it right after the Striders resolves, or so right after the Wildfire resolves, then you probably lose the game on the spot because they will respond to your response.
Right.
So you wait until they are presenting lethal and they have dumped their hand, and then you win the game.
Sure.
And we might actually just straight up see that here.
Okay. And when do we get the toast?
All right, no. It's buttered rolls with cinnamon butter. That's what you're talking about.
Cool.
We have been told there is pizza waiting for us, which is quite good.
My goodness. Now we're talking. You and I have been here for nearly 11 hours.
Oh, just nearly.
And we've got 3 more rounds after this one. It's a good time to be a flesh and blood fan.
Rav Deep Bagri. Yes, Wildfire affects all arcane damage presented by everyone.
Everyone.
Which means that if you let this 9 resolve, and if the Kano pops those those 2 epots and then uses those resources to try and win the game, and they leave themselves with like no resources left, you win the game.
I like
That's how
it.
that works.
I like it.
Well, Kano probably doesn't, but we'll see because this is the moment. Gonna resolve the first epot, take 2 resources. We already have the cycle, by the way.
Have the wildfires connected? Like, are the life totals accurate here?
The life totals are not accurate. I do not know if that second wildfire has connected yet, but he's going to resolve both of those, gain 4 resources. Doesn't have a die that represents 4. There, now we have a die that represents 4. We have a card in hand, a chip, a chair, and a prayer.
Okay, I saw you eating chips. We're both on chairs.
And the Kano is praying that the opponent does not have a spell.
All coming together, and David Blaine is somewhere hanging, dangling for not eating for a whole solid week.
Okay, this is, and honestly, everything has now boiled down to whether or not the Icelander times this correctly, and whether or not the Icelander even has a spell. And we know the spell is there. We know we're sitting at 11. And that Ice Bolt, if it is blue, represents 3. If it is red, I don't think it's red. If it's blue, it represents 3, but 3 plus 4 plus 9 is explosion. Oh, do that math.
All right, well, we're...
You're just chuckling
This is
over
why,
there?
yeah, this is why I don't go to, like, modern art exhibits, because I would be staring and being like, is that a... What is that, a schooner?
So he's going to pitch here, activate Kano, and now he's completely face up. He has the 1 resource floating. This gets him the blazing. If the lesson goes, but wait, is he doing? He's not doing this in response to the lesson. Is he Kanoing first?
No, I think that the wildfires have resolved.
They
And-
have resolved, perhaps.
Yeah,
Yes.
but the life totals should not be where they're at right now, right?
They are not. No. So perhaps he's going to Kano first, wait for responses, then play lesson, and then play let that resolve, and then we move on to the Kano. But really, here's the thing: there's no dance around it. There's no way to resolve all of this, because it all comes down to, your wizard opponent just waiting for you to expend the last 3 resources for that Kano, and then they respond there with lethal. He Kanos because he needs to access the Blazing Aether that is going to be tutored up to the top of the deck with the Lesson in Lava. And we're most likely not going to let that Kano resolve because, again, we can respond to that Kano. And as we see, he's going to actually respond with the Potion of Deja Vu, which is a interesting prospect because it puts a blue back on top of the deck, but you're not accessing that blue unless you literally are just going to go and fetch that zap. There is a 0 chance that this ends in a draw because we now know that Joshua has Ice Bolt in hand. And if the life totals were accurate, we would see 4 plus 9 is 13 damage taken away. So we'd be at Joshua sitting at 13. And with Joshua sitting at 13, no combination that can't be responded to of arcane damage can be presented here.
So essentially what's happening here is Joshua's just waiting for Jonathan to take the last action
Yes.
and
That
then
is-
would respond.
That is exactly
What
what
happens
he's
if
looking to
Jonathan
do.
just says no?
To what?
To just saying, that's it, I'm done.
Well, that would be essentially what probably we were going to see, because I don't necessarily think there's any number of actions that Jonathan can do. Oh, is he gonna let that Kano resolve? I guess wait a minute. If he lets the Kano resolve, the 1 damage zap becomes a 1 plus 9 plus 4, so 13. So it becomes a 14 damage spell.
But you can respond to that.
Yeah, he can respond to that, but
if
he has
you
one floating. But unfortunately, he has no way of really stopping any arcane because any amount of damage is going to get buffed up so hard by the double wildfire that you're just dead on board, man.
All right, well, there we go. Here comes the Storm Striders with the one floating from the E-Pot. It's basically going to go ahead and...
And there's the response, yeah. There was no way around it. I think Jonathan was really trying to see if Joshua makes the wrong play and jumps early that he can respond to. That's honestly, unfortunately, his only out, is that either he has no arcane damage spell or he plays it at the wrong time and gives me a response window. And it turns out Josh knew the line that he needed to take. He held strong, and he ends up putting Jonathan down. Kano had the right idea, and it unfortunately in this matchup, which I would describe as pretty unfavored for Kano into Icelander, who can respond to your responses. It just didn't go the way that you would need to hope, and there's a blazing off the top.
They're rabbit hunting now to find out what it would look like. But game is over, as it were, as Joshua Wrath does go ahead and sneak it in. Watches the Kano do all the work, do all of that. I mean, this matchup was essentially 50% of the game over the time was like the first 7 or 8 turns, and then the other 50% of the match was the last, decisions to be made. But that's how Wizards go, my friends.
Such is the life of the Kano players. The Kano players, we try to present lethal, we try to find our big brain plays, and then everyone just waits and then plays Oasis, or waits and then plays Death in response. Well, nevertheless, we do have a top 8 put together. And unfortunately, I believe we are going, not unfortunately, I was distracted, apologies. I do believe we have a top 8 because they are announcing it, or at least talking about something over the PA. Nevertheless, here's our plan. We are going to step away and double check where we are sitting within the time in round. We'll come back to you in just a little bit and tell you where we're sitting with the top 8, and then we'll prepare you for the top 8 and what we have in store. How's that sound?
Yeah!
Let's do it. Go get a snack. That's what we're going to do. Hey, welcome back. It's top 8 time. Let's talk about the top 8. Let's break it down. We'll talk about who made it on what hero, and then let's take a look at the graphic.
Oh, the Braffet. Let's look at the Zach Braffet.
Oh my God!
Can you go?
We're
ahead?
at that point. We're
Ladies
at
and
that
gentlemen,
point.
boys and girls, find us a Zach Braff themed bracket.
All right. Yeah,
Zach
we
Braffet.
could probably
There
make
it
work.
is. Oh,
hey, so here we
my
go in the
goodness.
top 8. Would you look at that? We got some Lexis. We got 3 Lexis to be exact. Hunter, sitting at the 1 seed, maintained his 1 seeddom by playing Lexi and winning out, I believe. 1 out. Rhea sitting on the 2 seed. And Joseph, that we saw both on stream, actually. Both in Icelander territory, carving their way through the meta, as it were. Brody Spur.
Yeah.
No lock.
From Texas.
Brody Spur, just no lock there, along with Guy. I believe I heard it pronounced Guy over the loudspeaker, but someone correct me if I'm wrong. Both on Dromai, sitting at the 4 and 5 seed. So guess what? It's a mirror match. I'd love to see it.
There's a few mirror matches here. I think 1 to 8 is going to be a Lexi mirror. 4 and 5 is a Lexi mirror.
Yeah, and we have exactly 1 Leviah, as you saw, sitting there in the 7 seed. There are our matchups, if you will. Let's go ahead and bounce back really quickly to the hero graphic. Take a look at that just for one more moment so that you can kind of really take in which heroes are going to be facing off. You can kind of see across the screen there. Hunter's going to be facing off against Raj, the 1 versus 8 seed, both Lexis. You see Rhea up against Jesse. So Leviah's going to go up against the Icelander that is sitting the current reigning champion of Battle Hardened, is what we're going to say.
Where is Bravo? I trusted you.
No Reinar, no Bravo. Bravo was the 2nd most represented hero today on the day, and yet none stand in the top 8. We are also going to see Edward Knight on the 6 seed go toe-to-toe with Joseph. the 3 seed, another Icelander and Lexi player there. Let's go ahead and jump now to the bracket and see how these are going to fare. As you can see, that 1v8 matchup there on the top, as well as let's see, where was the other? The one right below it. Those are both mirror matches. Brody Spurlock versus Joseph. Both of those are mirror matches. And then the bottom corners there of the bracket, Rhea versus Jesse. That is not. That is going to be Icelander versus Leviah. And I think that's the game we're actually going to watch first.
Oh.
Is Icelander versus Leviah. And then their last is Guy versus Edward. So that is the top 8. It breaks down like that. We've got some variety of deck lists in this. Those Icelanders are running significantly different decks. I would imagine we didn't actually get to see Guy on stream, so I don't know if they're running a more aggressive or a more controlling version of Dromai. Nevertheless, we do have some Lexi action for you coming up, as well as some Icelander, Dromai, and one lone Leviah. I think that, to me, is the biggest storyline in all of this. Leviah getting all the tools, I guess the fanciest tools, I should say, in this most recent Dusk Till Dawn set.
Sure.
But only one making it in.
Yeah.
I expected 2, I'll be honest with you.
No Briars. Kind of disappointing to a degree, as a lot of them were out there like 4-0, 5-0, and really just sort of setting the pace. Unfortunately, none of them have managed to actually convert that into the later rounds.
Yeah.
As well, the cream rises to the top.
Yeah, I expected, I think Nathan Crawford was sitting at the 10th chair, so just bubbling out a couple of spots there, had the capacity to maybe take it home. But Briar lives to fight another day, so not LL just yet, sitting at the casual 998 living legend points. Just needs 2, a chip, a chair, prayer.
Well, it's going to come down to one of like the PQ seasons or the RTN seasons or
Right.
something along those lines. I mean, are there any of those left?
Not this year.
Oh, well,
I don't believe they are. They happen at the beginning of the year.
See you next year, clowns.
So there's a real chance that with these, it could happen in a national season. In the national championships, if we see a Briar just show up and spike a national championship,
honestly,
maybe.
I think that's going to happen. Everybody's kind of going to go and do their own thing in their own countries. It's not like everybody's coming to a pro tour, going to a big calling.
Yep.
Lots of different local metas might be dictated as such, where maybe Briar is the right choice to make, and you just spike one of these big boys. So ultimately, though, not the case right now. A lot of major heroes have not sort of bubbled up to the top. What did we say? We said 2 Leviahs. We kind of predicted minimum 2. One.
I predicted 2 Leviahs.
One made it through.
I thought 2 Lexis. We got 3 instead. What else did we predict? I predicted on a video recently on my channel that we would get at least a Dromai. We did. I predicted, let's see, I said 2 Lexis, 2 Leviahs, 1 Dromai, and I forgot the other predictions at this point.
I think you predicted that something about Steven Seagal.
I don't think I would ever bring that up while sitting in commentary booth with you. I feel like
that's more
I
me.
feel like that is something you would bring up. You've got the Leviah pin. What was your prediction on this top 8?
Well, I did say that it would be two Leviahs that would sort of squeak through, I think is what I said at the top of the broadcast, which feels like it was ages ago. Ultimately, don't even worry about it, because predictions don't matter, because the reality is where we're living right now on planet Earth. And buckle up, friends. We've got the top 8. We are going to show you that Leviah match. It's going to be Icelander versus Leviah, as the players are out there getting settled in. And I believe that they were also taking their top 8 picture, which I hope it's not boring.
I'm crossing my fingers that they really committed. I want them so badly to have done a fun picture.
Yeah, none of, just don't be like you're in a you're getting your mugshot. It's like everyone holding up their playmats like they just got arrested. It's a good thing that you're in the top 8. Maybe celebrate a little bit. It's a good thing.
It's been a long day, so I could imagine if they're a little worn out. But whether or not you're worn out is irrelevant, because you're about to play in the top 8 for the possibility of punching your ticket all the way to the finals and then taking down a battle hardened. And you know who's done that consistently?
Brody Spurlock.
I was going to say Brody Spurlock.
Yeah,
That's
well, he was listed as Brody Spur.
You could also call him Brody Spur. Officially, it's Brody Spurlock. But unofficially, Kid Wonderbread. Call him that. Consistent winner, but on a variety of heroes. Can he do it again in this top 8? and take it down on a hero that he just picked up recently, that would be a storyline. Or will the crown stay with Rhea on Icelander, proving that tier list idea,
Back to back.
Back to birds.
I'm very, curious about what that can do for somebody's legacy when they win multiple battle hardens. I'm not saying not from Rhea's perspective, but if she backs the backs this, that is a massive achievement, and that is huge deal. And playing the same deck, there's no secrets.
It's true. That's very true.
People knew about the deck. She took down Cincinnati, and now she's just on a bigger stage here in Chicago in a bigger battle hardened.
Doing it again.
But I mean, imagine if somebody wins another battle hardened on it's like, oh, this is my third battle hardened win on 3 different heroes. It's like, wow. That's an impressive feather to sort of stick in your cap there as well, and sort of build on those accolades.
And then we have to talk about the single Levia player trying to show the world that Levia means business and can now win events, win large-scale events. Jesse, a teammate of Mansance, running, I believe, a very similar, if not exactly same list as the rest of the team ran, making it into the top 8 and sort of representing that team. I believe it's Team Runaways, throwing it out there and just trying to prove that she's there to stay. And we'll see if Jesse can kind of cut through all of these, Icelanders with disruption and Lexi's throwing all these arrows to make it to the top. It's going to be a really fun watch. And, of course, that is going to be the matchup that we watch first. Icelander versus Levia.
Yeah, just waiting on information regarding whether or not they're sort of saddled up, as it were.
I think from what I had checked previously, they were going to take a short break to give everyone an opportunity to obviously get deck checked. Because that's really important. Sometimes, you have sleeves that don't exactly match, or you maybe. Spoiler alert! Should we? No. I gotta save that for the video that I'm going to be putting out next week.
Yeah.
Anyway, yes. So there's a lot to talk about, and we can't skip out of this top 8 conversation without talking about the 1 seed that goes absolutely undefeated in Hunter Blaze, and not only that, went undefeated against at least one of the other members in this top 8 in Brody Spurlock, handing Brody his only loss on the day in that Lexi versus Dromai match that we watched in round 5.
It was decisive. There was no doubt about it. It was a 27-0 just drubbing of Kid Wonderbread. Unfortunately, that that Icelander showed up with a whole bunch of frostbites and condiments, which Brody hates. So that's kind of where that's...
Hey, I mean, here we have the opportunity for a Lexi player to take Lexi to the pinnacle and actually prove that the deck can convert, which is strange because you look at the past couple of results, and Lexi just hasn't converted on wins. Well, obviously, Lexi's there's 3 of them in this top 8, but there were also 2 to 3 Lexis in the previous Battle Hardened, and it was won by Rhea Adams on Icelander. And then before that, Lexi's still considered the best deck in the format, and the entire event at Pro Tour was won by Oldham. So is Lexi going to figure out how to convert into wins? Or are they just going to be a really good deck that gets you to top 8 and then gets you like a, top 4 finish?
What are you talking about? Just ask the community. It's the most busted, worst thing that's ever existed. It should be banned 9 ways through Sunday. So.
Codex of Frainty is a very powerful card.
Okay.
And it can pick up wins.
I am so full of pizza and coffee. We're waiting for one of the 2 to kick in. It's a race to sort of just revitalize. We've been at it for nearly 12 hours. It's been 11 and a half hours we've been here.
It's been fun, though, hasn't it?
It has.
It's been great
it absolutely
so far.
Has. The soup that is now my brain is trying to reformulate itself into at least some sort of gelatinous blob that can fire the neurons into each other. But I know that a good game will get me back on the horse, as it were.
Yeah, and we've got several coming up down the pipeline here. Did the devs even read that card? That's a great question. Anthony knows the questions to ask. Did they even read Codex of Frainty? Who knows?
I've spoken to Brian multiple times.
Has he given you a yes or no?
He hates that now. He hates that that's a thing now. He's just like, stop making this joke. It's like to him, it's the equivalent of like when you show up to when you go to like or if you're like a cashier somewhere and it doesn't ring up, like, oh, must be free. And you're like, yeah, it must be free. Okay.
Thanks for that joke.
Yeah, no, but
Never
honestly,
heard that before.
Yeah, it's Lexi's a powerful hero. I don't think that there was any doubt about it. After Outsiders, there was that sort of initial, well, is it Lexi or is it Azalea? And everybody was really, really on board Azalea because she was the featured hero in that set. And ultimately, you know, people just immediately figured out, it's like, okay, but we can just use these things on the better hero, right? On the hero that has the bow that fires twice. Like, it's just such a no-brainer in that regard. And here you can see that the top deck is an icebound
Hero.
Lexi hero, which is out there hunting Dromais. But that's not what they're up against. It's going to be a Lexi mirror from 1 to 8. Then it gets, and then a Dromai mirror sort of in the middle of that top 8 sandwich, which ironically is where Brody lives, within the meat of that sandwich. Within the
so
ham
question was
slice.
asked: was the Chicago pizza good? Well, it was like thin crust.
Yeah, it wasn't real Chicago pizza.
I was not. I was looking forward to like a thicker crust, or like maybe like the like you got the crust.
Yeah.
You got the cheese. You got the. Sauce, the cheese, is that like how it works?
What you and
How
I
does it
are
work?
used to.
I don't know.
You don't know how to make pizza?
I don't know how to do Chicago style, apparently. There's like 14 steps and some wizardry involved.
You create like a bowl out of crust, and then you fill it with marinara, and then you make
So it's
Flake exceptionally
crust,
happy. I don't know that.
and then sauce, cheese, crust, sauce?
Well, I'm not a pizzaologist.
I need to
okay?
understand.
Ultimately,
help me understand.
most of these trips here to Chicago end up with Steven and I in the hotel room at like after the.
Actually, how it's going to end up.
Yeah, so again, what people don't realize is like we're here at 8 in the morning, and then we're out when it all ends, which could be at 11 p.m., and we're like casting nonstop, right? So we're usually completely just squeezed the entire time. We're absolutely juiced. We're done. So we go to the hotel, and then the hotel bar always closed.
Yep.
So we can't get dinner there. So then we do the whole thing of sitting in the lobby, going through the like Uber Eats app or the Skip the Dishes or the DoorDash, whatever the hell it is, and we're looking. And then we're like, okay, here's a place that's open, and it always returns to the same one, which is this really good deep dish pizza.
Yeah, it's really good. I don't know if it's deep dish. I don't know if it's like 2 crusts. I don't know how this works.
Now that's a rapper name right there.
Yeah, two
deep
crusts.
dish opening
I
for
don't know
2
how
crusts.
this works. I need someone to explain it to me. Bring me different slices of pizza created different ways. Detroit style? Is that just lots of crust?
Bring me pizzas from
Explain
all
it to
4
me.
corners
I
of
need
the
to know
earth.
this. Okay, so Chicago style crust, sauce, cheese, crust.
No, there's no
Sauce?
crust. So what are you putting another hat on it?
That's
of crust?
You just said it was like make a
No,
pie.
no.
That's how you make a pie. You
I
crust,
didn't say it was a pie.
Crust.
I didn't say it
You
was a pie.
literally said
no. I
make
said
a,
you make
run
a,
it
you make a
back.
bowl out of crust and you fill it with marinara
Okay,
and
maybe
toppings
you're right.
and a little
Maybe
bit
you
of
said bowl.
little
Maybe you
sprinkle
said
of cheese.
Weirdly enough, as a complete change of direction, I looked in my pocket and I just have an extended art wildfire. I don't know why that's in here. I guess just when I'm at the table and I need that extra juice in Blitzkane, I'm like, there you go.
I was gonna pull some almonds out of my pocket. Like I got almonds.
It's just deep dish. No, it's not. Detroit style is frozen pizza made in an oven. Wow! Oh my God!
What the hell?
Okay, we have officially struck a serious chord. All right,
the famous ones,
quick,
the DiGiorno's.
Cut. Yeah, that's gonna start a fight. We need another giveaway. No,
do
wait,
we?
I don't know. We've done 2.
Well, we're supposed
We
to
have-
do the giveaway of the captions and stuff, but are we not doing that, or do you want to open
we
a box?
should do that. Well, let's see. We have 3 boxes over there.
Plus, there's a bonus
Plus
box that fits
2
all this, remember?
boxes, plus the bonus box, plus a playmat.
All right, let's just open a box, man. I'm like, I'm
All
already.
right, giveaway time.
I'm
Pizza Wars.
on a thread here.
All right, there's also this like black envelope. Wow, look at this beautiful, majestic.
The box is
Printed in
open. Steven, the box is
Uprising.
open. The box is open.
Printed in Uprising.
I'm gonna print you an Uprising. Hey, I'm gonna open the pack,
What
Steven.
was this? Someone gave me that.
I have one of those too, and I don't recall who gave it to me, and I feel bad, but
That's going back in here for later. Okay. Booster box giveaway game. Last time, this madman opened the best card you can open outside of a serialized card. I will argue that the card that he opened is actually cooler than the Cold Foil Fable.
And that's why you don't trust.
Yeah, I will argue that that is the case. So I guess we do it again. Hey, when it's time, if you would like to win the contents of said box, all you're going to do is sound off in the comments below. I promise you, my fingers are not covered in pizza sauce.
Oh, no. The corners are a little dinged up here, but it's okay.
Well, you know what I got? I got a...
Oh, my God.
You son of a gun! How does he keep doing it? I got a foil yellow rift.
Wow,
skitterer.
incredible. What a... Okay.
All right, put that face down. Okay, there you go. Yeah.
Oh, my God.
We didn't just give away any information
I am
whatsoever.
luck adjacent.
Freaking ridiculous.
'Cause
This
it's not
case
mine.
is loaded.
It is loaded,
We've
friends.
opened 2 boxes. Well, no, we've opened
boxes.
1 box and 2 packs and Tupac, and you destroyed this case. Can I have this case?
No.
I'm gonna open like 2 Majestics. This is disgusting.
No.
Oh my god.
Friends, if you want to...
no, don't start guessing until I clap. It's really simple.
No,
like,
but it's not. It's not.
I'm probably going to be cut off of unboxing.
Oh, we're getting notes here.
They literally held. Give me that sign. They literally said this.
Your prob's going to be cut off from unboxing. Okay.
All right. Let's
We're
get
good.
that
Whenever
we got
you're
the
ready to
FYI.
rock and roll, baby.
Apparently, we're going to the top 8. We should stop opening this box. Oh, hey, I got Starstruck. That's fun. That's a good card.
It took us in Ohio, Realm Games, where they're opening the boxes for them. And we opened, I think, 60
got
boxes.
a couple minutes? We got a couple minutes.
Oh, cool. So we opened 60 boxes, and I only found the 3rd Starstruck for my Bravo deck on the 60th box.
Oh, wow.
3 out of 60 boxes.
Good for you. Well done.
Hey, if you're going to hit me with the SAS gun.
Well done. You're really, really doing it. All right. This is a beautiful foil, Angelic Descent. That is a fantastic one. Look how pretty that is.
Wow, that's...
I love that they overlaid the foiling on the angel wings.
I thought that too. That's exactly what I said this morning.
You did not.
Alarm went off. I said, I'm...
Starsturk for Bravo. Starsturk.
Starsturk.
Ah! No, I'm just kidding. I just wanted to make you glance over here. All right, I did get a foil Majestic. Northern Winds.
That's the second foil Northern Winds that you open, right?
Oh, yeah, I'm really good at opening cards. Trust me. I'm going to open some cards in this pack.
We're going to open the serialized, and we're going to put it up for auction for charity. Is that what we're doing?
I'm not even gonna see that I opened the serialized. I'm just gonna put it back in
The charity is going to be the Human
stack
Fund.
of bulk.
Money for people.
How many people think that there are
of Bologna.
Oh, I like that card. How many people think that there's a serialized card that has been opened, but the person that opened it didn't actually realize what it was and put it in their bulk?
I don't think that's true.
I don't either, but what if? That's why I asked.
I think that this game is niche enough and not like so widespread that people are not just pulling packs off of off a rack somewhere.
Strax card for Burbo. All right, they've cut us off.
How dare they? And I just opened a Meeps right when you did
Oh,
that.
you love to see it.
Meeps.
Yeah,
All
I
right.
got a foil Majestic Slithering Shadowpede, a card we might see play out in this matchup.
Nobody cares.
Because we are seeing. Is this game already going?
No, this
Holy crap!
No. This is the scores that never got changed
That
from
is
the
accurate,
around
yes. Just hey, no one regard, completely disregard.
Well, the production team left.
Oh
so.
yeah, they gave up. They're well, you know what? Rhea is 8-0, and I don't actually think that is correct.
That is
because she
also
was
incorrect.
7-1. You know what? We'll get there, everyone.
Don't you worry about it.
They've been going hard for 12 or so hours. Okay, yeah. When we come back to they're fixing up that life total game, playing that life total
Beauticious.
game. There we go.
Beauty.
When we come back after the conclusion of this, we will ask you to guess the cold foil, and we will give it to you. So stick around. Definitely stick around. Going through all of my bulk right now. That's the right way to play. Don't guess now. I am not gonna look Lee Thomas Edwards, who I appreciate you being here.
Yeah, so just in case, Rhea Adams is at 7-1. She did take a loss upon her journey, but this is going to be a nasty one. We're starting with the old 6 attack, and again, after coming off of that Kano versus Icelander head scratcher, an absolute, just Mensa meeting of a game that just melts your mind in half. Ultimately here, this is going to be brute force versus finesse as the Levia player here, again, with the claws facing inward. Jesse, have you learned nothing? Do we not remember the 8 damage you took against Michael Fang?
That was a moment in time that exists in memoriam.
Thank you for that.
Here is some disruption in the form of one good old Aether Ice Vein. It looks like this is yellow Aether Ice Vein. This is fused with the Insidious Chill. We can expect that to drop into the arsenal and then be played out. That is a hugely disruptive card that we have seen used to great effect this tournament thus far by these Icelander players. It is really, in a lot of ways, probably the MVP of this deck now that things like Hypothermia are gone.
So there's going to come, this is going to come to a point where Rhea's going to have to possibly time this to a degree where when the Blood Debt is stacked up real high, what Rhea can potentially do is use the Stormstriders on a disruptive play with the Ice Vein to peel a bunch of cards out of hand, meaning that there's no opportunity to actually go ahead and banish. So an Ice Vein might connect, peel cards, and then do another 8 or 9 on top from the Blood Debt. That is a genuine possibility here that Jesse has to be aware of.
Yes, there's a lot of counterplay that can come off of the back of Stormstriders at low life totals, and a lot of it comes down to just really putting your Levia opponent off of transforming into Blasmafet. Because the moment you can force your opponent off of transforming into Blasmafet, they are stuck playing either Levia like normal, or playing Levia Redeemed, and they have to get to that 8 life total and 13 in the Banished. So things are going to be very interesting and squeaky in those low life totals.
All right, gaining a life here as well as pitching the Heart of Fyendal is going to gain you a life if you are below the life total. A benefit / detriment to playing Icelander, I suppose, is you are going to go up a life here to 37 in order to play out that Insidious Chill.
Yeah, here's the Mark of the Beast play, a card you don't necessarily see played very often. This, by the way, is a first edition extended art. Mark of the Beast. I remember when those things were quite sought after.
Great card. Again, I believe that card, the EA, comes out of the Monarch First Eds, right?
It does, and we have a Monarch First Edition sitting in front of us to give away at some point. It could be today, it could be tomorrow, but you have to watch to find out.
Oh, that is a hook if I've ever heard one. Nicely done.
I lay him out.
All right, well, the Insidious Chill is looming large, 3 counters on it. Again, that is going to really hurt this Levia. I think that, the brute force that Levia can just swing away, or if Rhea can just kind of weather that storm and just, attack here and there, get some cards in, as we starting with another fused card. This one being fused with the Channel Lake Frigid, which is one of the most brutal cards to see coming out of Arsenal on your own turn.
Yeah, Icebind coming across. This is a card that really didn't see a lot of play for a long time in Icelander. It kind of teetered in and out of deck lists, just being a card that seems like it provides a good, push of 0 cost damage. But now, I mean, we've seen it in this tournament do absolute work, especially when you fuse it and you get, some free value that you're... Look at that. Just freezing the arsenal, just handing over the card that doesn't exist anymore because you can't play it with Oldhim.
It's frozen forever.
Look at that wonderful
Northern
shield.
Winds. You've opened your fair share of those. Unfortunately,
handing over the what is the shield called? The frost shield. Why did I blank on the name of the shield?
Stalagmite?
Yeah, there you go. Stalagmite. I was thinking Eisenloft because it is the bastion
It is the
of
bastion,
Eisenloft.
exactly. The bastion of said Eisenloft. Not to be mistaken with the Pulse of Eisenloft.
That's
which
correct.
is a banned card. Man, they shredded that poor hero.
Well, you know what? It's shredded, perhaps, but still reaching LL and doing so faster than Briar. So there is that. The Slithering Shadowpede coming across is one of the best new cards that you could possibly have in Levia. It just does so much for you. And we actually opened a Rainbow Foil Majestic here in the giveaway that we are going to complete at the completion of this game. Someone could win that card in foil, which is great. But
Slithering Shadowpede?
it is. It gives you the option to just play it from the Banished if you banish it. So it gives you so many flexible play lines where you're okay with it just going.
All right, well, 6 on the stack. Going to go ahead and toss out a double block here. A lot of those cards are going to block for 3 for Rhea. And Rhea taking the same deck, I believe, that she won in Cincinnati, right here into Chicago. She's kind of taking it on tour, like it's Beyonce.
There you go. Which I believe actually the concert for Beyonce is going on right now here in town.
Are you, for real?
I was told that by my Uber driver yesterday.
Get out of town. I was literally just throwing a name out there. I just didn't want to say. I didn't want to say
Backstreet Boys.
No, Taylor Swift. I didn't want to say Taylor Swift.
That is her name, Taylor and Swift. Coming across with the Aether Hail for 4. This is such a great play line, being able to say Aether Hail for 4. Cool. Waning Moon for 2. 6 damage. There it is.
Make it happen, Captain. As just sort of slowly chipping away. But Levia kind of takes a little bit of time to get going. You want to fill the graveyard to get some 6s in there before you start banishing for the bonuses on a lot of the cards. So it's a slow roll early, which, you know, a lot of players will try to capitalize on these slow turns to just convert for damage, trade early. But once that graveyard is full and Levia starts to go ahead and banish for bonus, then you have to sort of turtle up a little bit while she banishes the entire graveyard. And then it's a matter of, okay, now maybe I trade in order to give Levia some thought where she has to block awkwardly, or she gets put to a position where if she banishes incorrectly or whiffs on a banish, she just flat out loses. It's a tough go, but a swing big's a good start here. It's a 8 attack 4/2.
God, such a great card, a 2 for 8 that honestly most of the time doesn't really benefit your opponent all that much, even if they full block it out. It is one of those cards that just feels really good to play. And it satisfies so many different requirements for Brutes and Levia and in general. And it's going into the graveyard, like you mentioned. Filling that graveyard is one of those plays that you have to account for as the Levia player. And, hey, if it worked last time, why not do it again? Aether Hail, ask for the pitch, and then Waning Moon for 2, perhaps?
Yeah, it looks like that's the case. It might be a situation where, I mean, Rhea just might not have the right cards that she wants. She might just not have what she's looking to really put a dent into Jesse's life total. But at the same time, it just might be a situation of, all right, let's get some cards out of the way, and here's another swing big. Why not? Let's what a
Remember
day
that
for a
last
ball game.
turn cycle? Hey, let's do that again. That was so fun.
Do it right over again. Exactly. But, you know, Rhea also wants to see a certain amount of blood debt in Jesse's hand so that you can capitalize on a blue Aether Ice Vein from Arsenal that requires pitch in order to not get punished, you know, to AB some of it, and then the chilling, sorry, not the chilling, the
Chilling Ice Vein?
yeah, the chilling Ice Vein, yeah. Am I saying that correctly?
Is it the one on the board right
on
here?
the board, yeah. I'm
Chilling
so
Ice
sorry.
Vein triggers.
I'm getting brain
No,
fog
you
here
were
a little
100%
bit.
correct. Yeah, having Chilling Ice Vein
Yeah.
on that stack to maybe steal some cards.
Yeah, I mean, like, part of the approach that you might look for here is to save a lot of the disruption and such for when the blood debt's stacked up, so you can kind of pull the trigger on it then, where suddenly your 3 damage Aether Ice Vein becomes a 8 damage Aether Ice Vein because of the fact that they have to pitch to stop it or they'll lose cards, and then they just don't have the right tools in their hand in order to banish the cards. So that is a viable approach in this matchup here. But again, if I were to tell you that I know this matchup inside out, that's a flat out lie. It's Levia versus Icelander. This is not a common occurrence up until this particular meta, perhaps.
Well, it's definitely a sort of a back and forth affair because you do have to we have to remember that Jesse has access to Levia Redeemed. If there's 13 Blood Debt cards in Banished, we can transform into that in a pinch. Yes, we drop down to 8, but if we're already around that life total, that's not that big of a sacrifice, and then we don't have to worry about Blood Debt anymore. Or we could do Blasmafet if we can get the Blood Debt to tick us down to 13. And I think that's the real sticking point, is when we get down to those low life totals, can Rhea put damage on the stack that prevents the Blood Debt from ticking down and allowing that 13 trigger? Because that is probably the preferable transformation for Levia in general. And if you can stop that from happening, then you basically just force them to transform into Levia Redeemed and play a completely different game plan at 8. And being at 8 against Icelander, Not something you want to do.
No, definitely not. And that's the danger here of creating those flipperoos, as they were, to transform your Leviathan into something more menacing. Is you get to those life totals, and suddenly, like you mentioned, the Stormstriders are a massive, massive detriment. All right, so now in these regards, honestly, if the first card you flip is a 6, you want the next 2 to be 6s also. You want to prune out all of those. At the PTI event, I faced off against Mara in the top 8. She was on Levia, I was on Prism. It came down to she had we both had pretty paltry life totals, but she was on the hook for Blood Debt, and ultimately, when it came down to it, I think it was like 8 or 9 cards in the banish zone, and we found all the non-6s, which essentially lost her the game. And when we were doing the calculation on the odds of based on what was left, it was like a 4 to 5% chance. And it's just, but that's the reality of it. You wanna get the big swings. You wanna sort of mortgage your future in that way. Eventually, you're gonna have to pay the toll. That's kind of how Levia works.
And this is really the bread and butter right here of how Rhea has been just dominating matchups. The power of finding an early Insidious Chill, establishing it, and then throwing Aether Ice Veins fused at your opponent and saying, look, if you don't do something about this, you're just taking free damage, getting rid of cards for me, and I'm just going to find another Insidious Chill, stack that onto the board, and continue the process. And, well, it's worked for her thus far, sitting in the top 8, playing in this matchup. She is the 2 seed and trying to become back-to-back battle-hardened champions.
Well, the first step is to weather the storm of Levia here, as both players have taken their fair share here. Keep in mind, Rhea Adams started at a 4-point deficit to the Levia 40. She starts at 36. But, you know, she's put in a decent amount of work. 17 damage converted here for Rhea Adams. Jesse managing to connect for 14.
Coming across with a claw, pitching, I believe, the only card in hand here. Floating the 1.
Damage is damage.
You
got to start getting the work done here, right? It's the only way to be.
Parity at life is a very scary proposition. I've talked about it time and time again on streams, and having a life parity with wizards is not where you want to be as well, though. And,
certainly.
Especially having a wide open hand. Now, you're not playing against Kano, who can respond to your your Ice Bolt with Lesson in Lava for lethal, and then have everyone miss it. You're not that. You are instead Icelander, who has to play a more measured approach. There's the Channel Lake Frigid from the arsenal. This is double taxing, but you're not really worried about the tax here as Levia because, I mean, you were face up already with the 1 resource.
Yeah, I mean, you're happy to play chicken with as a wizard against other heroes because the closer you get, you get to a point where you can pull the trigger when they're not paying attention, as it were, when they're distracted by the excitement of presenting lethal against you, and suddenly you're like, well, hold on a second. But at this rate, Rhea Adams has dropped in with the CLF, Channel Lake Frigid, one of the most fearsome cards to come out of Tales of Aria, a mainstay of many of the ice heroes, and here it is, just presenting headaches as a pitched Frost Hex is going to activate this fused Aether Ice Vein with another CLF that you know is going to be tucked away nice and tight in that arsenal.
A very powerful sequence of events here. And again, remember that CLF number 1 is on the board with no flow counter. You've pitched a card that allows you to place a flow counter on it. So a second CLF will just shut down the turn. But we might just see, not even worrying about that, just sitting that CLF into the arsenal, wait for the first one to expire, and then come in with the second one to have this just consistent taxation.
Well, see, these are cards that, as great as they feel right now, these are cards, especially back-to-back like this, that you're like, this is what can potentially win me the game or make up a lot of this life deficit when they have 4, 5, 6, 7 Blood Debt in the pocket. Because if you can cheat out a card like CLF, if they want to activate something or they want to get cute and try to put two plays together, if you can just cheat out that second CLF and suddenly they're not able to banish, that just goons their entire turn.
Yep.
So I think what Rhea Adams here wants to do is potentially find the longest amount of time that she can keep the CLF on the board, and if you can keep both, even better. But the more friction that you put on in front of Jesse here, the harder it's going to be for him to just satisfy Blood Debt. You know that the attacks are not going to be terribly devastating, but you just want to create this nasty uphill battle in order to merely not kill yourself in that regard with Blood Debt.
Yeah, this is also a great play that we just saw. Is the activation of pulping here allows you to go through the process of actually turning off Blood Debt for now, and that is very key because this was a turn where you were looking to take a decent chunk, if I can tell by that die, it's a little hard to make out, a decent chunk of Blood Debt damage, and in doing so, you're putting yourself precariously close to just crossing that 13 threshold against an Icelander that wants to push you over that point so that you can't turn into Blasmafet. And you have to play the old school Levia game plan of, okay, don't die to Blood Debt, don't die to Blood Debt. And this turned it off for this turn. You kind of stymied that possibility for now, but you do have to think about that going forward.
All this while there's a card called Meeps in existence. I just wanted to remind people that Meeps are a thing.
It's a great card.
It's Meeps is just a funny word to say.
It is. It's a great little card from the new Dusk Till Dawn set. 2 go again. If it hits, draw a card. Or, well, it starts by stealing an item, they cost of 2 or less. Then just draw a card.
That mofo blocked for 3. She'd be, love it. Sorry, Meeps.
Yeah, well, they're small.
Okay, here's a
CLF.
nice stop to the turn, I'm telling you right now, because it's 2 on top plus the initial feed, just like the door prize of just trying to get through, which is the frostbite. Like, paying the frostbite to continue your turn is like what you tip the bouncer to get into the club.
Now, this is an awkward play because you know the second CLF is there. We all know it because it was used to fuse on the previous turn. And it's awkward to have it in the arsenal simply because you have 1 on the board already and it costs 2 to play, and you kind of want your arsenal free for some other possibilities. So we end up playing it here, and we go into a 2-card hand possibility going forward, wherein we can maybe keep that one around while the other one expires, and then arsenal a card. But you want that arsenal open for future, arcane damage sources, because you want to pressure the life total, and right now you're not technically doing that outside of the Waning Moon trigger here.
Damage has been flowing back and forth quite nicely, as it were, as Jesse Kennan going down to 15 here. Rhea Adams at 13. 2 Channel Lake Frigids is quite a decent sort of fortification to protect yourself with. But where is this going to end? We're going to flow count here.
Well, this is the start of Rhea's turn.
Oh,
so
never
Rhea
mind.
has the capability of maybe just using Cornet Peak here, which is what we are going to see.
Friggin' wizards.
Pitching an Ice Blue. And that's going to be the card that we flow counter on the second Channel Lake Frigid that we played on this previous turn, so that the first one will go away, but the second one will stick around.
Gotcha.
Gives us, I believe, a blue in the arsenal as well, and I think that was a blue Emeritus Scolding, which goes for 4 on the opponent's turn. Your opponent's at 15, I should say, which means that they are dangerously close to missing the Blood Debt trigger.
Most definitely.
Yeah.
All right, so one of the Channel Lake Frigids are gone, and you got 1 sticking around with 1 flow counter on it. Again, paying 1 more through each one of these actions is no easy task. It becomes difficult to manage as the blood debts do rack up here, and Jesse has put the work in. I mean, Jesse's done 23 damage now to Rhea, but Jesse also is at 15, so the trading has occurred.
So this is where things get interesting, because I think Jesse may be taking a line that tries to get him to transform into Blasmafet, with the Blood Debt not being turned off the back of the Slithering Shadow Pete here. And in doing so, it opens up a window in time where Rhea can actually accept some number of damage and and return volley with the, if it is an Emeritus Scolding Blue, return volley with that Emeritus Scolding Blue, pushing 4, asking for cards, and then if they end up blocking it, maybe swinging Waning Moon as well to push past that blood debt taking you to 13. And if you do that, then they can't transform into Blasmafet, and then they're stuck having to deal with blood debt until they choose to transform into Leviathan Redeemed.
So many rules.
Meet that requirement of the 13 blood debt cards.
Scowling Meatbag.
It's a good card, but not in play here in favor of the Arcane Barrier equipment.
All right, well, that is the Warmonger's Diplomacy on top of a Sink Below is going to cover up the entire move here.
This is interesting. She drew into her 3rd Channel Lake Frigid.
Oh, this is going to be backbreaking for Jesse DC. Sometimes you play against these types of heroes, and I mean, Lord knows I have dealt with this nonsense before, and I've dished it out before as well. I mean, there's no better feeling than playing against like a Phi or something where, as Oldham, where you just started off by dropping a CLF and being like, your move there, bucko.
Yeah. Well, look, there's the transformation. The blood debt ticks down to 13. There is no response from Arsenal, so I wonder what that card is in the Arsenal. Maybe it's a defense reaction. Maybe it's something else. But choosing to just encase into the Channel Lake Frigid fuse.
Yeah, Jesse's just like, is that another Channel Lake Frigid?
Well, we're most likely going to see that Channel Lake Frigid pitched here for the Waning Moon.
But it is going to happen, but it's not going to keep the other CLF around. But again, with an occupied Arsenal, it's not like you can just jam that out. So now Jesse Kennan is at 13, has an opportunity here with no more, roadblocks, no more friction to it's just an easy glide to start throwing some damage towards Rhea Adams here. But there is a card in Arsenal, but Jesse's happy to see that 3rd Channel Lake Frigid is buried at the bottom of that deck.
Yes, it is not coming across there, which means that there's something, perhaps it's a red spell in Arsenal. Maybe it's a defense reaction that was just, drawn and had to be arsenaled just to represent an Arsenal threat. But it means that Arsenal is not capable of pushing damage, or that we just completely missed it, and she just chose to allow the transformation there. But either way, whatever's in that Arsenal is a real question mark.
My name is Matt. It's not Mark.
Okay.
It's a real question, Mark.
Yeah, I got where you're
going. Hi, Mark.
Hi, Mark.
Let's recap here. This is the top 8. It's the 2nd seed versus the 7th seed. Rhea Adams, the defending, I will say, battle-hardened champion of Cincinnati, coming on over here to Chicago to flash her hocus pocus here, the wizardry upon Jesse Kennan's Levia, looking to transform, which I believe is what happened there.
Indeed, yeah, we have Blasmafet, Levia consumed on the board, and transform going to allow the draw to occur. No crazy, no channel. What's the channel? The Bleak Expanse. How crazy a play would that be all of a sudden?
So what does this transformed Levia do?
Well, it turns off blood debt and basically turns it from damaging you into burning cards off the top of your deck. So in essence, if you want the thematic take on it, because Blasmafet is so hungry, it is not enough that it feasts on the hero. Now it must feast on the hero's deck and consume the entirety of the playable cards.
Okay.
Which is very cool. I mean, that's very cool. Also cool, pitching into Claws. And then there's the Mark of the Beast play all the way back in like turn 1. That Mark of the Beast comes across for 8, buffed up by the Blood Rush Bellow, signed by the artist. So that's an extra point of damage, I think.
Jesse here trying to just sort of slide some lethal under the door, but it looks like the Emeritus Scolding is going to pop out here. Is there an option for a potential lethal here? That did Jesse just walk right into it? There is some floating here. It looks like Rhea is maybe reassessing.
No, I don't think that there's a world we live in where lethal can be applied via instant speed.
Nonetheless,
and
3 damage does connect. I mean, it's an Emeritus Scolding that was tossed through.
Take the Tunic resource and send the Waning Moon along with the floating that you already had. And that's going to push another 3. Pushes down to 7, and we don't really have anything we can chain together unless this list magically started running snapbacks. which would be just the craziest turn of events.
Rhea still holding on to 3 cards. I believe this card does not have go again.
I believe so as well. It's also 8 damage on the stack. And we're going to give the entire equipment suite here, keeping a 3-card hand. It is so intriguing, though. There was damage in the arsenal that could have been played before the tick down. I wonder if there was just a thought process there. If, well, I don't have the resources, or if I make this play, I don't have anything to do on my turn. I don't get an arsenal. And then the banishing begins from the Blasma Fet, I believe.
So nasty.
It's pretty gooey.
All right, got to pay the blood debt, no problem. All right, 7 for Jesse. Rhea took the 4, gave the entire kit. Here comes oh boy, it's an Aether Ice Vein fused. I believe that's a red for 5 Arcane. What's the AB situation for Jesse?
3. AB 3 here with the 2 on the Skull Horn plus the 1 on the Null Rune Gloves means that this is always leaking 2. It gives you the ability to arsenal a blue Ice Bolt, which represents 3 damage, and then you just have to draw any spell that deals damage. And then you can go 3 into the spell that deals damage for a possible 6 to 7, and then if you have the resources, a Waning Moon for an additional 3 to put your opponent dead at 10. And then if they AB 3 consistently, perhaps, then they can survive sometimes? Question mark.
All right, well, as it stands right now, doing the best to sort of keep the life total as high as possible, but 2's going to leak through, like we mentioned. It is fused, which means you've got to discard a card or pay 2. So what's the choice here, Jesse Cannon? I mean, do you just ditch a red card? Looks like it's a swing bait? No, what is that? Something else.
A Savage Feast.
Savage Feast.
Here we are, 12 hours into this tournament, and that's a Savage Feast.
Nice.
Yeah, there you go.
I like it.
You're welcome. 5 to 4. Rhea has the full grip.
Thank you.
And did she draw into a spell? That's the question. She's got a Sink Below. She's got an Ice Bolt. Sorry, Frost Hex. She has a Cold Snap. And
Scolding? No.
is that a blue Emeritus Scolding? If it is, that might be enough.
I see a little orange
but
on it.
It might not be.
Well, Scolding on the opponent's turn will do 4, right? And you can AB 3, so 1 leaks.
Right, but it costs 2, and you're holding a red. So if you have 2 blues and a red, you're at 7 resources. You can present the Arsenal card for 2, because we know it's an Ice Bolt, or a Frost Bolt, whatever it's called. You can present that for 3, paying 2. Then you can Boots and play the Emeritus for an additional 3 resources. So you're up to 5 that you've paid. That represents 7 damage. And then you have 2 more. I think, is this exactly enough resources to present all forms of damage? It very well could be.
Well, let's find out.
Unfortunately, you're pushing a ton of damage. What are you pushing? If this all maths out correctly, you're pushing 10 damage. And let's assume they have a 2-card hand and they have 2 blues. If they AB 3, I think she's going to go play for it.
All right, well, it's Red Ice Bolt is presenting 3 damage, and it's out of Arsenal, so a Frostbite is kind of what's part of the package deal here. 1 floating.
I believe this is exactly enough, if not over. But at the very least, what we're doing here is we're starting with the free action, which is give a Frostbite, deal 3 damage, float a resource. Because if we pitch a second card, we can always come in for, again, quote-unquote free, because we're going to be passing over to our turn with cards in hand. It's going to pay to stop here. I did have a blue. No, is that a red?
That is a red.
Wow. That might just seal the deal then. You might have it. If that's not a blue, then... Yep, going to pass priority, pass back. Then we Waning Moon, pitching here. The red was a little awkward. Going to toss the last red in hand and take it down to 1. And then the Boots is lethal. Every way you draw it up, that is the game. Hey, Rhea moves on to the top 4 on Icelander, showing the deck in all forms and facets is here to stay. Arcane damage, Bull Lander. Doesn't matter which way you run it. As long as you know how to do it, you can pick up the win.
Yeah, and it comes down to those really careful moments towards the ends of the game where, you know, an Icelander player or any Wizard player, frankly, will just kind of have a different focus, a different approach when they're like, okay, you're in my crosshairs. Like, I know it starts off where you're like, I know you're in my airspace and we just got to find you. Then it's like, okay, you're a blip on the radar. Let's start going in there. But as soon as you're like within radar range, you're just waiting to get in the crosshairs. It's a slow process. Yeah. But that's what Rhea was doing, and finally, eventually, you just get it, and it's kaboom. Let's just go fire off and splash one, Maverick.
Yeah, it worked out. It worked out. So we have one of our top 8 matches locked in, and we need to continue our giveaway. We started a giveaway at the top 8 beginning. Okay, so here's the thing. We've opened a cold foil from this box. We are going to give this box and the cold foil to you. Yes, you at home. We are going to finish opening the packs, and we are then going to ask you to guess the cold foil. If you guess the cold foil,
It's the easiest game.
first,
The easiest game.
you will win. Hey, speaking of, you'll win this yellow Herald of Tenacity. If you guess right now, I'm kicking you off. No, I'm not kicking you off the stream. Just you're not gonna get your.
You're
vote.
not going to get it, okay? It's been committed to memory. We know all of your names, your numbers,
I see you.
all of that
I
stuff.
see you in chat.
Ooh.
I'm disregarding all of you. Oh, hey, that's a cool card.
I got Morlock Hill.
Yeah.
Interesting.
We should ask trivia questions. That'd be fun.
Do you know that okay, here's a trivia question.
Go on.
What comic book series are the Morlocks from?
Ooh, I feel like I know this one.
Yeah.
Is it hold on. I have 2 answers in my head.
Well, let's see if chat gets it first. But
okay.
yeah, hold on.
I think I know this one. I'm not 100% on it.
What
though, so there's-
comic book series are the Morlocks from?
I feel like we're gonna get this one in the chat. Someone's gonna get
you're
this.
gonna get it. I mean, you're gonna
Yeah,
get it.
yeah, there it is. Right.
What? Someone said it. Yeah,
Yeah,
it is in
X-Men.
fact the X-Men. Yeah.
I actually remember that episode that they were in the animated series.
Mm-hmm.
Remember
they
that
were
episode?
like sewer people.
They
right?
were sewer people, and there's nothing wrong with sewer people.
So if you're a fan of
They are
Futurama,
normal people.
if you're a fan of Futurama, the Leela came from like the mutants that lived in the sewers, which was very much kind of inspired by the Morlocks.
Yeah, I believe that. Yeah, that makes total sense.
Let's see what else we got here.
Morlocks is what I call my sister. Ouch, person in chat.
All right. Well, that seems to do it. This box
Okay.
was weaker than the previous.
Oh, by a long shot.
It's recap time, ladies and gentlemen. Before we do the clap, here is what you can win. Morlock Hill. Not as cool as Morlock Mountain, but it's working on it.
Who's on Morlock Hill? Sound off in the comments below. Do you know who's on Morlock Hill?
Yes.
Okay.
Then we've got the foil slithering Shadowpede.
Oh, look how good that caught the light. That is okay. Well, not there, but right. Yeah, there it is. There it is. Ah, ha, ha, that's beautiful.
Perfect.
Beautiful.
Then we get the mischievous Meeps.
Yes,
Meeps.
Morlocks. That's true. It is the name of the underground people in the Time Machine.
True.
There it is.
And then there was the less known one, the Lesslocks.
Hey,
Not as cool
Minerva, you got it. Thank you. Minerva is indeed the woman falling into the rune gate, maybe.
Maybe. But then you can also win this Prayer of Bellona. Swing, swing, swing.
There you go. Yep, that's
Cool.
true. Yet another foil Northern Winds.
The Northern Winds.
There it is. Can win that. Something you could win. Go to the next one. All right, there we go.
I'm conserving energy. It's been 12 hours. And then finally, my favorite card from the new set.
This is a
by
good one.
a mile.
This is a good one.
Borvos Starstruck. Borvos Starstruck.
Starstruck.
All right, but
All right. You have to
Here-
guess the cold foil.
All right,
Go ahead.
ready for the overhead clap? You have to guess the cold foil, and if you win and you're first, you win all this stuff. Let's
Starting
go.
when we clap. Oh, God.
It
Oh,
counts,
my
whatever,
God. It
that's
counts.
fine. All right, now we watch.
All right. Come on. Hey, oh, my God, right away. Look at you, Narabedla. Narabedla.
Got him right off the bat.
Wait a minute. We haven't clapped on the stream.
We didn't clap yet.
Oh, my God. We have to wait until the clap happens on the stream.
Yeah, well.
No, Narabedla. You said it early.
Is this perfectly synced?
Oh, it might not be perfectly. You know what? No. Yes. Yes. Narabedla, you did.
Yeah, so you're welcome.
All right.
Because
sorry, Narabedla.
I used science to fix this.
You used your brain smarts. There it is. Okay. I had to press the button that says live. You did it. Well done.
Beauty.
Congratulations.
A beauty. Unfortunately, this was from the dinged pack, so the top left corner is a little scuffulated.
Oh, it's not bad.
No, it's not bad. I mean, again.
It's beautiful. We're all special in our
All right,
own.
we're putting this in the box, so make sure that you contact
Peter at MinMaxGames.com.
Peter at MinMaxGames.com. Say, I won the box with the Empyrean Rapture cold foil. Here is my address. Here is all the information that they require. And here are the top 10 things that I like about Flake. It's so simple.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you may need to repeat most of them.
Yeah.
All right. So that concludes our giveaways for today.
For today, but well, maybe we'll give one away if we're feeling saucy. Okay. If we're feeling saucy. Okay. So here's the thing. That was our top 8 match. We are going to jump to a top 4 match next. Yes, I'll add this to the stack. Yes, of course, I will do that work for you. You are welcome. We're going to jump to a top 4 match, but before we do, go get a snack, get a drink of water, maybe a juice box, some orange slices.
Do we have juice boxes?
I hope so. I'm thirsty. And meet us back here in just a few moments. Okay, bye. Goodbye now.
United. This is unity right here. This is the keyword unity if you've ever seen one. Caster unity. When these two cast together, create an embodiment of awesomeness.
That was really good. Did you practice that?
No, I did not.
That was
I
incredible.
literally just didn't know what the hell to do.
That was awesome. Well done.
I got what's called my second wind. I had this
that's great.
this beverage called water. Oh my god.
I've heard it's goated.
Unreal what this does for you. It's incredible. I've been eating salted peanuts for like 11 straight hours. We've been going at it, dude. We've been here for we're moving into our 13th hour. We're like almost done 13 hours. But it's flesh and blood, so it feels like 13 minutes.
Yes,
but hey,
that's true. I agree with that. It has been great. It has been a fantastic time. And not only that, we're down to the top 4. And we do need to make one thing very clear. Those Dromai players, they were not up against each other. And not only that, they both won, which means 50% Dromai rest of this tournament, which is crazy. Both of those Dromai players playing Icelander and Lexi, respectively.
Hey,
that's huge.
A song of ice and fire, if you've ever seen one right now, with a little sprinkle of lightning. Why not? But it's going to be Hunter Blaze versus Guy Cohen. And my goodness gracious me, oh my. Kid Wonderbread does push through, as does Rhea Adams, the defending Battle Hardened champion. So quite the top 4.
Now, I will tell you this. I watched as both of those players sat down. They were joking back and forth with one another. Brody, Rhea, they looked at each other. Rhea said, hey, would you please not resolve a Thamai onto the board while I have no way of dealing with your Thamai on my turn? And Brody just gave this wry smile. And then Rhea looked deep into his eyes and said, please, Please. I want this back-to-back so bad. She wants the back-to-back Battle Hardened win so bad. And they're playing. Unfortunately, we are not going to see that matchup because it's time to see the number 1 seed.
Yes.
Undefeated on the tournament. Hunter Blaze going up against Guy on Dromai.
There was a defeat. It was, I believe Hunter was 7-1.
I think you're correct. Okay, yes.
I am correct.
Oh,
all right.
you know what?
What?
Yeah, well, 7-1.
All right.
Okay. Undefeated in front of us.
Okay, now 9-0.
Okay, well, you know what? Just throw
what
it
am
out
I,
there.
a doctor? I don't know. Like, I don't know how this goes.
Numbers.
Ultimately, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it is time to get into the top 4, the semifinals of the Battle Hardened here in Chicago, hosted by MinMaxGames. Flake riding shotgun with DM Armadist coming through. On this one, it is Lexi versus Dromai. So, what is this? What's the complexion of this game? Well, that's a great start. Look at this: create a pair of Ash and throw in a dominated attack. When hey, you don't really have equipment that you want to toss in front of this. So, nasty reality, but great start for Guy.
Wow, and look at the pitch here. Just casually pitching the fabled Command and Conquer that really freaked you out yesterday.
Yeah, well, that's going to be in the secret video.
Yes, the secret video will come to pass. Maybe we'll give you more information. It is pronounced Guy.
Oh, so okay, so there. I thought it was Guy because I was wondering if it was short for like Guillaume, which is a French name, but Guy is a very common French name. But again, people have been saying guys, but it's Guy, as in, what's up, Guy?
Don't do that.
What?
Just
do you know how many
stop.
people in Quebec are named Guy?
Just shut up.
Like everybody.
Okay. Starting your game off by saying, I have a 5-card hand and you don't, is really cool. Both players being able to kind of do that in some way, shape, or form. It is Lexi being able to load on your opponent's turn at instant speed. But here we have Icequake into the casual Bolton shot.
So we have seen how Ice has absolutely devastated any of the game plan that Redline Dromais have looked to sort of go. As Hunter, I believe, just picked apart Brody Spurlock in, I believe it was the 5th or 6th round. Ultimately, here is Guy just doing his best to stop this. As you're going to go ahead and block that Bolton shot, deny the first reload, but a Falcon Wing being loaded up for +1, so it's a 4 go again.
Shout out to Yi here running all foil cards. I think that is a huge flex and one that I am a huge fan of because that is what I do as well. And I believe that is a set of Marvel Dragons in the sleeves that you're just straight up shuffling because these cards are beautiful enough that they deserve to be played with. Here's the 4 coming across, dealing that damage. And Guy here being able to block with 2 cards but have a 3-card hand still, or more actually, off of the back of the wonderful connection of Nourishing Emptiness.
Love it. Absolutely love it. Nourishing Emptiness, again, a great card to start off any turn with. But it's not the first time, it's not the first time we've seen that card played, and it's probably not going to be the last time in this game, as Guy's going to have opportunities here to go ahead and drop in with a Burn Them All, right, to perhaps just cruise through and kill some of the attack actions that are in the graveyard. So if you do find that second Nourishing, it will have the same sort of power-up potential.
Yeah. Now, I do want to really drive home the point there that this matchup actually opened up the exact same way that the matchup that Hunter played against Brody did, in that Brody also, if memory serves, established a quick, just big hit on Nourishing Emptiness and, tried to ride a 5-card hand into a bunch of damage. But in this respect, we see a board state starting to come into play, and we see, a snatch on the back. So this is threatening the card draw here, threatening to maybe give you a snap opportunity into something else, or into just a free arsenal, which is what Snap is really good for in this deck.
Yeah, it looks like some raisins in the arsenal there. Rain Razors for Lexi. There's going to be a 4-spot on the Snatcher. No go again. I don't think that's a snappable offense right now either. So just finishing it off. And again, this is a situation where a lot of Lexi players, good Lexi players I've spoken to, depending on what the matchup is, often it's just like, no, this is just a race that you win. And, if you find detriment, like the Brody versus Hunter match that was so lopsided that ended 27-0, I think was an outlier. Oftentimes you're just ignoring dragons looking to race. It's just that it seemed Brody never found the Ash, never found the opportunity because Hunter had all the detrimental ice effects as well. This might be a different story, but it looks to me like Hunter's just content to take the damage in order to send it right back. These dragons like Miragai, I mean, 2 damage?
Yeah.
Who
It's
cares?
incidental in a lot of respects. You do need more than just a dragon or 2 to be really threatening. And it really, once you can establish a board full of dragons, it really allows you as the Dromai player to play a little bit more flexibly of blocking certain cards and keeping a 1-card hand that happens to be a 0 cost red to start off the string of dragons. It lets you play way more flexibly, and that is the danger of aggressive Dromai. And it's very functional in this matchup unless you get at a huge life deficit, and that's where things fall apart. And unfortunately, that's where, even though he almost climbed out of it, that's where Brody fell apart in that round 5 matchup. So we'll see if Hunter can push the damage here and try to get that same result.
So Guy just accepts the delivery here. 7. It's going to allow for the reload effect, and an endless arrow for 6 is the follow-up here. No go again on it naturally. Should you choose to, you can always go ahead and, I don't know, you can snap it, but if you don't have resources to actually load it, because the bow has been only used once. But again, recursive effects like this, I have seen these endless arrows as the lean-on tool for Lexis to clear dragons, where you just go bang, 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 and I'm going to clear out a few dragons. But I don't think that's the game plan that Hunter's leaning on here. I think Hunter wants to go ahead and just go face.
It's much harder to make that work when you don't have access to bullseye bracers, because bullseye bracers just allowed you to just take it one step further and reload and go off. But here, the full block, and I think this is exactly correct. Whenever in this matchup, I think if you're playing the Dromai matchup on that side of things, whenever you see Endless Arrow, if you can block it out, you do, because you can't allow that recursive damage. And here, the hamstring shot coming across, I believe directed at Guy, is going to present, just casual 8,
Big one too, and hamstring shot, I believe if it hits the first attack or that you present will cost you 1 extra.
And it is the first attack, which means your dragon attack will cost you 1, meaning you can't play a 0-card hand and just swing with a dragon and pass.
So 8 attack on the stack over here. Hamstring shot has been very, very potent. I faced off against one. I had to read the card again. I was playing Bravo at the Battle Hardened Cincinnati, and when everything lines up and you're just like taking damage because you have everything that you need to fire off a dominated big attack, and suddenly hamstring shows up, it really ruins your day.
Now, important to note that hamstring shot effect is online, and that is going to basically just stop the turn entirely. But there was no arsenal for Hunter. There was no ponder token to give an arsenal. There was no setup for a 5-card hand. So now is a cross your fingers type window that they don't have, a huge explosive card like 3 of a Kind or Art of War. And this signals that they likely don't, and that it's probably going to be a more pedestrian turn from Lexi when they clear a dragon.
I mean, that's all right. I mean, in terms of threats, I'm more afraid of that card if you're playing defensively. But if you're playing, super aggression style, then Muragai's not really a spooky dragon. It only, flies in for 2 and pokes here and there. You're more afraid of cards like Kyloria. Those are the danger ones. Those are the scarier dragons.
But being able to clear that and still present damage on what is essentially your off turn is a great position to be in. And this threatens 8 total damage, is this infecting shot. But this is the window for Guy to take damage and establish a board plus some your own threats and try to get your opponent to life parity. If you go into the end game at life parity and a board full of dragons, you have the advantage as a Dromai player. If you are the Lexi player and you have the life advantage in low life scenarios and you can just continue to pick off dragons, you're almost always winning that game. So we'll see how these players position going into this mid to late game.
Hunter still has that blood rot arrow, that nasty infecting shot for 6. Again, on hit, create a blood rot, which then can kind of tickle you for an extra 2 at the end of your turn if you don't want to pay the toll on it. And for a deck that runs primarily red cards, that is a high price to pay to stop 2 damage. So it's rather negligible for the most part. Guy here is holding on to 4 cards, but I believe one of them might have been a Sink Below. I see a Ravenous Rabble in hand as well. So, I mean, that should cover up this arrow. So it looks like you're going to open... Oh, we're going with the equipment block here as well.
And giving the Ravenous Rabble here is interesting because that is such a powerful card in this deck that predominantly just assuming that this is a full like Empress Dromai redlined list, that is a powerful turn starter. So giving that card up perhaps speaks to the rest of the card quality, or it's just perhaps the easiest one to punch out with. Nope, and this is exactly why, because he wants to establish the board immediately, starting with those 3 Ashwings. Yep, flexing the alternate art black Ashwings, which are very cool, and then an Asvalai on the board as well. Yeah, that is a great way to put yourself in position. Now, do you swing the Ashwing number 1, or do you swing Asvalai first? There's a right answer to this, and it is Asvalai. That is the correct answer.
Well, I mean, if you have it, it's always going to pop the first thing, right? And there it goes.
Well, I think in my opinion, the Asvalai is always the correct answer because you want the card out of the hand versus Hornet Sting hitting one of those Ashwings, turning off go again, and then you just being kind of stuck there. So at this point, you're at the very least making them play a 4-card hand, then a 5.
All right, so loading up a Bolt and Shot +1, so it's 4 go again because the attack value is greater than the base, so it does have the go again. No reload effect because there is a card occupying an arsenal slot. We're going to donate the other Nourishing Emptiness to cover a little bit of this, so we're going to leak 1 through here. No reload effect, no problem. It's all good. It's just some damage, but what's the follow-up here? There's that Endless Arrow. Watch as this starts to do work. It's going to hit the first Ashwing.
No, he's choosing instead. The assumption from Guy was that it was going to the Ashwing, but instead he's going to casually just flex the Fate Foreseen, the foreign Fate Foreseen there, which, if you haven't seen, is a absolutely gorgeous card. And a little bit pricey, but one that you definitely play with, in my opinion, because it's just too good to not look at.
I show up and I'm like, yeah, that's a first edition Demigon, a bounding Demigon, absolutely.
You're welcome.
It's yellow too.
It's going to give him the block on the Asvalai here, perhaps, on this Pathing Helix. It allows him to keep a 1-card hand plus the arsenal.
I mean, this is the sort of go-to for dragons. Is like once you have a board of dragons, you just need 1 red card with go again, and they're all online, right? So you
That's the power.
You can kind of buckle down, and you know that Hunter doesn't want to waste arrows taking down these little 1-attack buzzards.
We can probably assume that there's a dragon in arsenal. And that he's got a red to pitch into that dragon, maybe a 1-cost dragon. No, he's just going to swing here. Maybe that's a Sigil of Solace.
Sigil would put it online as well. And before damage resolves, there it goes. Good call. Sigil foil as well. Foil Sigil.
And that's not just foil. That is a foil alpha Sigil. All of these cards have either been alpha. They're max rarity. This is max rarity deck. This is, I'm playing not only the best deck, but the best deck.
Oh, you're right though. I mean, let's be real. Meanwhile, I'm showing up to tournaments with white border cards, thinking I'm cool.
Yeah, I want to see this deck go up against a completely white bordered out Lexi. That would be the true flex.
Another Infecting Shot. 5 go again is my suspicion, as there's 1 float. Is there another arrow in hand? Potentially. Yeah, so 5 go again. On hit, create a Blood Rot token. This is a really devastating arrow. Another just nasty reality for these Lexi players to just be able to sort of lean on. Another just filthy arrow in the quiver.
Now he's gonna give him the 2 block on this, but there's another one. No, this is actually Bolt and Shot. Scratch that. Bolt and Shot threatening the reload. No resources floating, so that has to be a 0-cost arrow. Otherwise, it's just going to sit in the arsenal. This is a 2-arrow turn. And again, we're pointing it out. Hunter is playing another subsequent turn on a 4-card hand rather than an arsenaled 5-card hand, I believe. And that's been about 3 turns now. Whether it's been I have no arsenal or I have an arsenal but you had to block a card, that has really made a lot of this. And it was a 0. No, he took the Tunic resource. It's a 1-for-5 Heat Seeker. Yep, 1 for 5. He's been forced into playing these suboptimal huge turns, but you know what?
Blockaroo.
Cover it
Blockaroo.
up. Don't allow the arsenal and make you play these honest 4-card hands, which Lexi just doesn't want to do. They want to find 3 of a kind. They want to have six card turns, these insane turns that just win games. And Guy's like, no, I think you're going to play honest. I'm just going to block up, send a point of damage at you, and make you play another 4-card hand, and maybe I can get away with keeping a card next turn.
Just pushing that Ashwing forward, saying, hello. No surprise here. No sneaking in an instant speed Sigil of Solace to get the other 2 to follow suit, but ultimately just chip away, as Guy hasn't had another turn like that big one of generating a lot of that offense, and ultimately there's a pitch to the headshot, a white border headshot, so style points for sure. And
Ooh. Here we go. Coming in with a Frostlock fusing the Frostlock. This, even with the power level of this, which is going to really stymie a turn that might have a defense reaction in hand, you're still looking at some pedestrian kind of turns, which is, you compare this to the round 5 matchup between Brody, and we saw 3 of a kinds at the beginning, disruption after disruption, turn after turn on the flip on Lexi for Frostbites, into 3 of a kinds to finish the game. That was the power spike that just consistently came out of Hunter. And here, a completely different matchup, as you see.
Frostlock still on the stack here.
Yeah, still on the stack, still waiting to, still being presented, I should say. Trying to see whether or not you're going to take this damage. Could also just be a commit to the block here. We saw Guy on the previous few turns. 2-card block, 2-card block. I wonder if we see it on this turn as well. And again, just trying to find the time to block to keep, a free arsenal. It's funny to watch because when you know where to block this Lexi deck and when to stop the arsenal, you basically force them to play a 3-card turn and give themselves an arsenal. Otherwise, they're just not going to have it, and that's how the deck really wants to play, is with an arsenal. So here's the 4-card play, another guaranteed no arsenal turn. Sleep Dart is a big deal here because you do have a Dromai, and that is going to consume your final Ash, and that puts you into a Ash 0 game, and Sleep Dart doesn't let you generate. So this is a bit of a scary turn, and a bit of a scary Sleep Dart specifically. See if he chooses to let this hit.
Sleep Dart's a nasty arrow that has kind of like wheeled itself back into relevance. Just shutting off hero abilities these days is quite a big deal. I mean, who doesn't care about their hero ability? Dash. That's about it, really. I mean, there's very few heroes that are willing to give that up.
Look at this. He gives him the Warmonger's Recital. He takes the Sleep Dart effect. He keeps the Dromai in hand, and he has 1 Ash. Let's see if he chooses to play the Dromai and consume the final Ash. If he does, he could get into a really strange scenario on the next few turns if Hunter has some amount of disruption.
All right, well, Dromai, it's attacking for 3 here. It does create an action point. 3 more Ashwings are to follow again, and it looks like he's just right away going, all right, take that 3, here's the 1, no problem.
Just want to point out the poker chips are there for gambling on when you believe you're going to draw your next 3 of a kind. And that's all.
Is that what it's for?
No, they're representing the amount of times that you have struck twice with Voltaire.
I don't think MinMax is like a crypto gambling kind of place. But Bolt and Shot 4 go again once again. Is there any respect that there's going to be tossed at this Dromai, you think?
At this point, with life parity, I think you have to respect it, especially with a board of 3 Ashwings after that. And in this case, we're just going to cover it up with the old Fate Foreseen. Now, this is a list that is fundamentally different than that Empress Dromai in that it is running more defense reactions, as we can see. And, this is
No,
He misses on
finds
it.
the
All right,
Arctic
so-
incarceration. Now, what's fascinating is that doesn't break the quiver. It merely says, try again, but you know what's on top, so don't worry about it.
Okay, well, he had the sort of out anyway of getting himself a second arrow on this turn, but again, these are not the kind of turns you want to have in the top 4 of the Battle Hardened when you go 1 seed. You don't want to be running into this amount of variance where you're not hitting these big turns. But you know what? Sometimes that's just how Lexi does it.
So a completely different complexion to this game than it was from the Brody game. Again, the same, effectively the same person, Hunter, on the same deck against the same type of Dromai, and ultimately a different situation here, right? But Hunter hasn't been able to just plague Guy with the frostbites that Brody was under the gun for so long here. Ultimately, here giving a frailty token means probably nothing to this Dromai unless there's an attack coming from the arsenal. It's not going to affect the allies. It's not. There's no weapon that she's swinging. It's merely that if you're going to go ahead and toss an attack out from the arsenal, it's going to be at a -1 clip. But 5 attack is what's on the stack over here. A ponder token is going to go ahead and just sort of pick up some of the slack that Hunter has left on the table. But ultimately, as it stands here, Hunter is just probably focusing squarely on that life total that Guy has been nursing for a little while here. And Dromai and the Three Stooges back there are just waiting to continue their little reign of terror.
Yeah, you're looking at a 3-card hand here for Guy, and I think Guy needs to cover this up because we are Ash 0. Not even Ash negative. We're Ash 0 at this point. And if you're given another turn where you just can't create Ash and you can't have go again with your dragons by playing a red card, then you probably don't put on enough threats. And notably, this is the first turn in a while that Hunter has been given an arsenal or created an arsenal. And so he will be effectively playing a 5-card hand on this next turn.
All right. Well, frailty token... It is going to have an effect here. Oh, no, sorry, that didn't come from Arsenal. My bad.
No.
So that's from hand. It's a snatch for 4. The draw card here, I believe, is negligible unless Snapdragon
no, I disagree. Yeah, this is definitely a Snapdragon turn. Snapdragon comes down 1,001% of the time, and watch, he's not going to Snapdragon.
I didn't want to say anything, but I mean, you're getting the Hornet Sting.
Yeah, he's going to try to block this out because the card draw is huge, and you don't want to stop that. You are going to get a point of damage off of the Hornet Sting there.
And where are you sending it?
You send it to, it could be at the hero or the ally that it's blocking, I believe. But you're popping the old boots here and sending the Dromai with go again and threatening the second action point.
1,001%.
Yeah, that's like it was 100%.
It was always.
Yeah.
Everything's 50-50.
70% of the time it works 50% of the time it works every time.
60% of the time it works every time.
Yeah. You know what? Notably on this turn, you present such a threat of drawing a card and guaranteeing this Snapdragon Scalar's activation that your arsenal that you were going to have a 5-card hand with is back to a nice little 4-card hand with the 1 in arsenal plus the 3. A huge difference in game states as we saw this game versus the round 5 between Brody Spurlock.
Where are all the people that said Lexi was OP against this list? Where are y'all at? Show yourselves. And at this juncture, this is where Hunter just takes over the game and just completely crushes.
Well, I mean, he does have access to the Arctic Incarceration Red, which is a huge play because you got the flip here, plus the play at the end of this combat chain with Incarceration. It's going to give you 4.
I love this card so much, again, because it just shuts down whatever they want to do. You can put some work in here with that endless arrow, and then ultimately just end the turn with an Arctic Incarceration and say, yeah, have at it. Have some fun. There's an Ice Quake that's going to go ahead and load up on this Endless Arrow again, which is going to come in for the +1 plus the other. I think this is 8 that it's coming in for, if I'm not mistaken, if that's a red Ice Quake. 7.
Well, the biggest thing to deal with right now is the recursion of that Endless Arrow.
It has go again. That's my bad. So it's the +3. I thought it was a +1 on this. I forgot about the fact that you can always just end the turn with the Arctic Incarceration. There's a situation here where I wonder if how many cards does Guy have? All 4, right?
Yeah, he has a 4-card hand. This is where we probably just full commit to blocking this and then pass our turn. If we're playing as Guy, perhaps.
Well, what I'm curious of is like if Guy just has 1 card left in hand, do you still Arctic Incarcerate? Because if it's a red card that could turn on the 3 Ashwings, is it worth it to stop that damage with an Arctic Incarceration? Or do you keep the Arctic Incarceration in your arsenal for a turn where maybe you drop and you don't have much?
Yeah.
So you fire an arrow and then drop the Arctic.
That's a fantastic point. Yeah, we could see that exact play if Guy decides to triple block here. Yeah.
I've been in that. I've been in that scenario again, and it's not a clear-cut thing because again, you don't want to, because like if Guy gives 3 cards to block here, putting the Arctic Incarceration is not, a Frostbite or 50 Frostbites are probably going to have the same effect.
Yeah.
The question is does Guy have something in Arsenal that that he could use the card in hand to pitch to play to bust through the Frostbite, and then follow suit? Like if it's a Ravenous Rabble in Arsenal, you can pitch to pay through it, start the go again, and then it's that plus the 3 Ashwings. So maybe the Arctic Incarceration was worth it.
Yeah.
But my read here is you don't play it. I think you hold it.
I think you might be right. And I think after you resolve this, the 1 Frostbite is more than enough to stop everything that's going on. So you hold it, you play another 5-card hand.
Sure.
He's gonna hold it. He's gonna pitch to break that Frostbite. That does give him an Ash. Now this is the benefit of being able to have a card and have to pay for that Ashwing trigger and not have the Arctic Incarceration. Is now he has an Ash, and that is a huge change because what is likely in Arsenal is either a dragon that costs 1, and you need an Ash to target to play that dragon, or something like a sand cover, because we have not seen that Arsenal move for ages. And you need an Ash to play either of those lines. So we may see this be something that you can actually access now.
Falcon Punch for 4. All right, no on hit. It's merely a go again. So giving it the +1 is going to help you out over here. It's 4 go again, met with a Enlightened Strike blocking 3. 1 leaks through. Let's load up on another arrow, friends. Find out what the deal is.
Yep, just a casual Falcon Wing on hit damage. 1 card, 2 cards in hand.
You know what? I like the fact here that, I mean, the Arctic Incarceration just haunting Guy here. I wonder how long Hunter's going to hold on to it. I mean, there's a situation where if Hunter just keeps buying cards out of the hand, maybe he just holds on to it until he absolutely needs it.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what we're going to see here. And you know what, though? I don't think that is a terrible idea for Guy. I don't think he minds at all. Simply because it allows him to swing a point of damage every single turn. And, who's benefiting from that? You're not taking much damage at all, and your opponent's taking 1 every single turn. If you get to play something like a Burn Them All, then you're winning that trade every single day.
All right, well, poking through here. No go again yet, but bam! There it goes. Sneaky, sneaky Mr. Guy. And following suit with the other 2 Ashwings. So coming out way ahead over here, a 6-point swing. Guy up to 23. Hunter, the #1 seed at 12 life. Lexi is feeling the pressure, and it hasn't been from the Kylorias. It hasn't been from the Asvalais or the Dominias, the big boys. It has been from the 3 Stooges here. Larry, Curly, and Mo have just peppered Hunter over the course of several turns here, just poking away.
Yeah, I name usually 3 Ashwings is kind of where you sit on the board. Oftentimes as a Dromai player, I name my Ashwings different names. Do you know that?
I used to do this when I used to play StarCraft, and my little Space Marines, I used to name them, and then I'd be devastated when one of them would die, and then I would have to make a new one and pretend that it was like the same dude reincarnated, because I would hate taking losses in those games.
Yeah. And there's the final play of the Arctic Incarceration. And I guess in response, we're going to have a pitch, or maybe after the resolution. Nope, it is going to be in response. He's going to take a peek at the top.
In response?
Here to create an Ashwing. To create an Ash, I should say.
Look at that Command and Conquer.
And the Arctic
Must be
Incarceration.
nice to open a Fable, no?
Yeah, it's pretty good.
I hate you.
Been there, done that.
I hate you so much.
You ever? No.
I hate you so much, but I love you.
So it's going to be it's just a straight up pass here. Is the 3 spot on the Arctic Incarceration really stymies anything you can do once you've given up cards from hand as Dromai.
You think there will ever be a card in Flesh and Blood that says take another turn after this one.
Oh my god, now that would be something else.
Like, but it allowed your opponent to draw up.
Ooh, I like that. That's kind of fun.
I think that I mean, I don't know what the
You know
implications
what it would
could be. I think it would cost an
What class?
What class? If you say wizard,
Yeah, come on, tell me another
they
class
already
that
play
it
on
fits.
both turns. They don't care whose turn it is.
Tell me another class that fits.
Assassin.
Okay.
Because they
I could buy
swoop in
that.
and like they attack you and then while the person is like dazed and confused. Like, what if it was a card called Smoke Bomb? Anyway, Rain Raisins, ladies and gentlemen, connecting with a Falcon Wing for a Falcon Punch. And
this is huge, and this has a lot of implications here because this is representing 8 and attacks of 1 on any attack that is played next turn. So any Ashwing push or any incidental attack from hand, anything like that. This makes it cost 1 more, and not only that, it's 8 damage. We already took the 5 from the Falcon Punch, as you said, and now we're looking to take 8 more. That is not a position to be in. So can you block it out? And what is the other card in the hand? If the other card in the hand is like another Rain Razors or something like that, then you're real upset.
All right, so Guy blocking with about $1,400 worth of cards right there. Why not? Hunter is doing his best to punch through, and once again, we're going to see. Yeah, show us again, buddy. No problem. And there we go. So Guy is going to... there's the Ravenous Rabble. This is a great card. It's going to be 4 go again and turns the mojo on for the Three Stooges there.
This is the kind of card you want to keep. I mean, I feel like this is a beautiful just explanation of how to play this matchup. Is you're blocking these big on hits. You are not allowing to yourself to come under fire from these scary detrimental effects, and you're keeping them honest. And then you're sending these just constant board state. There's a final pop of a dragon.
Finally.
Someone count up how much damage all 3 of those dragons did.
So
Jeremy Jr.
Oh,
and of
right,
course,
the Jeremys. Ashley. Yeah, no, there's Ashley. So when I used to go visit my buddies in Minneapolis, right, we used to just go to the Mall of America because that's where they would take me sometimes. And there was a bunch of teenagers always running around or whatever, and I used to play a game where I'd say over under 1.5, and they'd be like, what? I said, people turning their heads. I said, they're like, I don't know what you're saying. I said, watch this. And I would just say, Courtney, Brittany, Ashley. And then the amount of heads that would turn, that was the game. Go play. You could play it with any names.
Don't encourage this.
You could
stream
say,
in the top 4.
yeah.
Shout out names.
Yeah, just do it. But ultimately, down to 2 Ashwings, and the amount of work that those 2 little buzzing threats have actually connected with has really been the story here, as they just lived and ultimately died to a pauper, which Hunter has been very adamant about just ignoring the threats for the most part of what has been on the board.
I'm so sorry. I just read the chat. Oh my god. Guess if you're going to top 8, might as well take out a Mortgage for your deck.
Yeah, I mean,
well said.
There we go.
CNC finally threatening the arsenal that has been stuck there for ages. At this point, we just got to assume that arsenal is like, I don't know, maybe his own CNC of some sort.
2 Ashwings remain. I mean, I was about to say, where's the next Rain the Embers?
Even better. Oh, it's the end game. We're in the end game now.
How many do you have, dude?
Enough. That's all you need to know. He has enough. 1 point of Arcane and 1 point of physical damage that could be dealt with a popper. We've only seen, I believe 2 down and dirties.
So I think Hunter is finally at a point here where he's going to take probably a heck of a lot of damage here, but Rain Razors, flipped up, it's shown. What else does he have here? Are you going to sort of bet the farm on a high roll of a 3 of a kind, which we have not seen yet?
No, he has not drawn into it, and he's got a 4-card hand. The popper in hand,
Huge.
so now he has a 3-card hand plus that 1 Rain Razors. The trigger on this stack, of course, is that Burn Them All. Going to go and grab the first attack he finds. Going to toss that over, put a 1 counter on there. And, you're at 7. You haven't found your 3 of a kinds in 12 years. This is the time to have it.
Now's yes, precisely what you mentioned. This is the time you want to have those kinds of turns. Pitching a blue is a good start. What do you have to follow this up with, Hunter? Is it the 3 of a kind to get some gas going? We're going to find out shortly.
It's not showing it yet. It looks like it's another infecting shot. This is an infecting shot. Oh, and he's just going to CNC.
Okay. Fascinating move here, because that is a potential card that you could have used to stop the attack chain, right?
Well, he used it down and dirty, so he had 2 in the hand.
No, but I mean, like, how bad is the hand that this is what you want to send?
Correct.
This is definitely a thing where maybe you fire the, what is it, an infecting shot? You fire the infecting shot, you hold that card to stop the return fire,
right?
And then you try to close out. I feel like attacking with the Command and Conquer here with no arsenal to worry about, it's not presenting lethal in any way. I wonder what the sort of approach is here, but you got to trust the process here. Hunter is the #1 seed. We're just 2 schmucks in a booth. So
the other benefit to this is you can start your turn off with Rain Razors and have the arsenal slot open and still play a normal hand. And then maybe you're asking the question of taking something out. What you don't want to do is ever put Command and Conquer in the arsenal, of course, but you don't have to. But this is backbreaking because you've left so many cards in the Dromai player's hand, and we have tools as Dromai players of pushing damage, and one of those is exactly as you see here.
Great
Ravenous
start.
Rabble for 4.
Great start. Again, revealing, I believe it was a Syncolo off the top, and it's a 4 go again, and all 4 of Jeremy Jr., JJ, and Ashley, are all ready to rock and roll to follow suit. And again, one of them's bringing a little Arcane loot bag with her as well. So this is, again, where the 4 damage here could have been laughed off if you're able to pop the follow-up dragon. But you've got 9 damage being presented just on the board. There's no secrets to this.
This is, and I think exactly what Guy is doing is counting poppers. That's what I would be doing as well. Counting poppers here. What have you seen? You've seen 2 Command and Conquers. You've seen 2 Down and Dirties, I think. And
I believe so.
And if you're putting your opponent on having 3 of each, at this point, they've been through the deck decently, but they haven't found any of those power cards, and so they haven't dug as far as you might expect at this point.
Yeah, I'm really curious because that infecting shot would have actually done more damage than the Command and Conquer would have, and we're blocking here merely 2. It's with an Arctic Incarceration, so you're down to 4. This first Ashring, like we said, is bringing some arcane magic with her, and beyond that is Jeremy Jr. and JJ.
Sure, you said JJ.
Yeah, JJ.
Ashley, though. Don't
well,
forget
Ashley's the first one through the door. Ashley wants to party. Okay, this song's about her.
Okay, well there you go. This is a dire spot, and one that we may consider at some point down the line here, giving up both pieces of equipment to whatever is left in the hand at the end of this Ashwing chain.
I'm really curious about the play with the Command and Conquer. Ultimately, no point in backtracking right now. All we have is is what to do with the time given to us. To quote Gandalf, and look at that,
Gandalf
pushing all 3 of them straight away. I don't think the life totals are accurate here. I think
these should represent the casual lethal. After you take the 1, I believe, you should go down to 0 and lose the game if you don't deal with some of these. So you're going to block with the Tunic here. Then representing the next 2.
Okay. So again, just holding on by a thread. What cards does Hunter have here? And again, there's still an action point, so Guy can still follow up here.
Yes, no, most definitely. You have to expect there to be more in the hand. There's 2 cards, and this deck is built around pitching 1 and playing an attack or playing a 0-cost attack.
All right, well, let's do the rewind here. What kind of damage does that Command and Conquer popper on the first Ashwing represent? If this follow-up here is, let's say, a 4 breakpoint or something like that, it's a 2-card block unless you want to lose your entire arsenal.
I mean, if it's usually like a 1-cost 4 or a 0-cost 4. If that's the case, then you're looking at 7 damage prevented off of having a CNC in hand.
Absolutely, and let's be real here. If this is like a dust up or something, it's backbreaking. I'm wondering what Guy's kind of waiting on here.
Well, I think Hunter's deciding how he's going to block these 2 Ashwings.
Oh, okay.
Or maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he's gone. I think he's gone to 1. Maybe he's just choosing.
I think they're all resolved.
Yeah.
I believe they're all resolved.
Perhaps he's just thinking about one of these 2 0-cost actions. Looks like either an E-Strike that you're going to have to bottom for, or maybe the other one is like a 0 for 4. Well, E-Strike for 7 if your opponent has what looks like a 3-card hand.
I mean, if it's a 3-card hand, E-Strike for 7 is the absolute play here. Ultimately, though, E-Strike draw card will buy 2 cards out of Hunter's hand, and he can't fire that infecting shot because it costs you 1, right? So the turn is essentially over, and then you have a card in arsenal plus 4 cards in hand and a board full of nonsense.
Oh, they might be trying to reconstruct the turn as blocks were occurring. Maybe no, it is just a decision as to what we're going to end up this combat chain on. But I think one of the things that really drew me to Dromai as I played this aggressive variant of Dromai, he's going to choose to maybe pitch. Yeah, is just how these end games feel so much like are you kidding me? So much like a ninja end game with all of these flying Ashwings and Kodachis just coming out. There's 2 more Kodachis right there, and that's just going to eat the hand.
No.
Oh, my God. Look at that hand. He finally found all those. Yeah, all 3 of them were clumped in the deck. That is such a painful way to go out. That's exactly what you don't want to have happen.
Okay, so in retrospect, you hold on to the CNC, and instead you fire the infecting shot, right? You had the resources to do it. You absolutely had so you're firing the CNC, cost you 2.
Yeah.
Does 6. Doesn't do anything.
Yeah.
The infecting shot is loading up for a +1, fires for 6, costs you 2. On hit does 2 extra. You're holding on to the CNC. Yeah. You're stopping the first Ashwing. You've got a Rain Razors locked and loaded, plus another 3 cards in hand, and you know that you're to quote my buddy Mikey, we're due. We are absolutely due. And those 3 of a kinds were back to back to back. Now, that could have been hurtful, obviously.
Yeah,
you draw one into the others. Yeah. It sucks. But in terms of actually, sometimes it's a matter of just get through this turn, get to another opportunity. Yeah. And I've got to wonder why just basically a vanilla CNC was sent when that is one of the most valuable defensive tools you have in that matchup.
Well, it's a rough way to go down, seeing your deck shuffle that way, and we can always dwell on those types of choices.
Sure.
I mean, even just jumping back into like Game 5, where there was so much conversation to be had about the opening moves of that turn in that game, as it was played from the Dromai's perspective, and this is one of those instances where you just go back to the drawing board and look and see if you can learn from those choices. But unfortunately, dropping from that 1 seed in this top 4 slot, still with a top 4 placement though, is Hunter.
Not bad. Not bad at all. Let's be real. For one of the biggest battle hardens, like standalone battle hardens that in the history of Flesh and Blood, this is a incredible achievement to come out here, face off against 143, a field of 143, and finish in the top 4. So big kudos, and again, congratulations to Guy, who essentially the narrative of the chat and whatever saying like Lexi's like OP, it's busted. Well, Lexi just got dummied by I don't say dummied, but Lexi got put to sleep by the same deck that got absolutely gooned, not a few rounds ago. So it's anybody's game.
It is
at any point.
It is indeed. We have not heard results. I'm looking over here. I don't see anything about the other game.
Brody likes to take his time.
It's gonna take a little bit of time.
It's gonna take a little bit of time.
Brody versus Rhea, the Dromai versus Icelander, another contentious matchup where, depending on who you ask, those heroes are heavily favored one way or the other.
Well,
it's like Dromai versus everything, heavily favored one way.
I'm pretty sure at one point during the match we just cast, one of the people that came to verify the graveyards was Brody. Brody came from his game to see, like, okay, what's in this graveyard? What's in this graveyard? How does it affect my match? What are my outs? But again, like, we joke and we kid about it because this is probably the only thing that we have against Brody.
I don't have anything against
Brody.
Brody.
No, but you know what I mean? It's like the guy just does everything awesome. It's like, I got to find some fault.
Brody, we're not talking about you behind your back. All good things. All good things.
He has
Don't
no
mind
idea.
us. You can hear everything we're saying because we're the only people in here still.
Watch this. Mustard is awesome. No. Just comes and spears me.
Yeah, well, I hear him running. I hear him running.
What did you say about condiments? Those foul beasts.
Well, if we hear anything, we will get that to you.
I'm not telling you anything.
Oh, okay, fine. Well, we will find out who wins that matchup because they will be playing in the finals after this of the largest battle hardened to ever have existed in the history of the world.
History of the world, yeah. In all the realities, too. We checked.
There it is.
We checked. Don't go far. We're going to take some break here. We're going to come back and maybe talk a little bit more, but ultimately we need a little break here. We've been going at it for approaching 14 hours.
A few minutes.
A little bit. We're almost, we're 13 and a half hours into this bad boy. Ultimately, though, friends, the finals around the corner. Will it be Brody or will it be Rhea that is going to take on Guy? Was it Rhea?
Yeah, was it Rhea? Yes, it's Rhea.
Dude, I don't know anymore. I don't even know my name. I was like, I checked my passport to remember what my name was. Don't go far. We'll be right back.
Ladies and gentlemen, for the final time, we welcome you back to the Battle Hardened Chicago as it's finals time.
It is finals time. I also am a winner this weekend.
Yes, go on.
I finally became the owner of an Eye of Ophidia, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, I bought a single pack of Arcane. No, I imagine. No, I brought some tradables here to MinMaxGames, where their motto has always been "Get more at MinMax." I guess I'm just making that up.
Yeah, that's a really good motto there.
I literally just took a stack of cards that I was no longer interested in. I gave them to Peter at MinMax.
Yep.
He gave me a tally. He's like, this workout. I
Boop,
said,
boop, boop.
let's make it happen.
Boop, boop. Yeah.
Yeah, no, there was some doop doops and some boop boops, but what's left to do is the finals here at the Battle Hardened in Chicago. 143 people decided to come to the city of Windy City. This is the Windy City. Which city is this? It's not the Brotherly Love one.
143 players entered this event, and now 2 stand alone at the precipice of victory. And one of those players has been here before, and that's Rhea Adams. Yes, Rhea up against it, up against Brody Spurlock, the Kid Wonderbread himself. Manages to pull out the win, and now has one more Dromai to face before she crosses the finish line and becomes back-to-back battle-hardened champion.
Worth noting, none of the Lexis are through here. They all kind of fell in the earlier stages here of the bracket. Now it's down to the finals as Rhea Adams again, defending champion, one Battle Hardened Cincinnati with this very deck, is facing off against Guy Cohen, who is playing that Dromai, that triplicate of Ashwings that put in so much work, just punching above their weight. Guy Cohen on Dromai versus Rhea Adams on Icelander. It is the finals of Battle Hardened Chicago.
Yeah, let's go ahead and jump down into that arena, as I believe the players are setting up, getting ready to roll, and start this finals off. The hall is now quiet. There are very few people left. It's been a long day, as we've been here basically the whole time watching players, get set up, get ready for the tournament, get prepared to play a long 8-round Swiss into the top 8. And here we are at the end of it all. And Rhea is standing along with us, trying to make it happen against Guy, the Dromai drip prodigy.
Guillotine Cohen.
I like that.
Just going with it. The Guillotine versus Rhea Adams. Don't call me Rhea.
It's not Rhea.
It's not Rhea. Rhea Adams, 9-1 on the day. Same with Guy Cohen here, 9-1. So it all comes down to this, essentially. I know those are cliche words when it comes to any tournament, but that is the truth of the matter over here, as this is a nasty little nugget for both players to deal with, as Rhea just, disposed of Brody Spurlock. Not an easy out in any tournament.
No, playing against Brody Spurlock is a feat in and of itself, because he is methodical, calculated, can think his way around just about every problem, and being able to dance your way past him and make it to here and face down a similar but not quite the same deck is going to be very interesting to see how this plays out. These decks back to back have been very similar, but a couple of changes between these two lists. We do see in Guy's list the inclusion of cards that you might not see otherwise, like 3 Invoke Uvia, which is a different change. It's a dragon that costs a little bit more. The inclusion of some Fate for Scenes to cover up a little bit more of these, long attacks. And then 1 Remembrance is a huge difference, because right now there's a current belief that there isn't a control deck that can really take you to task. And yet, that 1 Remembrance does actually do some serious work for Dromai, because you can, in some way, shape, or form, run into fatigue. I have experienced that recently, that there are still some fatigue decks lurking around, so that Remembrance has a lot of merit in the game still. Though in this matchup, we don't really expect to see it. And if you're wondering why the equipment has already been presented on Guy's side of things, well, that's because that's all they run. They literally just run that. Flake is showing me a photo of James White standing in front of a large television.
Yes.
With the two of us bozos behind him.
Yeah.
And that's very touching.
Almost like he convoked us out of thin air, like we're some sort of apparition. And we are haunting New Zealand as we speak, but ultimately...
Invoke Flake Mata.
Oh, what?
That's a new invocation that you can summon as Dromai to bring the two of us idiots onto the board. And players are beginning, as you can see here, to take up the tunic. And Rhea starts by drawing her cards.
All right, so again, the top seed gets to decide who goes first, who goes second. And you gotta believe here that Rhea Adams wants to go first to go ahead and put in a card in Arsenal. Not to mention, you do not want to give Guy Cohen an opportunity to go ahead and pitch and create some Ash. The Ash economy in any matchup, frankly, is massive. But look at the start here. Is that a Frost Hex to open the game?
Starts off with a Frost Hex, just playing it outright and then asking to pass priority. This is an opportunity for Guy to then pitch into Seeker's Mitts. Going second is actually preferable in a lot of respects for the Dromai player because it allows you to do this exact play without having to, worry about being card negative and sand cover right away. A snap sand cover here is quite interesting because it does use the Ash you just created, but it also opens you up to the possibility of, following it up with a Flamescale Furnace here since you've played a red card.
So So what the situation here is that Ash does not exist yet because the Waning Moon was in response to that that pitch to the creation. So the Ash is not resolved. So you cannot sand cover this. And Rhea Adams very cleverly and very adeptly saying, hey, hang tight the stack. I'm a wizard. So you need to go to Stack School 101.
That is correct. 100%. And that is a very real possibility that we will see is responses from Rhea. They're going to happen all over the place if she knows her timing. And of course, she's trying to be back-to-back. Oh, wow, look at this. The Remembrance does come into the deck, trying to be back-to-back play champions. And this is a huge change. Just getting that Remembrance out of hand is the key play there. Playing out the sand cover as well, the huge play there. But what an interesting way to start this game is not stopping that damage, creating the Ash, and basically full filtering, but showing that you did include that Remembrance there.
Yeah, both players kind of playing that first turn almost like they've got dinner reservations, but like they were going hot and heavy on this one. We're going to go in with the Yenderai pitching to go ahead and play that one. It's a 3-attack dragon, comes with a little shield of protection here as that Ash neutral play will remain 1 in the bank here for Guy. We have seen how different the complexity or the complexion rather of the game is when a Dromai player is just struggling to fill that bank with Ash.
It can be a real issue, but this matchup is going to be completely different in a lot of respects. And in this case, I don't think you're going to really worry about Ash generation if you can establish an Ashwing. If you can get an Ashwing onto the board, you almost have free reign of creating Ash off of the back of just blocking with Arcane damage, right? Arcane Barrier lets you pitch into it and create Ash that way. But here we just have the super efficient play from Icelander of Aether Hail into Waning Moon for that casual chunk of damage off of a single card and that blue.
It's my favorite play. It's what I used to do a lot in Limited, or what you'd lean for is those blue Aether Hails were so valuable to me in Limited because you pitch a blue, you play it, create a Frostbite, and you follow up with the Waning Moon. It's a 5 damage, 1 Frostbite play off of a blue, so it's very difficult to digest. In this case, again, constructed as a different beast as we see a Passing Mirage on the board as well. Is Rhea even bringing any poppers to the party here?
Almost none. I would imagine that she probably has some in the sideboard, and they would come in now. It does look like there is a 3-spot of Fyendal's Fighting Spirit red that can come in and block in a pinch, and that is literally the only thing that this Passing Mirage protects against. It's also very important to note that Passing Mirage, a blue, we saw a Warmonger's Diplomacy, a blue, and a yellow Remembrance, all drawn in the first 2 hands of this game. That is a huge, what's the best word to say?
Banana.
Okay, That's not the word.
No, okay, sorry.
Inconsistency is not the word. It's very unlikely that you would normally see that, and that means that you're not seeing those cards later when you possibly could want to use them for pitch fodder to stop arcane damage. And that's a big deal because I oftentimes cited in those cards for stopping arcane.
Okay, so this is a huge change of pace here. It's not the passing mirage that protects against the poppers. It's the fact that now you've put out the guardian, the timekeeper, if you will. There's no more. It's basically the cop, you know, the constable on patrol, watching and waiting here, as this one is protected against any type of popping from the passing mirage. But this Thamai, which is now, you could see the art on this is so well encapsulating what it wants to do. It overlooks. It kind of monitors the board. You cannot do things on your turn, on my turn is what it is. It keeps the game essentially at face value.
Yes, and this is a huge play normally, but I believe Rhea has exactly the answer she needs in this moment, and that is, looks like what she has here, and that is a perfect clear. Now, this is the problem, is that exact card, Thamai, is the problem that Rhea has to solve throughout this game, and seeing the first Thamai and being able to solve that problem right away is huge, is absolutely huge, because as a non-conventional attack version of Icelander, we don't have the ease of just, I'm just going to throw out a 4 attack and just clear this. We have to clear it with these spells that do massive damage to our opponent.
What's tremendous about this game also is the fact that so many heroes are not just about, okay, well, this allows me to play these attacks. This allows me access to these cards, which completely changes the dynamic of how my playstyle will be. Is it all about allies? Is it about playing within the greasy margins that Icelander wants to do? This is a huge play right here. This is going to stymie anything that Guy wants to go put together. And like you mentioned, playing the passing mirage on the board, that is one of the very few blues that Guy has access to pay through turns like this, with the ability to cheat out this channel Lake Frigid that comes with that Frostbite Chaser. That spells almost a full-on stop to things that Guy wants to go ahead and push through on the following turn.
Right, now we have a 2-card hand here. We are establishing that we're playing Kyloria, which is a huge deal. We know that the arsenal is now clear because it was the channel Lake Frigid. So we know that Kyloria can come across if we can pay through this. Now, the response here is most likely, after the resolution of the Frostbite, going to be a, I'm going to pay the Flamescale Furnace to Flamescale Furnace and gain the resources past this so that I can pay through my attacks, and that is exactly what we see, so that I can then send both of these dragons and make you actually deal with them. So in the response, or after allowing that Frostbite to resolve, we're going to pitch 2 into the Flamescale Furnace. Then we're going to gain 3 resources and be able to kind of pay through these taxes.
This is why Jeff Bezos doesn't pay taxes.
Because he has
exactly what you said.
Furnace.
Yeah,
That's
no,
the
he
reason.
has essentially a flame scale furnace over at Amazon, and just says like, if I throw $1 billion into the furnace, I get $2 billion back. What is this? That's essentially why these things happen. Ultimately, Rhea Adams here is now facing off against one of the more threatening dragons in this matchup, which is Kyloria, because Rhea's equipment doesn't block. It's all utility. I mean, the only thing that you want to give up is right there. Is going to be the coronet peak in order to perhaps stop some of the onslaught here.
Well, so she actually chose to, because obviously the...
Oh, she's activating.
Yeah, well, this is on her turn. Yes,
Right,
correct. She's
my bad.
activating that to steal a card from the hand. Again, this is exactly why you don't have to worry about Ashe in this matchup. But we're sitting at 6 Ashe. We're good for the rest of the game, basically. But because of that passing mirage that we just can't deal with without conventional attacks, that Kyloria is just free to attack every turn and gather up possible cards in hand or items that our opponent could be trying to use. And so
there's a 3-pack of Raging Onslaughts. You can see one in the graveyard as well.
Yes.
Another opportunity to go ahead and pop something, should you want to, which is what you basically want to do. Passing Mirage here, unfortunately, is really nasty because Passing Mirage is such an easy fix when you have something like Rosetta Thorn or an Anathos or a Kodachi.
Sure.
You just poke it in there and poof, it's gone. The spectra of it just dissipates and the turn ends, but sure, you get rid of that. You can't Waning Moon that.
No.
You can't target it with arcane damage.
No.
And are you really wanting to give up a big turn of sending a Raging Onslaught or a Findale's Fighting Spirit at something like that? No, you don't. So the fact that Guy was able to establish that means that cards like Kyloria are breakpoint. It's snatch on a stick every single turn.
Yeah, one of the ways. Oh, this is a great start. Is dust up for 0. I believe you're having to pay 1 from the channel Lake Frigid, but that again generates you an ash, and it leaves you open to Flamescale Furnace. And this is what I was about to talk about. One of the things and the keys in this matchup is knowing when to get a red into your pitch zone so that you can activate Furnace at a more expensive cost, but to gain the resources to pay around more disruption. And one of the ways that Rhea can really exercise a lot of control in this matchup is to try and stymie those opportunities and create these compounding moments of disruption. And this is one way for Guy to really dance around a lot of the disruption. Here he's going to pitch into that flame scale, I believe, gaining those resources to come in, attack, and Snapdragon on top of the dust up.
Incredible. That, I mean, the Flamescale Furnace has become such, like, and just the theme of what that card is. It's a furnace. You put something in it, and you want to get more out of it.
Yeah.
You just shoving coal in the steam engine, and look what it actually produces. So a massive piece. We've seen this the Dromai player that has given up the Flamescale Furnace to cover a breakpoint, just completely tossing it out the window, and how that match has changed. And ultimately, there's another popper, and this is I believe the second attack. The Kyloria, I think, was first to go.
That I do not know. Actually, I know it does appear that was the first attack, and that's going to gain you. And there's the second popper. So actually, this was a really well timed bait by Rhea, giving you the block on the first one, gaining a point of life, and then kind of feigning that you don't have it, and then following up with a second popper. That was why, by the way, that hand was slightly awkward for Rhea, drawing up and passing previously, drawing into 2 of those poppers.
Do you think there's a consideration to just let the first Ashwing go? I mean, you're very limited on poppers. Again, Rhea's won last week's Battle Hardened, and he's here again to defend her crown, as it were.
Yes.
So I'm not going to question the approach here, because my guess is that she faced off against a hell of a field of Dromais on the way up there. So she knows what she's doing, and it's a process, and sometimes you got to make those plays that feel so suboptimal.
Right.
But if it buys you back the momentum, the confidence in that regard, sometimes that is just worth it.
I think there could have also been a world where she actually considers to, keeping one of those attacks and then sending it on her turn to take care of the passing Mirage, simply because you never have to deal with not popping a dragon. But honestly, I don't necessarily think that's a great play. There's a world you live in where you could choose that, depending on how many poppers you have in the deck. But here, I think making the right plays and finding the right lines to keep herself in the game, and not only that, but maybe even in the driver's seat from this point. Brain Freeze coming out, getting the fuse and the second Frost Hex in the hand, being able to kind of steal another card out of the hand is pretty solid.
Well, you got a Sigil of Solace in there. I believe a couple of, what are those, Sweeping Blows or Billowing Mirages?
Yeah, it looked like they were Billowing Mirages indeed.
All right, well, Reyes is doing a little housekeeping there in the graveyard, finding I think 2 or 3 poppers that exist in there. And the Dromai, beautiful Marvel art Dromai, is going to represent 3 damage, creating the action point. As you can see, the die over the Dromai representing 2 action points. You could thank Dromai for that wonderful donation to the Action Point Fund.
Yeah, coming across with the Dromai, this is not poppable because of this first attack this turn being the Passing Mirage effect. And there's the second attack. You do have to sequence in this way, by the way, if you're curious at home. You're not able to gain the extra action point because you don't want the Billowing Mirage to accept that effect off of Passing Mirage because you want the Dromai to be unpoppable. Even though if you're putting your opponent on, like 6 to 9 poppers that they could possibly side in, you've seen a good bit of them so far, you still don't want to necessarily open yourself up to like losing out on massive tempo by them having just drawn into that, other one.
It's incredible. I mean, while watching this game, it seems like Rhea has essentially been on most of the receiving end here, yet the life totals are as such that it's pretty even Steven here in terms of the damage done on both sides. Rhea has taken 25 points of damage. Guy has taken 20. So, not 25 points of damage, 15 points of damage. Guy has taken 20. So Guy has been on the heavier end of the receiving side here, whereas Rhea at 21 has a slight lead. Going to go ahead and pitch into the Coronet Peak, trying to buy cards out of Guy's side here. And it's going to be a, what is that, Flame Call Awakening?
Yes, Flame Call Awakening is pitched, if that's what you're asking. Yeah, that is correct.
That was what I was asking.
Pitched. I apologize. I was looking at the beauty of that Marvel Chromai on the board.
Another
How can you not?
one. I am do you see me marveling?
There you go. There it is.
I am marveling.
It's hard not to marvel at those. Now, playing this Marvel Chromai out and choosing to possibly follow up by attacking with one of these, most likely will be met with no responses, perhaps, because we do know that Rhea does have another popper in hand, and in doing so, she's probably looking to pop the second one. But man, this is one of the most MVP dragons you could possibly have on the board because it gains you the action point just straight up. And look, yep, she's going to just not block this one, wait for the second one, and then most likely pop the second one.
Yeah, you got to bust it up. I mean, this is definitely the way to do it, and you get a life back too here. So quite the decent exchange here. Rhea going up to 19 off of the Findell's Fighting Spirit block.
Yeah, this pop will trigger. You are going to, go up and then down on the action point for the first one, and then on this one you are going to go down, but you are still sitting at 2 action points completely. And of course, you've played that go again.
Friends, if you're joining us just now, this is the finals of the Battle Hardened here in Chicago, hosted by MinMaxGames. Flake alongside DM Armada have been with you all day long with the incredible action. Blaze headlong is how we're going to get the party rolling here.
Yep, and this is after we've established 2 Ashwing attacks, and now we're threatening 4. We have a card in arsenal, a card in hand. We have the ability to push this even further, and Rhea has to ask the question of, can I just keep taking this damage, or do I need to do something big and pivotal on my turn? Can I accept this? Can I block it? What is the optimal line for me to get out of this scot-free?
I mean, let's be real here. Big and pivotal for Iyslander. Icelander's not necessarily known for these massive explosive turns. It's usually these chunks of 5 to 6 at a time, 5 to 6 at a time. That is very awkward and disruptive. But this isn't a hero that is going to go ahead and just jam out something like 20 to 25 damage in one sort of foul swoop. This is a methodical kind of, blue-collar hero that comes in and just gets the work done, grinds away, and then just wins it out outright. They're not trying to do anything, too over the top. The most crazy thing is when you do get your opponent to a single-digit life total, that's when the Stormstriders might be able to sort of pull a rabbit out of the hat. But for the most part, Iyslander has been a very methodical process-type hero.
Yes, here presenting the encase damage, which can just completely shut down equipment, which is pretty good here, and also hero effects, freezing the hero. With that freeze overall. But we do have 2 Ashwings that we can stop. The sand cover, though, is the huge answer, because that is does not matter in any way, shape, or form about whether or not you have Ashwings to pitch into Arcane Barrier. It just turns an Ash into a free 4 block, basically, of any sort of damage. Oh, and this is what you want to see even more of, waiting for the resolution of this, of course, giving your opportunity to respond and create 3 more Ashwings.
Ultimately, this is probably the most devastating card that Guy has in the deck, is the Rake the Embers, for what it represents. It represents damage encased in permanency on the board that also has a Arcane Barrier built into it.
True.
It is everything that Rhea does not want to see. It is a brutality of a play, so we're going to try to slow this down as much as possible with the Ice Bolt creating a Frostbite, chasing it down the pipe here. As once this resolves, we've seen how Guy navigated the previous match, where, hey, against the Lexi, it's, the Stooges, they just come out and start running amok.
And this is where you want to consider the usage of Flamescale Furnace and why it was so fortuitous to have that sand cover on the previous turn, because now you can dance around this Frostbite and gain resources around it off of the back of Flamescale Furnace. Going to take the 3 from the Waning Moon, allow the resources to resolve. This is just crisp right here, choosing to Waning Moon before the resolution of the Flamescale Furnace, and then gaining the 2 resources in response. After that is all said and done.
You say crisp, and it just takes me back to our bacon conversation.
Yes. Sound off in chat. Are you on the crispy bacon side? Are you on the what was it?
They said at Cracker Barrel. They said limp.
Okay.
Okay.
There you go. Those are your choices.
That's Americana for you. All right. Dromai has been quite the pest for quite a while now. 3 attack with the go again, and look at this. It's like, all right, which one of these bad boys do you want to face off first? Jeremy Jr., JJ, Ashley, and hey, Brittany's entered the field.
Yeah, there she is. There you go. Now, but starting off with the completely protected Dromai, and then just counting up the possibilities of damage. Now, because you know you've already used the Arsenal and you've already used the Waning Moon, you have a 3-card hand, you have to be very careful with how you proceed over the next, these next attacks, because do you commit any of the, your future cards, then you give yourself this really bad spot of just not being able to really do much on your turn, and then you're just stuck kind of arsenaling. So keeping some of those cards in hand is paramount so that you can have some amount of follow-up. But at this point, you're staring down a board full of dragons. Yeah, and this is not the place you want to be in. Sending Aether Hail Red into a Dromai and then following it up for 2 damage to your opponent who's got the life lead. But it does, if they don't respect it, put them into this 11 damage threshold that we've talked about time and time again now against other Icelanders. That's not a place you want to be.
I mean, there is a situation here where perhaps what you do is you take the 2, you go E-Strike, go again, right? We're going for the Mirror Guy. Pitch in the E-Strike.
Waiting for Rhea to draw up. Rhea is going to look at her hand and assess the situation as this Mirror Guy is looking to resolve onto the board. We have 1 card in the in the pitch zone, and I think the reason that you do this play over E-Strike is it gives you the card in pitch so that you can Flamescale Furnace, gain 2 resources, and play around any Frostbites.
I'm not a dragonologist, so I don't know how these things work. Ultimately, I can only tell you what I see on the board, which is a Mirror Guy protected by itself and a Passing Barrage. 2 layers of protection here, as well as a 5-pack of these dastardly buzzards that are just waiting to peck at the face of this Icelander, as 6 health is quite a tasty treat, as they are just waiting for it, hunting for it. So we're opening up with the 2 attack on the Mirror Guy. This does have go again based off the fact that it is a red card. It played itself, the invoke aspect of this card. So all the dragons now have go again. And Rhea Adams, who won the Cincinnati Battle Hardened with this very deck, now facing a tough decision as Guy is on the hunt.
Guy Cohen putting on a clinic with this deck, showing not only that Guy knows how to play Dromai, but knows how to play into a variety of matchups. We've watched these past 2, been very crisp as far as knowing what to do, knowing the overall game plan, knowing how to play into these heroes, and really showing, yes, I'm at that breakpoint of 11. That could be scary, but you're, on the clock for lethal here with each of these, and I have the tools to maybe dance around a little bit of this. This is a great response to stymie the turn. In the layer step of attacking, you are, I believe, threatening. Now, is that lethal towards the dragon, or is that being presented towards
That's
G?
lethal.
I think it's towards the dragon.
It's towards
right?
the dragon, definitely. And in response to the frostbite, we're going to go ahead and gain the life here. So Rhea's like, what the hell? How did you get so much health in quite a little burst?
Well, Sigil in the Arsenal's been sitting there for a couple, so we could have maybe predicted that and played around that. But the Sigil from the hand as well, there to kind of float, gives you the ability to just go to 17. Yeah, you killed my Ashwing and stopped lethal, but you know what? You're going to give me an Arsenal. I'm going to have another 5-card hand next turn.
But Frostex is finally on the board here. Let's go. All right.
The 1 point of Arcane has finally come through on that Frostex.
Tunic up, don't forget that. Again, the fundamentals, my friends. We're going to go ahead and fuse this Aether Ice Vein with probably the most nasty trick in the book here, which is going to be CLF. It's going to come in for some arcane damage. If you catch Guy with a handful of reds, this is going to connect, and it's going to be filthy, and it's going to peel some cards out of hand here. So we'll see how this resolves, but CLF into this Dragon Horde can be brutal.
Yeah, this is actually the exact kind of combo you need in this exact moment to still be in the game. Without these exact two cards almost, you could probably write this game off already. But you're presenting, if that's a red, you're presenting 5 damage. You're presenting a, discard or pay 2, which Dromai can't do well unless you drew into a blue. And then again, you may want to hold that because what's going to go into the arsenal? Channel Lake Frigid. And that is going to really tax and really hurt your, crackback presentation of lethal. So these 2 cards might actually keep Rhea in this game.
That you're spot on. This was precisely what Rhea needed to draw in order to make this game interesting again. I mean, the gain 6 was a back-breaking play for Rhea, where you kind of get Guy into a position where maybe you can sneak it through. Maybe when the hand is empty, you can finally get something going here. But then boom, boom, gain 6. Suddenly it is an uphill climb once again. But this is how you start clawing back. Again, this is for all the marbles. Rhea has won a battle hardened as recently as 7 days ago. So she knows the stress. She knows how to navigate these kinds of situations. And what a time to draw a hand of this potency.
And it looks like he's feathering a card, considering maybe is this maybe just I take full and then I discard off of the trigger here? So that would put you back to 11, and it would leave you a 3-card hand.
Does sand cover something like this?
Yes, you can sand cover here. In fact, maybe that's the play. Maybe it's sand cover and pitch 1.
Yeah.
But is that a sand cover or is that Thamai? It looks like that's Thamai.
Thamai is there.
So I wonder if she's just...
I see a Flame Call Awakening, a Thamai.
I wonder if he's just deciding what to discard, and I think that's exactly right. Going to take the 5 and put yourself back into dangerous lethal range, but you know that lethal isn't coming on this turn because it's not a spell in the arsenal. It is a Channel Lake Frigid, but that's scary enough as it is.
All right, well, I think the proper play here was to actually keep the full hand as best as you can because you are threatening lethal on board.
Yes.
Like, just on board, not even worrying about what's in hand here. So I think going to 11, you got to be feeling in a safe zone, especially knowing, like you said, that what the card coming from Arsenal is not damage. It's disruption. And
that's the big key here.
Sure.
You're not dead just to math out lethal. You have outs, and you especially have outs knowing what the card in Arsenal is. You can calculate around the problem.
Guy Cohen up against it here, against this Icelander, but getting by with a little help from his friends here with all those Ashwings, the dragons. We're going to go for the 5 go again. And again, every card, it seems now, is going to present lethal. 5 is a nasty number. It's a 2-card block if you want to fully cover it up. This might be a situation where the Coronet Peak comes online, but I don't see that happening if you want the CLF to stay around, right?
But this is a dangerous place to put yourself in because what you haven't done is put a card into your pitch zone. And in not putting a card into your pitch zone, it gets really hard to dance around multiple forms of disruption. And so you, in one way, you're putting lethal on the board. I mean, it's 5. You're going to have to block this somehow. Otherwise, you're going to have to kill me right now somehow. But you're also saying, okay, but I am open now to, I don't know, maybe you popping Storm Striders early and, sending, a blue or a yellow Aether Ice Vein that pulls cards from my hand and, doesn't allow me to, play out an effectual game plan. There's maybe some danger here. Or a blizzard. Or a blizzard. Exactly that.
It's a blizzard that, again, comes with a Frostbite Chaser. This is a tough one to swallow here as, again, Rhea Adams seems to be drawing into all of the stops that she needs. And this is pay 2 or lose go again, and then pay 1 just to show up. Again, this is that Frostbite is like tip the bouncer to get into the club. That's kind of what you got to do here. And unfortunately, on an all red hand, can you get past on this?
Okay, so maybe there is with Blizzard. Perhaps it's actually okay because if you pay 2 And no, because the Frostbite has to resolve first. The Frostbite resolving first is actually huge. Oh, but he has a blue. He finally draws into a blue. That is a game changer of a play, and perhaps why he chose to go with the E-Strike route, knowing he had a blue to pay around, is huge.
Yeah, Rhea may have thought that she got away with murder here, staring down this murderer's row, frankly, of dragons that are constantly threatening her life total here. That blue came at the perfect time for Gian. The deck that Guy's running has how many blues? 6. So one's on the board. We've seen one early on in the deck. There is the saving grace, that one of 6 blues that are out there finally showing up at the right time. Rhea Adams is not the only one who pulls rabbits out of her hat. In this case, she is up against it. 5 still on the stack, and now's the time to fire off that CLF. Yeah,
the only way, I think, to live through this is to tax a second time. You know your opponent can't Flamescale Furnace effectively here. That Frostbite will resolve, a second one will be created, and you're giving the tax here, so you just have to deal with the E-Strike. That's for 5 go again on the board. Has 1 card in hand. If for some reason that is a second blue, I think the game is still over.
That would be backbreaking.
That would be the flashiest way in the absolute world to win a game, as a red line Dromai player having a 2 blue hand and saying, here's the line that wins.
The line was draw 2 blues, and I just happened to have it. So we're at a point. I guess did the first Frostbite not resolve? No,
both have resolved. Yeah, okay. Everything is resolved, and now we're looking at maybe like a Coronet Peak block, or chucking a Coronet plus the equipment just all in there. It looks like she's just going to favor the Arsenal pass route onto her own turn, blocking 3. Taking 2.
You want to keep that CLF alive, right? So you are pitching to Coronet.
That's true.
So you're not even getting an Arsenal here.
That is very true. Yeah, you're not getting the Arsenal. You are 100% correct. I think Coronet Peak into keeping CLF to maybe keep. And look, you're getting some value.
Aha!
Now, you're going to pay 1. Are you also going to pitch that Arsenal card? Or are you going to go to 10? That's a decision point that you really have to think about.
And I mean, okay, so pitching the 1, eating one of the 1 AB, is Guy going to go down to 9? No, so it
would go down to 10.
Yeah, no, he's already 10. At 10.
Yeah. No, we're at 11 here. Paying 1.
Right.
So we go down to 10 because we only have the 1 Frostbite, or the 1 Frost Hex resolved onto the board.
Okay, so ultimately here, that Frost Hex is representing 2 single instances of 1 Arcane. The 1 float was paid. There's 1 Arcane to resolve. Guy is now agonizing over the fact of is this card worth my arsenal, or do I keep myself at 11, which is probably just a smidge above any kind of smoke and mirrors.
I was going to say, if that's a 1 cost red in the hand there, it's always a snap Arsenal and take the 1. But because it's a 0 cost red, and especially one that doesn't even start the chain off, it doesn't give you a way to get something into your arsenal to establish like this ability to play around Frostbites. So you just get rid of it, stay at 11, which is a tough break point. And obviously your opponent doesn't have an arsenal this turn. You feel a lot more comfortable.
All right, so Guy is probably hoping to draw into a blue here. One of the very few that are existing in the deck list here. He's running 6. 1 exists on the board. Another was just pitched. We saw a Remembrance, which is a yellow. It's a little bit of help, I suppose. But right now, Rhea Adams is opting here to rather maintain the channel Lake Frigid and foregoing a Arsenal. It is an uncomfortable position to be, but Ravenous Rabble forego again. What a devastator.
This could spell the end right here. This could be the final turn. Being able to start off with 4 and have the ability to maybe, is that a 1 card hand or a 2 card hand? If it's a 2 card hand, then you can possibly close this out. But if it's a 1 card hand, you can send maximum 1 more dragon.
It's a 1 card hand because you Coronet peaked 1 away, and then you're paying into the CLF to play the 4 go again.
Yeah.
So if that's a blue, that's 3 Ashwings.
Right. If it's a blue, then this is a wonderful play here. But if it's not a blue, then you're looking to send exactly 2 more damage in the form of Miragai. Your opponent's going to have to deal with this completely, I would say.
Ultimately, let's just go back to the fact that the MVP of this matchup has been Rake the Embers. Those little buzzards, those annoying, just hovering, bothersome, poking at you have been so brutal. And
there's the pull of the Coronet Peak, but it allows you as Rhea to keep a 3-card hand, to maybe double pitch somehow into.
You can't, with the CLF up, you can't play cards like Sigil of Solace. You can't play D-React if you have them without paying them.
Yeah.
So the fact that it exists here is potentially has some implications. We're going to Aether Ice Vein, no fusion. This is merely damage. And I'm wondering if, I mean, that could very well be an ice card, but you think that if it is, that she's absolutely going to fuse
We're always fusing here.
So
yes.
what is it in Arsenal? And what is she holding on to here? That's a scary reality.
Well, and I think she's pitching a yellow, too, which is not the world you want to live in. Is that a yellow? Or
no,
are we
Ice
just
Vein
not
costs
floating
3,
the 1?
so Aether Ice Vein costs 3.
Oh,
so
that's true.
Yeah.
You're so right, 100%. But this also means that if you want a Waning Moon, which I don't think is probably very wise, you lose the Arsenal. I think we're most likely sitting on a blue non-ice card in Arsenal, maybe something like Emeritus Scolding, which could put you into lethal range.
What if that was a popper, right? And she moves in with the first dragon. You cover it up, and then you pop. But she's going for the Arsenal here, losing the CLF. That is a safety net that she no longer has. And Guy here at 6.
Now, this is a big deal, though. Your opponent is at 6, and that opens you up to a lot more that you can do off of things like Waning Moon plus a spell from hand. If that other card is like Emeritus Scolding, then, I mean, you could have just fallen into lethal here.
Now,
and there's poppers in hand.
Poppers in hand, which is fine, but I think at this juncture, the poppers in hand is not what you... I mean, you kind of want a 5 arcane damage spell to follow up the Waning Moon after Guy has pushed forward with some nonsense.
Yeah.
But that Mirror Guy's protected, so it's a 2 that's going to be protected, a heap full of ash, and what does Guy draw? A card locked and loaded, a little bit of hesitation here. This is for all the marbles, the grand finals of the Battle Hardened. Every move matters. Rhea Adams has been resilient in this matchup up against this horde of dragons, just itching to end this game. Guy Cohen, the 7th seed, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, ultimately, I got to double check on that, but Rhea Adams was...
Guy was the 6th seed.
6th seed,
Rhea
my bad,
sitting
yeah.
at the 2nd seed. These players, yes, I think there are 2 poppers in hand, which is, like you mentioned, not where you want to be because both of those are likely reds in this list. They're not playing like yellows. They are 2 red poppers.
Well, hold on a second. You go in with the first dragon, right? You block it with, let's say, a fighting spirit. You gain a life. Then the second dragon comes in. You pop it. You've got card in Arsenal, 2 cards in hand.
Right, but Guy has a full grip, which means he's not necessarily going to start with a dragon swing.
Certainly not.
He's going to swing something like, the E-Strike.
He's got an E-Strike, yeah.
But now he's laboring over this point of, okay, Rhea's at 0. She's dead. No, laboring over the point of, okay, I need to get something into my pitch zone so that I can flame scale in response to damage being presented. E-Strike doesn't do that for me. Do I need to hedge and play a different line that doesn't include E-Strike as a starter? And do I even have that capability?
Okay, well, Guy is in the danger zone, but has all the threats in the world on the board. Rhea has the element of surprise, the element of operating within those greasy margins, and has Guy at a very attainable area. If those Ash Wings were not on the board, this game would effectively probably be over without the AB. However, a 4-pack of dragons with Arcane Barrier built in is